Chapter 231. At first, the village chief didn't want to go against the ancestral precepts and asked us why we had to go to Wawu Mountain. You know, they have lived here for many years and dared not go ashore to take a look. Lao Jiang only answered, "We have reasons to go. Those few people will bring a catastrophe to Sichuan and Shu, and we must stop them. Tell me, do you agree or not?" The village chief gritted his teeth and his eyes became resolute and firm. "Okay, I agree." Longhua obviously didn't believe in our ability and looked at us suspiciously. "Can you really restore the river god to its original state?" "Haha, how do you know if it works if you don't try?" I spread my hands and answered. "It's not dark yet. We plan to go to the lake to explore. To solve the problem of the river god, we must first know what the river god is, and why his temperament has changed drastically. It's a pity that no one in the village has seen the river god with their own eyes. Only the fish flags passed down from generation to generation can give us a glimpse of the identity of the river god. Have you never seen the river god when you were fishing before?" I was very surprised. Unexpectedly, everyone shook their heads. Every time a huge black shadow appeared at the bottom of the clear lake, we knew that the river god had come. All we had to do was spread the net, and the river god would drive the fish and shrimp in. So even if you are a novice who has never fished before, as long as the river god takes care of you, you will get a big harvest. The gods can only be believed in devoutly, so how dare you peek at them casually? Every time the river god appeared, they would turn their heads away to avoid seeing the river god's true body and offending him. This rule was passed down from generation to generation, and they had always lived in peace with the river god until the 4 uninvited guests appeared. What should we do? Should we jump into the lake to find the water god? Gu Weihan touched the back of his head and looked at me. Although I grew up in Lake Town, which is surrounded by water, I dare not go into the lake rashly even if I am a good swimmer. If I am dragged away by the river god, wouldn't I regret it? Linger also waved her hand and retreated. I am good at entering the mountains, but I can't go into the water. Gu Weihan looked at Lao Jiang again. After thinking for a moment, Lao Jiang made a strange request to the village chief. "Please prepare 2 roosters, a fishing rod, and 2 large iron hooks for me. Remember, the rooster must be raised for more than 3 years, and the harder the iron hook, the better." "What do you want this for?" The village chief was puzzled. But Lao Jiang did not explain too much, but said seriously, "If you want to settle this matter, do as I say." The village chief waved his hand, and Longhua and the others quickly went to borrow it. When they came back, they were carrying 2 big red-crowned roosters, which were flapping their wings and clucking, looking very energetic. The fishing rod was also very strong, and I didn't know what kind of wood it was made of. Before leaving, Lao Jiang suddenly looked at me again. "How could I forget you?" After that, he took another fishing rod from the village chief's house without any courtesy, and then left. When we went to Yanu Lake, Longhua and a few others were still following us secretly. I wanted to tell Lao Jiang, but Lao Jiang had already discovered it. Let them follow. These people are afraid of well ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. They won't feel at ease if we don't keep an eye on us. After arriving at the lake, Lao Jiang drew his knife and cut a hole in the rooster's throat. Just as he was about to tie it to the fishing rod, the 2 roosters seemed to have a premonition of something and flapped their feathers. He kept screaming and staring at the sparkling lake in horror. The closer he got to the water, the more he struggled. It was as if something was about to come out. Lao Jiang tied up the chicken, pulled the line, put the hook on, and handed me another fishing rod. "Here, take it." I was stunned for a moment, took it, and asked Lao Jiang what he was going to do. Lao Jiang showed a sly smile and uttered 3 words. "Fishing for the river god." I understood instantly that he wanted the river god to come to him. Rooster blood is a very young thing. For this kind of fish, it can be smelled thousands of meters away, not to mention 100 meters away. I caught a lot of fish when I was a child, but this was the first time I caught a river god, and I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Linger held her chin with both hands, standing beside me with a curious look on her face, while Gu Weihan was concentrating on taking notes. Today, the great adventurer Gu Weihan passed by Yanu Lake, but encountered the local water monster Rumor. The 2 roosters were not dead yet, and they kept spinning on the fishing line, and drops of scarlet blood fell into the lake. They were live bait. The blood mixed into the lake water at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the center of the lake little by little. Suddenly, I only felt the rod in my hand sink, and a black shadow pushed away the waves from the water and held the rooster's feet tightly. Such a great force is obviously not an ordinary fish. I gritted my teeth and held the fishing rod tightly, refusing to let go. Sweat like beans rolled down my forehead. This was already my best effort. Don't say that I caught the other party. Why do I feel that I am vaguely dragged into the water? Oh no, this is not fishing for the river god. It is clearly the river god fishing me. The whole chicken had been eaten. The tighter the hook was in the black shadow's mouth, the harder I was dragged. A shallow gully was drawn under my feet. Eamlinger saw my danger and jumped up to hug my waist. But I don't know how big this black shadow is. Even if there are two of us, we still can't beat it. Help! Help! Time passed by, but Lao Jiang just watched from the side, ignoring my call for help. Just when I wanted to let go, Lao Jiang's eyes suddenly shone. He suddenly held my fishing rod, and took advantage of the black shadow's loss of strength to pull it back with all his strength. Instantly pulled the black shadow out of the lake. Oh my god, this is actually a half-meter-long catfish. But I saw that it was covered with blue-black fish scales, and the scales were densely packed, like wearing a heavy armor. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the catfish's head. Its head is extremely large, and its mouth can stretch all the way to the gills when it opens. At this moment, its sharp teeth are holding the rooster tightly, and two long whiskers dipped in water are floating back and forth around its mouth. Its eyes are red and staring at us, full of brutal murderous intent, wishing to bite us to death. You know, catfish are usually gentle and rarely attack humans. How come they look more ferocious than piranhas? Eamlinger explained. Is this the river god? I thought it was Sichuan fish head hot pot. I didn't know how to respond to her heartless words, and immediately asked Eamlinger breathlessly what was going on. Was it your Kamani who did something? Eamlinger came to the river, stretched out her fingers, and dipped them in the water of Yanu Lake to taste it for a day, and her two beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned. The water is poisoned. This is the tight stitch before leaving. Tight stitch before leaving? Gu Weihan and I looked at each other, and asked if this is not an ancient poem. Chapter 232. Eamlinger told us, this is a strange poison created by the Black Miao Gu King. They used this poison when they were fighting and retreating from the White Miao. As long as our Gu worms catch up, their temperament will change drastically, and they will not distinguish between friend and foe, which will give them enough time to escape. This poison is often used to cut off the tail of the Black Miao, which shows that the leader is undoubtedly Wu Shi. And the most powerful thing about this strange poison is its ability to spread, even if you just pour a small bottle into the lake. It's fine for people to drink it, but once a spirit touches it, or eats fish and shrimp infected with the toxin, its temperament will change drastically and become full of aggression. Lao Jiang threw the big catfish back into the water, and asked Eamlinger if there was any solution. Eamlinger nodded. Now all the White Miao people know how to solve it, otherwise they will be controlled by the Black Miao every time. I just happen to have a ready-made antidote here. While speaking, Eamlinger took out a small jar from her bamboo basket, and blew the powder inside into Yanu Lake. Unexpectedly, Long Hua and others who were hiding in the dark to observe us jumped out immediately, when they saw Eamlinger taking something out of the big bamboo basket. What are you doing? I don't allow you to hurt Yanu Lake. It turned out that this guy was psychologically traumatized by Wu Shi, and thought that Eamlinger was poisoning with the big bamboo basket. With Long Hua's shout, several fishermen showed their harpoons, and rushed towards us with a fierce look. Lao Jiang smiled bitterly, and said, Here we go again. If I really wanted to harm you, would you still be able to follow me here alive? I also said that it was the group of evil people who poisoned Yanu Lake before, which caused the river god to go on a killing spree. Just now, Eamlinger used the unique method of Miao Jiang to appease the river god's rage. Long Hua frowned and looked at Eamlinger with disdain. Her? Eamlinger put her hands on her hips, and her porcelain doll-like face was flushed with anger. You look down on others, don't you? I am the most powerful girl in Miaojiang. If I can't do it, there will be no one in the world who can save you. At the latest tomorrow, your river god will turn back into a good fish. After saying that, Eamlinger raised her white and delicate fingers and pointed at the lake. But Long Hua was skeptical. What if the river god is not well? Eamlinger's eyes immediately widened. Then let's make a bet. If the river god returns to normal, you will call me the kindest and most beautiful lady in the world, and successfully send us to the other side. Long Hua said no problem, but turned around and sneered. But what if the river god continues to attack innocent people tomorrow? There is no such if. Eamlinger crossed her arms, and did not give Long Hua any chance at all. Long Hua was so angry that he said with a dark face, What kind of bet is this? There is no bet for you to lose. Okay, if I lose, you can do whatever you want, that's all. Eamlinger was impatient. Eamlinger didn't care, but I was shocked and pulled her sleeve to persuade her to take back what she had just said. This bet is too full. What if it doesn't work? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Linger glanced at me with a meaningful look in her eyes. It's impossible for me to lose. I have never lost in Myeojung. We stayed in the fishing village that night. I don't know if it was because of the big loss suffered by Wuxi and the others. The stalkers who were on guard outside the house came one after another, staring at us, and didn't sleep all night. The next day, just after dawn, Longhua hurriedly knocked on our door, saying that he was going to inspect the results. Lao Jiang and I were still energetic, but when Linger went out, she yawned all the way and complained with sleepy eyes. It's so early, I can't sleep enough. But it was not just the village chief and Longhua this time. Almost all the young and old in the fishing village followed us all the way to Yanu Lake. Since we were attacked by the river god before, no one dared to approach the lake as bait, so this job naturally fell on us. The village chief smoked his pipe and said, "Since you said it's okay, you will lead the river god." Lao Jiang turned his malicious eyes to me again. Fortunately, Go Weian stepped forward. He took out a small bottle of chicken blood that was not used up yesterday and carefully sprinkled it on the lakeside. As soon as the scarlet chicken blood merged into the lake, the strong smell of blood immediately caused the waves in front to sparkle. Those were definitely not the lines of wind, but something approaching underwater. Splash, splash. When the waves got closer, we suddenly saw a whole black shadow underneath. The fisherman who had been attacked before pointed at the shadow in the water in horror and said, "Yes, it was it. It was it that attacked me at that time." While saying this, he did not forget to step back. Old Jiang calmly supported his shoulders from behind and explained kindly, "Everyone, in fact, the river gods you have worshipped for generations are them. A group of catfish that have lived in Yanu Lake for hundreds of years. These catfish are gentle in nature. Because of your incense, they gradually became spirits. You believe in them, and they also protect the village, and the weather has always been good. It's a pity that the thieves put a strange poison in the water a few days ago, which made the river gods change their temperament and attack all living things indiscriminately. But don't worry, they have recovered now." Having said that, the villagers were still reluctant to get close to the river. Lao Jiang and I rolled up our trousers and bravely went into the water. The catfish that smelled of blood did not attack us, but swam around our feet in a friendly manner. Seeing this scene, Lao Jiang suddenly wanted to verify something. He bent down and picked up a big catfish from the water, but the black catfish's eyes were no longer blood red, and its expression was no longer as perverse as yesterday. It was obvious that the poison had been successfully detoxified. Seeing this, Linger clapped her hands and jumped up with a smile. "See, I won, I won. I cured all their diseases." The fishermen looked at each other, as if they didn't know whether to believe us or not. At this time, one of them whispered, "How can we be sure that this is the river god, and not a play directed and performed by you?" Unexpectedly, Longhua spoke a fair word for us at this time. What they said is true. I followed them yesterday and saw with my own eyes that they caught a strange red-eyed fish. The fish at that time was different from now, and it opened its mouth to bite people. Besides, have you noticed that these fish have long beards like dragons, which are exactly the same as the fish flags left by our ancestors? The village chief did not speak, holding his pipe. He seemed to be still considering. At this moment, several victims who were attacked by the river god squeezed out of the crowd one by one, and pointed out that it was this group of terrifying black shadows that attacked them at the beginning, but at that time, they had red eyes, and lurked under the water to kill with one strike. Chapter 233. With the testimony of our own people, the attitude of the surrounding fishermen towards us finally changed 180 degrees, and even the village chief nodded. Longhua even threw away the harpoon, knelt down heavily to Linger, and shouted, "Auntie, the kindest and most beautiful aunt in the world, I underestimated you. Thank you for saving the river god and the village." "No way." Linger quickly stretched out her hand. "Get up quickly, hee. I dare not really accept a grandson." Seeing this scene, Lao Jiang smiled faintly. "Now you can believe that we are not in the same group with those thieves before. Although our girl also carries a bamboo basket, her bamboo basket is used to save people, not to harm people. Saving people and harming people, there is a world of difference." Longhua also looked at the village chief and said, "Dad, I know I am useless and can't avenge my sister with my own hands. But if these friends can avenge Chinger, then she can rest in peace in the 9 springs. When it comes to Chinger." The village chief's eyes instantly turned red when he heard the name of Chinger, and his lips moved. Yes, Chinger's revenge must be avenged. We saw that the village chief finally gave in, so we dared to ask the next step. "I wonder when you can build a boat?" "We hope to climb Wawu Mountain as soon as possible." Unexpectedly, the village chief shook his head. We were all shocked to see this. Could this old man deny his promise? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the village chief put away his pipe and waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Dear fathers-in-law, mothers-in-law, and little sisters, come with me to the ancestral hall and carry the dragon boat. After saying that, he turned around and led the way. His old back was as straight as a pine tree, his lower body was extremely stable, and he walked out with an open-mindedness of a strong man going to war, and the mighty fishermen all followed behind him. At that moment, the mysterious relief I saw in the Sangsingwi altar suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. A group of passionate ancient Shu people, led by Kant Song, came out of the mountains and forests, roaring and killing the invaders, guarding their own homes. This fishing village is so close to Wawa Mountain, and the villagers must also have some of the unyielding blood of the ancient Shu people flowing in their veins, right? As expected, the place where the village chief took us was the temple in the deepest part of the village. This temple is shaded by clusters of green mulberry trees, and the plaque hanging on it reads 3 big characters, Chingi Temple. The deity enshrined inside is the green-robed god, but this green-robed god looks as fresh as new, with a hint of elegance between his eyebrows, and it is obvious that he is painted and repaired every year. After the village chief offered incense to the green-robed god, he struck the bronze bell in the temple, and heard him say loudly, "The ancestors forbid crossing the lake, and now there are thieves on the tile house." In order to avenge the great hatred and wipe out the shame of the family, the unworthy descendants invite the dragon boat. Please bless the green-robed god, and have a smooth journey. The village chief was singing the lyrics, and Lao Jiang and I quietly asked Longhua what was going on behind the crowd. Longhua explained that the fishermen here have believed in the green-robed god for generations, and the greatest god is held on the water every year. This custom has been passed down for thousands of years. When the green-robed god is about to be worshipped, the village will prepare sheep as sacrifices in advance, and will prepare brand new green clothes and green scarves for every young and middle-aged man. Finally, they would board the dragon boat, circle Wawa Mountain, and throw down offerings to express their gratitude to the green-robed god for bestowing the weaving technique on the Shu people. Dragon boat? Hearing this, I keenly caught the key point in Longhua's words. That is to say, not all the boats in the village were sunk, and there is still a dragon boat used for sacrifice, hidden in. It's in the backyard of the temple. Longhua laughed. It is because of the blessing of the green god that the dragon boat was able to survive. Now it is just the right time to send a few benefactors to the mountain. Longhua respects the green god very much and thinks that he has been protecting all living beings in the dark. Lao Jiang and I are more curious about the mysterious backyard. You should know that there is an unwritten rule among the people that a backyard cannot be built in a place where gods and Buddhas are worshipped, otherwise it is blasphemy against the gods. Is the custom here different from other places, or is there something else strange? Longhua is now completely defenseless against us, and said that the ceremony of inviting the dragon boat will take some time. He can take us to the backyard first to broaden our horizons, but remember, don't reach out and touch anything you see. I asked, why? Because the backyard is the real green temple. Longhua's words are not to be stopped until they are shocking. It turns out that the real Chingi temple was destroyed in the war during the Ming dynasty, and only a rough outline and a few relics were preserved. Later, the village could not bear to let the Chingi god suffer, so generations of people raised money to repair it, and this is how the new temple was built today. Longhua led us around the crowd, took out a bronze key, and opened a secret door. A dilapidated courtyard suddenly came into view, but the courtyard was full of trees and flowers. Occasionally, a few stone sculptures were exposed, but they were also covered with cracks. At the end of the backyard, there was a row of dark houses, which should be the place where the dragon boats were hidden. Go Weihan and Yin Linger were attracted by the dragon boat. Lao Jiang and I suddenly found a stone statue in a corner of the dense courtyard. The stone statue had the characteristics of a woman in terms of both face and body shape. It stood there alone, year after year, morning and evening, as if looking at the direction of Wawu Mountain. Why is there a female statue in the temple of Chingi God? Who is she? Is she the maid of Chingi God? But we have seen the same Chingi temple in Chingi village, and we didn't see any women at that time. It was as if this place was unique. My intuition told me that this stone statue was closely related to Kant Song. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and walked forward to observe. Although the female statue was roughly carved, she had a beautiful face, a flower on her head, and her hands made a strange gesture, as if she was communicating with people. Longhua's voice appeared in my ears. Little brother, this stone statue has been here since my ancestors' ancestors. If you want to ask me who it is, I don't know. I only know that it was originally in the old temple. Out of respect for the green god, we dare not move any grass or tree here. We will only build a new temple outside. Lao Zhang's eyes moved. That means that from a very early time, this woman has been looking at Wawu Mountain across Yanu Lake. Long Wan nodded. At this time, Lao Jiang winked at me and asked me if the flower in the woman's hair, with 5 petals, looked like a peach blossom. I shuddered suddenly, and immediately thought of the Sangsinghui altar. In the last relief, the green god Kansong was holding a peach blossom in his hand. Peach blossom, peach blossom. The peach blossom in Kankong's hand, and his sadness when he held the peach blossom. Could it be all because of this woman? In an instant, my mind was in a mess. Chapter 234. Linger also stood on tiptoe, curiously looking at the stone statue of a woman, guessing her identity. At this time, the lyrics outside had ended, and the village chief was leading a group of young people to change into green clothes and prepare to come in to carry the dragon boat. When he saw us here, he immediately understood. No one knows what the woman's name is, but my grandfather once mentioned that she was a mute girl. There is such a legend in the previous generation that the Yanu lake we are guarding is not the elegant one, but the mute one, in order to commemorate this mute girl. His voice was very low and paused. We looked at each other. No way. Even Longhua heard it for the first time. The village chief continued, the surprise is yet to come. It is said that this temple was built by the green god himself, and the courtyard is full of peach trees, just to commemorate the mute girl. After her death, the mute girl was buried by the Yanu lake, and the green god was buried on the Wawu mountain. You see the mountain in front, and the water in the back. Doesn't this mountain and water look like the mute girl continues to accompany the green god? This statement is more eloquent. In fact, a more reliable statement should be that our ancestors have been following the green god. After the green god died, they stayed at the foot of Wawu mountain for generations, and their descendants continued to appreciate the green god's kindness. It sounds like the latter is more credible, but why is the lake called Yanu Lake? Is it really unrelated to this mute girl? Perhaps in the eyes of the world, people like the green god, who seek the welfare of the people, will not have any love affairs at all. But if a person does not even have 7 emotions and 6 desires, how can he pity the people? I looked up at the sky, and a face wearing a golden mask appeared in front of me. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Blue God, what kind of person are you? But no one can give me the answer now. Only the clues left in the past can give me a glimpse. But fortunately, with this dragon boat, the issue of crossing the river has been successfully resolved. What's more gratifying is that after the misunderstanding was resolved, we became the guests of honor in the fishing village. The village chief and others took out good fish and shrimp to treat us. It's better to be full before you can set off. The cheerful look of Longhua reminded me of the scene when they wanted to send us on the road with a harpoon after they had charmed us. Chinese characters are really profound. After a full meal, we will leave the fishing village. More than a dozen strong fishermen sang and carried the dragon boats into the water in a lively manner. The village chief stood at the bow, holding a fish flag in his hand. This time, let me, an old man, take you there personally. We clasped our fists and nodded, thanking you without words. The water of Yanu Lake is clear, like a sparkling mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Being in it, we feel like free and easy immortals living in seclusion. With the breeze blowing on my face, Linger kept scooping water with the gourd ladle on the boat and splashing water on me. Brother Jinglan, I'm going to aim at you again. Is it not okay for me to admit defeat? No. I could only dodge back and forth with a bitter smile. Lao Jiang had a complicated expression in the back. He wanted to open his wallet to look at the black and white photo, but he never had the courage. In the end, he just sighed. This is youth. Gu Weihan was the most serious one, recording everything he saw and heard in his notebook along the way. Perhaps in his opinion, this trip to Wawu Mountain could fill the biggest gap in his works. The village chief stood at the bow of the boat. When he reached the center of the lake, he suddenly pulled out a short knife from his waist and handed it to me, with an earnest look in his eyes. Little brother, please accept this knife. If you can beat those thieves, stab me for them, and it will be considered as my father's revenge for his daughter. If you can't beat them, hide and don't fight them head-on. I know you are all good people, and I hope you can come back alive. This knife is ordinary, just carried by fishermen to open shells, but it carries the old village chief's deep entrustment. I took the knife and was about to agree, but I replied inexplicably, don't worry, I will use this knife to personally kill him. The voice was icy and chilly, as if it came from hell. It was not my usual tone at all. I don't know why I said this, as if I was possessed by the three-eyed Li Jinglan in my dream. This obviously scared the village chief and Linger. Brother Jinglan, what's wrong with you? I could only vaguely express that I was a little uncomfortable. Only Lao Jiang said nothing, but cast a meaningful look. We soon arrived at the river beach opposite Yanu Lake. In front of us was a towering mountain, full of green, and a breath of wilderness. But no one had visited this mountain for a long time. From top to bottom, it was a primeval forest, with twisted vines hanging upside down on the branches, tall trees inserted into the clouds, and patches of wet moss on the ground, but there was no road. Even if we successfully crossed the river, we still faced a new problem. How to get up the mountain? Lao Jian looked at me, and then at Gu Weihan. Gu Weihan was so excited that he seemed to have come to his dreamland. My God! This is simply the best place I have ever been to. Let's take risks. This is what men should do. But this was his first visit here, and it was difficult to find the path for a while. It was the village chief who gave us a kind reminder. Our ancestors said that the water in Wawu Mountain came from the sky. As long as you see where the water flows, whether it is a stream or a spring, you can reach the top of the mountain by following it. This is a secret that cannot be told to outsiders, but you have helped us so much, so just treat it as a reward. As he spoke, the village chief hung a brand new fish flag on a tree on the shore, and the river god on the flag danced back and forth in the wind. If you come back alive, take down the fishing flag, and I will send someone to pick you up by boat. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. I didn't expect that the village chief of this small fishing village would be so considerate. I couldn't help but thank him. After watching the village chief rowing away, we planned to hurry on. Because we didn't know how long we would stay here, the village chief prepared a lot of dry food for us, so that we didn't have to worry about anything. Wawu Mountain is a real primeval forest. Just stepping into it, people can't find the east, south, west, and north. Fortunately, Gu Weihan is a senior adventurer. After discussing with Lao Jiang, the two cut the vines and opened up the first way up the mountain. Gu Weihan told us that the more primitive the place, the more poisonous insects there are. Even in some places, mosquitoes carry various infectious diseases. Once they are targeted, they will die. He sprinkled an insect repellent on us and gave everyone a refreshing mint pill. Then everyone started to hurry on. Chapter 235. Linger covered her nose and refused. Gu Weihan looked her up and down. Girl, do you think this place is too beautiful and want to be buried here? Unexpectedly, Linger patted her big bamboo basket confidently. Humph, with my little friend here, those ignorant little bugs dare not get close. Lao Jiang immediately raised his thumb and flattered. That's right, who dares to bite our meow princess? After going up the mountain, there were weeds and shrubs everywhere. We finally found a clear stream. It was noon and the weather was slightly hot, so everyone drew more water. Linger drank the stream water while tilting her neck and fanning herself. This water is so sweet. Looking at her smiling face, the fatigue of the journey and the discomfort of the body seemed to disappear, and I couldn't help but smile. We continued to rush for half an hour, and everyone was a little hungry. We originally wanted to stop and eat something to fill our stomachs. However, at this moment, Lao Jiang's face suddenly darkened, and he waved his hand and said, "Wait." Then he looked at me immediately. "Li Jinglan, did you feel anything along the way?" My left eye jumped. What feeling? Lao Jiang's voice was low and cold, and he said word by word, "The feeling of being followed." After saying this, I suddenly felt a little scared. I recalled that when I passed an old tree just now, I clearly heard a strange sound of fluttering in the bushes behind me. But when I looked, I found nothing. At that time, I just thought I was too vigilant. Now that Lao Jiang said so, there must be something strange. We all looked calm, but our eyes were looking around, secretly searching for suspicious figures around us, but we found nothing. After a long time of this, Lao Jiang began to doubt his judgment. He said to himself, "Maybe I am too suspicious." Everyone had to continue on their way, but when we continued to move forward, the sound of fluttering appeared again. Lao Jiang and I discovered it almost at the same time. He gestured to me, and then quietly left the team. This is the code among Qilin, called, lay the hook. It means that some people act as bait, and some people secretly kill a sneak attack, so I took Gu Weihan and Linger and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. After a few minutes, when Lao Jiang coughed from behind, I knew he succeeded, and then I led everyone to rush over quickly. The result was ridiculous. What we found was not an enemy, but a fawn. The fawn was the most common elk in the mountains. It was black and had two underdeveloped horns on its head. It looked silly and cute. Especially at this moment, it was blinking its clear eyes at us, as if it didn't know why we were playing hide-and-seek with it. Lao Jiang and I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. Linger smiled and waved at the fawn. Go play, little cutie. We won't bother you. We continued to walk up the stream, but the feeling of being followed was always lingering, as if there were pairs of eyes staring at our backs, making our backs cold. Master, something is wrong. I walked a few steps faster and whispered to Lao Jiang. Is there something else in this mountain? Lao Jiang frowned. Should I release Fei Fei to investigate? Linger said, as she prepared to untie the big bamboo basket behind her. At this time, Gu Weihan, who was holding a telescope, suddenly shouted, Look over there. We were all sharp-eyed people, and soon we followed the direction pointed by Gu Weihan, and found that a sneaky little deer appeared on the hillside on the left. The little deer was hiding in the grass, as if it was observing our movements from a high position. Oh my God, there is a deer on the left too, Linger suddenly said. No, there is one on the right too. This was Lao Jiang's voice. For a moment, I felt like I was surrounded by a group of elk. In this forest that is easy to hide, there are invisible shadows patrolling back and forth. The rustling sound is the sound of their hooves stepping on the grass. We are trapped in a sea of deer. At this time, Linger showed great vigilance and whispered, Why are there so many deer? What do they want to do? As Linger's voice fell, pairs of eyes lit up in the dense forest, like glowing light bulbs. That is obviously more deer. A creepy feeling crawled from the soles of our feet to our whole body, but even though we knew that something must be wrong, we had no way to do it because we had never encountered such a thing before. Lao Jiang is the backbone of the team. He gestured to the front with a dark face, meaning, keep moving forward. What should we do with these deer? I asked in a low voice. Although I don't know why they are following us, they have no intention of hurting us at the moment. Let's just follow them. Let's wait and see what happens. Old Jiang sighed. As expected by Old Jiang, the dozen or so deer did not attack us when they saw us leaving. Instead, they kept following us from a distance with their little hooves, as if Wawu Mountain was their territory, and we were thieves who broke in. In the middle, I wanted to ask Gu Weihan, isn't he the president of West China University? He has studied flora and fauna in Sichuan for decades. Does he know what happened to these deer? Are they collectively possessed? Or did they steal their cubs? They haven't left even after following them for half an hour? But the strange thing is that since seeing this group of deer, Gu Weihan has been like a dumb drug. He didn't speak a word along the way, and didn't listen to what I said. Just his lips moved up and down, as if he was talking to himself, but the sound was really too small. This state is extremely abnormal for him. I couldn't help but become alert, and walked over to listen to what he was talking about. At this moment, the shadows of countless leaves intertwined into Gu's faces, reflected on Gu Weihan's body, and this time I heard it clearly. What he kept repeating was, Impossible, how is this possible? I patted his shoulder in confusion. What's impossible? Gu Weihan came back to his senses, and everyone in front of him looked at him curiously. He took a deep breath and said, It's like this, if I'm not mistaken, the group of deer you just encountered is called Black Muntjac. It is like a giant panda. Although the world is big, it is only found in Yin country. The Black Muntjac is as black as ink, with small horns on its head and a white snow line on its tail. It is very beautiful. Adult black muntjac can even grow as tall as cattle and horses. But there are very few black muntjac in all parts of the country. I didn't expect that there are so many black muntjac living on this unvisited Wawu Mountain. Thinking back to the cute little deer we just ran into, it really looks like what Gu Weihan described. Could it be that this thing is really a black muntjac? Chapter 236. Lao Jiang didn't care about the black muntjac or the white muntjac, but stared at Gu Weihan with his eyes and said, Then what? It's not just these things that can scare you. Mr. Jiang, you Yin people are really good at observing people's expressions. Gu Weihan laughed and said, There are two things that really surprise me. First, the black muntjac is naturally timid. Even a bird flying by will scare it, and jump more than 10 meters away. How dare it follow us all the way? Second, and most importantly, I found traces of domestication on the adult deer on the hillside. Hearing this, Lao Jiang and I couldn't help but shudder. Are you kidding? Deer can be tamed? The history of domestication can be traced back to ancient society. At that time, our ancestors began to tame some animals in nature in order to survive, in order to ensure basic living needs. For example, domesticated pigs can provide meat. For example, domesticated horses can be used as a means of transportation. For example, domesticated wolfhounds can help you hunt. Gradually, the 6 domestic animals and 6 poultry were formed. But from ancient times to the present, few people have tamed deer. Because deer look cute and approachable, but in fact, there is a gene of unruly in their blood. They only believe in mountains, forests, and rivers, and they will not lower their noble heads to humans. Yes. This spirit is similar to our Western spirit. I would rather die than live without freedom. Guihan made an analogy. What's more, compared with the 6 domestic animals and 6 poultry, the number of deer is small, the meat is not delicious, and the fur is not warm, so who attain this? But they are very suitable as pets. Linger suddenly poked her head out, holding a bunch of wild flowers she had picked from somewhere, and inserted them into a large bamboo basket. Guihan seriously corrected her. For ancient humans, value determines everything. What you just said is spiritual needs. In that era, people only had enough food and clothing, and there was no spiritual enjoyment. I helplessly tapped Linger's forehead, wondering if this girl had listened to us seriously just now. Wouldn't she rather die than let these black muntjac be pets? Lao Jiang was not amused by our words, but continued to ask the most concerned question. So, how did you determine that these deer were domesticated? Facing Lao Jiang's doubts, Guihan immediately opened his thick notebook and flipped through it. I took a peek and found that every page recorded the strange species he encountered during his expedition, not only with pictures, but also with dense experiences. No wonder he can be a principal. Attitude really determines everything. Found it. Guihan's hand suddenly stopped turning, and what came into view was a lifelike animal skeleton, which belonged to an elk. He pointed to the skeleton and said, "Did you find it? The 4th thoracic vertebra of wild elk is protruding, but the relative position of the adult elk we met is concave, which is the position of the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted carefully, and it was true. Are you saying?" Guihan narrowed his eyes, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Like a cunning hunter, my meaning is obvious. The forests in Wawu Mountain are dense, and there is no room for horses to survive. So someone successfully domesticated this group of deer, and used them as their own mounts. The concave spot on their backs is the mark of being ridden by humans for many years. In other words, these deer all have owners. Now I have a bold guess that the reason why these deer followed us was because they received orders from their owners. Guihan's words were like stones thrown into the lake, making our hearts completely uneasy. I couldn't help but step back and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Guihan just sneered, as if he had just described a very ordinary thing. "You idiot! When you climb over 100 mountains and cross 100 rivers, you will know that there is nothing impossible in this world. Deer are the spirits of the forest. Once they are tamed, it is a piece of cake for them to follow a few people." While speaking, Guihan suddenly showed a fascinated look. "Let me tell you a story I heard myself, and this story is about deer. There is a group of Hakka people living in Leshan, Sichuan. They make a living in the mountains, and often collect herbs and hunt in the mountains. One day, when an old man came to collect herbs on time, he suddenly heard a painful low moan. He followed the sound and found a wounded deer lying in a bush. The deer's foot was stuck in the sharp teeth of the trap. Because of its violent struggle, the whole foot was ground into white bones and blood. The old man tried to open the trap. During this process, the deer was tortured by the sharp teeth and suffered extremely painful pain, but he also knew that the person in front of him was here to save him. After the fawn was finally rescued, the old man couldn't bear to look at the broken hoof, so he treated its wound on the spot and applied cool herbs to the bleeding wound, which made the fawn very happy. After doing all this, the old man was ready to leave. But there were many beasts in the mountains, and the fawn that lost its ability to move was tantamount to waiting for death. After a psychological struggle, the old man finally took the fawn back to his home. Under his careful care, the fawn was finally able to stand up again. After confirming that the fawn had fully recovered, the old man released it back to the forest. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, there was a sudden knock on the door of his home. When he opened the door, it turned out to be the fawn. No matter how many times the old man released it into the forest, it could be found accurately every time, and finally the old man had to keep it. The childless old man regarded the fawn as his own family, and they stayed together for the next few years. Even the deer saw him off to the end. Only after seeing its lifesaver buried did the deer disappear in the vast forest. In the first half of my life, I protected you for your kindness. In the second half of my life, I returned to the forest for freedom. This deer is much better than many people. Just like Mau Mau, Fei Fei, and Lulu, they never have bad intentions." Linger held her little face and sighed sincerely. I couldn't help but agree. Who said it wasn't? A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Deer are really spiritual. But at the same time, I felt a little worried. It is now clear that there is a group of secret people living on this Wawu Mountain that no one dares to climb. No one knows their existence or their identities for thousands of years. These deer all over the mountains are like their eyes. Once someone sets foot in this forbidden area of death, they will know. Then the question arises again, since they have discovered us, have they also discovered Wuxi and the others? Chapter 237. I asked Lao Jiang what to do now. Lao Jiang looked at the top of the mountain with a sullen face and said, "From the current point of view, the group of people have no ill intentions towards us for the time being, so let's ignore it and continue on our way." Having said that, everyone acted more carefully. I don't know if it was my illusion. Although there was still a big sun above my head, my body was not as hot as before. There were wide leaves on both sides to provide shade, and sometimes there were many low grasses at my feet, with various unknown fruits. The small red fruits are a bit like strawberries, but I don't have the courage to taste them. There are also many mushrooms growing at my feet. Most of these mushrooms are khaki, like oil paper umbrellas, with large umbrella caps, a circle larger than Linger's face. Gradually, these fruits and mushrooms disappeared, leaving only some green and black weeds. The further we walked, the more rugged the road became, and the stream became narrower and narrower. As we walked, the stream that led the way suddenly stopped, and there was no water flowing ahead. We all looked at Lao Jiang, who sighed slightly. "Let's find another way." In order to prevent everyone from being accidentally injured by the poisonous snakes that jumped out halfway, he drew out his black knife and explored the way ahead alone, slashing here and there, and forcibly opened up a new path for us. The weeds and vines on both sides were cleaned up by him. Looking at the vicissitudes and loneliness of his back, I was suddenly moved. In fact, sometimes, Lao Jiang can be regarded as a good master, but he is too wasteful of his apprentices. Gu Weihan corrected the route in time according to the lushness of the trees on both sides and the moisture of the soil. In this way, with the cooperation of the two of them, we walked for just over 10 minutes, and the sound of running water appeared again in our ears. Everyone couldn't help but look excited. After all, this is what the old village chief told us: water means there is a way. We followed the sound of water, and found a mountain spring from top to bottom. The mountain spring was clear and transparent, like a ribbon hanging on the Wawu mountain. The spring water hit the stone, making a series of ringing sounds, which was smart and pleasant. It is estimated that this spring has a history of thousands of years, because under the scouring of the water, many angular stones have been ground into pebbles. Standing by this mountain spring, our tiredness was swept away. Linger was a pump. She had finished the water in her kettle. When she saw the spring water, she jumped up and down and wanted to drink it to her heart's content. And, wait a minute, all of you stay away from me. I want to jump in and take a bath. Linger put her hands on her waist and gave orders, like a savage little princess. I smiled at Linger and replied, "Okay, just don't let everyone drink your bath water." But Lao Jiang, who is always a daughter slave, suddenly turned hostile. He threw his kettle over and said, "If you are thirsty, drink my water. Remember, you can't touch a drop of water from this spring, even if you are immune to all poisons." At this moment, Linger and I suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem, and couldn't help but curiously ask Lao Jiang what's wrong. Is there something wrong with the water? Gu Weihan was also confused. At this time, he walked to the spring, took out a glass bottle to collect some water, and put a chemical test paper in it. Seeing that the chemical test paper did not change color, Gu Weihan could not help but stroke his beating heart. "Following you all the way, I almost had a heart attack. I have never seen someone with such a strong sense of vigilance. This can't be touched, that can't be done, my God, now I can't even drink water. Mr. Jiang, I tell you, this spring water is non-toxic, and the pH is just right, it must be very sweet." After saying that, Gu Weihan showed an expression of special enjoyment. But old Jiang kicked his glass bottle away in a bad mood. "Sweet, sweet, sweet, I'm not afraid of choking you to death. If you drink it today, the president of West China University will be replaced." Seeing that old Jiang said this, Gu Weihan didn't dare to mess around. At the same time, old Jiang suddenly cast his eyes over me, as if to test me. "Li Jinglan, come and look at this spring water, and then look at this sun. Can you see anything strange? If you can't see it, you are not worthy of being my apprentice." Looking at Lao Jiang with a serious face, my heart sank, and I had a vague guess, but I didn't dare to be 100% sure, so I picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it into the spring water. At that moment, the spring water seemed to be alive, swallowing the stone in an instant, and even the water splashing was no longer snow white, but a faint black. Looking at this scene in front of me, I finally understood why Lao Jiang didn't let us drink the water here. Capturing the fear on my face, Lao Jiang sneered. "Get it?" I squeezed out 4 words from my teeth. "Black python blocking the sun." Imlinger and Gu Weihan came over curiously. What is the black python blocking the sun? I didn't explain, but took the two to the place where Lao Jiang just stood and asked them to look at the spring again. Their expressions changed instantly, pointing to the distance in surprise and speechless. It turned out that this mountain spring was stacked from top to bottom, and from our position, it looked like a beautiful ribbon. But from Lao Jiang's position, it didn't look like a ribbon, but rather like a winding python, with the layers of water splashing like scales on a python. Of course, if it just looked like a python, this mountain spring would be a lucky spot. Because in feng shui, snakes are also dragons, and drinking water with dragon energy might bring good luck. But the situation in front of me is completely different. The special geographical environment of Huawei Mountain, and the soaring evil spirit that came from nowhere, caused the white scales originally produced by the water splashes to turn into black scales. The reason why Lao Jiang reminded me to look at the sun was that there was no reflection of the sun in the water. This is the black python blocking the sun. It is a great ominous sign. It symbolizes bloody rain and wind, killing and wailing. I just threw a stone into the water to test how ominous it is. The result is that it is bottomless. An evil spirit in the water instantly swallowed the stone. In the 36 Secrets of Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, there was once an ancient saying, "Black python blocks the sun, and white appears in 10 days." It means that if you bump into the feng shui situation of the black python blocking the sun, you will be entangled in bad luck and turn into a skeleton within 10 days. As for this evil spirit, there are very few records from ancient times to the present, because the black python blocking the sun is already a killing situation, and coupled with the unknown evil spirit, it will be corpses everywhere, without any vitality. I was talking here, and Gu Weihan was frantically taking notes over there, muttering in his mouth. Is this the mysticism created by your ancients? I really don't understand it. Imlinger was so scared that her eyes were wide open, and I asked her, do you still want to take a bath now? Chapter 238. She shook her head. I suddenly feel not so hot, not so thirsty. This time, let alone fetching water, even walking along the mountain spring, everyone was afraid of being dragged in by a hand that suddenly appeared. I asked Lao Jiang, do we still have to climb the mountain along this spring? Lao Jiang nodded, smiled bitterly and said, do we have any other choice? Everyone had to continue on their way. I don't know why, I felt uneasy about this evil spirit in my heart. The further we go, the more surprising things we may see. This Huawei Mountain is really impressive. I don't know if it's my bad luck, but after walking for a while, we really found something different. Brother Jinglan, come here quickly. Why is there a green little house over there? Imlinger is a girl with high skills and courage. She quickly put the little episode behind her. At this moment, she still jumped around with the bamboo basket on her back and didn't walk properly. Lao Jiang and I hurriedly followed, and when we got closer, we found that the so-called green house was actually a strange building carved with bluestone. This building has windows and doors, and there is a stone man sitting cross-legged inside, but it is only about 20 centimeters tall. However, the carving is quite exquisite, which reminds me of an ancient article I read, the story of a walnut boat, which tells the story of a skilled craftsman carving a boat on a peach pit. In front of me is a whole house carved on a stone as high as a palm. Wow, this house is so small. Is it for the dwarf to live in? Imlinger bent down and looked at it. I don't know why, although this building is the first time I have seen it, it feels very familiar, so I asked Imlinger not to speak and let me take a closer look. Suddenly, I found something wrong. This thing seemed to be very similar to the Qingyi temple we had worshipped before, and the stone figurine inside also looked like the Qingyi god. It was just that the Qingyi temple and the statue were too small. I don't know how many times smaller they were. It stood alone on the roadside like a street lamp, enduring thousands of years of loneliness and the wind and rain day after day. When I told Lao Jiang and the others about my discovery, Lao Jiang agreed. But what could such a small Qingyi temple be used for? As a mascot? We continued on our way with doubts, and soon found 2 or 3 identical Qingyi temples. It seemed that there was one every few meters. Gu Weihan was drawing the shape of the temple on his notebook, and he said to himself, why does this small stone temple appear in this place? You know, outsiders are not allowed to enter Huawei Mountain, so who can worship these small Qingyi temples? Could it be that the people nearby left it when they held the Qingqiang sacrifice? But even the fishing village that has guarded Huawei Mountain for generations has never been here. Could it be related to the mysterious people in the mountain? I said. While we were guessing, Lao Jiang had already squatted down and checked carefully. Suddenly he said anxiously, Li Jinglan, come here. It turned out that Lao Jiang found that these small stone temples, in addition to the normal wind and rain, had more or less signs of damage on them. It was as if someone had hit them hard. The last small temple was even more exaggerated, almost completely overturned to the ground and smashed to pieces. The other party seemed to have a deep hatred for the green god, and even the stone man in the temple was broken into several pieces. The soil around the small temple was also dug up, revealing several large black holes. There was even a long, shocking and terrifying scratch left on the soil. Is it a beast? I approached curiously, but Lao Jiang warned me not to damage the scene. He carefully picked up the layer of soil with a black knife, and a foul smell of blood rushed straight to my head. Suddenly, a white thing in the soil attracted my attention. It turned out to be a human fingernail. This complete fingernail was obviously peeled off from the other party's finger, and there was even blood on it. A terrifying picture suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. A madman with loose hair pushed down the small temple. He dug the soil under the temple with his bare hands, as if he was going to dig out something. His two hands dug hard, until blood was dripping, but he didn't stop, but continued to dig down. Even though his fingers were rubbed, his nails were broken, and his finger bones were exposed, he didn't feel any pain. The scene stopped here. I didn't dare to think about it anymore. I just stared at the nail cap, and the clothes on my back were wet with cold sweat. Lao Jiang put one hand on the handle of the black knife. Be careful, there are people around. He exuded aura all over his body, and he was obviously ready to fight. Gu Weihan took out his pistol, and Linger put down the big bamboo basket, but I couldn't take my eyes off the ground. What was the other party digging? Why was he so crazy that he didn't even care about breaking the nail cap? Unfortunately, the areas under these small temples have been cleared. To know the truth, we can only move forward. I believe there should be more small temples like this ahead, and there must be clues there. Lao Jiang and I agree. Linger unconsciously put her finger on her chin as she walked. Uncle Jiang, Brother Jingwan, these small temples look so old. They must have been built by people a long time ago, but why did they build these small temples? I don't know. I shook my head very decisively, and Lao Jiang shrugged helplessly. At present, we really don't know the purpose of these small temples, but as long as we find the person who dug the temple, I believe the truth will come out. After all, since the other party wants to destroy it, he must know something, and have a huge hatred for these small temples, so he destroyed them as soon as possible. After being aroused by curiosity, even Linger was not lazy anymore. We doubled our pace, and shuttled through the forest. And this time we walked a little more dispersed, which was convenient for searching. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan drew their swords and guns respectively. Linger and I were sharp-eyed, and were responsible for finding the small house along the way. As expected, not long after we walked, a small temple that had been dug up appeared not far away. Linger almost jumped up and pointed there and shouted, there's another one. The small temple in front of us seemed to have been knocked down not long ago, because the dug-up soil was still very fresh, and there was a trace of blood that had not dried yet. Could it be that we have caught up with him? Lao Jiang looked around and decisively ordered, look for it. We immediately searched the nearby bushes in a hurry, and soon found a string of strange footprints. Judging from the shape of the footprints, the other party seemed to be running barefoot in the forest without shoes. Many of the weeds that were trampled down were still hanging with strings of crystal water droplets. But aren't dewdrops only seen in the early morning? Chapter 239. With this question in mind, I squatted down and touched the footprints with my hands. I was surprised to find that the footprints were wet, and more water droplets condensed on the soil that was stepped on. Did this guy get out of the water? Why are his feet so wet? I had a bad feeling in my heart. I moved forward along the footprints and found that all his footprints were wet, as if he was a water ghost crawling out of hell, and water dripped wherever he walked. At this time, Linger shouted nearby, here, there is a small temple here. There is something under it. I walked over quickly, and this time, I finally saw clearly what was buried under the small temple. It turned out to be a long piece of white bones. The white bones were connected together to form a strange animal, like a snake, like a crocodile, and like... No, it's a dragon. This thought was like a heavy hammer that knocked me unconscious, and I dared not move. It was actually in the shape of a dragon, but it was a small dragon, only as long as a snake, and its shape and size were similar to a snake. But it had 2 small horns on its skull, and 4 claws connected to its body. Although I had seen many bizarre aspects of the world in the Qilins S-level files, I also knew that there were indeed dragons. But there was only 1 horn on the top of the dragon's head. The skeleton in front of me was clearly in the shape of a real dragon, but could the body of a real dragon be so small? Could it be a dragon cub, At this time, a more terrifying thought came to my mind. If there was such a skeleton under every Chingy temple, how many dragons were buried on Wawu Mountain? Also, what was the purpose of the temple builders burying the dragon bones under the temple? How many secrets does this Wawu Mountain hide? I swallowed my water and looked at Lao Jiang. He also looked surprised, and pulled me over without saying anything. Lao Jiang carefully put on gloves for himself, then picked up a bone and observed it carefully. Gu Weihan also took out a magnifying glass at the right time. The two of them stared at each other for about half a minute. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan shouted in unison, "This is not a dragon bone at all, but a skeleton made up of various animals. The body is a snake, the limbs are chickens, and the head is a lizard." What? A skeleton made up of various animals? Gu Weihan took on the task of popularizing science, dividing these bones into several parts and explaining to us from the theory of evolution that they do not belong to the same species at all. I quickly understood what Gu Weihan meant. Linger said in a daze, "It's so complicated, but these claws do look like the chicken claws I eat. But why did the ancients use so many animal bones to form a dragon shape and bury it under the temple? What is the mystery?" In response to this strange situation, everyone fell into discussion. "You know, we have just arrived at the foot of Wawu Mountain and haven't even climbed up the mountainside, but we have encountered so many mysteries in a row. The elf that can track people, the palm-sized temple, the spliced dragon bones. It's really incredible." Gu Weihan was excited, as if he regarded this as a lifelong challenge. "This is Wawu Mountain, which I dream of coming to. If I can climb it easily, it will be a disappointment." Linger held her face with both hands and asked, "But no one comes to this mountain. What's the point of building so many small temples and splicing so many bones?" Old Jiang looked at the bone in his palm, so gloomy that he almost dripped water. "I wonder if you have heard of a feng shui formation in ancient times, called 9 dragons burying the sky. Since ancient times, our ancestors have respected dragons, believing the dragons are the head of all beasts and the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. Therefore, when encountering something particularly fierce, they often choose to suppress it with dragon-shaped objects." Old Jiang paused and recalled, "This has to start with an ancient tomb of the Western Zhou dynasty that my fourth sister and I went to. At that time, the ancient tomb was visited by tomb robbers, causing the corpse of the tomb owner to absorb human energy and directly turn into a demon, killing all the villages within a radius of hundreds of miles. My fourth sister and I took the order to surrender. We found the 3-layer red coffin in the main tomb all the way, and found that the coffin lid was open, and there were long and thin jades piled up under our feet, all carved into dragon shapes. This is obviously a general's tomb. How could it be used with real dragons? What about the etiquette of the princes? At that time, we only thought that the tomb owner had the intention of rebellion before his death, until we saw the corpse of the tomb robbers, who were killed in the tomb, and then we reacted instantly. In fact, the tomb owner had already turned into a corpse before he was buried. These dragon-shaped jade pendants were used to suppress the zombies in the coffin. Those tomb robbers didn't understand, and they madly snatched the jade pendants in a fight. As a result, the feng shui bureau that suppressed the dragon energy here was broken invisibly, which led to a bloody storm. Hearing this, we couldn't help but take a deep breath. Gu Weihan widened his eyes and asked, "The history books of Yen State called Wawu Mountain a demon mountain. Could it be that it is not groundless, but—" He swallowed the water and didn't dare to continue. Lao Jiang continued his words and completed, "It is called the Monster Mountain. I think there is a certain reason. You know, the stronger the monster is, the more real dragons will be used to suppress it. This mountain is at least millions of acres. I don't know how many feng shui array eyes of the 9 dragons burying the sky are there. What kind of thing is it that requires the use of dragon bones and the green god to suppress it at the same time?" As he spoke, he glanced at us, and we all felt a sense of fear in our hearts. If Wuxi and the others really let the thing out, it might be a huge catastrophe for the entire Sichuan and even Yin country. Just as we were talking, Linger suddenly shook my sleeves. "Brother Jinglan, do you hear the sound of dripping water? Is it raining?" I pricked up my ears to listen, and sure enough, I heard a strange sound of tick-tick-tick coming from the distant forest. The sound of water was far away and near, one by one, giving people an extremely weird feeling. We quickly followed the sound of water, and found footprints on the ground again. This time, there was more water vapor on the footprints. Some of the footprints even had a small puddle of water. After touching it, it felt piercingly cold. At the end of the site was a tree, and a person was sitting under the tree. The person had his back to us. He had long black hair, and his hair and body were wet. His hands seemed to be holding some food, and his body was shaking. As he shook, a rhythmic chewing sound came from the air. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Water dripped down his hair. Linger was startled and immediately shrank behind me. Brother Jinglan, is this person dead or alive? I stared at the other person up and down, and my heart was scared. It's impossible to be alive, and dead is definitely dead. After that, I pointed at the other person and said, "Did you see the clothes on him? Do you know them?" Chapter 240. Linger grabbed my arm suddenly. "Oh my god, isn't this the outfit of the tomb robbers in Sanqing village? Weren't they caught? Why are they here again?" At this moment, the other party's chewing sound suddenly stopped and began to sneer. Along with the sinister laughter, he was still mumbling something in his mouth. The sound was getting louder and louder, like the sound of nails scratching glass, scratching our eardrums, making us extremely uncomfortable. But what he said was clearly, "The source of the Yangtze River. We found the source of the Yangtze River, hee." This sentence made us take a step back in unison. The terrible sound kept coming from my ears, like a spell. While murmuring about the source of the Yangtze River, he was chewing something with a creaking sound. But he had his back to us from beginning to end. Brother Jinglan, I'm so scared. Linger grabbed my arm so hard that it hurt. I couldn't care less at this moment, and turned to look at Lao Jiang. Sure enough, Lao Jiang had the same idea as me. The cursed jades that flowed out of Guanghan County at the beginning made countless antique dealers and tomb robbers commit suicide by jumping into the river. And before they committed suicide, they all had one thing in common, that is, there was a strange voice in their minds, guiding them to find the source of the Yangtze River. Some of these people did die, and some died without a complete body, but what we never expected was that some of them actually appeared in front of us in this way. They were either guided by the mysterious voice or drifted with the current after drowning. Anyway, someone came here, to the source of the Yangtze River, Wawu Mountain. Looking at that wet back, I wondered how powerful this curse is. Even if these people have become half human and half corpse, they can still be manipulated to overthrow the Qingyi temple and destroy the dragon bones. In this way, the first truth came to light. I looked at the top of the mountain. At this time, the scorching sun was covered by dark clouds, and the gloomy sky enveloped Wawu Mountain, like a group of evil spirits that had been isolated for thousands of years. I know that it was the sealed thing on Wawu Mountain that made them come, and the purpose was to remove their own seal. At present, it seems that the first seal at the foot of the mountain has been lifted. This makes me worry about Professor Xiang Wenli and Old Su. At the beginning, they were almost bewitched and drowned in the river. They should also be controlled by this evil force. And as the seal is lifted, the power of that thing will become stronger, and the power of the curse will become more uncontrollable, and then everything will be over. Just when Lao Jiang and I were looking worried, Linger suddenly patted my shoulder. Brother Jinglan, how did the bearded uncle go there? Unexpectedly, Gu Weihan, who was so careless, did not stay to listen to our analysis at all, but walked towards the man sitting under the tree with curiosity. As he walked, he asked curiously, "My friend, are you here for adventure too? What are you eating? It smells so good. Do you Yan people have the tradition of eating turkey around the Christmas tree like us?" After saying that, Gu Weihan put his hand on the other person's shoulder. "Stop! Back off!" Lao Jiang and I shouted forward at the same time. Gu Weihan is good at everything, but his biggest shortcoming is that he believes in science too much. There are so many clues in front of him, but he still thinks that the other person is alive. I really doubt that he can live until now only by luck, otherwise 10 lives would not be enough for him to defeat. But it's too late to say anything now. As soon as Gu Weihan's hand was put on him, the weird man with dripping hair sensed the breath of a living person. Then, under the gaze of all of us, he turned his head with a click. His whole body was still facing us, only his head turned 180 degrees, and he was face to face with Gu Weihan, staring at him. At this moment, we finally saw the other person's face clearly. It was a face that was whitened by water, and had no blood color at all. What's even more weird is that there is no white in his 2 eyeballs, and the entire area of his eyes is occupied by a thick black. But the most terrifying thing is his mouth. His white teeth were chewing something, and drops of blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Gu Weihan was so scared that he blurted out a string of English. "Oh my god! That's a wet corpse, get out of the way!" I warned Gu Weihan at the top of my voice. But it was too late. When the wet corpse saw a living creature approaching, it immediately spit out the meat in its mouth and turned its body completely around. I saw that what he was holding in his hand was actually a half-eaten deer head. This guy was actually eating a deer just now. The wet corpse threw the deer head on the ground casually, grinned with sharp white teeth like a beast, and made a ho-ho-ho sound. Zhang Ri was about to bite Gu Weihan's neck. If the bite was real, the aorta would be torn. Gu Weihan staggered and fell to the ground. I wanted to pull out the god-slaying dagger to save him, but Lao Jiang jumped through the forest at a speed 10 times faster than me and turned into a residual shadow. His hurried voice came in the air. Jinglan, use support from behind. When I reacted, there was a clang, the cold light was dazzling, and the black knife had been unsheathed. Lao Jiang grabbed Gu Weihan's collar and dragged him to a safe area in a flash. At the same time, he kicked the wet corpse in the chest. The wet corpse was kicked straight into a tree, and Lao Jiang used this force to quickly retreat with Gu Weihan. However, the most incredible scene happened next. When the wet corpse hit the tree, it was like a switch was turned on, its mouth opened half of its face, and a large group of dense black bugs were spitting out. The bugs took Lao Jiang as their target, shook off the mucus in midair, and then grew wings, buzzing and flying over. At this time, I realized that this wet corpse was like a pregnant woman in the 6th month of pregnancy, with a high bulge in the belly. It turned out that it was not filled with water, but bugs. This move was almost unavoidable, because Lao Jiang used all his energy to save Gu Weihan. But at the critical moment, Lao Jiang showed the strength that a black knife unicorn should have. But seeing the flash of the knife, Lao Jiang did not retreat but advanced to cut off the head of the wet corpse, and the knife was sharp without a trace of dragging. After the wet corpse's head was cut off, no more bugs emerged. Lao Jiang seized this precious second and led Gu Weihan to retreat 10 steps away. Chapter 241. But the group of flying insects at the beginning kept chasing the two of them. Lao Jiang had already used up his strength at this time. At this moment, I stood in front of him and sprinkled a handful of strong and pungent sulfur powder into the air in front of me. This is the second plan of Lao Jiang and I, because we know that there are masters of the black meow among the enemies this time. We will never suffer the loss of the 5 poisonous miasma again. Therefore, when we were on the road, Lao Jiang and I had already discussed this attack and defense plan, but I didn't expect to use it so early. I have to praise that the old ginger is still spicy. Fortunately, Lao Jiang is naturally suspicious and suspects that this wet corpse may have been tampered with by the black meow. Otherwise, Gu Weihan might have to confess here. At this time, Gu Weihan looked like he had survived a disaster. He mumbled a lot of English words, occasionally interspersed with a few Sichuan dialects. What? F***K. This short-lived turtle scared me to death, immortal bored. After coming to his senses, Gu Weihan began to pour a series of questions to Lao Jiang. Who was that just now? Why did you cut off his head? Why did he spit out so many black bugs from his mouth? There was a long list of questions, and we didn't know which one to answer first. Now is not the time to explain, because the other bugs in the wet corpse's body will explode at any time. I cast a look at Linger for help, but I saw that she had already prepared. Her small body stepped on a big stone and patted her chest with disdain. Don't worry, I will protect you this time. My little Qingjiao warriors have long been dissatisfied with the black seedling's poisonous insects. Pippi, come out and fight. While speaking, Linger patted her big bamboo basket and sang a tune for Miaojiang. As soon as she finished speaking, an equal number of green beetles flew out, like a green barrier firmly guarding me, Lao Jiang, and Gu Weihan, protecting us tightly. Although the group of black flying insects were extremely fierce, they were firmly blocked outside by Linger's green beetles. If the black flying insects were sharp spears, then these green beetles were indestructible shields. The 3 of us were inside the shield, and only the beautiful girl stood outside. The black flying insects had to turn to attack Linger. Linger had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, she kicked the ground and uttered a delicate cry. Let's see whether it's you who's poisoned or me. The group of black flying insects circled around Linger, but they didn't dare to get close to bite her. It seemed that from the breath on Linger's body, they could smell the supreme goo, the golden silkworm goo. Now it's my turn. Linger shook the thin silk bell on her wrist and slapped the bamboo basket 3 times in a row. In an instant, a group of red insects flew out and surrounded the group of black flying insects like locusts passing through. Red completely suppressed black. In a short while, the black flying insects were eaten clean by the red insects. Only the wings and shells were left on the ground. Seeing that the wet corpse could no longer spit out black insects, Linger clapped her hands like a victorious general and recalled the green beetles and red-clothed insects surrounding us into the big bamboo basket. I couldn't help but clap my hands and praise Linger, but Linger raised her chin and raised her tail to the sky. Destroying them is a piece of cake for me. Lao Jiang was amused, but just when we were all happy, The wet head of the corpse that had been chopped off suddenly moved. Its eyes turned several times, and finally locked the dark eyes on Lao Jiang. In a tone without any emotion, he said a sentence in a gloomy tone. I know what you did back then. As soon as these words came out, Lao Jiang's face turned pale instantly. Linger and I both took a step back at the same time. The scene in front of us was too terrifying. Have you ever seen a beheaded head speak? Or is it the same voice as Lao Wu in the recorder left by Lei Zhen? Everything in front of us has completely exceeded our cognition. With a clang, Gu Weihan's notebook fell to the ground, and his pig-killing roar was in my ears. Merciful God, save me. This eastern country is too terrible, and human heads can speak. Then, the head said the second sentence. This is the first surprise I give you. Are you satisfied? Remember, there are more surprises to come. The last bite rose, as if with an endless smile. The corners of the head's mouth also rose a little bit, and finally smiled and laughed, and then it was completely motionless. Looking at Lao Jiang, whose face was already bloodless, I couldn't help but hold his arm. It's okay, master, don't think too much. Although I comforted Lao Jiang like this, my head couldn't help but think of the mysterious and treacherous Lao Wu. And the extremely cold voice of Lao Wu in the tape recorder. I know what you did back then. That close comrade of Lao Jiang, the fifth-ranked Black Blade Kirin, said this with deep resentment, as if he had an irreconcilable hatred with Lao Jiang. Linger seemed to have noticed something strange. She frowned and stared at the head, moving her feet slightly, as if she wanted to go over and check. I gritted my teeth, and walked over with Linger. Linger squatted down, endured the nausea, and carefully searched the severed head, and finally found a strange-looking worm in the throat. Found it. It was this sound-transmitting worm that did it. Linger picked the worm out of the wet corpse's throat, and saw that it was brown all over, with a short and fat head, 1 inch long, and a circle of white spots on its waist, just like a megaphone. Gu Weihan also came over boldly, drawing the appearance of the insect on his notebook, and said, This is another new species that has not been discovered. Linger told us, this is called a sound-transmitting insect, 1 male and 1 female. The female insect is with the owner, and the one in front of us is the male insect. It will control the host's vocal cords, and say what it wants to convey. The few words just now should be left to us by Wu Shi, trying to deepen our fear. This bad guy is just like his father, he likes these dirty tricks. Linger angrily spoke ill of the Black Meow. It turns out that in order to defeat the White Meow over the years, the Black Meow have done everything they can. They will poison the water, the grass, and the fruit on the road where the White Meow Goo Master passes by. Sometimes, the elderly ladies passing by are planted with goo by them to trick the White Meow Goo Master into taking the bait. We in Myojiang don't know how many kind Goo Masters have died in their schemes. They are so evil. They can't fight with real swords and guns. They want me to be his son's concubine. Humph, dream on. If I enter his house, I guess my golden silkworm will go into hibernation every few days. Chapter 242. Linger's tone was full of disdain and resentment towards Haimu. Gu Weihan couldn't help but interrupt at this time. That won't do. A beautiful girl like you should marry a college student like Jinglan. How can you be a concubine to a bad guy? No, no. Hearing this, Linger blushed, but I patted my chest and promised. Linger, I won't let you marry Wuxi. But you can't beat him, alas. Linger turned her head helplessly. I looked at Lao Jiang and found that Lao Jiang's eyes were always fixed on the deer corpse on the ground. I couldn't help asking him if he had found anything. Lao Jiang analyzed. I think all this is not a coincidence. Wuxi and his friends should have found a deer following them when they went up the mountain, and then found these white corpses digging the temple, so they came up with a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In other words, Wuxi deliberately planted a goo in this white corpse to let it eat the deer that followed him. Then, they left the white corpse behind to attract our attention and catch us off guard. The other party took every step into the trap, which was really insidious and cunning. Master, do you mean that Wuxi and the others knew that we were going up the mountain? My heart skipped a beat. When did they know that we followed them to Wawu Mountain? Although they were in front, and we were behind, our whereabouts were almost firmly in their hands. In this way, in addition to hurrying on the road, we also had to guard against their sneak attacks. Hearing what I said, Linger suddenly opened her big obsidian eyes, and looked at me and Lao Jiang. But in my impression, Wuxi is not so smart. Lao Jiang's face darkened, and he said with a hint of meaning, It should be him. This is quite in line with his fighting style. But, Lao Jiang couldn't help but feel a little sad. Do you really hate me so much? Linger wanted to get to the bottom of it, but I quickly covered her mouth, because I knew very well that this was Lao Jiang's knot, and every time he mentioned it, It would be like rubbing salt into his wounds. Gu Weihan was also very curious about who the he in Lao Zhang's mouth was. I could only vaguely say, there is another person in Wux's team who is the most terrifying, so be careful on the road ahead. But I sincerely hope that I don't have to draw my sword against this outstanding senior Qilin next time, otherwise it's really hard to say who will win. When leaving, Lao Jiang set a fire and burned the wet corpse. He told us, if you want to cut off the wet corpse's vitality, you must chop off the other's head, and then burn it with fire so that it can't touch a drop of water, and the curse will disappear together. After dealing with the wet corpse, we plan to continue on the road. Although we have almost cracked the secrets of those Qing's small temples, the stream nearby has also dried up, so we have to find a new water source. Gu Weihan is very experienced, and soon led us to find a deep pool. The deep pool was formed by a winding stream. The surrounding forests are dense, and several large stones confine the pool. The dark green water is like a dragon trapped in the abyss, and you can't see the bottom at a glance. Linger swallowed the water, and didn't dare to suggest drinking water and taking a bath this time. But Lao Jiang pointed his hand and signaled us to cross the river by stepping on the stones, because if we continue to go straight, we will encounter a cliff in front of us, and we can't get through it at all. Now we can only go around the pond. Lao Jiang led the way for us in front. Gu Weihan held a revolver and was responsible for covering the rear, and Linger and I were sandwiched in the middle, which was relatively safe. But just as we jumped forward along the rocks, Linger behind us became weird and kept asking me if I had any strange feelings. I asked her what she felt. Linger lowered her voice. The feeling of being stared at? I looked around and didn't find the presence of deer, but Linger asked me to lower my head. It's in the water, Brother Jing'an. This feeling comes from the water. As she said, she pressed my head down. But there were only stones under my feet, and the green pond water that couldn't be greener. Where was there anything? In order to reassure Linger, I found a branch and stirred the water, but there was nothing. Okay. Linger replied sullenly. But Gu Weihan, who was at the end of the team, did not find anything unusual. The stone road was very short, and we soon reached the other side. Standing by the pond, I patted Linger on the shoulder. See, I said there was nothing suspicious. Seeing that we had crossed the river, Linger's heart was relieved and she said with a smile, Hee, the little princess of Miajiang has the best luck, I knew it. Suddenly, Linger's face changed drastically, and she looked down at herself in horror. Someone grabbed my foot. I saw a pale arm covered with water plants stretched out from the water, and 5 long nails tightly pinched Linger's delicate ankle. At first glance, it looked like a ghost hand, or like the claws of a ghost who was unwilling to close his eyes. Linger was so scared that she screamed, Something wants to eat me. Although Linger was very strong, her combat power had reached the level of Black Knife Kirin when she used the golden silkworm goo. But she was a little girl after all, and she was most afraid of sticky things. And her weakness was that she could not stand being scared. Once she was scared, she would be in a mess and her mind would go blank. At this time, she screamed repeatedly, and was dragged straight into the water by the white hand. Seeing that she was about to fall into the deep pool, I didn't have time to think, and stepped forward and held her firmly in my arms. Linger was embarrassed and annoyed. Where are your hands? She was carrying such a big bamboo basket. I wanted to grab her back, but there was no place for me to grab, and it was urgent, so how could I think so much? We Miajiang women and you Central Plains men are not allowed to touch each other. Let go, let go. Linger's voice kept coming to my ears, and she was even struggling in my arms. My ears hurt because of her noise, and my hands were almost broken, so I couldn't help but yell, If you don't want to be dragged away by the water ghost, be good. Fortunately, our movement attracted Lao Zhang's attention, and he quickly turned back. I only heard a sound of a knife cutting through the air, and the hand holding Linger was cut off in an instant. Linger fell on me out of inertia, and we both rolled to the ground in an instant. At that moment, the back of my head seemed to be cracked. I don't know if my brain was damaged, but I heard a burst of gunshots in my ears. No, it wasn't an auditory hallucination. Someone was shooting. I sat up suddenly, and saw that Gu Weihan had taken out the machine gun he bought from the black market from his backpack at some point, and fired at the water surface. The gunshot was deafening, and the water splashed everywhere. Chapter 243. After a while, a corpse that had been soaked and turned white floated up, with a lot of green weeds entangled on its body. It was floating there in a big letter shape, with 4 or 5 holes densely packed on its body, as if it had been shot into a sieve by Gu Weihan. Except the baptism of bullets. Gu Weihan was not satisfied and wanted to continue changing the magazine. Lao Jiang pressed his shoulder and said, that's enough, save some bullets. Gu Weihan put away the machine gun with a dulled look, and I stood up and carefully observed the floating corpse on the water. This was another white corpse looking for the source of the Yangtze River, but he was not wearing the black short coat of the tomb robbers in Sanqing village, but a torn white long gown. I walked carefully to the edge of the pond, and a foul smell of corruption rushed over instantly, making me almost want to vomit. Lao Jiang squatted beside me and asked me calmly, "What did you find?" I held back my nausea and used a branch to hook back the cut white arm, turned over the other's palm, and observed it carefully. I saw tiny round calluses on the other's fingertips from years of rubbing jade, but the palm was very clean. Obviously, he had never done any physical work. I told Lao Jiang my own judgment. It should have been an antique dealer who handled Sanqing village jade in its lifetime, and was guided by the curse, and came all the way here. As I spoke, I looked at the floating corpse in the water again. It was obviously beaten into a sieve, but after a while, the wet corpse seemed to be alive again, swinging its body in the water with its teeth and claws, and making strange noises in its throat, constantly protesting towards us. However, Gu Weihan's machine gun had a strong firepower, which damaged his meridians and bones, so the wet corpse could only lie in the water like a turtle. Now Linger didn't care about being afraid anymore. She pointed at the wet corpse with one hand, and covered her stomach with the other hand and laughed. "He looks like a turtle." However, just as she was laughing, a terrifying shout suddenly came from the top of the distant Huawu mountain. This shout was extremely desolate, as if it contained endless resentment, and it seemed to be desperate to the extreme. It made people feel anxious when they heard it, as if something was about to grow out of their hearts. But we don't know where the source of this sound is. What made it come out? Ah! Suddenly, the wet corpse in the water seemed to be injected with power. It suddenly opened its white teeth and howled to the sky. It was incredibly fast and flew straight towards Linger. It only took a blink of an eye for the wet corpse to turn over and swim to the shore. I only saw a pale shadow flying past my eyes, and then pounced on Linger, who was standing tall. At the critical moment, Linger suddenly jumped up and retreated in a series of steps. I never expected that her explosive power was so strong, but after she'd barely avoided the wet corpse, she suddenly cried out and fainted. "Linger!" I felt as if my heart was torn apart, and I drew out the dagger and rushed up. But Lao Jiang was faster than me. He drew his black knife with a heavenly posture. He chopped off the wet corpse's left hand with one knife, and cut off the wet corpse's neck with another knife. When he slowly put away the knife, the wet corpse's head had already fallen down like a watermelon. Didn't I say that as long as they are not burned, these things will never die? I heard Lao Jiang's cold warning, but I didn't care about much and rushed to Linger's side. Fortunately, her arms and legs were all there, and her neck was completely intact. No, if she was not injured, how could she faint? Lao Jiang squatted down to check, and there was a trace of regret in his voice. Frightened? This child is good in everything, but can't stand being scared. It turned out that Lao Jiang had long expected that the wet corpse would not die stiff, but he didn't expect that it could still move after its meridians and bones were broken. "Did you hear the sound just now?" Lao Jiang suddenly looked at the top of the mountain with a look of fear. I nodded and said, "It seems that the wet corpse went crazy after that sound appeared." "But what made that sound?" "It didn't sound like a human, nor an animal, but a bit like a monster imprisoned in a cage." The voice was mixed with endless despair and deep resentment, and it seemed to be something else. "Don't worry about that for now, just burn this China zombie right now, otherwise it's too unscientific." Gu Weihan interrupted us. He was afraid that this wet corpse would go crazy again, so he told us to set it on fire and burn it clean. I was a little worried about Linger, but Lao Jiang kept repeating, "The girl was not injured. With me here, she can only be bitten a hole, and when I go back, my poor sister will chase me from Jilin to Yanjing City." That's true, with Lao Jiang here, Linger's safety must be the first priority, and now I'm finally relieved. But after a while, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. You know, Linger is the future Gu King of Bai Miao, and her courage now won't it be easily controlled by He Miao. Her courage really needs to be tempered. Lao Jiang was watching over Linger, while Gu Weihan and I became coolies. We cut some branches from the nearby woods, set up firewood, and threw the wet corpse's trunk, along with its chopped-off head and arms, into the fire. I don't know how long the wet corpse had been in the water. It was soaked in water and burned very slowly. But in order to prevent the night from getting too long, Gu Weihan and I threw branches and flammable materials into it, and the fire instantly jumped several meters high. Looking at the raging fire, I seemed to be able to vaguely see countless eyes. There were mysterious people who were watching us through the deer's eyes, and powerful enemies led by Wuxi. This battle was getting harder and harder. Seeing that the water of the wet corpse evaporated completely, the body was burned and made crisp sounds of crunching, crunching. I couldn't help but joked, damn it, if Qilin doesn't want me anymore, I go to the crematorium and be a cremator. Gu Weihan suggested that I could work with him in the future, as Huaxi University welcomes talents like me who are both theoretically and practically competent. However, Lao Jiang suddenly hissed at this time, put his hand on his waist and said, Li Jinglan, I'm afraid you, the cremator, will have to work for a while longer. As soon as I saw his eyes, I knew the situation was not good. Unexpectedly, several more corpses floated down the water in front of us, one after another, like dumplings, and fell into the deep pool in front of us. As if they had received some orders, they couldn't wait to climb ashore as soon as they entered the pool. The wet body, dripping black hair, and white arms made me feel palpitations. Principal Gu, the little girl is in your hands. Li Jinglan, take up the challenge. Chapter 244. I thought I would just continue to burn the corpse, but Lao Jiang, the one who betrayed his apprentice, wanted to take me with him to the fight. He even said, let me practice the kung fu I learned recently. I think he was afraid that Gu Weihan would waste bullets, so he wanted to use me, his cheap apprentice, as a meat shield. Gu Weihan was ordered to take a gun to protect the fainted Linger, while Lao Jiang and I stood back to back at the edge of the pool. Lao Jiang drew out the black knife calmly, and I also drew out the god-slaying dagger from my waist. As a result, when I saw the god-slaying dagger in my hand, I was so angry that I almost vomited blood. Why did this dagger become rusty again? I remembered the dull feeling when I chopped someone last time, and it was not as good as Wang Matsu's kitchen knife in Yanjing City. Li Jinglan, what are you hesitating about? I suddenly heard Lao Jiang scolding, and then he turned his body and stood in front of me. It turned out that just as I was cursing in my heart, a wet corpse came from the water. Fortunately, Lao Jiang kicked it back into the water, otherwise I would be in great danger. At this time, I didn't have time to think too much. I saw another wet corpse crawling over, stretching out its long nails, and trying to grab my face. In desperation, I could only take out the waist knife given to me by the village chief and stab it straight forward. I used a lot of force in this knife, but only stabbed 1/3 of it. It seems that the body of this wet corpse is hard enough. But fortunately, the wet corpse moves slowly, and the attack speed is not that fast. Cut off its head. Lao Jiang shouted at me after dealing with a wet corpse. I jumped up, holding the waist knife in my right hand, and used a move of beheading on the wet corpse in front of me, but because the knife was not sharp enough, only half of its neck was cut off. The wet head was shaking in front of me, and I seized the opportunity, exerting all my strength, holding the waist knife with both hands to complete the killing again. With a thud, the wet corpse finally fell to the ground, and I could breathe for a day. Taking this opportunity, I hurriedly asked Lao Jiang, Master, why is this god-slaying dagger useless again? Lao Jiang chopped off the hand of a wet corpse with a horizontal slash, and then replied to me, do you know how many years it has been in the Qilin's arsenal? Have you ever heard the saying, when people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a hot water kettle? My eyes glanced at Lao Jiang unnaturally, and Lao Jiang kicked me neatly, angrily. I'm not talking about myself, but describing the broken god-slaying dagger in your hand. Although this waist knife is not very easy to use, you will get used to it after using it many times, and with Lao Jiang's cover, they quickly solved these wet corpses. 3 of the 5 wet corpses had their heads cut off, and 2 had their limbs cut off, losing their mobility. We breathed a sigh of relief for the whole day, and just when I was about to throw the wet corpses into the fire, a long cry came from the top of the mountain again. This time I heard it clearly. The cry was like a whine from a cage, full of despair, pain, sadness, and deep unwillingness. After hearing the cry, the 2 wet corpses that had lost their mobility once again seemed to have taken stimulants. And then, they looked up to the sky and howled, as if resonating with the cry. Oh my god, what on earth was that sound coming from? Just as I was wondering, Lao Jiang made a decisive move, with every knife and every move without mercy, and saw 2 handfuls of black blood plasma flying out, and the heads of the 2 wet corpses had already rolled on the ground. The action was so fast that it was shocking. Why are you still standing there? Burn the corpse quickly. If you don't, it will rise again. Lao Jiang put the black knife back into the sheath and started to work on burning the corpse. Lao Jiang and I worked together to carry the wet corpse into the bonfire we had just set up, and Gu Weihan threw a lot of new firewood. Looking at the blazing fire, I asked Lao Jiang, did you hear that sound just now? Lao Jiang nodded. I asked him again, do you know what made that sound? Why can't it resonate with the wet corpse? Lao Jiang's face was ashen, and this time he looked at the top of the mountain. Following the current slope, I also looked up at Wawu Mountain, but there was only a cloud of mist at the end. But at that moment, I felt that the whole mountain was like an ancient bronze mask, staring at us quietly, waiting for our visit. Linger hadn't woken up yet, and Lao Jiang wanted to let her sleep a little longer, so he ordered me to carry Linger and her big bamboo basket forward. I had just finished the corpse-burning work, and now I was the mountain carrier. It can be said that I was the hardest laborer in the team. I don't know what Gu Weihan was crazy about. He kept sticking to me. I thought he had a problem with his sexual orientation, but then I found that his eyes were staring at Linger's big bamboo basket. He repeatedly asked indirectly, "Is this little girl's bamboo basket a Pandora's box? How can it hold so many insects? I have never seen many of the insects in it. Many of them are unknown insects. Can you open my eyes?" Lao Jiang heard his hidden meaning and warned him not to think about the big bamboo basket, and mocked him. "Is your red nose healed? Otherwise, when Linger wakes up, I'm not sure where you will be injured next." After saying that, he glanced at Gu Weihan's lower body. Gu Weihan touched his nose, which had been swollen for a week, and covered his crotch in fear. He wanted to say something, but Linger suddenly woke up at this time. "I didn't intend to take your bamboo basket," Gu Weihan confessed without being asked. Linger just glanced at him, and then looked away, and said with a worried look, "There is something here." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the woods, as if a huge monster was approaching at a high speed. I carried Linger on my back, and was about to run, but Linger knocked on my head. "Don't put me down, you want to die with me, but I'm not happy." However, as soon as I put Linger down, a huge black shadow rushed out of the woods. What a big bear! I heard Gu Weihan's earth-shaking praise, and the sound of the giant's footsteps. Linger's calves were weak, and she almost fell down while pulling me. At this moment, the giant aimed her attack at us. It seemed that it had seen that we were the weakest in the whole team. I didn't have time to think about it. I drew my knife and protected Linger behind me to resist the fatal blow. Lao Jiang appeared in front of us like a god descending from heaven. At this time, he finally took on the responsibility of a master. He quickly pushed Linger and me away, lowered his body, and raised his shoulders, and used an iron mountain lean to collide with the giant. Boom! The powerful impact caused the mountains in the forest to collapse, and the ground to crack. Although the movement was loud, I could see that Lao Jiang used a very clever way to use the force to fight the force at the moment of collision. Just like the folk legend of 18 twists and turns of the clothes, the thing was knocked away in one round, and fell to the ground in a daze. At this time, I finally saw the silhouette of the huge monster clearly. Chapter 245. That was not a bear, but a strange black and white bear. The strange bear was fat and twice as big as Lao Jiang when he stood up. It was covered with fur, black and white, with a pair of funny and cute dark circles under its eyes. If it weren't for the full lethality just now, it would have looked a bit honest and cute. I was speechless, and Linger looked at Gu Weihan. "Uncle with big beard, are all the bears in Sichuan black and white? They look pretty cute." Unexpectedly, Gu Weihan jumped up excitedly. "This is not a bear, it's a panda, a very precious animal. Only Yin country has it in the world, and only Sichuan has it in Yin country." Gu Weihan's tone was full of pride and pride. While speaking, he quickly put away the revolver he had just pulled out in an emergency, and loudly told Lao Jiang not to hurt the panda. "This thing is rare. Although it is not valued now, it will definitely be a living national treasure in a few years. It's not me who wants to hurt it, it's it who wants to hurt me." Old Jiang had no choice but to take a step back and take a defensive stance. At this moment, Gu Weihan suddenly remembered something and said to himself in a strange way, "Giant pandas rarely attack humans. They only like to eat bamboo and bamboo shoots. They are honest by nature. There must be a reason for them to attack us rashly. Leave this matter to me. Remember, I am a zoologist." This time, Gu Weihan had no hostility at all. He carefully came to the giant panda and tried to communicate with it with gestures, indicating that we had no ill intentions and just wanted to pass by. Although the panda did not continue to attack us, it blocked the road and did not move away at all. Gu Weihan was sweating profusely, like a deaf-mute, anxiously gesticulating. At this time, I found that Lao Jiang was retreating step by step. He carefully went around to a place, as if he heard some noise. I crouched over and found that there was a simple nest in the dense grass, and 3 chubby little pandas were sitting inside, black and white, silly. These little pandas were still in the state of babies, with furry heads and 2 big dark circles under their eyes, which were as bright as gemstones, clear and bright. They used their hands to pull the weeds, as if they were waiting for their mother bear to feed them. We finally understood why the gentle giant panda attacked us. She must have thought that we were going to invade her territory and hurt her children, so she was so beastly that she forced us back. Gu Weihan had no way to persuade the panda to give way, so we could only go around from the side. Fortunately, the giant panda did not chase us closely. Seeing us withdraw to a safe distance, it picked up the bamboo that fell to the ground again and planned to go back to feed its cub. But what surprised us was that the leaves of bamboo should be lush green, but the leaves of the bamboo held by the panda were all black. Lao Zhang's eyes moved. This is black bamboo. Could it be that the Black Bamboo Valley is ahead? Hearing this, Gu Weihan couldn't help but look over. You also know that place? I have heard of it, but... Before Lao Jiang finished speaking, Linger suddenly coughed, her little face flushed, and she felt a little uncomfortable. I touched her forehead, and there were signs of a fever. Just now, the wet corpse grabbed her feet and frightened her. I'm afraid she lost her guard. Gu Weihan took out the antipyretic medicine from his bag and fed it to Linger. Because she was sick, I could only continue to carry Linger on my back. Gu Weihan sighed. We have to find a place to rest quickly. The nights in the mountains will be very cold. This little girl can't stand the tossing. But in this case, I'm afraid we can't avoid Heizgugu. Seeing that Lao Jiang frowned, I couldn't help but ask, what does Heizgugu look like? Lao Jiang replied, it should be a ravine full of black bamboo. I was a little surprised. What's so scary about that? Isn't it just a different color from normal bamboo? Lao Jiang shook his head with a serious face. You don't know. According to legend, during the Ming Dynasty, the court closed the Huawu Mountain for 400 years and named it the Monster Mountain. It is related to these black bamboos. Speaking of this, Lao Jiang suddenly turned his head and stared into my eyes and said, do you know why these bamboo leaves are black? Suddenly, the records and 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas suddenly appeared in front of me. In the chapter on acupuncture points, it was mentioned that if the resentment in a place is so strong that it swallows the sky and the earth, it will affect the plants here. The plants here will appear abnormally black, and even worse, the leaves will drip water, which is the extremely cold chi that seeps out. In other words, there must be a vicious cave under that place. Generally in this case, even if the burial objects in the tomb below are valuable, the tomb robbers will leave tactfully. Gu Weihan was taking notes on the side, as if he didn't know what all this meant. Instead, there was a hint of excitement on his face, and he kept muttering, this trip is the right one, the right one. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and sighed. The explorer's hobby is really special. The more challenging it is, the more excited they are. They are not afraid of coming here alive, but not returning alive. This time, Lao Jiang did not lead the way in front. The three of us walked forward side by side. On the left, he held the black knife tightly, and on the right, Gu Weihan carried a machine gun. Linger and I were sandwiched in the middle, moving forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. In this way, we walked vigilantly for about 10 minutes. The sky gradually darkened, and black bamboos and bamboo shoots began to appear on both sides of the road. Until there were no other plants except bamboo on both sides, we knew that we had completely stepped into the scope of Heizgugu. There are many bamboos here, and each bamboo is as thick as my thigh. They rise from the ground and tower into the sky. You can't see the end at a glance. What's even more bizarre is that these bamboos, including the leaves, are all black, like dead soil covered in black armor, guarding here for thousands of years, giving rise to a sense of sadness. We walked forward cautiously, and occasionally a few drops of wet water hit us. When the exposed skin touched the cold and piercing water drops, goosebumps appeared involuntarily, which was extremely creepy. Looking up, there was no wet corpse lurking above, and all the water was dripping from these shiny black bamboo leaves. These bamboos blocked the sky and almost swallowed up the last bit of light in the sky. We had to use local materials, and made a few torches to advance in this deep and dense bamboo forest. However, one accident after another, there were small graves in front of us, and there were a few green ghost lights floating around, which looked particularly scary in this dark forest. What's going on? Why is there a graveyard in front of us? I rubbed my eyes, but everything in front of me did not disappear, which means that those graves are real. Chapter 246. There are many graves. Almost every few steps, there is a small mound with a simple tombstone in front. Is this the ghost wall of your Yen country, the ghost floating? Gu Weihan suddenly leaned close to my ear. Under the gloomy ghost fire, his face looked particularly scary. I swallowed and looked at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang is obviously an old trick. He is accustomed to these scary things. Not only is he not scared, but he is in the mood to squat in front of those various tombstones to examine them. In addition to the names of the deceased, these tombstones also have their ages. But the strange thing is that 80% of the dead here are young people, and none of them are over 30 years old. Look there! Following the direction of Guihan's finger, we saw a wooden sign swaying in the ghost fire. There were 3 words faintly engraved on it: Hunter's Grave. In that case, are all the graves of hunters? But why are all the dead young people? Did they encounter attacks from wild animals, or a terrible infectious disease? The eerie and strange will-o'-the-wisp fires were like green hands waving around. In this dark environment, they looked like invisible people walking with green lanterns. A gust of wind blew, and the bamboo leaves around swayed, making a rustling sound, which was particularly scary. I couldn't help but tighten my arm that was carrying Linger. Fortunately, she didn't wake up at this time, otherwise she would have fainted again. But the energy here is so heavy that staying for a long time is definitely not a solution. Guihan calmly explained to us the origin of the will-o'-the-wisp fire. He was not afraid at all. Obviously, after the shock just now, he still adhered to the theory of science first. He opened his notebook and said, "Don't worry, these are not will-o'-the-wisp fires, but phosphorus fire. There are often similar strange flames around the cemetery. This is because human bones contain phosphorus. After the corpse decays, after a series of chemical reactions, a substance called phosphine will be produced. This substance has a very low ignition point and can self-ignite. In addition, the principle that the greater the flow rate of the fluid, the lower the pressure. When people walk, they often drive this substance to move behind them. Looking back, it seems that the will-o'-the-wisp is moving. Don't think that the will-o'-the-wisp we see now is green. Occasionally red and yellow will appear. This is because the color of the will-o'-the-wisp will change with the color of the elements contained in the human body. If there are other special colors, it means that the deceased contains a lot of certain trace elements in his body. Lao Jiang and I are actually not curious about where the so-called will-o'-the-wisp comes from. We have been used to it in the tombs over the years. The only thing that aroused our curiosity was the name of this cemetery. I looked at Lao Jiang and asked, "Master, are all the people enshrined here young people who went hunting in the mountains and died? But I haven't heard that hunting is allowed in Wawu Mountain. Also, why are all the people who died young, and more than 10 of them died?" A series of questions filled my mind, making me feel that there might be something terrible in Haizgugu. But who built the graves for the dead? Faced with my many doubts, Lao Jiang smiled and pointed to the east, saying, "Look over there." I saw that at the end of the more than 20 graves, there was actually a small bamboo house. The bamboo house was very low and perfectly hidden in this dark environment. The bamboo leaves swaying in the wind gave it the best camouflage. Looking at the looming greenhouse, I was not calm at the time, pointing in its direction and trembling. Here, there are actually people living here? Even Guihan swallowed his water, and under the blazing torch, his face was reflected as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. We walked forward a few steps, wanting to see what was going on. As a result, when we got closer, we actually found that there was a faint light coming out of the small bamboo house. Now no one dared to speak. You know, at first everyone just guessed that it was an abandoned wooden house, just right for staying overnight. But damn, are there really living people in this mountain? Also, who would be so perverted that he has to live in this mass grave? Isn't it creepy? Isn't he afraid of nightmares? Isn't he afraid of ghosts knocking on the door at night? Lao Jiang's eyes were full of smiles, and he whispered, "What if he is the owner of those deer?" This sentence made my heart suddenly startled. That's right. If there are still living people in this mountain, isn't it the mysterious man who tamed the deer? Although this mass grave is very scary, in order for Linger to have a good rest for a whole night, in order to solve the mystery in our hearts, everyone finally came to the simple bamboo house. The bamboo house was not bolted, and the door opened with a slight push. But the strange thing is that except for a burning oil lamp and a straw raincoat hanging inside, it was empty. Not to mention people, there were no ghosts. Hey, what's going on? Just when I was about to go in and look for someone, suddenly, something hard pressed against my waist. It turned out to be a shotgun. At the same time, a hoarse voice rang in my ears, "Don't move." It turned out that the other party had been hiding behind the door. I was carrying Linger on my back, so even if I wanted to raise my hands to surrender, I couldn't. Lao Jiang and Guihan knew the situation and raised their hands. "Tell me, who are you?" The hoarse voice spoke again. He spoke very slowly, like the sound of a rotten old wooden door being pushed, with a sense of oldness, dryness, and discomfort. It seemed that the other party had not spoken for a long time, and had lost the ability to communicate normally. I turned my head slightly, wanting to see who could make such a sound. What caught my eye was an old man with a gray beard. He was wearing a cloth dress, an old yellow leather belt, unkempt hair, and a hunter's outfit. The face was full of vicissitudes, the skin was red and black, and the ravines were full of traces of time. It was obviously the mark of living in the mountains for many years. With such a face, I couldn't guess his age. He felt that he should be 50 years old, but his hunched back looked like a 70-year-old man. The old man held a black single-barreled shotgun in his hand, which was older than his age. Because this was not a gun in the modern sense, but the kind of fire gun used in the Ming and Qing dynasties. In other words, it was a shotgun of that period, which was very troublesome to use. First, an iron ball was inserted into the barrel, and then gunpowder was filled into the barrel. In short, the time it took him to fire one shot was enough for our submachine gun to fire a whole magazine of bullets. But now this gun was against me, which meant that my life and property were in the hands of the other party. Seeing that I wanted to turn around, the old man poked the barrel forward in anger. Be honest. Chapter 247. I pretended to be harmless and explained, "Old man, don't be nervous, we are just passing by." Unexpectedly, the other party was not so easy to deceive, and sneered, "There have been few living people in Wawu Mountain for the past 100 years. You said you were just passing by? Do you think I am stupid or blind?" I continued to force a smile, saying that I was a college student who came to the mountain to explore, but I got lost and my sister had a fever. After saying that, I pouted at Gu Weihan. If you don't believe it, look at the foreigner behind, he still has the notes from the exploration. When Gu Weihan heard his name, he quickly took out the notebook in his pocket and introduced his identity in Sichuan dialect. The old man didn't buy it. He interrupted Gu Weihan before he finished speaking, with an unkind face. "Don't talk nonsense. What is your purpose in going up the mountain? If you don't tell the truth, I will shoot you." At this time, I was carrying Yin Linger on my back. If I shot her, one of us would be dead and the other injured. I cast a look for help at Lao Jiang, hoping that he could quickly subdue the other party. Isn't he the Black Knife Karen? It shouldn't be a problem to deal with an old, weak and disabled person. Lao Jiang walked over with a smile and said, "I really don't believe it. Why don't you shoot one and try? Do you have the courage?" I stared at Lao Jiang with my eyes wide open, and cursed him 1,000 times in my heart. This guy was ready to shoot at any time, and you came to add fuel to the fire. Do you think I'm not dying fast enough? See if I dare? The old man gritted his teeth, and was about to pull the trigger. I was so scared that I closed my eyes. However, a strange scene happened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger. It turned out that at the moment when Lao Jiang came over, a finger had already been quietly placed on the trigger. That finger was like a copper wall and iron wall. How could the old man suppress it? I don't know whether he was angry or he was competing. The old man's nostrils were spitting fire, and his face was red. Seeing that it was almost done, Lao Jiang just flicked his hand and took the old-fashioned shotgun in his own hand, then turned the black gun and pointed it at the old man. "Now it's my turn to ask you a question." Lao Jiang's speed was too fast. He didn't give the other party any time to react. When the old man came to his senses, he was facing a loaded shotgun. You. The old man said the word "you" 3 times in a row. He was so angry with Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang waved his hand and asked me and Yin Linger to retreat behind him, and then pressed. "First question, have you always lived here?" The old man didn't want to answer, but Lao Jiang's gun moved forward a little bit, so the old man could only answer angrily, "I have lived here since I was born." Lao Jiang nodded. "Okay, second question, are you the owner of this house? Do you raise the elk in the forest?" The old man shook his head and said, "I am the owner of the hut, but I don't raise those deer. Those who raise them are very capable." The second half of his sentence was obviously sarcastic, as if implying that even if we killed him, we couldn't escape the pursuit of the deer owner. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and asked, "Do you know the owner of the deer?" The old man curled his lips and did not answer our question directly, but said that if we continue to walk to the top of the mountain, we will meet the group of people sooner or later, and then we will suffer. Lao Jiang remembered something at this time and asked again, "Before us, was there a group of strangers passing through Heizgugu?" "Strangers? Oh, do you think Wawu Mountain is a good place? People are trying to squeeze in, not to mention Heizgugu. For decades, except for you, I haven't seen a new face." Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and sighed in my heart. It seems that Wuxi bypassed Heizgugu, and should be afraid of this place. But it is understandable. You know, for thousands of years, Wawu Mountain has rarely been visited by people. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was even called Demon Mountain. It is said that in this mountain that is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, there are 3 forbidden places of death, namely, Haizgagu, Qiannianwu, and Mahuntang. No matter who comes to visit this place, they will die a miserable death. However, how did this old man live for decades in a place where the intelligent Kiran Lawu and the ruthless Wuxi dare not come easily? Old Jiang saw that he had asked almost everything he wanted to know, so he put on a smile again, handed the hunting rifle with both hands, returned it to the old man, and explained, "In fact, we are not bad people or robbers. We are just passing by here. Please forgive us for offending us. Just now, I thought we would kill people, but I didn't expect old Jiang to return the weapon so easily," which made the old man a little at a loss. He looked us up and down. "Are you really here for adventure?" "To be honest, we came to Wawa Mountain this time to find something. I heard that there is a sacred herb of Ganoderma lucidum growing on the top of Wawa Mountain, which can save lives. This time, my brother and sister accompanied me to find the sacred herb for my Lama mother. Alas, in order to go up the mountain, we specially invited a foreign friend who knows some insect repellent techniques and has rich adventure experience. But I never thought that my sister would get sick due to acclimatization before we got halfway there. Alas." While talking, Lao Jiang squeezed out 2 cat tears, pretending to be serious. The old man took a look at Linger, who had a fever, and felt sympathy for her. He advised us, "Wawu Mountain is full of dangers. Where can you find the holy Ganoderma lucidum? Are you being cheated? We have to find it to know whether it exists or not. My mother is seriously ill, so we have to try our best." Old Jian lied unscrupulously without blushing at all, which moved the old man. "You are such a filial son." But he still said the truth. "But compared with your brothers and sisters, you are a little anxious. The eldest brother is like a father. The whole family depends on me for support. I must be tanned and old." Old John's lies are just like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Seeing that we really had no ill intentions, and that I really looked like a college student, and that Linger was ill, the old man did not suspect anything and immediately pointed to a room inside, and asked me to hold Linger on the bed, and have a good rest. He muttered to himself, "If I had a granddaughter, she would be the same age as her, right?" Chapter 248. After I settled Linger, the old man poured us some water to moisten our throats. He added some oil to the oil lamp again, and the room became a little brighter. It seemed that he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. Once he put aside his hostility towards us, he started talking non-stop. It turned out that his name was Lao Chong, and he had been with his hunting rifle all his life. It can be said that the gun was half of his life and his only companion. As he spoke, Lao Chong stroked the outdated musket, and his eyes revealed a deep attachment. Perhaps it was because Lao Jiang did not destroy the gun just now, but returned it to him, that he let down his guard against us. Lao Jiang is a flatterer. Seeing that he likes hunting rifles so much, he can't help but flatter him. "Uncle, how did you know we were in Haizgagu? The shot just now really caught us off guard." Lao Chong was amused and laughed. "This is the hunter's intuition. Since you call me uncle, I will give you a few words. If you want to survive in Wawu Mountain, you must believe in your intuition. Intuition has helped me avoid the danger of death several times. There are wolves, tigers, and even more terrifying things in this mountain at night." At this point, Lao Chong's eyes suddenly flashed with fear, as if he saw the nightmare he feared most in his life. Just when we were expecting him to continue, Lao Chong suddenly changed the subject and said, "I'd better not tell you, so as not to scare you." Lao Chong suddenly stood up, his face flickering under the oil lamp. "It's cold in Haizgagu at night. I make you a pot of hot tea, drink it, and have a good sleep, and return the same way tomorrow." Lao Jiang pretended not to hear Lao Chong's hidden meaning, and asked with narrowed eyes, "What if we insist on going forward?" The old man pointed to the grave outside without changing his expression. "Then I can only bury you over there, just in time to keep them company." The expression on his face did not change at all, and the old face under the reflection of the green lamp added a few weird and gloomy feelings. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and were speechless on the spot. Gu Weihan stood up with a smile, offered Lao Chong a cup of tea, and said respectfully, "Old man Yin, we are all brave. Why don't you give us some advice?" Lao Chong smiled, drank the tea but did not respond. But his words just now obviously aroused our curiosity. Lao Chong's every move made us feel that he knew a lot of things, but he just didn't want to reveal them. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan were both scheming people. After looking at each other, they decided to ask the old man some questions. In addition to pouring water and tea for Lao Chong, they also took out the good things they had kept in the bottom of the box, showing their sincerity. Lao Jiang gave the old man a pack of Hardman and lit it for him. Gu Weihan took out a small metal wine pot from his collection, and his eyebrows were full of heartache. Brother, to be honest, I can't bear to drink the wine in here, but I just got along with you, so I'm asking you to taste it. After the metal wine pot was unsealed, a strong aroma of wine came to the nose, but it didn't look like grain wine, but instead exuded a mellow grape aroma. Why does this wine smell fruity? Lao Chong was obviously curious. Gu Weihan filled Lao Chong's glass diligently, smiling. This is wine from a European manner, all made from the best grapes. After drinking it, there will be a sweet taste of grapes between your lips and teeth. Lao Chong's eyes lit up. This was his first time drinking foreign wine, and his face turned red. Your cigarettes are also very good, not choking. Lao Chong drank comfortably, and smoked for another day, feeling satisfied like an old Buddha. He was served with great joy throughout the whole process, and the smile on his face never stopped. Facing the indirect attacks of Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan, Lao Chong was no longer as reserved as before, and finally began to tell us the secrets hidden in Heizhou Valley. The night in the forest is always very quiet. It seems that there is only our bamboo house in the whole Heizhou Valley, and there is a green lamp on in the house. We sat in the small bamboo house, and vaguely saw the green phosphorescent lights floating outside, like wandering ghosts in the world. Lao Chong was the first living person we met after entering Huawei Mountain. I don't know how brave he is to live in a mass grave. Seeing him about to open the sun and sigh, I quickly asked the first question. Master Gun, are you the only one living here? Where are the others? The wind swayed the bamboo, making a tinkling sound. Old Gun glanced outside and said in a hoarse voice, "They are all dead." Then he began to tell his own story. It turned out that Old Gun's ancestral home was in Hubei. Because his ancestors committed a crime, they fled all the way here. There were probably dozens of people at that time. After drifting here, they settled here for generations. Everyone made a living by hunting, and lived a self-sufficient life. It was fine at the beginning, but then something happened in Heizhou, and now he is the only one left. Something happened? Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and immediately thought of the hunter's grave outside, so we hurriedly asked him what was going on. Lao Chong was already drunk at this time, but when he heard the hunter's grave, his face changed. He looked at the door and window with fear, and lowered his voice. There is a mountain ghost in Heizhou. Mountain ghost? My voice couldn't help but rise, and Lao Chong was so scared that he came up to cover my mouth. I hurriedly spat on the ground for a few days, and even said several times that children should not be restrained. Lao Jiang snorted with a sneer beside him. You are still a virgin? Gu Weihan became curious. He scolded us not to interrupt, and then poured Lao Chong another glass of wine, and asked Lao Chong to continue. While listening to Lao Chong's story, he carefully wrote down some important information in his notebook. Mountain ghosts don't go out on specific days. Sometimes it's cloudy, sometimes it's sunny. Anyway, these things are elusive and come several times a year to look for handsome men. Looking for men? I was shocked. Old Gun nodded and said, yes, you don't know, there is a legend about foxes getting married here. Once a young hunter is favored, the fox will first pay the betrothal gift, and then come to the door to welcome the bride. When the wedding is coming, there will be a sun shower in the sky, which means yin and yang are adjusted, and the couple will live happily together for 100 years. Do you see those young graves outside? They are all sons-in-law favored by foxes. As long as the young people they are targeting, they will definitely not be able to escape. A thunder suddenly sounded outside, scaring us all. Chapter 249. Lao Jiang noticed something was wrong. There is something wrong with what you said. How come it's a mountain ghost and a fox? Could it be that the fox is the mountain ghost? Lao Chong shook his head. No. The fox is a matchmaker, responsible for finding young men, and the young man who was taken away was finally offered to the mountain ghost, and there has been no news since then. According to this, the mountain ghost should be the boss of this group of foxes. Lao Jiang asked another question. In other words, there are no bodies in those graves outside? Lao Chong did not answer directly, but said, in fact, you should have discovered that the tombstones in the hunter's grave are all young people. In fact, people here have to be cremated and buried in the mountains after they die, because we hunters have been eating and using the mountains all our lives. After death, we should become part of the forest and nourish all things to repay the gift of the forest. And those young people who were kidnapped by foxes have no way to give back to the forest, so they can only be buried in the hunter's grave, using a fake grave to record his life and represent that he has been here. If one day, someone comes back, or the body is found, this grave can be flattened. Although we know that it is almost impossible. Gu Weihan carefully recorded it in his notebook, and then asked unwillingly, Is there really no body in it? Then why is there phosphorus fire? What phosphorus fire? Lao Chong was surprised. Gu Weihan gestured with his hands to explain. It's the will-o'-the-wisp, those green flames floating outside. I don't know that. Lao Chong didn't know what the will-o'-the-wisp was at all. He only knew that at night, there would be clusters of green flames floating everywhere, and he didn't think about why. Gu Weihan couldn't help but explain to Lao Chong the principle of phosphorescent fire, but Lao Chong didn't understand at all. At this time, I couldn't help but interrupt. Don't you have guns? What are you afraid of foxes? Lao Chong's voice was even lower. He waved to us, and everyone gathered around the oil lamp, almost face to face. Lao Chong sat upright, his expression more serious than ever before. We are not afraid of foxes, but mountain ghosts. You haven't seen it, but anyone who is chosen will become mentally ill the night before, like a puppet, repeating his own name until he is taken away. At first, we didn't believe in evil, and we locked the young people who had been possessed in the house, hoping to avoid this disaster. Or we took guns and stood guard at the door, but no one could stop the fox from getting married. We suffered several losses in a row, and finally realized that from the moment they were chosen, they had lost their souls. They would do everything they could to smash the windows and doors and follow the fox's wedding team. Can you imagine how scary it is to see a man wearing a red wedding dress? His mouth was bright red, as if stained with blood, and he walked on tiptoes, as if he was possessed by a ghost. As Lao Chong spoke and described the scene, his eyes revealed a deep fear, the fear of death. Xiao Lang, Xiao Jun, Xiao Feng all left like this, and I never saw them again. Under the green light, Lao Chong's lips trembled, his face showing fear, pain, and helpless despair. Tick tick tick, a light rain suddenly fell outside, and a flash of lightning happened to pass by, and the expressions on everyone's faces were colorful. Gu Weihan dropped his pen in fear and looked out the window in horror, as if the mountain ghost was angry and changed the weather. Lao Chong was also frightened with his eyes wide open, and drank a deep glass of wine in one day. Telling ghost stories in the middle of the night is really a test of one's courage. Although I was also trembling with fear, I calmed down a little after I came to my senses. Lao Jiang didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. He thought that at most a few foxes that had become spirits were bewitching people, and the result was that the story became more and more bizarre. If this beast dared to play tricks in front of us, he would never let it go easily. For Lao Jiang, another more important thing was that he wanted to find out the identity of the owner of the group of deer. Although Lao Chong had let down his guard against us, he didn't know much. I only know that they come from a very ancient nation, and they appeared on Wawu Mountain earlier than us. Although we have dealt with each other, I don't know much about them. I only know that they are a group of people who come and go like the wind, and their only mission is to protect Wawu Mountain. So when they saw that our ancestors were not a threat, they agreed to let us live in seclusion here, and helped us get rid of the beasts. Gu Weihan asked, then what do they dress like? You should know this. Lao Chong recalled and replied, they seem to be wearing blue clothes. A bit like ethnic minorities, leading black deer and carrying white knives. The deer on this mountain are their servants. So they must have known it since you went up the mountain. It's not their bottom line yet, they don't want to deal with you yet. If you go up again and do something that hurts this mountain, they will not give up. Listen to the old man's advice, have a good sleep tonight, forget everything, and go home early tomorrow. Maybe there is still hope to survive. It seems that Lao Chong also knows that we are not here for the immortal grass, but just turned a blind eye. No matter what we asked later, he didn't say anything, but just kept urging us to go to bed, and leave here early tomorrow morning. Lao Jiang asked why. Lao Chong replied, I don't want you to die for the sake of cigarettes and alcohol. After that, he stood up and left. However, just before leaving, Lao Chong suddenly stared at me and said coldly, I will give you one last piece of advice. If you want to leave Heizgugu alive, remember my 3 rules. 1. After 12 o'clock in the evening, no matter who calls your name, don't answer. 2. No matter who knocks on your window, don't care. 3. Don't take anything strange when you see it. Otherwise, you will most likely be haunted by a mountain ghost. Lao Chong stared into my eyes and added, especially a young and handsome young man like you. In the middle of the night, in this deserted little bamboo house, Lao Chong's obvious words scared me. I said embarrassedly, how can it be so weird? If it's true. Before I finished speaking, Lao Chong took off his shirt and exposed his back to everyone. At that moment, I saw his back clearly. It was an indescribable scar, as if it was burned by a blazing fire. It was burnt yellow and black, and the skin and flesh turned outward, but the deep ravine seemed to be left by the claws of a beast, more than 3 inches long. Shocking. This is Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. Lao Chang's body trembled slightly, as if he was a refugee who survived a disaster, and whispered, "I have seen a real mountain ghost. This is the mark it left on me. I will never forget it." Chapter 250. I couldn't help swallowing my water, and began to doubt the authenticity of the mountain ghost. Lao Chang put down his clothes, pointed at me and said, "Remember, strictly follow the 3 rules, you will be safe." Now I dare not take it lightly. I could only bite the bullet and hum. Now everyone has no mood to continue chatting, so we plan to have a good rest for the night. Lao Chang vacated 2 rooms for us. Originally, the 2 rooms were filled with some sundries. After moving them around, there was a place to rest. Lao Jiang and Go Weihan slept in one room, and I stayed in another slightly cleaner room to take care of Linger. Linger's fever was not as severe as before, but she murmured that her throat hurt dry. I touched her larynx, which was slightly swollen, probably a little inflamed. I fed Linger medicine and water, and used my hands to help her massage the Shaoshang acupoint on her fingers. This acupoint can also clear the lungs and throat, open the mind, relieve fever, and has an immediate effect on acute throat pain. Originally, Linger would occasionally let out a soft cry of discomfort, but she fell asleep while being rubbed. But her body was still a little hot, so I fanned her, hoping that she would be completely well tomorrow morning. I fanned her for an unknown period of time, and my consciousness became a little sleepy. Just then, a shrill voice suddenly came from outside the window. "Li Jinglan. Li Jinglan." The voice woke me up immediately, and I didn't know when the fan in my hand fell to the ground. "Li Jinglan. Li Jinglan." The voice outside the window was still calling me, and it was obviously not an illusion. Just as I was about to respond, Lao Chang's extremely frightened face suddenly appeared in my mind. "No matter who calls you, don't answer." The warning is still fresh in my mind, and I certainly won't violate it. Besides, the voice outside is like the voice of a singer pinching her throat to sing an opera, so I won't be fooled. "Li Jinglan, Li Jinglan." The voice began to become urgent, and it kept changing its tone, some rough, some serious, some gentle, in short, all kinds of voices, one after another, calling me over and over again. I blocked my ears and dared not listen, but the voice seemed to be coming from my ears. The voice became more and more terrifying, less and less human, but instead it sounded like a female fox pinching her throat to recite people's names. Seeing that I ignored it, the voice became weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared. I finally relaxed for a day, and continued to cover my ears and fan Linger, and I fell asleep again while fanning. I could vaguely hear a light rain outside. The sound of the rain was accompanied by the sound of footsteps. It seemed that someone was outside, and it began to knock on the window slowly. "Here it comes again." My heart was suddenly clenched. A woman's soft voice sounded outside. "Can you open the door? It's raining heavily outside." Haha, where did this woman come from in this wilderness? I ignored her, but she was still coquettishly saying, "Open the door, I'm soaked." "That's a window, not a door." My reason still prevailed. Soon, the rain became heavier and heavier. The wind roared outside, and the trees were blown to make a rustling sound. The woman's voice began to become urgent. "Open the door, open the door." As she spoke, she knocked on my window. Bang, 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 bang. The sound seemed to be able to knock on my heart through the window, making me tremble. "Open the door for me." This time the woman's voice suddenly turned into a man's voice, big and strong, but he spoke with a hoarse voice, which was indescribably weird. "Brother Jinglan, woo-woo, Brother Jinglan." Just as I was trying to resist the sound of knocking on the window, Linger's sobbing sounded in my ears. She seemed to be frightened by the sound, and her little hands were shaking randomly. In the darkness, Linger's face was not clear, only the swaying shadows of the bamboo forest were shaking in the house. "Brother Jinglan, Brother Jinglan." Hearing Linger's crying, I quickly grabbed her hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Brother Jinglan is here." Then I don't know if it was my illusion, I actually felt that the hands I was holding were cold, as if they had just been fished out of the water. The woman on the bed suddenly laughed like a silver bell. "Hee, I caught you." At that moment, I was stunned. This voice was exactly the same as the voice of the woman outside the door just now. I was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. The woman on the bed sat up. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I knew she was approaching me with a grin. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed, and the woman actually had a fox face. Am I beautiful? It stroked its triangular face, revealing a trace of shyness. However, I was so scared that my heart almost stopped, and I ran away. However, there was no door in this room, and the only way to Lao Zhang's room was blocked by the fox. I ran towards the window like crazy, trying to escape from the window. However, at that moment, I suddenly missed my step, and my body swayed and fell to the ground. It was still pitch black in front of me, but there was no sound of rain or wind. The whole room was unusually quiet, and Linger was sleeping on the bed without saying a word. What happened? Did I have a nightmare just now? But why was it so real? With the moonlight leaking through the window, I boldly moved to the window, but there was no shadow outside the window, let alone knocking on the window. All this seemed to be just a dream of mine. But the feeling of this dream was too real. No matter how sleepy I was in the second half of the night, I couldn't sleep. Whenever I felt a little sleepy, I pinched my thigh fiercely. It was not easy to get to dawn, and my heart finally fell to the ground. I didn't sleep all night, and I felt that I was top-heavy, but I was afraid that the dream was real, so I couldn't help but come to the window. Anyway, it's daybreak now, so it should be fine. I opened the window with a pair of panda eyes and a lingering fear. A fresh and refreshing breath hit me, which reminded me of an ancient poem. After the rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn late. If it weren't so scary at night, I would really like to live in the mountains and live in seclusion in the future. I wanted to know if there were any foxes last night, so I looked at the land under the window, but there was nothing there except a pool of mud and soil. It rained heavily last night, so even if there were footprints, they were washed away. Since I didn't see it, I just pretended it didn't happen. I comforted myself and wanted to change my clothes. As a result, my pocket was heavy, and when I took it out, it was shining with gold, which immediately caught my eyes. I looked closely and found that it was actually melon seeds made of gold, which is what the antique world often calls golden melon seeds. Chapter 251. Is the old Gun family so rich? Can gold fall out while sleeping? I was curious and fumbled around in my day bag. It seemed that there were only these few golden melon seeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exactly 5. These golden melon seeds are so exquisitely made and realistic, but I always feel that they have a strange magic, and I dare not touch them again. After all, how could such a thing appear in this wilderness? In the Ming and Qing dynasties of Yin state, golden melon seeds were awarded to close ministers by the emperor when he was happy. It is said that there was a minister named Yin Aimi. Because he was favored by the emperor, his family was rewarded with a can of golden melon seeds. Every time he met someone, he would show off that the emperor was so generous. Because golden melon seeds are used by the royal family, and are often very valuable, how could such things appear in the mountains? And beside the window of an old hunter's house, if it is said that wild dogs in the mountains brought them from a mass grave, I don't believe it. I don't even know if there are bodies buried here, let alone burial objects. Looking at the old man's clothes, I know that most of these people are poor people. Let alone gold, it would be good to have a few new clothes in the hunter's grave. Li Jinglan, are you awake? Lao Zhang's voice suddenly sounded outside. I don't know if it was because of what happened last night that I had a strong resistance to others calling my name, so I didn't respond to Lao Jiang. Hey you kid, you're still sleeping late. Lao Jiang didn't wait for my response and kicked the door open. After seeing Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan with my own eyes, I felt like I saw a savior and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hunter Lao Chong's face also came over. Did you sleep well last night? Thinking of that strange dream, I couldn't even smile, but I didn't want to scare them, so I planned to clarify the matter of the golden melon seeds first. I pointed to the unexpected golden melon seeds and showed them to everyone, and looked at Lao Chong. Uncle, why is there gold here? Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan were also curious and came over. Unexpectedly, when Lao Chong saw this thing, his whole face changed. Where did you get this thing? Lao Chong had a gloomy face, and every blue vein on his face seemed to be full of suppressed anger. I glanced at Lao Jiang and said embarrassedly, I found it in my pocket when I woke up. Hearing this answer, Lao Chong was furious. Didn't I say that? Don't touch anything strange in Heisgugu. I whispered, but I didn't touch it, it appeared in my pocket by itself. Lao Chong had a sneer on his face, looking at me like a dead person. This is clearly the death warrant of the King of Hell. Young man, no one can save you now. If you take the fox's betrothal gift, you have to become the son-in-law of the mountain ghost. I was stunned. What? Linger also woke up slowly at this time. Her little face looked much better, and she looked at me with a pair of watery eyes. Li Jinglan, if I don't watch you for a day, you will even become the son-in-law of the fox? At this moment, she had just recovered from the fever, and she was probably still confused and didn't know what happened. Lao Jiang didn't say anything, but asked for the few golden melon seeds in my hand. Gu Weihan licked his face, and asked Lao Qian to calm down. Lao Qian probably saw that I was young, So he gave me another chance and told me to tell him what happened honestly. I didn't mean to do that. In the early morning. Before I could finish, Lao Qian interrupted me. Start from last night. Tell me everything from beginning to end. Actually, there was nothing special about last night. I just had a dream. I explained the weird nightmare in the middle of the night in detail. Generally speaking, after waking up, some of the content of the dream will be forgotten. I don't know if the nightmare was too scary, or for some other reason. When I recalled it, I found that I remembered every detail of it clearly. If Lao Chong was furious when he saw the golden melon seeds at first, then after listening to all my words, Lao Chong almost wanted to kill someone. My dear, I warned you, don't answer if someone calls your name, don't open the door if someone knocks, and don't take any strange things. Now you are deliberately going against me, right? You didn't miss any of the 3 warnings and stepped on them all. You are so powerful. If you are so powerful, why don't you sleep in the cemetery directly instead of staying in my small shabby house? You should know that Lao Chong is a man of few words. If he hadn't drunk last night, he would almost answer one question for every one you asked. And now he pointed at my nose and talked about his indignation incessantly, one sentence after another, almost comparable to Zhuge Liang who debated with scholars. Isn't that a dream? I don't know, I muttered softly. Lao Chong didn't listen to my explanation at all. He glanced at Linger and knew that Linger was basically well, so he wanted to drive us away immediately. However, at this moment, Lao Jiang shouted, "Wait!" I asked what happened. Lao Jiang asked me not to talk and to keep holding the golden melon seeds with both hands. I saw a beam of sunlight shining on the golden melon seeds, which emitted a dazzling brilliance, but as I watched, the golden melon seeds turned black. And there were wisps of faint black gas coming out. What's going on? Ge Weihan and I looked at each other. Lao Jiang's face was like ice in the cold winter, gloomy, almost dripping with water. He looked at us and said, "Demon spirit, this is a demon spirit condensed into substance. We may be in big trouble this time." Hearing this, Linger also came up and asked us what happened. She slept for a day, and it sounded like the end of the world. We didn't have time to explain. This time Lao Chong was driving us madly. At this moment, he no longer had the enthusiasm of last night. He seemed to be crazy, throwing our luggage out of the bamboo house, and each of us with a gun was ferocious. We originally wanted to use Linger as a shield, but Linger is much better now. Although she is still weak, she can at least walk by herself. Lao Chong coldly ordered us to leave. Hurry up, Heisgugu doesn't welcome you. We had no choice but to bend down and apologize, and then find the way up the mountain. However, just as we were about to leave, Lao Chong suddenly stopped us, his face full of doubts. Aren't you going back? Lao Zhang's eyes were full of determination, and his tone was solemn to Lao Chong. Old man, whether you believe it or not, we came to Wawu Mountain this time to complete a mission. This mission may kill all of us, and the success rate is only 30% at most, but if we don't do it, tens of millions of people will die in front of us. The entire Sichuan and Shu area will fall into a catastrophe. Chapter 252. Lao Chong was more and more confused, but no longer angry, but with a little admiration. What do you do? Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and laughed at the same time. We are a group of unknown people. But we are always ready to defend the treasures and cultural relics of this country with our lives. For Lao Chong, these words were really profound. He nodded at us and said, although I don't understand, you are indeed different from everyone in my impression. Wawu Mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round. There is a foggy area ahead. If you see a fox, you must go around it. Although Lao Chong did not keep us, he still left us the most useful reminder. This vicissitudes of life old man is not as cold-blooded as he pretends. We smiled in tacit understanding and continued on our way. On the way forward, we suddenly heard a gunshot from behind us. Looking back, we saw that the strong and old figure was firing into the sky in a rebellious manner. Bang, bang, bang. The old gun fired 3 shots in a row. We knew that he was sending us off in his own way, and this was the last sentence he left for us. Come back alive. After walking for about 10 minutes, there were obviously fewer black bamboos on both sides of the road. I asked Ge Weihan, have we left the scope of Heizhu Valley? To be honest, I still wanted to stay away from this ghost place. If there was really a fox getting married, I didn't want to be the groom of a mountain ghost. I couldn't help but look at Linger, and saw that her flushed face turned a little pale. She was just fine. If she sweated and caught a cold, she would get sick again. But I was kind enough to carry her on my back, but Linger was just trying to get me to be the groom of the foxes, so I didn't know how to say it back. Go Wei-han said with a serious expression. The bamboos on both sides of the road are not dead yet, so we probably haven't left the Black Bamboo Valley yet. Isn't it said that the Black Bamboo Valley is a forbidden place of death? Can everyone really get out of here unscathed? We want to leave, but the question is, will those foxes agree? The groom is still here. Linger looked bad, but she was getting more and more jealous. This time, Lao Jiang acted as a peacemaker. He was worried that Linger's illness had not been fully recovered, and it would be difficult to deal with if she met Wu Shi. Under his persuasion, Linger reluctantly agreed to let me carry her on his back. I was obviously the victim, but why did she act as if she didn't care about the little things and I took advantage of her? But I didn't argue with her. I carried her on my back and continued walking. However, not long after walking, fog gradually rose around me. The mist lingered in the bamboo forest, as if white flowers had bloomed on black leaves, which was really weird. Is this the 1,000-year-old mist? I asked in a low voice. Gu Weihan said, No, we haven't left Heizgugu yet. How can we reach the 1,000-year-old mist? At this time, Lao Zhang's low voice came. What if the 1,000-year-old mist is originally connected to Heizgugu? Hearing this, I was shocked. The mist became thicker and thicker, like a layer of white cotton-padded jacket wrapped around the bamboo, and gradually covered the entire bamboo forest. The white mist seemed to be alive, growing little by little, approaching us little by little, and finally turned into invisible hands covering our eyes. This kind of fog is different from the one we encountered in the Dunhuang Desert. At that time, we could still vaguely see the outline of the surroundings, but now I feel like I am blind, and a ball of white hair has blocked my entire pupil. In my sight, there is nothing but white. Fortunately, there are footsteps nearby, letting me know that Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan are right beside me, with heavy things on their backs, which are Linger and a large bamboo basket. I tried my best to follow Lao Jiang, but as I walked, the footsteps in front of me suddenly stopped. Master? I reached forward and scooped it up, but I only grabbed a ball of air, and there seemed to be nothing there. A creepy cold feeling came over me, giving me goosebumps on my arms. I held back my fear and shouted bravely around, Lao Jiang, Principal Gu? Except for the rustling of bamboo leaves, there was nothing around, not to mention people, not even a single beast. Gulp, at this moment, I could clearly hear the sound of myself swallowing the water, as if the whole forest was left with only me and Linger on my back. Bewilderment, helplessness, loneliness, all around me, squeezed me so hard that I couldn't breathe. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of my eyes. I couldn't see anything. I knew that the most important thing for me now was to stay calm. But can you imagine that feeling? The teammates who were following me step by step suddenly disappeared. You didn't even notice when they disappeared. You couldn't hear their footsteps, you couldn't see their shadows, and not long ago, you violated the taboo of Heizgugu. At this moment, I couldn't care about anything. I ran with Linger on my back, shouting Lao Zhang's name loudly. Master! Principal Gu. I kept running forward. Although I was in the white fog, it was as if there was no one around. I didn't hit any rocks or any bamboo. Has the dense bamboo forest disappeared? I stopped and tried to catch the movement around me. In this 1,000-year fog, even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Did I really get separated from Lao Jiang and the others? Or was it a ghost that blinded me? Just when I was almost desperate, I suddenly heard the sound of rain. The drizzle seemed like arrows shot from a string, shooting the white fog onto the ground bit by bit. Gradually, I could vaguely see things. The bright sunlight penetrated the fog and shone on the ground. I saw a piece of black mud under my feet. I seemed to be walking on a small path. The black bamboo forest on both sides of the road was impenetrable, but it was half a meter away from me, so I didn't get bumped along the way. Am I just too lucky? But I'm not a biological child. How can God treat me so well? Linger, are you still there? I waved my arms to wake up Linger on my back. Linger seemed to be sleeping soundly, and she hummed reluctantly, and I finally let go of my worries. No matter what, as long as she was there, I would always feel a little comforted. The white mist became lighter and lighter as the endless drizzle fell. But the sun was hanging high in the sky, and it seemed to be a sun shower. The sun rises in the east and the rain falls in the west, and it is said that there is no clear sky, but there is clear sky. I suddenly thought of this poem in my mind and recited it. Linger on my back moved a little, and her soft and boneless little hand slightly encircled my neck, as if she understood this sentence. But she was a Miao girl, and she had never read the poems and books of the Central Plains, so how could she understand this poem? I guess she wanted to sleep more comfortably. Chapter 253. Don't be afraid, I will definitely take you out of here. Whether Linger can hear me or not, I swear to do it. Walking forward along this winding path, I shouted the names of Lao Jiang and the others as I walked. My ears were almost perked up to pay attention to the movements around me. After walking for a while, in the sound of the pattering rain, I seemed to hear the sound of stepping on branches in front of me. Could it be that Lao Jiang and the others were in front? I quickened my pace with Linger on my back, almost trotting forward, but gradually, I found something wrong. There were many footsteps in front of me, as if there was a group of people. No, why was there the sound of music? I stopped, and I didn't even want to continue walking on this path. Finally, I gritted my teeth, held back my fear, and hid behind a big rock in the bamboo forest. The music was getting closer and closer, as if someone was having a wedding, and it was so lively that they were playing Swona. After about half a while, the team finally appeared in my sight. It turned out to be a bright red wedding procession. The team walked on the straight path, from far to near, and was approaching me little by little. But their walking posture was quite strange, just like an animal raising its forearm, standing up and walking very slowly and awkwardly. Gradually, the wedding procession came not far from me. At this time, I didn't even dare to breathe, or even look, because it turned out to be a group of foxes wearing clothes. In the front were 2 old foxes holding bamboo poles, each of which was tied with a long red firecracker. As they walked, they set off firecrackers, making crackling sounds. Following closely were 2 young foxes, playing swonas in a show of strength and joy. There were also 2 people responsible for beating gongs, beating them happily, and every beat seemed to hit my heart. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. What frightened me most was that there was actually a big red sedan chair in the team, and 4 sturdy and majestic foxes carried the sedan chair in a weird posture. There was also a fox dressed as a matchmaker next to it, twisting its waist and shouting with a smile, "We are welcoming the bride." It was not a fox cry, but a human language. I could even clearly hear the group of foxes at the back carrying the betrothal gift shouting in a shrill voice, "Foxes are getting married. Please stay away." Oh my god, foxes getting married actually exists. My whole brain is about to explode now. I want to run, but I am afraid of attracting their attention. The foxes are getting married. The wedding procession was still shouting, and I almost cried. My legs became weak unconsciously. I thought I couldn't outrun them even if I ran. Because these foxes must have become spirits, I gritted my teeth and continued to hide behind the big rock, not daring to make the slightest sound. I saw the red wedding procession getting closer and closer. Finally, they stopped straight in front of me. Bang! That was the sound of the sedan chair landing. All the foxes turned their heads 45 degrees, staring at my hiding place. At that moment, my whole body was numb. Why doesn't the groom get on the sedan? It will be bad if he misses the auspicious time. The matchmaker fox shook a red fan and made a hoarse voice. Its eyes were curved, and a pair of fox eyes were strangely smiling. I gritted my teeth and continued to play dead. "You took our hardware, you can't default on it." The matchmaker continued to bargain with me in her shrill voice. I still didn't dare to say anything. I even began to think about whether I should run away. I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Just as I was moving, a gust of evil wind came out from nowhere, and the evil wind lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and a slender woman in a red wedding dress suddenly came into view. The red veil on her head was lifted up, and at that moment my heart stopped beating. This woman, she actually has no face. Fear flooded my heart like a tide, and at that moment, I didn't know where the strength came from, and I ran away. I couldn't think of anything in my mind. I just knew that if I didn't leave here now, I would be caught alive on the sedan chair. Then, marry a mountain ghost. Oh my god, are you kidding me? No regrets for the engagement. You have already accepted our engagement gift. Groom, why are you running? Uncle, wait for us. A group of foxes seemed to explode, making human voices, sharp and ghostly, which made my heart tremble. I ran forward desperately with Linger on my back, and the gongs and drums behind me were deafening. The group of foxes actually chased me with gongs and drums. I don't know if it's because the group of foxes walk on 2 legs. They don't run as fast as me. When they saw me get back into the dense black bamboo forest, they didn't catch up. Brother Jinglan, I'm scared. I don't know if it's because of the illness or the first time I encountered such a terrible scene. Linger on my back seemed to be scared and cried softly. Women's tears are the most lethal weapon. Listening to her intermittent crying, my heart was broken, but this heartache soon turned into an inexplicable courage, and fear was instantly replaced by an unusually abundant fighting power. I vowed to protect Linger. I comforted her. Don't worry, Brother Jinglan is here. Brother Jinglan will not let anyone separate us. But Linger was still sobbing, But if you carry me on your back, it will drag you down. Brother Jingwan, why don't you put me down and go alone? What nonsense are you talking about? We live together and die together. I carried Linger on my back and rushed forward desperately. The bamboo forest in front was shrouded in a faint white mist. At this time, I was no longer afraid of the 1,000-year-old fog. For Linger, I resolutely walked towards the fog. As I ran, I gradually couldn't hear the sound of firecrackers and gongs, nor the terrifying voice of the fox matchmaker. The wedding procession seemed to have been left far behind by me. I could finally catch my breath, but the fog here was a little light, and I could vaguely see the surrounding environment in the fog. This time I didn't hide behind the rocks foolishly, but took advantage of the time when the fox didn't catch up to me to carefully choose a new hiding place. Although the bamboo here is relatively thick, it is difficult to completely hide me and Linger, and the grass is not dense enough. I looked around for a hiding place, and finally found a cave in a weedy place. The cave was dark, and seemed to be a good place for hide and seek. Groom, where are you? A shrill voice was dragged out for a long time, as if scratching my eardrum. Seeing the sound of gongs and drums coming from not far away, I couldn't afford to delay any longer, and ran towards the cave. Chapter 254. I don't know why, but the cave seemed very close, but I found it very far away when I ran. I ran for a long time, but I didn't reach it. Unfortunately, the red wedding procession appeared in the white fog. I was so scared that I quickly lay on the ground and hid in a dense bush nearby. The most terrifying thing was that at this moment, a playful voice suddenly rang in my ear. The groom has been found. He found? I turned my head, and saw that it was a female fox dressed up in a red wedding dress, with a flower pinned on her chest. I don't know what role she played in this wedding ceremony. I was so scared that I picked up a stone and smashed it on the fox's head. Bang! When the fox fell to the ground, I ran towards the cave with Linger on my back without looking back. Closer, closer and closer. However, just when I was about to rush into the cave, Linger behind me suddenly said, "Are you really going to enter the bridal chamber?" What bridal chamber? I was a little confused and didn't understand what Linger meant. I looked down and saw that the hands around my neck were soft and boneless. They were obviously a pair of young girl's hands, not at all like a fox. But she said again, "Are you really going to marry me?" If I couldn't get it right just now, I came to my senses now. I turned my neck stiffly. This time, Linger didn't avoid my sight and raised her head to meet my gaze. I saw that she was wearing a strange red veil, and her whole body was gloomy, just like the woman in the sedan chair. At that moment, I almost forgot the ability to speak, and I had no idea what to do. Did I just carry the mountain ghost on my back and run all the way? I couldn't accept the reality. My head went dark, and I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already in the cave. It turned out that the cave I wanted to hide in was actually the location of the mountain ghost's bridal chamber. I saw that the place was decorated with lights and red Zai characters everywhere, and there were many red ribbons hanging. The stone bed was no different from the wedding bed in a normal family's bridal chamber. The red curtain was opened, and a girl in a red wedding dress was sitting on the bed. Behind the girl was a red wedding quilt, and in front of her were a plate of longan and red dates, which meant that she would have a son soon. Groom, it's time to lift the veil. The shadow of the fox matchmaker suddenly appeared in my ear, and it handed me a jade ruby. The jade ruby was green all over, and it was obviously made of priceless jade. My goodness, ordinary people use wedding scales to lift the veil, but these foxes are really generous, and they gave me a jade ruby. I took the jade ruby and wanted to hit the matchmaker on the head, but a female fox with a lump on her head jumped over. "Mother, be careful, she will hit your head." The fox matchmaker had expected it, and she blocked the jade ruby with a golden plate in front of her. I wanted to run away, but there was a group of foxes lying at the door. My goodness, there were more foxes than the wedding procession. Could they be here to drink wedding wine? The cave was completely blocked by foxes. Not to mention running away, it would be difficult to fly even if I had wings. I had to force a smile. "Fellow fox gods, I would like to ask, can this marriage not be concluded?" Although the matchmaker had a fox face, she always looked smiling. She shook her head and said, "Son-in-law, you have taken our betrothal gift, so you can't deny it." A group of foxes echoed, "Yes, yes, we have given you 5 golds, and the marriage is settled." I have only heard that people have 3 golds and 5 golds when they get married. The 3 golds are a gold necklace, a gold ring, and a gold bracelet. If there are 5 golds, they have to add a pair of gold earrings. But I have never heard that foxes also give 5 golds when they get married. I would not have been so rude earlier. I actually married myself off for no reason. Who can believe this? I swallowed my water and asked in a negotiating tone, can I return the betrothal gift to you? After that, I reached into my arms, but found nothing. This damn old Jiang, he took the golden melon seeds away before. He is trying to kill me. The fox matchmaker pushed me forward and said in an unusually tough tone, if you accept the engagement gift, you will be the groom of the mountain ghost master. Don't worry, we have a lot of betrothal gifts, and we will not treat you badly in the future. I don't want to be a live-in son-in-law. I made up a lie. It's like this, I'm the only one in my family, and they're counting on me to carry on the family line. I really can't be your master son-in-law. Although I don't know if this reason is useful, this group of foxes doesn't seem to be so bloody and cruel, so I tried to reason with them. Unexpectedly, at this time, the girl on the wedding bed was so coquettish that she said, it's the same if I marry you. I don't know if she was pretending or what, her voice was actually very similar to Yinlinger, but compared to Yinlinger's always domineering tone, she spoke softly and gently. Just listening to it makes people feel pity. The mountain ghost likes you very much. Make a fuss in the bridal chamber, make a fuss in the bridal chamber hee. Make a fuss in the bridal chamber after finding a groom, and live a happy life. A group of foxes clapped and cheered, as if they didn't hear my refusal at all. As long as the mountain ghost was happy, they would do anything. Seeing that the matchmaker was about to push me in front of the mountain ghost, I gritted my teeth, stamped my feet, and shouted loudly, no, I don't want to. Instantly, the happy foxes changed their faces in an instant, staring at me like ghosts. I was so scared that I swallowed hard, and a faint cry came from behind me, you clearly said that you would not leave me. The bride's voice was full of resentment and admiration. If I hadn't seen her faceless appearance under the red veil, I would really have felt pity for her. That's because I recognized the wrong person. I mistakenly thought you were my sweetheart. I suppressed my fear and asked boldly, Shan Gui, I want to know, where did you take the little girl who was with me before? The bride asked sadly, you don't like me, you like her? I nodded and replied, of course I don't know you. But we can get to know each other now. The bride suddenly lifted the red veil, and she never expected that there was a stunning face underneath. Under the golden phoenix crown was a small face the size of a palm, with skin as white as cream, like a crystal clear jade. Every one of her facial features was beautiful, with a delicate and small nose, lips like flowers blooming, and camel-red cheeks like a pool of spring water. But at this time, her eyebrows were slightly tightened, and her pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes stared at me with tears, which was really pitiful. Chapter 255. I have seen many beauties over the years, including the mysterious girl who raided Lei Town, the cold and beautiful Helan Shui, the eccentric Yinlinger, and the unparalleled Niwa Xiaoxiao. But I have never seen such a stunning woman. She is simply the most outstanding work of God, a perfect work of art with no flaws at all. Oh my God, it's really unfair. As if she noticed the surprise in my eyes, the girl nodded slightly, and her smile was like sunshine, rippling on the lake. It reminds me of the sentence, the most shy thing is that bowing of the head. It's really beautiful. Do you agree to marry me now? No, marry me. I still have many advantages, and will not let you down. The bride raised her head, and her beautiful face was slightly expectant. The foxes around also thought that the matter was settled, and they couldn't help cheering, make a fuss in the bridal chamber, make a fuss in the bridal chamber. Wait! I raised my hand to interrupt them, and said seriously, I do admit that you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, but I still can't marry you. I will return the engagement gift to you. Why? The bride was very puzzled. I smiled, because I have someone I like. I like her caring under her stubbornness, and her wisdom under her innocence. I will not change my mind just because you are more beautiful than her. I will not succumb to her lewdness just because you are rich and have, well, so many foxes. Have you decided on her? The bride's eyes suddenly revealed a strong sadness. Although I couldn't bear it, I still refused firmly. Yes, since I like one person, she is the only one I can have in my life. I was once identified like this before. What a pity. You are the second person I want to marry after such a long time, The bride's words made me feel very strange, and what was even stranger was this bride really the legendary mountain ghost? I felt that she was completely different from what the old hunter described, and she was not even close to being scary. But the group of foxes with long mouths and narrow eyes were not so easy to talk to. They crowded in front of the cave, casting a long and dry shadow. At the same time, a series of shrill voices came in. Take the gold, you are ours. This Ridong is your eternal home. You can't escape. The voice was eerie, and made me shudder. I said that the gold was not on me, and I would retreat when the time came. My companions still had a lot of fun things that could be given to them. But they were relentless, and some even showed their sharp fangs and barbed claws. I finally know where the old hunter's horrible claw marks came from. The flower fox whose head I hit came close to the bride and said aggrievedly, "Sister Mountain Ghost, he hit such a big bump on my head. I can't find a male fox in the future. No, I can't let him go." I really didn't expect that flower fox to be so vengeful, and insisted on making things difficult for me here. I couldn't help asking, "What do you want?" The flower fox's eyes rolled around and said insidiously, "I want to let you know that foxes can't be hit on the head. Today you either marry Sister Mountain Ghost or bury yourself under Sister Mountain Ghost's bed." Hearing this, my eyes widened and I couldn't help looking at the Mountain Ghost. The Mountain Ghost frowned slightly, but did not refute. "Aren't you afraid that I will continue to hit your head?" I threatened the flower fox secretly. The flower fox sneered sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, obviously wanting to teach me a lesson, and then looked at the other foxes, who had lost their patience and were approaching me. They stretched their claws towards me step by step, one step at a time. "You can't escape. Hee, you can't escape." In the dark cave, the densely packed, furry triangular fox faces scared me so much that I closed my eyes, but I couldn't retreat. However, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. "How can you not have the elders for such a big event as getting married?" Lao Jiang. It's Lao Jiang. I opened my eyes excitedly, only to see that the cave was no longer dark, because there was a bright knife light at the sunrise. That was the unsheathed black knife. I don't know if it was an illusion, but as Lao Jiang stepped into the cave without hesitation, the strong demonic energy floating in the fox cave was also diluted a lot. Because Lao Jiang brought not only a flash of knife light, but also the powerful aura of the black knife unicorn. The two old foxes wanted to rush over to stop him, but Lao Jiang's lightning-fast series of moves, one hit the cave wall, and the other was stepped on, unable to move anymore. The other foxes saw that they were provoked, and they all bared their teeth. The black air in the cave attacked Lao Jiang's face again. A mere beast that has become a spirit dares to touch the power of the unicorn? Lao Jiang drew his knife and stood up, and a clear whistle resounded throughout the cave. This time I saw clearly that his whistle actually dispersed the demonic energy that had condensed into substance. Is this the real strength of Lao Jiang? Seeing this scene, all the foxes were completely enraged, but the mountain ghost waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude to the distinguished guest." Then he ordered them to make way for Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang, Gu Weihan, and even Yin Linger walked in together. It's so lively. Looking at the red wedding characters and red silk ribbons, Yin Linger arched her hands in a weird way. "Groom, I really congratulate you." It sounded as if I got married behind her back. I was obviously carrying her at the time. How could she be with Lao Jiang? Linger, how come? At this time, I had thousands of words to ask, but I didn't know where to start. Lao Jiang took the initiative to tell me that he found Yin Linger in the 1,000-year fog, so he was late. However, it's better to arrive early than to arrive early. It's not too late to drink a glass of wedding wine for my apprentice. Lao Jiang changed his face to a cunning one. I wanted to sew his mouth shut, so I scolded him. "Why don't you spit out those golden melon seeds and give them back to them?" Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang wanted to make things difficult for me, saying that he had finally seen me get married and start a family, and it was not easy to break up this marriage. I sneered, "Since you want the golden melon seeds so much, why don't you be the groom?" The matchmaker immediately sang a different tune. "No, we don't want ugly old men here." So ugly. Lao Jiang's face suddenly darkened, and he stopped teasing me. Instead, he placed a few golden melon seeds neatly on the table, and said, "Princess Muyin, I know you are kind-hearted. Not only did you not hurt those young hunters, you also properly settled them in Azzy Cave. My apprentice does not belong to Wawa Mountain, so don't force him to stay." Young hunters? Azzy Cave, and Princess Muyin, what does this mean? I looked at Lao Jiang puzzled. Chapter 256. Lao Jiang winked at me, and said to me in Japanese, "The master was on a business trip just now." My heart suddenly became clear as a mirror. Lao Jiang had deliberately separated from me just now. It was even possible that he used me as bait to catch the legendary 1,000-year-old Fog Mountain Ghost. This master who has always been good at killing his disciples really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Just when I wanted to borrow a machine gun from Gu Weihan and make 300 transparent holes in him, Shan Gui also looked at Lao Jiang with a puzzled look on his face. "How do you know my identity?" Lao Jiang smiled. "It seems that I guessed right. The record of that unofficial history is true. It turns out that there is another reason why Wawu Mountain was dubbed the Monster Mountain in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and was closed for nearly 400 years, that is, using the evil theory of gods and ghosts to prevent outsiders from peeping into its secrets, because a princess is buried there. The princess was deeply loved by her father at the age of 16, and she was so beautiful that the men who wanted to marry her could line up from the east gate to the west gate. Now history has erased all records about her. She is Princess Miaoying. I didn't expect that there are still people in the world who remember my name. The corners of Shan Gui's lips were slightly raised, and he was obviously smiling, but his eyes were full of bitterness. Miaoying was the youngest of the legitimate princesses. She was beautiful, well-read, and favored by the emperor. In order to make her happy for the rest of her life, the emperor and empress carefully selected her marriage and wanted to choose a good-looking prince consort for her. But Miaoying already had a lover at that time, an envoy from a foreign country who came to pay homage. The envoy was handsome and well-spoken. He faced the pressure of 300 officials of the Ming dynasty alone, but he was neither humble nor arrogant. On the issue of border trade, everyone was speechless. Just when the Emperor Ming felt embarrassed, Princess Miaoying, who had been secretly watching all this from behind the curtain, stepped out and not only left the envoy speechless, but also exposed the truth that the other party was actually a prince of a foreign country based on various details. The Emperor Ming was overjoyed. But he didn't know that the two of them had developed an inexplicable affection after just one look at each other. Logically speaking, their identities were quite compatible. But the emperor of the Ming dynasty guarded the country's gates, and the king died for the country, so marriage was always a shame. If any foreign country was dissatisfied, he would send an army to conquer it until the other party was convinced. Unfortunately, Princess Miaoying was determined to marry him, and she was willing to die. The Emperor Ming finally nodded, because he couldn't persuade his daughter. The prince and princess, the marriage between the two countries, instinctively made a good story. Unexpectedly, the marriage was just a means for the foreign country to paralyze the Ming dynasty. They took this opportunity to attack the border, burned, killed and looted, causing tens of thousands of people to flee their homes, and wanted to use the princess to threaten the Ming dynasty. Lao Jiang recounted the unofficial history with relish, but when he got to this point, Shan Gui interrupted him. No, there was no marriage. I didn't marry him until I died. A tear slid across Shan Gui's face, and she restored the story for us. At the beginning, the emperor granted the marriage, but the prince refused. Miaoying was heartbroken and disheartened, and chose another major general who was seeking marriage at that time. However, not long after, the capital suddenly heard the news that the foreign country raided the border, and the angry emperor allocated 100,000 troops to fight. The major general, who led the troops at that time, was Miaoying's fiancé. The young general knew that the prince was Princess Miaoying's former lover. When the enemy was slaughtered, he brought back the other's head, and hung it on the palace gate to comfort the people of Ming who died tragically. But he never expected that after Miaoying was stimulated, she would hold a candle and wander around the palace late at night, chanting the name of her lover. Some people thought she was crazy, and some people thought she was unfaithful and unfilial. As a princess of Ming, she actually summoned the soul of the enemy prince. The young general wanted to marry her regardless of her madness, but was almost stabbed to death, and had to choose to cancel the engagement. A Taoist said that Princess Miaoying was haunted by evil spirits. The court officials also talked about it, and felt that Miaoying was not worthy of being a princess. The emperor and empress had no choice but to hold a Luotian Dajan, but they didn't expect Miaoying to go crazy again and almost stab the emperor this time. Later, I was put into a copper coffin and buried alive in Wawu Mountain. From then on, there was no Miaoying in the world, only a wandering soul. I didn't expect that God would treat me like this, and didn't even want me to go to the afterlife. Miaoying was sealed alive in the coffin. She never expected that there was an ancient tomb of the Yuan dynasty under the place where she was buried. Her copper coffin was buried upright at the feng shui eye of the ancient tomb. When she was dying, she absorbed the corpse gas of the tomb and became a living corpse. She was not afraid of the sun and walked in the mountains, and became a ghost in the mountains. That's what the hunters called her, calling her Mountain Ghost. After listening to the story of the mountain ghost, Linger felt sympathy and felt that Miaoying was too pitiful and fell in love with a bad guy who didn't love herself. I shook my head. No, he loves me. How could it be? Linger was a little surprised. Because it doesn't make sense. I explained. Let's assume that if the prince had agreed to the marriage and became the consort, and secretly organized people in the capital to assassinate the emperor, wouldn't the success rate be much higher than invading from the border? Also, even if he really failed, The emperor loves Mewing, and can't bear to let her be a widow for Mewing's sake. Will he use the punishment of lifelong confinement to exempt him from the death penalty? No matter how you look at it, marrying Mewing is beneficial to yourself. Linger was also confused. Yes, it seems to be so, then he. Why do you want to reject the marriage? Seeing a trace of confusion flashing in Shan Gui's eyes, I finally sighed. That's because he has loved the Central Plains culture since he was a child, and he has his own opinions on the issue of border trade. It is obvious that he is a peace-loving successor. It's a pity that he can't stop his father, an ambitious grassland wolf. After seeing through his father's murderous intentions, he didn't want to involve Mewing, let alone use Mewing. Because he likes Mewing. When I said this, I deliberately looked at Shan Gui's eyes. I saw Shan Gui's eyes were filled with tears, and his slender body trembled slightly. So that's the case, no wonder he asked me to wait. He didn't let me down, he didn't. A tear passed across his face, and that beautiful face was full of heartbreak. But what's the matter with this group of foxes? It's so magical. Why can they speak human language and obey your orders? Gu Weihan quickly recorded this story in his notebook. He felt that compared with the mountain ghosts, this group of foxes living in Wawu Mountain was more magical and more unscientific. The flower fox chirped and retorted, "No, we are repaying our gratitude," and took the initiative to follow the mountain ghost sister. Chapter 257. It turns out that this group of foxes were originally used as tomb guardian beasts, and were imprisoned in the Yuan dynasty tomb below with chains for eternity to protect the corpse king in the tomb. Because Mewing absorbed the corpse gas there, it happened to release the shackles in the tomb. After gaining freedom, the foxes regarded Mewing as a benefactor. The foxes knew that the reason why Mewing refused to die was because she was unwilling to give up, so they kept looking for young men to marry Mewing to fulfill her wish. As a result, Mewing didn't like any of the young hunters. If you don't like them, you kill them? I looked at the group of foxes and felt that they didn't seem to be the kind of cruel monsters. They were more deliberately pretending to be scary. The flower fox snorted. No, they are in a Z cave. Old Jiang also nodded, confirming the flower fox's statement. It seems that old Jiang mentioned the AZ cave from the beginning. A Z cave? Where? I asked in confusion. Lao Jiang told me that it actually means fox cave. In the ancient folk book Taiping Guangji, the fox that has become a spirit is called a Z. In the Qin and Han dynasties, foxes were once called the four auspicious signs together with phoenixes, unicorns, and dragons. However, later, as some erotic stories spread, they were gradually called fox spirits and were crowned as seductive demons. Lao Jiang's words were full of respect, which made the group of foxes very happy. Considering that Lao Jiang only took action once, he only taught two old foxes a lesson. Obviously, he was planning to negotiate from the beginning. Lao Jiang told me that the young hunters were being placed in the Azi cave. Since Mewing didn't like the young hunters, why didn't she let them go home? I looked at the flower fox. The flower fox glared fiercely and said angrily, "It's not that we didn't let them go, it's clearly that they insisted on staying here and refused to leave. Even their fiancés, brothers and sisters, who came to look for them regarded us as scapegoats. Over the years, we don't know how many people we have taken care of in their old age. Yes, if you tell others about this, other tribes will laugh their teeth off. How can a fox fairy get to this point, serving a group of lazy people every day, serving tea and water, picking fruits and fishing?" The foxes complained in unison, and their shrill voices even had a hint of crying. I dare not even think about this kind of Arabian Nights. Seeing that I didn't believe it, the flower fox insisted on taking us to the Azi cave, but this time, it didn't walk on 2 feet, but on all fours, running forward in a normal beast posture. The festive red belly band was like a belly wrap, swinging under the body as it jumped, which was quite funny. Azi cave was not far from the Shangui cave, and it didn't take long to get there. Many mosquito and insect-repellent herbs were planted in the cave, and there were also several dense fruit trees, which covered the entire cave tightly. However, when the weeds were cleared away, I realized that there was a different world inside. I didn't expect that there was really a group of people living there. At a glance, there were 30 or 40 people, both men and women, and the women were holding babies crying for food. But I turned my head away after just one look. Inlinger was so embarrassed that she turned her back. Why are they not wearing clothes? You have to know that these people are hunters like Lao Chong. Although Lao Chong's clothes are simple and shabby, they are neat and tidy. But the people here are naked, and only the key parts are covered with things woven from weeds, which reminds me of the clothes of primitive humans. Gu Weihan and Lao Jiang also looked at each other. Now I completely believe what these foxes said. The cave is not sealed during the day, and they can leave anytime they want. But why don't they leave? What mystery is hidden here? I endured the discomfort in my heart and walked into the cave. The light in the cave was dim, and only the sunlight came in to illuminate. Some people were sleeping soundly on the stone bed, some were peeling bananas, and some were sucking their fingers. They were all so lazy. I picked a young man who was relatively energetic and walked over. He was writing and drawing on the ground. Hearing the noise, he gave orders without raising his head. I want to eat fresh fruits tomorrow. Pick some fresh ones. Yes, they really treat foxes as servants. What do you want to eat? Why don't you pick it yourself? I squatted down and sat on the side of the man. The man seemed to notice that there was someone next to him. He raised his head lazily and found that it was a strange face. He smiled. Are you also caught to enjoy a good life? No, I advise you to turn back from the wrong path. Looking at this group of people degenerating into primitive humans, with unkempt hair and dirty faces, and half-dressed, I felt an indescribable sadness in my heart. How did our ancestors evolve from apes step by step to this appearance, with the survival of the fittest? But they are willing to degenerate. How sad is it? I wanted to persuade them to leave the cave, but they thought that this life was their dream life. They could sleep and wake up whenever they wanted, let foxes pick whatever fruits they wanted, and let foxes hunt whatever meat they wanted. No need to worry about being caught by wild animals in Heizgugu. No need to worry about how bad the harvest would be this year. No need to work. No need to suffer. Everything is fine. How happy. Do you think you are still a human being? You are confined in this small place all day long, waiting for your master to feed you every day. Isn't this the day of sacrifice? Hearing the word day of sacrifice, the man finally wanted to look at me. His hair was disheveled, and his whole face was covered by hair or beard, like weeds growing wantonly. I continued, do you know what the difference is between wild animals and domestic animals? Wild animals run between mountains and forests, and although they are threatened by being hunted by stronger ones, they soar between heaven and earth, so freely and unrestrained. Even if domestic animals have no worries about food and clothing throughout their lives, they will eventually be swallowed by higher beings? They have never even seen the heaven and earth. The saddest thing is that you could have been an eagle soaring in the sky, but because of laziness, you were willing to become a chicken that depends on people to feed you. The man's eyes were turbid and ignorant, but there was a hint of light. I told him, in Heizgugu, I met a senior named Lao Chang. The years have left many traces on him, but he is brave and courageous, and you will never forget him at first sight. Unlike you, the people here almost have the same face, messy hair, long beards, turbid eyes, dirty faces, and you can't see their true faces clearly. After saying that, without waiting for the man's reaction, I stood up and walked out of the cave. Einlinger asked me, won't you try to persuade them? If I did, I guess the foxes would have said so much. They would have persuaded them long ago. So the only way now is to use force if soft tactics don't work. I immediately asked the foxes to drive the group out of the cave. Chapter 258. The foxes were worried that they would lose their ability to survive, and be killed by wild animals after going out, which would be a sin for them. I picked up the old gun. Send them back to Heizgugu. Someone will help them regain their previous abilities. If you continue to indulge them like this, will you have to support them for generations? It's sad to think about it. These hunters used to make a living by hunting, but in the end, they became caged animals. I don't know whether it was laziness that ruined them, or the comfort and ease that came without work, but I suddenly realized that waiting for the rabbit to come to you is not a legend. The foxes looked at each other, and finally looked at the mountain ghost. Miaoyin waved her hand and asked them a question. You have endless descendants. Can you really live forever? Or do you want your descendants to serve you generation after generation? The foxes finally gave up, and showed their claws and fangs. They rushed into Azzy Cave to scare them. They probably wanted to throw them back to Heizhu Valley. The matter was over. Now the only thing left was the beautiful mountain ghost. This time, the one who opened the day was Lao Jiang. Girl, after so many years, it's time to let go of your obsession. If you don't reincarnate, you will be nailed to Wawu Mountain forever. Didn't you notice? The evil spirit from the unknown source on the top of the mountain has begun to affect every plant and tree on Wawu Mountain. Actually, I have thought it through, but... Suddenly Miaoyin turned her head to me, smiling, but her eyes were full of tears. You are really like him, the same handsome boy, the same smartness, the same bravery. Li Jinglan, the road you carried me in the fog was very warm. I have been cold for hundreds of years in Wawu Mountain. It is you who gave me warmth again. Can you give me a hug in the end? Looking at that almost pleading face, I walked over, opened my arms, and without saying another word, just gently hugged her. Her body was very cold, like a piece of ice that would never melt. Thank you. I would rather be a ghost in the mountains than enjoy glory for thousands of years. Mewing, it's time to leave. The 100-year-old ice seemed to be poured with hot water at this moment, and began to melt little by little. She emitted a faint mist, or it would be more appropriate to describe it as steam. The ice gradually melted, and Mewing also slowly became transparent, until finally, it disappeared in front of my eyes. The afterimage in the mountains and forests could no longer be seen, leaving only a meteor across the sky. It's a meteor shower, make a wish quickly. Linger suddenly pointed to the sky, and on the dark night, a beautiful meteor flew like an arrow, incredibly fast. This reminded me of Mewing's short and long life. Is that her soul ascending to heaven? This shooting star is also her gift to us. Facing the night sky, I closed my eyes, and made a small wish. May Mewing fly into the homes of ordinary people in the next life, not seeking glory, not envying wealth, only being with a loyal person, and living with her till old age. When the group of foxes dragged the people out of the cave, they saw this amazing sight of souls ascending to heaven. They have been dependent on each other for hundreds of years. Although they know that the mountain ghost has fulfilled his wish, and is completely free, he still can't help feeling sad. Dozens of foxes all fell to the ground, respectfully bidding farewell to Princess Mewing. Even the lively flower fox kowtowed with tears and snot, which made me feel confused. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad for Princess Mewing, but this may be the best ending. She can't wait for that person in this life, so it's better to look forward to the next life, find a lover, and stay together until old age. From today on, there will be no more legends of mountain ghosts in Heisgugu, and no more foxes will get married. Old Jiang stood with his hands behind his back, sighing at the increasingly thin figure of Princess Mewing. I couldn't help but nod. After returning, these captive hunters may not adapt at first, but in order to survive, they will definitely pick up the rusty tools and broken bows and arrows again. And the group of kind foxes will also rebuild a home of their own, and they will be completely free. The beautiful and ethereal figure faded more and more, and finally only a group of water vapor with a human outline remained, and then the wind blew and dispersed. However, strangely, there was a drop of crystal liquid mixed in this group of vapor, which fell to the ground with a snap and rolled to my feet. What is this? I bent down curiously, and found that the crystal clear thing that looked like a dewdrop was not a liquid, but a glass-like solid. I picked it up, and put it in the palm of my hand. It was cold, but it had no weight. Gu Weihan also came over curiously, holding a magnifying glass. Under the magnifying glass, the dewdrop actually had beautiful patterns, just like snowflakes, very beautiful and crystal. Lao Zhang's face showed an unconcealed joy, and he said excitedly, "This is the legendary ghost tears, which are hard to come by in 1,000 years. Only the purest ghosts can shed this tear, and the deeper the magic power, the more crystal clear the tears. Li Jinglan, you really found a treasure this time. So, Princess Miaoyan still likes you very much. Even if she leaves, she will give you a tear so that you will never forget her in your life." Linger crossed her arms, and snorted softly, with a slightly sour tone in her voice. After hearing this, I immediately felt that this ghost tear was a hot potato, and hurriedly asked Lao Jiang how to deal with it. Lao Jiang looked at me, then at Linger, and said, "This tear is not a national treasure, and it does not need to be given to Qilin. This is a gift from Princess Miaoyan to you, and it is also an unexpected gain from our trip to Wawu Mountain. It is your good fortune. Keep it, maybe it can save your life later." When saying this, Lao Jiang looked up at the end of Wawu Mountain, and his eyebrows slowly frowned. There was an unresolved worry between his brows, as if he had a premonition of something. I was also a little uneasy in my heart, and wanted Lao Jiang to explain the origin and function of this thing to me in detail. Lao Jiang ignored me, but told the foxes to send the group of hunters back to Heisgugu as soon as possible, and told them to be careful. The old man living in the bamboo house has a bad temper. Try to avoid direct conflict. But fortunately, the other party is a reasonable person. It is best to send the person back intact, and then find a chance to explain. After all, everyone will live in harmony in Heisgugu in the future. Lao Jiang was explaining things to the fox in the room, and Linger was circling beside me. "Oh, Li Jinglan, you are so capable. Can you tell me the details of your wedding night with the mountain ghost?" I am really innocent. I was already very confused when I heard this, but Gu Weihan was still pretending to be deep. "Love across species, Even Darwin applauds you. Chapter 259. Nonsense. I didn't want to pay attention to them, so I walked forward. After a while, Lao Jiang also caught up with me. However, the strange thing was that even though they had promised Lao Jiang to do something, the group of foxes still didn't move. Their two black grape-like eyes stared at us and watched us leave. After we walked a distance, they followed us like ghosts. We walked, they walked. We stopped, they stopped. Seeing that they kept following us and had no intention of giving up, I had to ask them what they wanted to do. Unexpectedly, the leading old fox replied, "The mountain ghost master is gone, and we don't know where to go or what to do in the future. Otherwise, you could be our boss." In the world of wild animals, social animals generally have their own leaders, such as monkeys have monkey kings and wolves have wolf kings. They usually hunt according to the leaders. Moreover, they believe in the natural law of survival of the fittest. If the wolf king is successfully challenged by another wolf, the new wolf will replace him. But the rules for selecting the king are usually generated internally. I am not a fox, so how can I be the leader of the foxes? However, this group of foxes respects the mountain ghosts, so I don't care about any tribe. Apprentice, I am really more and more optimistic about you. Your skills are third or fourth rate, but your luck is super first rate. Lao Jiang showed me an envious expression. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. Although I am cursed, I have obtained the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling seas along the way, have a companion, and also got the god-slaying dagger. Now, a group of foxes are willing to follow me. I am quite lucky to be the master. However, facing the kindness of the foxes, I still rejected them outright. You don't need a boss. As tomb guardians, you have been imprisoned in the ancient tomb for so long and suffered so much. Later, you ran around to fulfill the wishes of the mountain ghost. You have never lived for yourself in this life. Now that the mountain ghost has passed away, it is time for you to find your own happiness in the forest. Remember, you are free. The foxes looked at each other, with confusion on their faces, as if they were unfamiliar with the word freedom. But I think it won't be long before they can run, play, and reproduce freely in the forest and slowly understand the true meaning of this word. The foxes finally stopped following me. After losing the troublesome tail, I can finally settle accounts with Lao Jiang at ease. Tell me, why are you using me as bait again? Do you think I'm lucky and can't die every time, so you have to let me die once to be satisfied? Thinking that I was the only one left in the 1,000-year fog, dealing with the fox wedding team, and was almost scared to death several times, I wanted to do something to vent my anger. Old Jiang smiled awkwardly, and wanted to fool me, and get away with it. I said coldly, "You don't have to say it. When we go back, I will tell Helangsu that you had a wedding night with the fox in Wawu Mountain." Nonsense. It's obviously. Old Jiang was about to refute, and I quickly pulled Linger, the supporter, to my side. "Linger, you heard it just now. Lao Jiang persuaded me to accept this ghost here. And it is very likely that he deliberately separated from you in the 1,000-year fog. Don't you want to know the truth?" Linger immediately pointed the finger at Lao Jiang, put her hands on her waist, glared at him, and asked him what he was planning. Lao Jiang really couldn't do anything to us, so he could only agree to tell the whole story. Linger threatened, "Remember, I'm not so easy to fool. If you miss anything, I will complain to Master when I go back. Say that you threw me in the fog and I almost died, hee." Lao Jiang sighed helplessly and admitted, "The 1,000-year fog thing was indeed intentional by me." After so many years of walking, Lao Jiang not only has rich combat experience, but also has a natural intuition about danger. A strong sixth sense told him that the mountain ghost in Haizgugu hides a huge secret, and if he wants to pass smoothly, he must crack this secret. He felt that the mountain ghost was not as vicious as the old hunter described. Although the ghost was full of evil spirit, he did not find any murderous intent from the golden melon seeds, so he felt relieved to use me as bait. After all, when I stayed overnight in Haizgugu, I was targeted by the foxes, and I received their engagement gift, so I was the best candidate to be the bait. At this point, Lao Jiang spread his hands and smiled bitterly. After all, there are only 3 men in our team, and the foxes have already said that I am an ugly old man. As for the barbarian with blonde hair and blue eyes behind, who else can I choose? Hearing this, Gu Weihan, who was taking notes, was furious on the spot. F***K. Who is the barbarian? I am obviously a scientist from the United States. Lao Jiang helplessly spread his hands. Okay, the barbarian of Life's own country is fine. I was too lazy to listen to their argument, so I raised my hand and made a stop gesture, asking Lao Jiang to stop keeping me in suspense and get to the point. Lao Jiang said as he hurried on his way. So I made a bold plan. When the fog was around, it just met the conditions of the weather in my plan. When I noticed the fox was staring at me, it was the right place. I took the opportunity to separate from you, which was the real first step in the overall plan. So where did you go? I asked, tightening my clothes. Lao Jiang showed me the golden melon seeds and explained, at that time, I used the dragon-seeking ruler to determine the evil spirit released from these golden melon seeds, and searched for the source of the evil spirit in the 1,000-year fog area, until I came to the mysterious ancient tomb that was dug up. Mysterious ancient tomb? Although I had already known the existence of the tomb on the tomb from Lao Jiang's words, the fact that he could find the source of the evil spirit in such a short time showed that Lao Jiang's ability to find dragons and points was far beyond my imagination. Is this his hidden strength as the Black Blade Kirin? I don't know if Lao Jiang noticed the strange look in my eyes. He continued what he had just said. The source of the evil spirit is indeed an ancient tomb, but more precisely, it is actually a destroyed Taoist 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation. When I found the place by following the dragon-seeking ruler, I found that there were actually 9 peach trees planted around. Peach trees are also known as dragon-subduing wood, which can drive away evil spirits and fight ghosts. Moreover, according to the Taoist secret method, these 9 peach trees seem to seal something. But unfortunately, all 9 peach trees fell down, withered but not dead, and a bronze coffin was scattered in the center. Obviously, the formation was broken. Chapter 260. Old Jiang was worried about something going wrong, so he asked Gu Weihan to stand by while he went to check with a black knife. In the end, he found that the coffin was empty, with only a lot of female burial objects from the Ming dynasty left. At that time, his first guess was that the mountain ghost came out of this tomb. He didn't know who she had offended in her life, and she was sealed here by such a powerful Taoist formation. All 9 peach trees were transplanted from other places, and a blood curse was buried under each peach tree. Even the copper coffin was densely engraved with scriptures. This 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation was second to none in that dynasty, whether in terms of materials or the level of care. So old Jiang concluded that only the royal family could do such a big thing. This should be a princess's burial. But there is no princess buried on Huawu Mountain in the history books of the Ming dynasty, and she had such a great hatred with the emperor that she would never be reborn. In the heated discussion between Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan, a candidate slowly surfaced, that is Princess Miuyin, who only existed in unofficial history. At this point, Lao Jiang looked at me again. It's the story I told you before. But since you said that the formation is so powerful, how did Princess Miuyin, a woman, escape? Imlinger asked very seriously. Lao Jiang is a smart man. When he realized that the sealing formation was powerful, he had already thought of it. She was obviously just a woman in her life, but she could become a mountain ghost after death. There must be some opportunity. Lao Jiang suspected that there was a problem with the formation, but he couldn't find the abnormality after several checks. Just when he was puzzled, the dragon-seeking ruler suddenly spun violently, and the pointer was still pointing to the direction of the ground. At that moment, Lao Jiang immediately made a plan. He decided to go down to the tomb to investigate. The result was amazing. He found that there was another tomb under the princess tomb. There was a white-haired zombie in that tomb. Princess Miuyin happened to be buried in this place. She absorbed the corpse gas below, and was able to break out of the formation and become immortal. The Taoists who set up the formation must have been very powerful. It is impossible that they could not find the things under the tomb. Could they be intentional? I suddenly had an idea and thought of something. Lao Jiang nodded. We don't know who planned everything. I only know that the zombie below must not be left alive. I was slightly surprised. You guys went down? Lao Jiang said with a wicked smile. The one who understands me is my apprentice. Linger crossed her arms and pouted her lips. You are really nosy. My apprentice is about to be married to a mountain ghost by a fox, and you still have the leisure to go to the tomb. Lao Jiang said shamelessly. Don't I believe in Jinglan's ability? Don't worry about his luck. Even if he is put into the pot of a monster, he can rely on his eloquence to hold on for days and nights. This skill is enough for me to go to the tomb. Then I have to thank you. I mocked Lao Jiang with a fake smile. Lao Jiang accepted it with a smile. You're welcome. When Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan pried open the sealing layer and entered the tomb, Gu Weihan looked around curiously. Fortunately, Lao Jiang had warned him early on that he should not touch anything in the tomb, otherwise he would die without knowing how. With my experience as a lesson, Gu Weihan was still quite cautious. Based on the burial objects inside, they concluded that this was the tomb of a general of the Yuan dynasty, and that the burial chamber outside seemed to have once kept a group of tomb guardian beasts. But strangely, the chains that imprisoned the tomb guardian beasts were broken. The tomb guardian beasts were nowhere to be found, leaving only a pile of bronze chains as thick as an arm. Even the corpse chi that frightened them was almost sucked dry, and only a severely injured white-haired ancient corpse suddenly appeared in the darkness, trying to sneak attack Lao Jiang. What happened later? Linger couldn't help asking after hearing the thrilling part. Lao Jiang pulled the corner of his mouth indifferently. If it dares to appear, I will naturally sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman and kill it. Poor ancient corpse, even if it sneak attacked, it couldn't gain a 10% advantage. Instead, Lao Jiang led Gu Weihan out of the ancient tomb unscathed. Lao Jiang's description was just a short sentence, but I know that this short sentence contains a lot of excitement and thrills. After all, how can an ancient corpse be killed just by saying it? Looking at Gu Weihan's excited face, he shouted, I really underestimated Mr. Jiang. You don't know at that time. Lao Jiang didn't intend to waste more words on the general's tomb, so he told Gu Weihan not to say anything more, as if it was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. But I feel that since returning from Dunhuang, Lao Jiang's strength seems to have improved a lot, or in other words, this is his real strength. Is he waiting for that person to appear? I can't help but think of the black and white photo again. This fateful battle is inevitable for Lao Jiang and that person, and it is unknown who will win. A winding stream twists and turns in the mountains and forests like a little snake, and we walk up along the stream. In the middle, we also climbed over a steep cliff. Fortunately, Lao Jiang and I were well prepared. We put a special climbing rope in our package and crossed the natural danger in a few steps. After finally reaching the top of the cliff, we stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. At this time, the morning sun was rising, and a red sun was slowly rising from the clouds and mist, which really gave us the feeling of strange peaks and strange clouds, and beautiful trees with delicate air. Seeing that the clouds and mist were thick, we had no intention of continuing to travel, so we temporarily rested and took a short rest. However, when we rested until noon, the clouds and mist did not show any sign of dispersing. The forest under our feet was shrouded in white clouds and mist, like a milky white gauze skirt tightly wrapped around our Musco road. Why is there so much fog on Wawu Mountain? It's already noon, and it hasn't dispersed yet. What should we do? I drank the sun water and looked at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang's face was serious and full of worry. This fog is not morning fog, but has always been there. What? There is not. I suddenly became a little stuttering, and I didn't dare to say the rest of the words, for fear that it would become true once the sun came out. But Lao Jiang broke the last bit of fantasy in my heart and said seriously, don't you remember? There are 3 forbidden death places in Wawu Mountain. In fact, Heizgugu, Qianianwu, and Mahuntang are connected together. In other words, the forest under our feet is nothing else but the last forbidden death place in Wawu Mountain, Mahuntang. I couldn't help but have some retreat in my heart. Can we bypass it? Although nothing serious happened this time, I almost married a mountain ghost as a groom. What if I encounter something weird in Mahuntang again? Isn't there an old saying, Mahuntang, the most strange of the strange, you can't get out of it when you live, and you can't leave it when you die. Once you enter this Mahuntang, you can't get out even if you become a ghost. Anyway, I would rather walk a few more days on the mountain road. Gu Weihan, who always loves adventure, also backed out this time and stood on the same front with me. Yes, this place called Mahuntang is too scary. Since ancient times, no one who entered it has come out. Even the souls of the dead will float here. Even ghosts will get lost here. Chapter 261. It was quiet all around. A gust of wind blew by, bringing up the rustling sound of the forest weeping, and the slight chill swept over my body. Linger couldn't help but shudder, looking at Lao Jiang with an expectant look. Lao Jiang also wanted to bypass this place, but this seemed to be the only way to reach the top of Wawu Mountain. He borrowed a telescope from Gu Weihan, stood on a high place, and looked around. But as he looked, his face became darker and darker, and his mouth became tighter and tighter. Finally, he had no choice but to sentence us to death. It's probably impossible to bypass this place. I was stunned, and then said in surprise, what about Wuxi and the others? Didn't they bypass Heizgugu successfully before? Lao Jiang shook his head. It's different here. Mahuntang surrounds the entire top of the mountain. Let alone us, even if they have wings, they have to pass through this side. In other words, Mahuntang is a forbidden place that no one can escape. Whether it is Wuxi or us, we stood on the top of the cliff and saw a winding stream extending down along the cracks in the rocks, like a long snake with a snake head, carefully exploring down. The rugged rocks are no match for the horror of the forest. Once the long snake stream enters the forest, it can no longer be seen. The milky white mist covered everything. Only a few gloomy dark green thousand-year-old trees occasionally pierce the white mist, revealing a huge treetop, like a monster that has lived for who knows how many years. Everything here gives people a feeling of mystery, unknown, and a strong sense of weirdness. According to the records of West China University, Mahantang has complex terrain and abnormal geology. There are lakes, swamps, miasma, and beasts in it, but there is no road. Gu Weihan stretched his neck with the telescope. His eyes were almost squinted into a line, but he still couldn't see what was hidden in the fog. Anyway, it's hard to tell the direction when we enter there. The only thing we can recognize is the river, but the river has become complicated here, and we don't know how many there are. While speaking, Gu Weihan looked at Lao Jiang. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to enter the soul-bending pond? With a gulp, I clearly heard the sound of Gu Weihan swallowing water after he finished speaking. At this time, compared with the challenge of exploration, facing the soul-bending pond, he only had the fear of uncertainty. Go in. Lao Jiang made the decision almost without hesitation. Then he turned to look at me and Linger. You are still young and have the right to choose life. Master, this is the first time you don't sell your apprentice, which touched me. But thank you for your concern. There is a cursed sword hanging over my head. Life and death are all fate. But I believe that everyone can come back alive. This is not because I am arrogant. I used to be afraid of death, but now the more things I experience, the more I feel that I am lucky. Linger didn't think too much, but replied, Anyway, Master entrusted me to you, so of course I will follow you. The three of us looked at Gu Weihan in unison. Gu Weihan picked up his backpack and said, This is the place I dream of coming to. This time I have you to accompany me. I can finally realize my dream. I will not back down. Everyone smiled at each other. After a short rest and replenishing some water and food, we walked towards the fog and went straight into the Maihan Pond. After following the stream into this dense fog forest, we found that the fog here is completely different from the 1,000-year fog. In the 1,000-year fog, you can't even see your own 5 fingers, let alone your feet. But the fog here is lingering on the trees, like white snakes that have practiced for thousands of years, coiled in the heights and spitting out fog. We can see that the ground is full of weeds, and the surroundings are all primitive bushes and wild forests. The environment here is dark, the trees are chaotic, and the lakes are crisscrossed, making it difficult to distinguish the direction. We want to go forward along the stream, but the stream here is sometimes broken and sometimes gathered into a depression, making people unsure of how to advance or retreat. The most experienced people in the team were Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan. Lao Jiang was on the left, cutting through the thorns, while Gu Weihan was on the right, pointing the way and leading the team. I don't know how long I walked with them. I only know that my feet were numb and stiff. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan stood in front, like walking corpses who had lost their souls, not knowing where to go. It seemed to be just like the legend. Once an outsider stepped into the Maihan Pond, it was fine at first. But soon they would lose their due judgment and reason, lose their direction, and be trapped in the Maihan Pond. Therefore, the Maihan Pond is also called Huangquan Road. The terrifying folk song sounded again in my ears. Maihan Pond, the most strange, it is not easy to survive after entering it. I don't know what Linger thought of. She suddenly pulled my sleeve and whispered to me why Uncle Jiang didn't move. I came to Lao Jiang with my head held high, and saw that he was staring at the endless dense jungle with his feet no longer knowing where to go. In fact, since this time, Lao Jiang not only did not smile at all, but also spoke very little, as if he was concentrating on finding the way. He even took out a black knife and carefully carved a mark on the tree every few steps. Linger had asked Lao Jiang with a smile before, Is it really that necessary? Lao Jiang's tone was full of seriousness, and he answered, This is to prevent ghosts from blinding our eyes. Otherwise, if we stay in the same place in such a large forest, we will be exhausted to death sooner or later. Even Gu Weihan was cautious. The P-18 submachine gun that was originally in his bag was quietly carried behind his back by him. I know, this bearded man is serious. The high places and distances of Mahantang are covered by thick fog. We can't see anything more than 20 or 30 meters away. Except for things at close range, everything else is all white. When I was on the cliff, I saw a few ancient trees popping up, and I thought this was a primeval forest. But until I entered, I found that although it has many characteristics of a forest, it is more like a huge swamp than a forest. There are many mud pits hidden in front, behind, left and right. The mud pits are bottomless. Once you step into it, you will sink deeper and deeper until you are completely swallowed up. Linger was carrying a heavy bamboo basket and fell into the mud several times. Fortunately, I caught her quickly. Her white ankles were stained with mud. She was so angry that she shook them off several times, but she couldn't get rid of them. She was furious and kept cursing her bad luck. I could only use a branch to help her scrape off the mud on her feet. Unexpectedly, this little girl was so greedy that she asked me to carry her on my back. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are already overweight, okay? If we fall into the swamp with your friends, we won't even have a chance to breathe and will be swallowed by the swamp. This number of casualties will definitely become a highlight in the history of Qilin. Qilin may use us as negative examples every year when he accepts new apprentices. Chapter 262. After hearing what I said, Linger also gave up. Lao Jiang tried to avoid the swamp as much as possible. Even if it took a lot of effort to open the way, he would stay close to the trees. As we walked, we saw many colorful mushrooms growing under the trees at our feet, some yellow, some red, some brown, etc. They had a huge umbrella cap on their heads, like a graceful little girl. Linger couldn't help but be hungry, and her semen was about to flow out. We've been walking for so long and we're hungry. Can we not eat dry food, pick some mushrooms, and make a pot of mushroom soup? It's so delicious. Lao Jiang was almost worried to death, but when he heard Linger's words, he was so angry that he laughed on the spot. Have you heard a nursery rhyme? Red umbrellas, white poles, eat them and lie on the board together. These are all poisonous mushrooms. You are immune to all poisons, and the more you eat, the more delicious they are. Others who eat them will directly join the immortal class. Linger stuck out her tongue. It's my fault for forgetting. We continued to walk forward, but after a few steps, there was a sudden rustling sound above our heads, and the leaves rustled, as if it was raining. Some red things fell on us, small, a bit like dandelion seeds. But aren't all dandelions white? I've never seen a red one before. Old Jiang and I were fine, as the little things just landed on our clothes, but poor Guihan had one on his nose. What is this? He reached out to take it out of curiosity. Linger's face suddenly changed, and she screamed at the top of her voice, "Don't touch it." What's wrong? Guihan was frightened, and his hand was suspended in the air, almost touching his nose. Lao Jiang and I were also a little terrified. After all, it was extremely rare for Linger to have such a reaction. Don't move, right? Just keep this position. Linger carefully put down the big bamboo basket on her back, and then explained, the things that fell on you are alive. They are called June Fire. They are insects without eyes, and they sense the presence of prey through the antennae on their heads. If you move, they will attack you. After she said this, we realized that the red dandelion seeds on their bodies really had small wings trembling slightly. The antennae on their heads were as slender as fluff, and their bodies were as red as fire, red enough to bleed. What kind of insect is this? I felt sympathetic, looking at the red dot on my sleeve, and I didn't even dare to speak. Guihan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out, and asked in a low voice, how to attack. Linger took out a mysterious candy from her sun bag and threw it into the big bamboo basket, and replied, burn a hole in your nose. Hole? This word frightened Guihan so much that he wanted to raise his hand to flick the bug away, but he was worried that his nose would really be burned. Linger smiled mischievously. Do you know why June Fire is called this? Because they secrete a strange acid water. No matter where this acid water drips on a person, it will fester and burn, just like on fire. Some people who don't know the truth will be scared and run around after being hit, but the faster you move, the more wind you bring up will make the fire burn more vigorously. In a blink of an eye, countless holes will be burned on your body until you die of pain. This sentence made Lao Jiang and I sweat profusely, fearing that we would provoke this group of living devils. Lao Jiang winked at Linger and told her to help quickly. Linger had already put away her smile at this time, revealing an extremely serious expression. Don't worry, I have been preparing since just now. Then she recited a difficult-to-understand meow language, and the poisonous insects flew out of the basket one after another with a buzzing sound. This time I found that she released very few insects, only a dozen or so, and they were all transparent in color, with a pair of light green cicada wings, but their stomachs were bulging, and it was obvious that the candies just now were eaten by them. Ding 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 ding, you are the best, come and help your mother out of danger. Drive away the annoying bad bugs, and your mother will feed you the sea of stars. Linger shook the thin silk bell on her wrist while directing the group of fat bugs. This group of foodies actually arranged their troops in groups of 4 and 4, with clear division of labor and flew towards us. In a few seconds, they surrounded the June Fire that had landed on us. 4 fat bugs were buzzing above the head of the June Fire, as if they were looking for a suitable opportunity to attack, and then they stretched out their claws at the same time to lift up the June fire. It was like a firefighter eliminating danger. Every time I lifted it up, I found a dark hole on my clothes, which seemed to have been burned, but not really on fire. All this looked quite novel. However, at this moment, something happened to Guwehan. He ignored Linger's warning and shouted in panic, F***K. The bugs are crawling into my nostrils, it's so itchy. Linger stared at him and told him not to move. Ding Ding will come to save you soon. No, I can't help it. With a huge sneeze, Guwehan's whole body swayed up and down uncontrollably. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I saw that the June fire on the tip of his nose became even redder. At the critical moment, Linger could only rush forward and grab Guwehan's nose with her hand, pinching the red June fire. Although the crimson bug was furious and kept secreting acid, it couldn't hurt Linger at all, and finally had to shrink into a ball in fear. But Guwehan was not so good. His nose tip was rescued in time, but a small black spot was left, as if it was poked by a hot iron. Guwehan covered his face and cried out in pain. God! It hurts so much. Why do I get hurt every time? Why does my nose get hurt every time? Who told you not to listen? Linger took out a bottle of purple ointment from her arms in anger. Guwehan cried out in pain. How can you bear this? Linger glared at him. You couldn't bear it last time? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Having said that, she still carefully dug a little ointment and applied it to the wound on the tip of Guwehan's nose. Fortunately, it's not serious. Remind me to apply it 3 times a day, and it will heal in 2 or 3 days. By the way, remember to call me Aunt for these 3 days. I am your lifesaver. If I hadn't acted quickly, your nose would have been rotten. Obviously, Linger wanted this foreigner to learn a lesson. Guwehan was not happy and shouted, I am an American scientist, and the respected president of West China University. How can I call a young girl my aunt? How can I be worthy of my grandmother? And grandfather? Chapter 263. I patted his shoulder, sighed for a day, and whispered to comfort him, Don't call me grandmother, grandfather. There is an old saying in our yin country that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. You know Linger's temper? Seeing that he didn't say anything, I reminded him again, Do you think your face is more important, or your nose? If your nose is broken, your face will be ruined. Then can you not say it? Guwehan bowed his head weakly. I smiled slightly. But Guwehan remembered something. No, the spirit of the Western cowboy runs in my blood. I will not yield to a little girl. At this time, Linger looked over. What? My ears are not very good. I didn't hear what you said just now. After a strong mental struggle, Guwehan's hysterical face finally squeezed out an aunt's smile. Hello, Aunt, do you want some water? Linger snorted and nodded contentedly. That's about right. Lao Jiang didn't want to listen to our jokes and told us to keep going. For safety reasons, Linger did not put the fat bugs back into the bamboo basket, but let them fly together all the way to prevent another June fire attack. As we walked, we speculated about the origin of the bugs. Guwehan wanted to touch his nose but didn't dare to, so he could only say in a low voice, The reason why Maihan Pond killed so many people must be that these bugs burn people to ashes, right? We have solved the mystery of the century. Linger shook her head and said firmly, No, these bugs are not from Maihan Pond. Guwehan and I looked at her at the same time. Linger said to herself, This place has a lot of water and swamps, and the humidity is too heavy. June fire likes to live in dry and hot places. Where did they come from? Guwehan asked. Lao Jiang interrupted coldly at this time. Isn't it obvious? You mean? I was surprised and pointed at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance. Wuxi. This is what Wuxi brought from the black meow. Isn't this the most popular poisonous insect of the black meow? So they are ahead of us? I said without thinking. Lao Jiang said, Aren't they always setting traps in front? In this way, we should not only beware of the crisis in Maihan Pond, but also beware of the surprises left by Wuxi and others. No wonder he told us on the day of the wet corpse that he had left more gifts. I looked forward, and the gloomy and dim Maihan Pond was like a huge cage, and no matter how we walked, we couldn't get out. The sunlight here was gray. As we walked, we found a cross mark engraved on a tree in front. When I saw this mark, I was not calm on the spot. Master, are we back to the same place again? The grass environment here is almost the same, and the only thing that can be recognized is the mark on the tree. Isn't this cross in front of me the mark left by Lao Jiang before? I can't remember if it is this tree, but the mark is exactly the same. Lao Jiang stepped forward and took a look, then shook his head decisively. No, this is not left by me, but by him. What? This was like a thunderclap in the sky, making everyone present open their mouths wide. Lao Jiang explained, the mark I left behind is a straight cross, and the mark he left behind is tilted 15 degrees more than mine, that is, an oblique cross. After so many years, his habit has not changed. The so-called he obviously refers to the gloomy and mysterious Qilin Lao Wu, but what I didn't expect was that Lao Wu and Lao Jiang were so similar in many habits. Yinlinger became curious and asked who he was, and why he liked to leave the same cross as Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang obviously didn't want to mention it, with an unhappy look on his face, and told us to pay more attention to the surrounding environment, there might be traps behind. As a result, after walking more than 10 steps forward, we found another oblique cross mark. 2 marks appeared in such a small area, which could only mean that the other party is lost, and at the edge of the muddy black swamp in front, we saw a large area of messy footprints. The footprints stepped on the mud, densely packed. It seemed like they were spinning in place, or running away. Lao Jiang squatted down and took a glance, and soon seemed to have discovered some important clues, and looked at me with a faint smile on his lips. I asked him what was wrong, and told him not to try to trick me again. Lao Jiang only replied, I just want to test you. How much can you see from these footprints? I moved forward and observed the footprints closely, and then I found that this group of people were not walking normally at the time. Because the span of each step was irregular, and everyone's state at the time was also different. Some people seemed to be negotiating with something in the same place, others seemed to be running in panic. There were also a few particularly deep footprints. They seemed to have encountered something here, and a small-scale battle took place, but they escaped successfully and avoided this crisis. I raised my hand and pointed to the west and said, they are running to that side. Old Jiang shook his head. Look again. I was quite confident and felt that I had analyzed everything in place. After old Jiang's reminder, I suddenly discovered a very subtle detail. According to the intelligence we have obtained so far, the enemy team has a total of 4 people. One is Wuxi, the young master of the Black Miao, one is Qilin Laowu, one is a mysterious old woman, and the other is the poor kidnapped Ah Shui. But judging from the footprints in front of us, there is one more person in the team. Their people have become 5. This is my apprentice. Lao Jiang nodded with satisfaction and reminded me, and the extra person always walks in the front. According to the description of the village chief, there were still 4 of them when they landed on Wawu Mountain, so the 5th person must be from Wawu Mountain. Could it be? My heart jumped. Lao Jiang frowned and said, they knew that they couldn't get out of Mahuntang, and for some coincidence, they actually caught a local from Wawu Mountain as a guide. I was even more surprised. What kind of living people can there be in this place? But as I was talking, I suddenly realized that this guide was most likely one of the mysterious mountain guards who tamed the elk. Could it be that Wuxi and his team had already fought a battle with the guardian of Wawu Mountain? The whole team was unusually silent at this moment, and everyone walked forward without saying a word. However, as he walked, Lao Jiang stopped, swung the compass in his hand, and his face became more gloomy. The compass doesn't work anymore. Chapter 264. Normally, a compass will fail when encountering a magnetic field, such as turning left and right, and not being able to indicate the direction. But the compass in our hands was like seeing a ghost. Its needle was actually frozen in the direction of the left hand, and did not move. No matter which direction we went, the needle was like welded, sticking to that position, not moving. In desperation, Lao Jiang took out the dragon-seeking ruler, and wanted to perform the art of dividing gold and locating the acupoint. The result was still the same. In this forest swamp where we couldn't tell the directions of east, south, west and north, we had completely lost our direction. Gu Weihan analyzed. There should be a very strange natural magnetic field below, which is different from the magnetic field I encountered during my previous adventures. After speaking, he raised his wrist, looked at the watch and said, but it can only affect magnetic things, and my mechanical watch will not be affected. What the bearded uncle said is the same as not saying anything. We can't find the way through the watch, so what's the use of just looking at the time? Yinlinger pouted and said something dejected. Old Jiang frowned, not knowing how to go for a moment. Gu Weihan asked us to calm down. He had also encountered a situation of getting lost when he was exploring before. We can't stop now, otherwise it will be more dangerous when it gets dark. For now, we can only rely on Gu Weihan's rich experience in finding the way and follow him to wander around in the swamp. There is no sunlight here, and the land is unusually soft. There are green mosses and some tall weeds growing on both sides. In this special environment, there are also swamps scattered all over the place. In the dark environment, the swamps are like black big mouths full of death traps, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. We walked more and more carefully. Everyone held a stick in their hands, just like a blind person, and had to explore the road before walking, fearing that this dangerous death swamp would swallow us up. Just then, a big white bird appeared in my sight. It had a pair of strong wings, and was not close to the mud of the swamp. However, when it appeared above the swamp, an invisible hand grabbed its body and dragged it in. Cry! The bird frantically flapped its wings and screamed miserably, trying to struggle out. But the invisible hand kept ravaging it, squeezing it, trying to crush it. In the blink of an eye, the lower half of the bird sank in. Then the wings, then the head. Finally, the whole bird was swallowed, but the place where it sank was bubbling with bubbles. Did you see it? The bird fell straight down, as if someone had dragged it down. Einlinger screamed and jumped up. I suppressed my fear and explained dryly. It should be the suction. The suction of the swamp dragged it down. No, it's not the suction. Gu Weihan stood up and presented a bunch of scientific reasons of his own. In scientific terms, the swamp here can withstand very little pressure. And because of the large amount of water, the swamp soil is lacking in oxygen. Under anaerobic conditions, organic matter decomposes slowly, and is only in a semi-decomposed state, eventually forming the current situation. I raised my hand and said weakly, but the bird was sucked down when it was in the air. Your pressure principle does not hold. Pressure will only appear after the bird touches the swamp. And then it can fall into it. My words also confused Gu Weihan. Because we all saw the scene clearly, the only explanation is that there is an invisible hand that is secretly controlling everything. Fear spread to us little by little, and we couldn't wait to leave here. However, we soon realized a problem. The Lost Soul Pond is a strange place. The more afraid you are, the more you can't escape the nightmare it sets for you. In the Lost Soul Pond, we got lost. No matter what marks Lao Jiang made, it was useless. No matter how long we walked and how many directions we took, we would eventually return to the original place. Gulp, gulp! The sound of bubbles in the swamp sounded beside us, like the bell of death, playing silently. At first, we felt strange when we heard the sound of bubbles, then weird, and finally turned into a strong fear. It was as if there was something invisible hidden in the swamp around us. It would not show up on its own, but deliberately play tricks on us. Master, what should we do now? What is going on? Why are there bubbles in the swamp? Old Jiang didn't say anything. His eyebrows were already frowning, and his face was full of worry. At this time, Gu Weihan interrupted. If we use our science to explain this, it is like this. There are many rotting corpses of animals and plants in it. Whenever the gas rises, many bubbles will emerge. This is a very normal thing. Another scientific explanation? Doesn't Gu Weihan know that the entire Wawu Mountain is a forbidden area for science? Sure enough, old Jiang shook his head. It's not that simple. These bubbles sounded a total of 42 times along the way, and they were all in different directions, and different areas of the swamp. Is this how your science bubble comes out? Just now I have been feeling that something is not right, but Lao Jiang's words have awakened me. Gu Weihan's mouth twitched, and he asked Lao Jiang, what do you think? Lao Jiang's hand was unnaturally placed on the handle of the black knife, and his expression did not relax at all. I don't know. Anyway, there is always a very depressing feeling. Have you heard of it? In nature, the more powerful the predator, the more disdainful it is to kill with one blow. Many predators have the habit of teasing their prey, especially when they see fresh and rare prey. The so-called fresh prey here should refer to us. Einlinger was startled and quickly spat on the ground a few times. Uncle Jiang, don't be so crow-mouthed at this time. You just know how to scare us. I'm not scaring you. Lao Jiang replied, then looked at me and said solemnly, let's go again. We must leave here as soon as possible. I waved my hands. No, I'm exhausted and can't walk anymore. Lao Jiang didn't agree with me, but tore a piece of cloth from his clothes, which made me very strange. Then he wanted to cover my eyes with the cloth and said, Li Jinglan, you lead the way this time. You cover my eyes, and let me lead the way. You are crazy, and you want me to go crazy with you at the cost of my life? When I said the last part, my tone couldn't help but rise a degree. Don't forget, there are swamps everywhere here. Lao Jiang's expression was very serious, and his voice was low but irresistible. Do as I say. Just go north based on your own feelings. Chapter 265. After saying that, Lao Jiang covered my eyes tightly with the cloth and tied it on my head. My vision suddenly became dark, and I couldn't see anything. Only my hearing and sense of smell became extremely sensitive at this time. Li Jinglan, let's go. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder. At this time, I felt that Lao Jiang's voice suddenly changed. At that moment, his voice was very similar to the three-eyed Li Jinglan in my dream. In the infinite darkness, he seemed to occupy my body again. I took the first step according to my feeling. Although it was dark in front of me and my vision was chaotic, I was not as confused as I imagined, but consciously walked along a virtual road. In this way, I walked on the muddy ground with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. I thought that Lao Jiang would not let me fall into the swamp and leave me alone. I don't know how long I walked. It seems that I should have reached the origin in my memory, but Lao Jiang did not call to stop, but continued to let me go forward. After walking for about half an hour, Lao Jiang called me and took the initiative to untie the cloth on my eyes. I subconsciously looked at the tree in front of me. To my surprise, I didn't see the cross mark drawn by Lao Jiang this time. We actually walked out of the swamp. Even Linger couldn't help but jump up. "Brother Jinglan, you are so amazing." Gu Weihan clapped his hands and asked what kind of magical method this was. Lao Jiang was still serious and cautious. He said lightly, "When all tools fail, the only thing you can rely on is the sixth sense of human beings. Don't forget, humans are the leaders of all spirits. Although our functions have gradually degenerated compared to ancient times, the intuition of the primitive period still flows in our genes." I snorted. "Since we are all the leaders of all spirits, why let me come? Are you trying to trick your apprentice again?" Lao Jiang shook his head. "Because your sixth sense is stronger than all of ours." After saying that, he showed a strange smile and tapped his forehead. The meaning was self-evident. He was referring to my third eye. But isn't this eye a curse? Can't it be developed into any function? Remember, good and bad are interdependent. Sometimes, if you use bad things well, you can also bring good things. Lao Jiang's words actually have a deeper meaning. At this moment, I suddenly felt that Lao Jiang knew more about the curse that was wrapped around me than I thought. It's just that for some reason, he concealed it from me. Linger didn't care about these things at all. She looked at Lao Jiang excitedly and asked excitedly, "Uncle Jiang, have we walked out of the Lost Soul Pond now?" Lao Jiang shook his head. "It's not that simple. Look carefully, the surrounding swamps have not disappeared. At best, we have only escaped the first ring of the Lost Soul Pond." As soon as these words came out, the smiles on everyone's faces froze, as if a basin of cold water was poured over our heads, filling us with a chill. "What should we do now?" Linger twitched her mouth helplessly. Lao Jiang replied, "Let's go. What else can we do besides walking?" Fortunately, Lao Jiang didn't blindfold me again this time. He carved a mark on the tree and took the initiative to walk in front to lead the way. Soon, many messy footprints appeared in front of us again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still those enemies. It seems they have also walked out of the maze. The trampled mud had not yet completely hardened, and it was estimated that they had just left not long ago, within a few hours. If they were trapped ahead, or if we hurried a little faster, we might have met on a narrow road. Linger also noticed this, and she put down the big bamboo basket unhappily. Why did they come out? God is so unfair. The bad guys have always had such good luck. No one died. Lao Jiang's nose twitched, and his eyes began to become sharp. Linger and I looked at each other, and just as we were about to ask what was going on, we saw Lao Jiang holding the black knife on his waist and flying in one direction. Gu Weihan chased behind with a submachine gun on his back, and Linger and I didn't have time to think too much, so we just caught up. After running for a few minutes, I smelled a rotten smell. As the footsteps moved lightly, the smell became stronger and stronger, until finally, Lao Jiang stopped, and I finally knew the source of the smell. I saw a dead person kneeling under a big tree not far away. He had dark skin, a strong body, and developed muscles that supported the blue cloth clothes. He was a martial artist. But now, he was alone and nailed to the tree with a scimitar. The whole throat was pierced. Blood flowed all over the ground. This person was not Wu Shi, nor was he Lao Wu, nor was he the mysterious mother-in-law or Ah Shui. The only explanation was that he was the owner of the extra footprint. Amen. He should be a person from the mountains. Such dark skin is obviously a mark left by long-term exposure to the sun. Gu Weihan sighed and drew a cross on his chest. There are still a few incomplete footprints left under the tree, which seemed to be left by Wuxi and his men when they destroyed the Japanese people. But the strange thing is that only this place has footprints, and the footprints in other places seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth, making it impossible for us to know the direction in which Wuxi and his men fled. Lao Jiang remained silent. I asked him what happened. He stared at the corpse. He was wearing a blue shirt and had an exquisite white scabbard on his waist. But now, the scabbard was empty. No, his knife was the white one. It was the white knife that pierced his throat and nailed him to the tree. And why were his clothes so similar to a Shui's? Could he be from the same ethnic group as a Shui? When I expressed my doubts, Lao Jiang did not refute. Instead, Linger was surprised and said, the clothes seem to be very similar, but if a Shui is from the same ethnic group as him, then a Shui should live on Wawu Mountain. How could he be captured by Zheng Sanpao brothers before? You know, Zhao Eru and Zheng Sanpao don't have any real skills, let alone kidnapping people on the mountain. I said, that's true, but such an inconspicuous and weak Shui must have a special place, otherwise Wu Shi and his friends would not have gone through so much trouble to bring a burden up the mountain. At this time, Lao Jiang finally said, a Shui should be on this mountain. He must have gone down the mountain for some mission before, and then was caught, and then led Wu Shi and his friends up the mountain as a guide. This also explains why Wu Shi and his friends could bypass Heizgugu and Qianyanwu in front of them, and only one guide was needed. Therefore, after confirming that the blue-clothed man in front of them, that is, the mountain guard, was of no great use, he was killed here. Lao Jiang's words were well reasoned, and I couldn't help but look at the man under the tree again. The man's eyes were wide open, filled with anger, unwillingness, and even inexplicable regret. His mouth was wide open, but he could no longer say a word. Hey, it seems like there's something stuck in his mouth. I was startled at first, then I pulled Linger back in panic and reminded everyone, that bastard Wu Shi is going to do it again, everyone be careful of poisonous insects. Chapter 266. Don't worry, this body is safe. I don't feel any insects. Old Jiang and Linger said at the same time. Although the content was different, the meaning was basically the same. After that, Old Jiang went over and pulled out the white knife that nailed the mountain guard to death. The body of the mountain guard slid softly along the tree to the ground. Old Jiang closed the other's eyes again, hoping that he could rest in peace. Finally, he reached out and took out the thing stuffed in the mouth of the corpse. It turned out to be a yellow grasshopper made of wild grass. I was immediately very puzzled. Isn't this just a toy from childhood? Is there any special meaning for Wu Shi and others to put this thing into the mouth of the dead? Why is it so bad taste? Strangely, after seeing the grasshopper, Old Jiang was more terrified than encountering a 1,000-year-old zombie. It was like an electric shock. As soon as his hand loosened, the grasshopper fell to the ground. But the next second, he seemed to be crazy again, picking up the grasshopper desperately, and then holding it in both hands, examining it carefully. Master? Uncle Jiang? Linger and I called out carefully, but Lao Jiang ignored us, and continued to hold the grasshopper in a daze without saying a word. At that moment, he looked several years older, like a dying old man with gray hair. His face was pale, and he couldn't say a word, but I could clearly see that every finger on his hands was trembling. He left this for me. After a long time, Lao Jiang said, Is it that Lao Wu? Unconsciously, my voice became very soft, for fear of disturbing the fragile Lao Jiang in front of me. As if Lao Jiang didn't hear what I said, he added to himself, to be precise, this should be what he returned to me. He said this in an extremely strange tone, like crying and laughing, with an indescribable heaviness and a touch of hoarseness from the changes in the world. I looked away and wanted to say something to change the subject, but at this time, I caught a glimpse of a line of words on the tree trunk. The line of words was originally covered by the body of the mountain guard, and as the body slid down, it finally saw the light of day again. There are words, I said intermittently, pointing at the tree. Lao Jiang suddenly raised his head, and saw that the words were carved neatly, and each word was carved into the wood, as if carrying a monstrous hatred. That should also be what Lao Wu left for Lao Jiang. It clearly read, How dark the sky of Yinshu is, how much I hate you. I can clearly feel that this sentence is like a knife, stabbing Lao Jiang's heart. The old Jiang, who was originally standing firm in the face of a collapse of the mountain, was about to collapse at this moment. His face was as white as paper. He covered his heart with his hands, and his face was full of sadness, regret, and deep pain. He stumbled to the ground, but his hands tightly grasped the grasshopper. Perhaps at this moment, I realized how important Lao Wu was to Lao Jiang. Gu Weihan only knew that Lao Wu was a very terrible enemy. Although Linger had heard of Lao Wu's name, she didn't know the reason. Seeing Lao Jiang in such a state, the two men thought that Lao Jiang had been ambushed by the enemy and rushed forward to rescue him. But before they could get to Lao Jiang, I, who knew everything, stopped them. Because I knew very well that what Lao Jiang needed most now was a quiet place without being disturbed. He was very bitter, and needed time to digest it. Gu Weihan pulled my sleeve and asked quietly, "What's wrong with Mr. Jiang? Is he heartbroken?" I sighed, smiled bitterly, and glanced at Lao Jiang, and replied, "It's much more serious than a heartbreak." Linger asked again, "Is Uncle Jiang injured? Is it serious?" I pointed to the location of the heart and told her, "It's the wound here. It was scarred before, and now it's torn open again." Linger and Gu Weihan looked at each other. I pulled them to sit aside and comforted them. "Give him some time, and he will tell us when he wants to." Now the two of them also knew that there was a huge secret hidden in Lao Jiang, and that secret was related to the mysterious man Lao Wu. The key to unlocking this secret is this grasshopper. After a long time, Lao Jiang took a deep breath, as if he had sorted out his thoughts. He walked over to us and sat down, his burly figure full of fatigue. "Do you have a cigarette?" Gu Weihan took a cigarette from his cigarette bag and handed it over. After Lao Jiang took it, he said thank you, then lit it, took a deep puff and said, "Actually, I tied this grasshopper myself." Hearing this, we were all shocked. Lao Jiang exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly said the second sentence, "To be honest, I didn't expect that he would still keep it on him after so many years. But now he has returned it to me." Lao Jiang covered his face with the hand holding the cigarette in pain, as if he didn't want us to see his tears, and seemed unwilling to face reality. The smoke from the burning Lifeng National cigarette rose, like a cloud, revealing the long-forgotten taboo passed bit by bit. When I was 15, I entered Qilin, and since then I have followed my master to carry out missions everywhere. I have seen the clouds and mist of Longhu Mountain, and brought back the Tianshi Jade Gui from that holy place full of murderous intentions. I have set foot on the extremely cold snow-capped mountains, and found the treasure of Tubo in the endless ice caves. I was on the verge of death on the vast grassland, and in the fight with horse bandits, I took back the dazzling Xiongnu golden crown. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky, the water, fire, and wind on the earth, and the essence, spirit, and spirit of people are the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen. Lao Jiang sat upright in the east, facing forward, thinking of the past. He was glowing with an indescribable chivalry. I thought I would always be like this, following my master, guarding every treasure of the nation. Until that time, we went on a mission to a village in Lu County, Jiangxi. There is a Jade Buddha temple behind the village, where a priceless Jade Buddha is hidden. It is said that the Jade Buddha was made by Wu Zetian. At that time, she had just ascended the throne as the empress, and urgently needed auspicious signs to appear in the world. It happened that someone saw Maitreya Buddha appearing in this place. The empress believed in Buddhism, and in order to fulfill her wish, she found the best craftsman in Chang'an City to create a Maitreya Jade Buddha. This Maitreya Jade Buddha took a full 3 years, using the best white jade, exquisite and flawless. If there is any mistake, the jade will be reselected and carved, striving to create the most perfect, most charming, and flawless Jade Buddha. Originally, the Jade Buddha was enshrined in the Jade Buddha Temple, but after the Anshur Rebellion, the Jade Buddha lost its whereabouts, and no one has been able to witness its true appearance for thousands of years. But not long ago, when the monks were repairing the Jade Buddha Temple, they discovered that there was a dark underground palace hidden under the Jade Buddha Temple. Chapter 267. Everyone thought that the missing Maitreya Buddha was hidden in the underground palace under the temple. The news spread quickly, and countless tomb robbers came one after another. In order to steal the Jade Buddha, they dug many holes, and finally broke the underground eyes. The underground river gushed out, sweeping the Jade Buddha Temple like the end of the world, and the village under the mountain was not spared. The raging flood submerged the entire village. A disaster caused by greed caused this small village with few people to suffer a devastating disaster. When my master and I rushed over, it was too late. The flood was raging, and there was no one alive. Finally, Lao Jiang found a wooden box floating on the water, and heard intermittent crying from inside. He and his master realized that something was wrong, dragged the box to the shore, and when they opened the lid, they found that there was a little boy crying inside. The little boy was small and curled up, which made people feel very distressed. He was the only survivor of the whole village. Master Jiang asked him how many days he had drifted on the water. The little boy didn't know. He was placed in a wooden box, unable to see the sun, and there was only endless darkness in front of him, and he couldn't tell the difference between day and darkness. All he knew was that he lost everything on the day when the flood came. Master Jiang was a good man. He not only fed the child with dry food and water, but also left all the money he had with him. Then he was going to take Jiang back to report. Unexpectedly, the child grabbed the corner of Master Jiang's clothes tightly. "Money, food, water, I don't want any of these." This sentence caught Master Jiang's attention. "Then what do you want?" The little boy wiped the tears from his face and said with determination, "I want to go with you. I want to learn your skills, and I want revenge." His words became louder and louder, and more determined. Master Jiang showed a playful look and asked the little boy, "Then do you know who your enemy is?" "The tomb robbers, the thieves, are them? They are the ones who harmed the village." Although the little boy was young, his logic was very clear. Master Jiang frowned. To be fair, the boy was still young, and he didn't want to bring a burden. But Lao Jiang unexpectedly liked the little boy in front of him, or rather, he felt sorry for him. He pestered the master and played the emotional card. "Master, don't you claim to be the most humane of the Qilin? If we leave him alone in the troubled times, he will die. These days, he is alone, isn't he fine?" Master Jiang sneered. Lao Jiang said again, "You heard that he hates tomb robbers the most, and he is the same as us." Master Jiang hesitated. Lao Jiang continued, "This kid will have good fortune after surviving a disaster. Master, you have a strong attribute of killing your disciples. Except for me, all the brothers and sisters are dead. Why not take him in? Besides, I think this kid is quite smart and should not be killed easily." Master Lao Jiang was obviously shaken. Lao Jiang pulled the corner of Master's clothes and acted coquettishly. "Oh, just take him back. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks and bowls. Okay. Take him back and let Madame Yun see him. Although the fourth sister he took is beautiful, I have two here, which is better than her." Seeing that the master was relieved, Lao Jiang hurriedly said, Yes, the four sisters master always shows off the fourth sister. This time we will show off our prestige." Suddenly, Lao Jiang kicked the little boy. "Why don't you call me master?" The little boy was smart. While Lao Jiang didn't react, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. After a series of operations, the etiquette of apprenticeship was completed. "Master, you can't admit it now." Lao Jiang laughed and looked at the little boy. "From now on, you are the fifth child of Qilin. In the future, you can call me senior brother, of course. Calling me third brother is closer." Under Lao Jiang's persistence, the little boy became his junior brother as he wished, and Master Lao Jiang also took him back to Qilin. Unexpectedly, this little kid is quite talented and very hard-working, which makes Master Lao Jiang more and more satisfied with his decision. The whole Qilin thinks that he has picked up a treasure, including his nemesis Yun Yangzi, who is also envious. Yun Yangzi is Alangsu's master. At that time, among the younger generation of Qilin, in addition to the mechanical master Lao Jiang, there was also a clever girl who dared to use a sword to eliminate corpses before she reached adulthood, and that was Helan Shui. Before, Master Lao Jiang and Madame Yun had always been secretly competing with each other, thinking that the apprentices they trained were the most powerful, and they wanted to suppress each other in everything. Unexpectedly, Master Lao Jiang brought back a child this time, and got the upper hand. The leader of the previous generation knew that Master Lao Jiang and Madame Yun had a deep grudge, so he could only start with the younger generation. So he ordered the three young people to carry out the mission together, intending to cultivate Lao Jiang, Helan Shui and Lao Wu. They went up the mountains and into the sea, experienced life and death, and gradually formed a deep friendship. Helan Shui was cold and aloof, but her heart was very soft. Although she didn't say much, she took good care of the youngest Lao Wu in her actions. At that time, they were just golden unicorns, but they returned successfully every time. In an unexpected crisis, they replaced two black knife unicorns who died in battle, perfectly solved a difficult double S-level task, and brought back the national treasure, Emperor Wen's seal. The whole unicorn was shocked and called them Three Wonders, and gave them the right to wear black knives to commend their unparalleled achievements. There must be a teacher among three people. The three of them have different personalities. Halangsu is calm, Lao Jiang is frivolous and lively, and Lao Wu is cruel. He bites people like a mad dog without caring about anything. Cruel? Linger and I looked at each other. In our opinion, cruel doesn't seem to be a good word for unicorns. Lao Jiang took a deep breath, exhaled milky white smoke, looked up at the sky and said, "You can't imagine how cruel Lao Wu is." But this cruel is not a derogatory word. When going down to the tomb to break through the level, Lao Wu will take the lead with a knife, regardless of life and death. When dealing with tomb robbers, he would not punish them lightly like Alangsu and Lao Jiang, because they were soft-hearted and both of them had fallen. But Lao Wu would not. Lao Wu knew that the vicious tomb robbers were like poisonous snakes. You had to bow your head under the eaves, but when you let down your guard, they would spray venom and try to kill you. So Lao Wu often killed them all, doing the dirty work that Qilin was unwilling to do. When it came to himself, Lao Wu was also extremely cruel. without any consideration. I still remember that in a mission, Lao Wu had been stabbed with several blood holes, but he still carried the silver spear, approached the opponent, and stabbed his black knife into the opponent's heart. Lao Jiang looked up at the sky, his eyes were slightly moist. I always thought he was different from the child at the beginning, becoming more and more fierce and cruel. Or rather, the destruction of the village, and the tragic deaths of all his relatives planted a seed of hatred in his heart. As he grew up and became stronger, the seed grew into a towering tree. Chapter 268. Master Lao Jiang began to persuade Lao Wu, and even refused to assign him tasks anymore, thinking that he was too cruel and needed to temper his brutal temper. Lao Wu agreed. It happened that he was seriously injured and needed to recuperate, so Lao Jiang took care of him. Not long after, Qinghai urgently sent a task of great importance, so the leader sent Master Lao Jiang and Madame Yuan, 2 black knife unicorns, to go there at the same time. However, 10 days later, they suddenly lost news. A month later, they didn't come back either. Half a year, the longer you wait, the slimmer your hope will be. In the end, Lao Wu was desperate to go to Qinghai to find his master, and Lao Jiang went with him, and even He Lanjue secretly followed him. But all they found were 2 black knives, and not even a bone of the master was left. The black knife is regarded as the highest honor by the Qilin people. The knife is still there, and the knife is broken, and the person dies. Lao Jiang covered his heart in pain, his eyes full of sorrow. Master is dead, we are in great pain. It rained heavily that day, and Lao Wu was like crazy, digging the ground with his hands, trying to find Master back. His hands were worn by stones, his nails were broken, and blood was dripping, but he still didn't stop. He cried louder and louder, everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, he was still the helpless child. He lost his home again. It was also at that time that I realized that he had not changed. He had always been the boy who valued his relatives more than anything else. Master is gone, and our journey must continue. As a senior brother, I have to grow up. On that day, in that rain, I made this grasshopper and stuffed it into his hand, telling him that we are all your relatives. As long as I am here, I will always protect you. Lao Jiang and his team buried their memories with their master in Qinghai, vowing to become the best next generation of Qilin. On that day, they also vowed that the 3 of them would always be each other's most important support. After that, they went down to the tomb to grab treasures and marched forward courageously. The legend of Qilin's 3 unique skills, full 3 invincible, also continued. I thought that this life would continue like this until that time. They went down to Yinshu. Yinshu was a nightmare that Lao Jiang and He Lanjue did not want to mention again in this life, because there, they lost Lao Wu. At that time, the archaeological team discovered a huge space under Yinshu, suspecting that the lost Shang dynasty was hidden here. The specifications of this tomb are top-notch in the world. However, there are many traps on the edge of Yinshu, and Qilin can only send the 3 unique skills to go there and take risks to perform reconnaissance missions. What Lao Jiang and his team have to do is to mark out a safe area for the archaeological team and eliminate some deadly traps for them. But they never expected that the 3 unique skills, who have always been invincible, would encounter the biggest nightmare of their lives here. At that time, the 3 of them entered the underground ruins and overcame all difficulties. Just as they were about to get out, a huge bronze hinge mechanism suddenly unfolded under their feet. The old man who charged into the battle fell down, and He Lanjue also fell down in order to catch the old man. At that time, the mechanism had been activated and could take someone's life at any time. Lao Jiang only had 3 short seconds to think. He only had a rope in his hand, and he could only save one person. At this point, Lao Jiang covered his face in pain. I wish I was the one who fell down. Why do you let me make such a choice? Both of them are my dearest and most beloved people, and I can't choose. But I have to choose. If I hesitate, both of us will die. I can't. The hot cigarette burned his hand, but he didn't care. He was overwhelmed by the pain. Ge Weihan and I looked at each other. This is the first time I saw Lao Jiang so broken. How difficult it must have been for him at the time. This was equivalent to killing his dearest and most beloved person with his own hands. Lao Wu is his only relative in the world. He Lanjue is his lifelong love. No matter who it is, they can't choose. Not being able to choose means that both of them will die. In fact, Lao Jiang doesn't need to say it. We already know the answer, but this answer is too cruel. That day, I made the most difficult choice in my life. Lao Jiang raised his head, his face full of tears. I chose the 4th sister. Then I watched Lao Wu fall into the darkness, little by little, and be swallowed by the terrifying mechanism. I even remember his eyes at that time, disappointment, disbelief, and even the final despair. He was most afraid of loneliness, but I left him. He was most afraid of the dark, but I let the darkness swallow him. Since then, the world-famous Qilin Sanjin no longer exists, leaving only two incomplete people. He Lan Jue and Lao Jiang's heart seemed to fall into the abyss with Lao Wu. At this time, Lao Jiang looked at the grasshopper in his hand again. Now Lao Wu returns it to me to cut off the last bit of affection between us. Tell me, we will be enemies when we meet again. No, no, no. He is reminding you that you broke your original oath. Go Weihan, this foreign guy, talked about everything, and I quickly covered his mouth. Lao Jiang hummed and replied, you are right. To this day, I regret that I was not the one who fell down. If the three of us had died in Inchu, it might be better than now. There are 8 sufferings and 3 poisons in life. The cruelest thing is often not birth, aging, sickness and death, but the choice you make when facing birth, aging, sickness and death, and the helplessness when you have to give up. When have I ever seen Lao Jiang look like this? He is full of despair, and life is worse than death. Seeing that he was depressed, I couldn't help but use the method of provoking him, and shouted, come on, if they all die, there will be no more legends of the 3 wonders of the Kirin in the world. Yes, if something happened to you and Master back then, what would we do? Old Jiang did not love Linger in vain, and this little princess from Miaojiang also came up to help, pulling old Jiang and acting coquettishly. Uncle Jiang, there is no regret medicine for the past. Since he is the 5th child, he is also the 5th uncle of me and brother Jinglan. There is nothing we can do about what happened back then. He just blames you for not choosing him. How can he really hate you to the bone? I didn't expect Linger to talk in a set way, and old Jiang sighed. The character of the 5th child is not what you can imagine. As long as he hates someone, he will never let him go no matter how far he chases him. I guess in his heart, he has sentenced me and my 4th sister to death. It's also my fault that I didn't teach him well at the beginning. Chapter 269. I saw that Lao Jiang was about to take all the blame on himself again, so I immediately added, no. On one side is a close brother, and on the other side is the love of one's life. No one knows how to choose. How much Uncle Wu hates you means how deep his feelings for you were. You haven't seen each other for so many years. If you have a chance to sit down and talk things over, you two will probably cry and the misunderstanding will be over. You know, you are Uncle Wu's only relative in this world. No, Linger and I should call him Uncle Wu, and we are also his relatives. As for the teaching, if we can really persuade him to come back, we will help you talk about it. After listening to Lao Jiang's story, I finally got a little understanding of Qilin Lao Wu. Although he behaved eccentrically and plotted against us many times along the way, I can be sure that Lao Wu is different from Wu Shi. Wu Shi is a natural tyrant, and bloodthirsty and tyrannical is his innate character. Lao Wu is a poor man who has suffered a terrible disaster. He has no worries and regards the people he cares about as extremely important. The sentence how dark the sky in Inshu is, how much I hate you is like an abandoned child, accusing his brother of forgetting that he is afraid of the dark. Why is he willing to abandon himself alone in the dark abyss? I believe that Lao Wu will not really kill us. After all, he is still a child who has not grown up. Just like those immature boys, they often play tricks on their sweethearts to attract their attention. Lao Wu is forcing Lao Jiang in a wrong way, making him feel that he made the wrong choice. Old Jiang was thoughtful. He was so depressed that he could hardly breathe. He raised his head slightly and said, I also think Old Five is not that kind of person. However, you two are too quick to recognize each other. He hasn't even said he wants to be your 5th uncle yet. Old Jiang's tone just became lighter, and he sneered at my flattering words just now, but the atmosphere was not so dull after all. He stood up and carefully took the grasshopper back into his arms, as if he had regained the most precious treasure in the world. We continued on our way. I don't know when it started, but the sky became gloomy, and there seemed to be signs of rain. The dark clouds piled up above our heads, making people feel depressed. The trees on the road became sparser and sparser, and there was no sign of prosperity. Green leaves are rarely seen. The twisted, snake-like dead trees are like vicissitudes of life, one in the east and one in the west. Occasionally, a carrion-eating crow passes by, uttering hoarse curses, which is quite desolate and solemn, with a dead vine, old tree and crow. Slowly, the view becomes wider, and muddy swamps appear one after another around me. The gray sky and the wet ground make me feel like I have stepped into the land of doomsday. Linger was tired and thirsty, panting, and asked, when can we get out? Why is this soul-confusing pond so big? Old Jiang, who rekindled his fighting spirit, carefully looked around and said, it's too early, we probably haven't entered the core of the soul-confusing pond yet. I couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water. If it was really that easy to get out, this ghost place would not have swallowed so many living people from ancient times to the present. Gu Weihan walked behind us, with a machine gun on his back, and a revolver in his hand. His expression was more serious than ever, as if this was the most powerful devil's road among the 3 forbidden death areas. As we walked, a gust of cold wind blew, bringing with it a faint salty and wet smell. I sniffed hard and even chewed the air, and my expression changed slightly in an instant. Blood smell. There is a blood smell, be careful, I shouted at the same time as Lao Jiang. As soon as this was said, Imlinger and Gu Weihan became nervous. At the same time, the gurgling sound of bubbles in the swamp appeared again, like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off, and like a serial killer stalking and tracking. At this moment, no one in the team doubted that it was the normal sound of nature. Everyone stared at the surroundings vigilantly, always feeling that some invisible monster was following us. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart, and subconsciously protected Imlinger behind me. At the same time, I nervously searched every corner of the area, looking for the source of the bloody smell. Soon, I saw an extremely terrifying thing. Look there. Not far ahead, a strange thing was hanging on a tree branch. The bloody and rotten smell seemed to be coming from that thing. The thing was covered with a layer of mud and sand, and it was folded in half on the tree branch. It was hard to tell what it was. We observed it for a long time, and only after we were sure that the thing would not move did we feel a little relieved. Everyone carefully moved forward a few steps, trying to see the appearance of the thing clearly in the dim light. It was like dried bacon, hanging there swaying. Corpse, that's a piece of animal corpse, Gu Weihan shouted with a flashlight. It was actually a sturdy wild boar, hanging there lifelessly. Its head seemed to have hit a stone, and the red blood mixed with mud and water was shocking. Its 2 sharp fangs were snow-white, like 2 sharp scimitars. One eyeball was missing, and the remaining eyeball was actually green, reflecting the light of the flashlight. Staring at us, it seemed to have been dead for a long time, with varying degrees of decay on its body, emitting bursts of blood and stench. Its whole body was wrapped in green water plants. Its internal organs were half-eaten, and a piece of intestine slipped out from it, which was disgusting. How did this pig get hung up? I asked stutteringly. Lao Jiang looked at Gu Weihan. As far as I know, wild animals usually store what they can't eat when hunting, and save it for the next meal. But which animal would hang food on a tree when storing it? Gu Weihan shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know. You are a great scientist, but you don't know this. Imlinger mocked. Gu Weihan snorted, and walked forward cautiously, fearing that there were wild animals lying in ambush nearby. Lao Jiang and I also protected him on the left and right, and slowly approached. The strong stench of decay came to our faces. The wild boar was even oozing corpse water, and there seemed to be a layer of translucent strange mucus on its body, like the day water of some wild beast, but this day water smelled a few points worse than the rotten corpse. Gu Weihan endured the stench, and did a simple inspection. He then said, there are not many kinds of beasts on Wawu Mountain, and even fewer that can kill wild boars. But it was captured easily. It is very likely an unknown creature. This thing does not seem to have teeth. Look at the broken part of the waist of the corpse. It was directly broken by some huge bite force. Chapter 270. As Gu Weihan said, there were no teeth marks on the wild boar, and the head injury was probably caused by it hitting a rock to avoid the enemy. Lao Jiang frowned, and continued Gu Weihan's words. This thing should not be able to eat a wild boar at one time, so it hung up the remaining prey. The other party may have a certain IQ. No, it should be said that it is very, very high IQ. He seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and instantly raised his voice. Yes, it is using the smell of the remaining corpse to attract more birds and beasts, so that it can catch them all in one fell swoop. Suddenly, as if I had an epiphany, I saw the scene of the white bird being sucked into the swamp, and the sound of bubbles that kept ringing along the way. Gulp, gulp, like the death warrant, it hits my chest again and again. Old Jiang once said that some predators at the top of the food chain disdain to kill their prey with one blow. They enjoy the process of playing with their prey. When they see their prey being forced into a dead end little by little, they can't help but feel happy. For example, a cat playing with a mouse will play with the mouse until it has only one last breath left before swallowing it. We are being targeted, Old Jiang and I said in unison, and Gu Weihan also had a rare look of fear on his face. After realizing this, I became very worried. I always felt that the thing was watching us in the dark, and would catch us when we were not paying attention, but being afraid is obviously not enough. The more at this time, the more we need to stay calm. Lao Jiang asked me to keep an eye on Imlinger, while he and Gu Weihan began to look for clues in the swamp around the corpse. After all, the more information we know about the enemy, the greater our chances of survival. This death swamp is an unknown and dangerous place for us. For that thing, it is its home, or rather, it has long become its territory. And those of us who strayed into it by mistake are its prey, the new playthings that have entered its paradise of death. The swamp is its best disguise, and I was afraid that it would suddenly appear from nowhere, so I had to carefully protect Linger. Fortunately, Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan were very fast, and with their efforts, they soon made a new discovery. It was a huge footprint, and the shape of the footprint was very strange, like a bamboo leaf, with only 4 toes. In my impression, it seems that only frogs fit the description, but I have never seen such a big frog. The footprint was half a meter long, about 30 centimeters wide, and the mark left by stepping on it was as deep as a palm. Gu Weihan and I thought the same thing. He initially guessed that the footprint was consistent with the frog's paw, but he quickly denied it, because there was no frog that big and heavy in the world. Gu Weihan was a particular person. He took out a ruler to measure the exact value and depth of the footprint. But Lao Jiang stopped him. There is a sticky liquid left on the footprint. It's best not to touch it. The liquid seemed to be very similar to the mucus on the surface of the wild boar corpse. They both had a foul odor and a smell of corruption. No matter what it is, let's run in the opposite direction of the footprint. I have a bad feeling. Lao Jiang seemed to have sensed something, and was about to leave us, warning us to stay away from the swamp along the way. It seemed that this thing was lurking in the swamp, but I knew that it might be too late to escape at this time, because I heard the annoying gulp-gulp sound again. It has caught up. At the same time, I was keenly aware that a mist began to rise gradually from all directions. This mist seemed to come out of the swamp. Black bubbles rose higher and higher, gathered in the air, and condensed into a black net, as if to trap us here firmly. The mist at this time was completely different from the white mist when we first entered the Maihun pond. This time it was black mist. And there was an unpleasant smell in the mist, as if something had vomited it. There was also a buzzing sound of flies in my ears, which made people sick. The fog became thicker and thicker, spreading around us, covering the dead trees in front of us, and we could only vaguely see the brown ground under our feet, which was a piece of black swamp. Our pace of escape gradually slowed down. In this black fog, we completely lost our way. Is this miasma? My voice began to become erratic. Linger told me, it doesn't seem to be miasma, but I don't know what it is. Gu Weihan's answer was the same. The fog everywhere was like thick ink that could not be dissolved, splashing around us, spreading, making people not know what to do. At this time, Lao Jiang shouted, "Everyone calm down, turn on your flashlights." At this time, we didn't care how precious the battery was. Before, we would only use it at critical moments. At this time, everyone turned on all the flashlights that could be used, trying to illuminate the road ahead. Gudong gudong. Gudong gudong. At the moment when the faint light appeared, the thrilling gurgling sound rang again. This time, the sound was clearer, as if it was right next to our ears. I shone the flashlight over, and saw that the swamp began to spit bubbles again. At this time, it looked particularly scary. We held our breath and stood there. No one dared to move. However, what we never expected was that at this moment, we clearly saw a ladder slowly rising in the black fog. Can you imagine that scene? It was obviously pitch black all around, but the ladder was strangely with a hint of light, and it was a particularly strange color, almost transparent with a hint of pink, just like the tender lips of a girl, shining. I stared at the ladder, which led directly to an unknown place above my head, rising higher and higher, reaching the sky. Is this a ladder to heaven? I asked this question with great difficulty. As soon as I finished speaking, as if in response to me, many women's crying sounds appeared in the black fog lingering around the ladder, sobbing and miserable, like Dou-yi who had suffered injustice. But I had no pity at all at this time, and felt horrified from the bottom of my heart. Along the way, let alone women, we didn't even see a hair. Who is crying? Gu Weihan also trembled and said tremblingly, "Mr. Jiang, what is going on now? Can it be explained by science?" Old Jiang was relatively calm. He sneered at first, then recited a poem with his hands behind his back. What can I say on the Naiha Bridge? Right and wrong cannot cross the Wanchuan River. There is no right or wrong in front of the Sanxing Stone. I will meet Mingpa at the Wangxiang Terrace. This should be the legendary Huangquan Road. Chapter 271. Yellow Spring Road. What Yellow Spring Road? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This ladder leads all the way to the sky. I thought it was a ladder to heaven. But Lao Jiang ignored me, and glanced at Gu Weihan meaningfully. Principal Gu, it has come to this, Are you still hiding it from us? These are 4 lives. Don't you want to live? His words made me even more confused. It seemed that Gu Weihan knew something and concealed the inside story. Uncle with a big beard, don't you want your nose anymore? Is this how you treat your lifesaver, my aunt? Imlinger shouted angrily. I also advised him. Principal Gu, what is the secret? Just confess it quickly, otherwise we will really die here. Gu Weihan sighed and lowered his head with shame. Yes, I did hide one thing about Wawu Mountain. We all looked at Gu Weihan in unison, and Gu Weihan said faintly, Do you remember the research team I mentioned to you before? I suddenly remembered that Gu Weihan had said before entering the mountain that a long time ago, there was an exploration team at West China University, led by a British teacher. At that time, they insisted on going to Mahuntang to take risks, claiming to use science to uncover this 1,000-year-old fog. But 20 years have passed, and there is still no news from them. Is there something else about that research team? I said in surprise. Gu Weihan nodded. Alas. In fact, they are a West China death squad heading to Wawu Mountain to find the Yellow Spring Road. I didn't expect that this honest-looking big beard would actually hide something from us for some reason. But now is not the time to bring up the past. What we are most concerned about is what the so-called Yellow Spring Road is. Gu Weihan replied, There has always been a secret legend in Maihun Pond. It is said that when the black fog rises, a transparent ladder will appear in the sky. If you climb this ladder, you will reach the underworld. This ladder is the Yellow Spring Road. We looked at each other in surprise. If it were in the past, we would not believe such nonsense, but now the ladder really appeared in front of us, and we couldn't help but believe it. Gu Weihan told us that he didn't believe it at the beginning, including the group of young people who believed in science. They were the bravest group of young teachers in West China University. In order to break superstition, they carried the most advanced equipment in the world at that time to climb Wawu Mountain and enter Maihun Pond. But the result was extremely sad. They were wiped out. After a long time without receiving any news, Gu Weihan planned to rescue them, but that night, he dreamed of his good friend, British teacher William. I don't know what happened to him in Wawu Mountain, but I remember clearly the fear on his face. He held my hand tightly and told me not to come. He trembled and told me, Ladder, we saw the ladder, don't go up, it will take everyone away. From then on, Wawu Mountain Maihun Pond became a knot in Gu Weihan's heart. It was a place he dreamed of coming to, because it was buried here with the best elites of West China University, as well as William, who had the same heart as him to help build Yin country. Over the years, he visited famous mountains and explored everywhere, just to accumulate enough adventure experience until one day he could enter Wawu Mountain. It's not that I didn't want to tell you before, I'm just afraid that if I tell you, you really won't come. Gu Weihan explained intermittently. His breath was insufficient. The black fog was getting thicker and thicker, so thick that we had no place to stand, and the only thing in sight was this transparent ladder. My ears were filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves, the sobbing of women, the cursing of men, and the crying of children, as if there were countless invisible wronged souls around us. How could we have the courage to climb this ladder? We could only knock around with a stick, like a blind man looking for a place to stand. But now we have completely lost our way, and whether we can get out of here alive depends on luck. However, what we didn't expect was that after we walked a distance in one direction, the ladder appeared in front of us again. We changed direction again, and it still stood there straight, waiting for our steps. Now we were even more at a loss, surrounded by black fog, but the ladder was like a ghost that couldn't be shaken off. It appeared wherever we walked, calling us to go up. But the more it happened, the more we knew it was a trap. Everyone stopped and stopped wasting energy, and then a more terrifying scene appeared. Several faint figures gradually walked down from the top of the ladder, including Bai Shui, Xiao Xiao, Diao Yi, and even my dead father. They waved at us with a smile, and walked down the ladder little by little, asking us why we didn't go up. Li Jing'an, hurry up, you're the only one missing. Diao Yi tapped the ground with his jade cane impatiently, as if he thought I was moving too slowly. Just then, I suddenly heard the rustling of footsteps. Following the sound, I saw a group of funeral processions in the black fog. The first one was tall and thin, one black and one white, holding mourning sticks. No, aren't they the legendary black and white impermanents? What's going on? Is this really the Yellow Spring Road? Li Jing'an, it's time to get going. Black and white impermanents looked at me expressionlessly, and asked me to go up the ladder. I looked up and saw that the people standing on the ladder were all dead, including the one-eyed Xiao Wu from the Free Commune, and even the tomb robber Zheng Sanpao. They were all calling my name, and asking me to come over. But why should I climb the ladder? I don't want to. Just then, I saw the funeral procession following the black and white impermanence. It turned out to be Lao Jiang, Gu Weihan, and even Yin Linger. Yin Linger walked slowly towards me holding a black and white portrait. At that moment, I was shocked. The person in the photo turned out to be me, Li Jinglan. I kept backing away, but behind me was the terrifying long ladder. I bypassed the long ladder, and no longer cared about the muddy swamp under my feet. I rushed into the black fog like crazy. At this time, I couldn't think of anything in my mind. I just wanted to run forward, run desperately. I wanted to escape from that group of people. I didn't want to climb the ladder. What Yellow Spring Road? I won't go that way. However, the eerie and ghostly voices of the black and white impermanence came from behind, like the sound of crushing dead leaves, which made people's scalps numb. Li Jinglan, you are dead. Come back with us now. No, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I screamed, each one louder than the last, trying to cover the horror shouting like dead leaves. But the familiar voices of Lao Jiang and the others rang in my ears. Disciple, have you forgotten? The four of us were lost in the Maihun Pond for 3 days and 3 nights. We ran out of water and dry food, and we were all trapped and died in the Maihun Pond. Chapter 272. We are really dead, Brother Jinglan, woo woo. Yin Linger also let out a low sob. Gu Weihan also called me over. Little brother, accept your fate. Accept your fate? I don't accept my fate. I, Li Jinglan, have never accepted my fate since I was a child. Lei Zhen's curse didn't kill me. Yinshu didn't bury me there. I also came back alive from Dunhuang. Why should I accept my fate? I don't accept it. Lao Jiang told me to stop making trouble. Now I am just a ghost. If I wander around outside, my soul will be scattered. I stopped and wanted to see myself clearly, but my body was full of black fog and I couldn't see anything. I was so quick-witted that I pinched my arm to prove that it was fake, but I didn't feel any headache at all. At that moment, I was confused. Have I really become a ghost? But I don't even know that I'm dead. An indescribable feeling surged into my heart, numb, confused, but not afraid. I stared at Lao Jiang blankly. In the black fog, I couldn't see myself, but I could see them clearly. Lao Jiang was still wearing the familiar clothes. He pointed his hand forward. Look, isn't the corpse in front of you? Looking along his finger, I actually saw several corpses. They were lying neatly on the ground, with thin faces, pale complexions, and no blood on their lips. That was me, Yin Linger, Lao Jiang, and Gu Weihan. Let's go, you're the only one missing. The black and white impermanence shook the morning stick and asked me to follow the team. Then, they set foot on the ladder. The transparent ladder was like a road that never ended, extending all the way to the highest point. The black fog on both sides was like the thick ghostly aura of the underworld. At this time, I finally forgot to fight. Like a wandering soul, I followed the team in confusion. I saw Lao Jiang and the others walk to the underworld with my own eyes, and I didn't feel sad at all. Could it be that after becoming a ghost, all the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in my heart are gone? The eagle on the ladder called his friends to pull us up, trying to pull me up the ladder quickly. I was about to reach out my hand, but I felt a stinging pain in my eyebrows. Pain? I will feel pain. Am I still alive? A faint joy surged in my heart, but it was fleeting. Just when this feeling completely dissipated, I suddenly heard a sonorous sound of shouting in my ears. Break! The next moment, I saw the living Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang sneered. If you want to accept me as your apprentice, first see if I, as your master, agree. I saw that Gu Weihan and Yin Linger were both in a coma, standing beside Lao Jiang with their eyes closed, muttering something. It seemed that they were both controlled by something, just like me. Only the experienced Lao Jiang was not tricked, and at this time, he was breaking the formation with an extremely clever method. He held a lotus incense burner in his hand, with 3 incense sticks inserted on it. This incense did not seem to be ordinary sandalwood, and the smell was very similar to the incense that He Lan Chua usually lit. Although I didn't know the name of this incense, this fragrance dispelled a lot of the thick black fog. At least I could see the people around me clearly. The most critical thing was Lao Jiang's method. I clearly remember that he hinted to me before that if one day I saw him do this during a mission, remember not to ask anything, don't say anything, just follow him all the way. This technique is called inserting 3 incense sticks upside down. The place where the fragrance spread out pushed the black fog back a few steps, and we fled on this narrow road. I pulled Gu Weihan and Yin Linger at the same time, and fled madly in the black fog under the cover of the fragrance. I don't know if it's my illusion, the black fog seems to be fading little by little. But before I can be happy, a strange outline gradually appeared in the black fog. A magnificent ancient palace rose from the ground, majestic and majestic, but their appearance was coated with a layer of green ghost fire, just like the Findigo city. I even saw the sea, the waves, and a huge wave was lifted up, almost rolling all of us in it. What's going on? How can there be a palace and a sea? I don't know where to escape, and I looked at Lao Jiang helplessly, but I saw that Lao Jiang was also sweating profusely, as if he was caught off guard by everything in front of him. If all this is a mirage, doesn't that kind of scene often appear in the desert? How could a mirage appear in such a dimly lit, foggy swamp? For a moment, we couldn't advance or retreat, like lambs to be slaughtered, waiting for the moment when the hunter's butcher knife fell. Just when we had nowhere to escape, I suddenly saw a familiar flower fox jumping out of the bushes and running straight towards us. Oh my God! You're dead too. I subconsciously ran out of the sun. The flower fox dug the ground with all four legs and soon pounced in front of me, shouting angrily, "Why die? It's so unlucky, crow's mouth. Bah bah bah." Could it be that it wasn't an illusion created by the ladder? The next moment, Flower Fox sniffed the air on the ground. "Follow me." I instinctively pulled out the god-slaying dagger and sneered. "Where to? Up the ladder. Am I Li Jinglan? So easy to fool? What's the point of lying? If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Flower Fox looked around nervously and urged. Seeing that Lao Jiang was about to follow, I grabbed him and said, "Master, be careful of fraud." Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang just waved his hand and said, "Just listen to it." After hearing what Lao Jiang said, and looking at his expression, he seemed not to be confused. I glanced at the flower fox again, and asked tentatively, "Are you real?" "I will not change my name or surname." The flower fox did not want to delay with me any longer, and reluctantly explained, "You humans cannot get out of this road. Only our Sky Fox clan knows how to get out." Sky Fox clan? Just when I was still hesitating, Lao Jiang grabbed the corner of my clothes and said, "Li Jinglan, don't waste time. This fox is real. We have to leave here quickly." Without further delay, I could only bite my teeth and follow. After walking for a while, the flower fox would sniff the smell on the ground. Sometimes, when it didn't know where it was going, it would dig a big hole and then continue to lead the way. In the first half, it barely bothered to say a word to us. After we gradually got rid of the ladder, the flower fox finally said again, "You have to be careful, there is a very big toad here, which can spit out mirages. It was it that harmed you just now. Fortunately, my mother had foresight, and let me lead the way for you." At this moment, I suddenly realized that this group of fox fairies had lived in Wawu Mountain for so long, so they naturally knew everything about Maihan Pond. And our previous guess about the terrifying footprint was completely correct. The culprit behind it was really a big toad, and it was a toad with a high IQ that could turn the entire Maihan Pond into an illusion. Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could this big toad be related to the small toads in Sanqing Village, or even the ancient Shu Kingdom? Chapter 273. The black fog around us became lighter and lighter, but the mirage scene became clearer and clearer. This time, I no longer saw vague outlines. I could even see the ghostly palace in the distance, and the Buddha statue standing in the center of the palace clearly. We walked on a road surrounded by the sea. From time to time, sharks appeared under our feet, rushing towards us with their bloody mouths. Sometimes it was a giant crocodile, and sometimes it was a helpless ghost hand. But the most terrifying thing was the endless deep blue, as if it was a confined space. We were in the sea and could be drowned at any time, and suffocated to death at any time. Along the way, I kept reminding myself, "It's an illusion, don't believe it." Linger and Gu Weihan had just woken up. Although they knew that all this was a mirage, they were still shocked. We walked on the sea road trembling with fear, and finally arrived under the palace. Strangely, there was no guard at the gate, and even the door was not locked. With a creak, Hu pushed open the gate and let us in. Inside was a busy street, with all kinds of vendors on both sides, some selling silk, some selling pottery, and some carrying poles, selling wontons. There were many devout men and women on the road, holding fragrant incense in their hands, asking for marriage and blessings from the Buddha statue in the distance. This bustling city, with rows of people, makes people think that they have traveled to the prosperous Tang dynasty. But I know that this should be a ghost market. There was a similar record in Qilin's archives. During the Qing dynasty, a tomb robber named Sun Yugo went to Luoyang to rob tombs. On the way, he was suddenly stopped by a fortune teller and told him, "Remember, if you want to live, don't talk to strangers." At that time, Sun Yugo didn't take it seriously. As a result, the group really ran into evil in Taiyao Xiling. It was obviously a barren mountain, but they saw a beautiful manor when they got lost. The old and young in the manor welcomed them very warmly. There were beautiful women dancing with them, and there were fine wine and delicious food. The excited local masters enjoyed themselves all night. Only Sun Yugo suddenly remembered the words of the fortune teller. He pretended to be deaf and dumb in the manor, and didn't talk to the group of weirdos, nor did he eat the food they handed over. He survived until the next day. When the sun rose, the manor disappeared out of thin air. He sat alone in the wilderness, surrounded by the corpses of his companions. Later, I learned that there are many ghost markets in Luoyang. This unprovoked mirage has made many local masters become ghosts in a foreign land. The flower fox did not stop and led us directly into the crowd. And it really reminded us not to chat up any strangers. At that moment, I clearly saw that the pedestrians and vendors here had no faces. Their faces were all made of pasted white paper, and their scarlet lips seemed to be painted with blood. The more I looked at them, the more I felt creepy. The two legs under their trouser legs were actually two bamboo poles. Sometimes we accidentally bumped into people here, and they turned into paper people in an instant. As for the things they were selling, they were actually pieces of black and smelly rotten meat. There were pig intestines, crow heads, and even sections of terrifying tongues, which made people's scalps numb and their stomachs churn. Even the tall Buddha statue in the city, that was worshipped by good men and women, turned into a toad face full of bumps. Little girl, would you like a bowl of wontons? It's hot. Master, do you want to buy a piece of cloth to make new clothes for your wife? Young master and young lady, do you want to ask the Bodhisattva for a marriage plan? Don't be afraid, they are all illusions, don't talk to them, and don't look at them. The voice of the flower fox warned us again and again. It led us around and around, walking through this strange ghost alley. In the end, Linger and I simply closed our eyes, because there were green lanterns everywhere, and there were ghost lights following us. I don't know how long it took. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians, and the lanterns and lights gradually disappeared. Until the last lantern was invisible, the mirage in front of me completely disappeared, and even the black fog dissipated. I saw the twisted dead trees, and the black swamps on the ground again. Have we walked out of the maze? I looked at the flower fox. The flower fox snorted, with its tail raised high. Why don't you thank me quickly? I bowed my head, and thanked the flower fox from the bottom of my heart. Unexpectedly, the flower fox was not satisfied and raised its head even higher. You are not sincere at all. I was ordered by my mother to rush all the way, and fell several times before I found you. Seeing this little fox in all her glory, and thinking of its kindness in taking us out of the underworld, I felt guilty. After searching in my arms for a while, I finally found a pair of jade earrings I got from Hihi. The ice-clear jade was carved into a watermelon, round and lively. I happened to find that this beautiful flower fox had pierced ears, so I quickly raised the pair of earrings like offering a treasure. I give this to you, as an apology, okay? Flower fox was originally angry, but when she saw the beautiful earrings, she immediately smiled. Great, great. It's in the shape of a watermelon. I love eating watermelons the most. We are all grateful to Flower Fox. Lao Jiang praised the Sky Fox clan for repaying their kindness. Linger was generous in her actions. She flattered Flower Fox sweetly. Beautiful Sister Hua, you are so great. You defeated the terrifying Mahuntang. Gu Weihan recorded in his diary. Mahuntang's nemesis turned out to be a fox named Xiaohua. The great adventurer Gu Weihan was not convinced. Flower Fox stood up like a person. I put a jade earring on Flower Fox's ear. It shook its ear, and the jade earring made a crisp sound. The Flower Fox narrowed its eyes in joy, and immediately made peace with me. Okay, I forgive you, but don't hit my head next time. My mother said that hitting my head will make me not grow taller. The Flower Fox said with a hint of vicious warning, and then it showed a sweet smile. Come, put on the right one for me, I should go back. I quickly moved in front of it, and the Flower Fox's giggle sounded in my ears. When I go back, I will show off and let them. Before I could reply, I suddenly heard a strange bubble sound coming from under my feet. Gudong. The Flower Fox's face changed drastically, and subconsciously pushed me away from the swamp. The next second, a huge black shadow that covered the sky, and the sun appeared behind it. The black shadow jumped out of the swamp, bringing out a huge wave, and a long tongue covered with barbs and ferocious blood red stretched out from the huge wave. Before the Flower Fox could scream, it was wrapped by the long tongue, and then stuffed into the black hole. With a snap, the jade earring that had not yet been put on fell to the ground. Chapter 274. Xiaohua. Xiaohua. We shouted the name of the flower fox, but the only response was a loud plop. The moment the giant sun swallowed the flower fox, it went into the dark and smelly swamp, and no matter how we shouted, it never appeared again. Just now, was that thing a toad? Wei-han asked this question after realizing it. I stared at the swamp in front of me in a daze. The flower fox that was still alive and kicking just now, the flower fox that just forgave me for hitting its head, and the flower fox that was still smiling just now were swallowed by a huge monster that looked like a toad. At that moment, I forgot to run away, and even had no time to shed tears. All this was too sudden and too tragic. The little fox clearly belonged to the Sky Fox clan, but was captured by humans as a tomb guardian, and was imprisoned in the dark ancient tomb for hundreds of years. Now I finally got my freedom, but I died before I could enjoy the meaning of this word. At this moment, my mind was full of memories. Although I had known the flower fox for a very short time, her liveliness and agility were deeply imprinted in my heart. Even the fierce warning "don't hit my head" seemed so cute, but now, it's gone, she was swallowed by a huge sun. You dog, come out quickly, I want to fight you to the death. The raging anger filled my chest, making me eager to avenge the flower fox. Obviously, a small fox can't feed the huge toad lurking in the swamp. I don't know if it heard my provocation, or it was greedy again. I only heard a bubble of gulp, and I looked towards the source suddenly, but saw two red eyes as big as searchlights floating on the mud of the swamp, and then it jumped into the air. A mouth like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa was torn open on its pimpled face, dark and bottomless. It was a huge mouth that could rival the abyss. The next second, a pink tongue spit out from it and attacked my position. Retreat! This was Lao Zhang's voice. Brother Jinglan, run! Yinlinger also shouted at the same time. Go, go, go! Wei-han loudly guided me to retreat. Although he had picked up the machine gun at the first time, he didn't dare to fire at all. Because the distance between me and the monster was too close at the moment, once I fired, I would be hit in 9 out of 10 cases. However, I didn't listen to any of them. At this moment, I don't know why, I have forgotten my fear. Everything seems to have returned to the tomb of the thousand-handed Rakshasa. A gloomy voice told me in my heart. Go, avenge the flower fox. Its ending shouldn't be like this. At the same time, I felt a burning sensation in my waist, as if a piece of iron was irritating me. That was the direction of Zhanshan. I lowered my head and glanced at the rusty dagger, and a trace of blood surged in my heart. Zhanshan, even you, are you angry, then? Let's fight side by side. My hand slid to Zhanshan, my eyes looked straight ahead, staring at the huge swamp toad. I want you to die today. I gritted my teeth and spat out these 6 words, and even felt that these words were not spoken by me, but by the three-eyed Li Jinglan in my dream. The next moment, I pulled out the god-slaying dagger, and the rusty god-slaying dagger also glowed purple at this moment, and the rust stuck on it fell off automatically. This time the purple light was 100 times stronger than ever, but compared to the righteousness held in Yua's small hands, there was actually a hidden evil in my hands. The dazzling purple light reflected half of my body into purple. At the same time, the edge of the dagger became hotter and hotter, so hot that my tears fell, but the crystal liquid was immediately swallowed and evaporated as soon as it dripped on it, as if this god-slaying dagger could drink tears and thirst for blood. Soon, the toad's tongue bounced in front of my eyes, and when it was about to roll towards my neck, I waved the god-slaying dagger without fear. Puff! With a horizontal slash, the blade immediately cut the stinking tongue into 2 pieces. The huge pain made the toad let out a strange hissing sound, and the beast rushed over in anger, but unfortunately I was prepared. I fought back with 1 sword and 1 knife, and moved forward without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, the toad jumped on my head, and opened its huge mouth of the abyss towards me. I smiled coldly. I'm waiting for you. The god-slaying sword in my hand seemed to release the power that Yua had left in it. The dazzling purple light split the toad's face, just like a purple lightning that fell from the sky, instantly tearing open the black hole of the big mouth. The thick green liquid spurted out, emitting a rotten smell, which almost made me vomit, but I was so angry that I raised my hand to give the toad another knife. Moo! The toad let out a dull cry similar to that of a cow, and used the remaining half of its tongue to slap me, knocking me and my sword flying. I fell 2 or 3 meters away, and the god slayer also fell out of my hand, and rolled to the ground. And it took the opportunity to escape back to the swamp, leaving only a splash of water. Was it my bravery that forced it back, or did it also feel my overwhelming anger? The god slayer on the ground no longer emitted light. Looking at this strange weapon, I remembered the toad's eyes at that time. The toad seemed to choose to flee after seeing the god slayer clearly. Could it be that it was afraid of the God Slayer? Brother Jinglan, you are so powerful. Linger clapped her hands and cheered for me. Gu Weihan also gave me a thumbs up, showing that he looked at me with new eyes. Lao Jiang looked at me with a little surprise. Li Jinglan, when did you become so powerful? I, as your master, didn't know. I couldn't answer this question either, but I subconsciously picked up the Zhanshan and wanted to hold it up for everyone to see. Unfortunately, after the battle just now, it seemed to be sealed again, and layers of rust crawled all over its body again. In a short while, it turned into an inconspicuous piece of iron again. Is the toad dead? Linger's tone was a little hesitant, even a little unconfident. Brother Jinglan, your knife just now. This question is what all of us are more concerned about, but the result is not as expected. I know very well that although I forced it back in a short time, I didn't cause it real fatal damage. Lao Jiang shook his head and sighed. Just now I just let the beast warm up. If you want to kill it, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Chapter 275. I know in my heart that if it weren't for the help of the God-slaying dagger, I would have been with the flower fox. Linger put her hands on her hips and shouted indignantly, No, we must kill it and avenge Sister Fox. Hearing this, Lao Jiang smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Auntie, before we seek revenge on it, it will take the initiative to find us first. At this point, Lao Jiang glanced at me deeply. Jinglan's knife just now should have completely aroused its anger. A predator who claims to be the top of Wawu Mountain has his tongue broken by his own prey. Guess how I will play this game next. Although Gu Weihan also felt for the death of the flower fox, it was a pity, but he was also the most rational in the team. Why don't we hurry up and leave this hellhole? I think Hua Hui sent us here, and the sunrise should be nearby, otherwise it will be too passive. But this is too disloyal. Linger's eyes were filled with tears, and she bit her lip and said, Sister Hua died for us. She resolutely put down the bamboo basket and prepared to give it a try. Lao Jiang felt that what Gu Weihan said made sense. We didn't know how long we had been wandering in Mahantang, and we had consumed a lot of physical strength and spirit. In this situation, we were really at a disadvantage. It was just like a game of cat and mouse. Although the cat was attacked by the mouse once, as long as we were still in its territory, we would only be killed. Gu Weihan and Lao Jiang immediately decided to find a way out first, and then settle the account with the toad later. However, just when everyone was in a stalemate, a faint bubble sound suddenly came from my right ear, as if the taut string suddenly broke, and a huge sense of fear instantly struck my heart. While tightening my backpack, I gritted my teeth and reminded, I'm afraid it's too late. Now it's not a question of whether we want to leave or not, but whether others will let us go or not. Gudong gudong, gudong gudong. Soon, the sound of bubbles became more and more frequent, as if it was sweeping from all directions. The feeling of oppressive silence was like a deathly noose wrapped around our necks, trying to strangle us to death. Suffocation, panic, fear, we instinctively want to escape. But it was gloomy all around, and once everyone ran away, they would only be slaughtered one by one. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan stood on each side, protecting Linger and me. As a man, I also wanted to stand up. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder. You have done your best in the battle just now, and leave it to Master next. The purple light of the god slaying disappeared, which means that it has lost its absolute power. In this state, it is duller than a kitchen knife. I gritted my teeth and wanted to say something, but I was powerless to refute. However, at this moment, the gurgling sound of bubbles was getting closer and closer, and it was getting heavier and heavier, like a drum hammer hitting my chest. We all held our breath, not daring to miss any slight movement, because that could be fatal. Gradually, I actually heard the sound of bubbles bursting. Pa! Pa! Like broken glass, crisp and loud. I squinted my eyes and looked carefully, vaguely seeing that there was an invisible person blowing bubbles in the swamp, and the bubbles that slowly rose became higher and higher, and bigger, and finally broke with a snap. A lot of black smoke grew out of the broken bubbles, gathered together, and approached us. The surroundings were not very visible to begin with, and the black smoke filled the air, which suddenly became gloomy and terrifying. Slowly, all of us were wrapped in black. In the entire team, Linger had the most sensitive nose. As a little princess of Miajiang, she not only knew how to use goo, but was also an expert in using poison. She could smell the black smoke from a long distance. Everyone be careful, this is poison gas. Linger immediately ordered us to cover our noses. Lao Zhang's mind was working fast, and he thought of a countermeasure directly. Do I need to continue peeing? I knew he was going to use the same trick as the 5 poison miasma, using a cloth soaked in urine as a precaution, But Linger's brows were getting tighter and tighter, and her white teeth bit her lower lip until it bled. I'm afraid it's useless. The poisonous gas in the 5-poison miasma is produced by the goo worm, but the poisonous gas here is spit out by the toad, and the poisonous gas seems to contain a special toxin that can paralyze people's nerves. In order for us to understand her meaning intuitively, Linger also gave a simple example, such as some mountain people who accidentally eat poisonous wild grass will have hallucinations and dance. In a nutshell, although these poisonous gases are not fatal, they have a hallucinogenic effect. What's the point of covering your nose? We're all going to die this time. I go see God, and you go see the Jade Emperor, Gu Weihan said angrily, while searching his backpack for medicine to deal with the poisonous smoke. A light bulb suddenly flashed in my mind, and I suspected that the poisonous gas exhaled by this toad was most likely used in conjunction with the mirage it created before. Those explorers who were trapped in the mirage before all inhaled poisonous gas, and then saw the ghost market, and then they felt that they had really reached the underworld, met their dead relatives, and finally stepped onto the stairs of death. This toad enjoys playing, and originally it wanted to play with us like this until it died, but unexpectedly a little fox appeared halfway and led us out of the mirage. So at this moment, the angry toad directly sprayed poisonous gas, trying to kill us. Lao Jiang sneered and concluded, in other words, it doesn't want to play anymore. The sound of bubbles became louder and louder, and the bubbles became more and more dense. The strange thing is that in addition to the east, there were also chaotic gurgling sounds from the west. There are also in the south. There are also in the north. What's going on? Is there more than one big toad in this mirage? But if there were many, they could have killed us in the chaos just now. There's a folk saying, there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. Logically, there must be only one such bloodthirsty and ferocious behemoth, otherwise they will definitely fight each other. Unless it is a male and a female, but if so, more toad offspring will definitely be bred. Lao Jiang occupied the east, holding the scabbard of the black knife and ready. Everyone guard one side, beware of sneak attacks. Hearing his order, all of us leaned back to each other and looked forward. Gu Weihan pointed his machine gun to the west, and Linger and I stared at the north and the south respectively. Strangely, just as we held our breath and waited for the toad to appear, the sound of bubbles stopped again. There was a dead silence all around, and suddenly, bubbles from several directions gathered together, like boiling hot water, rolling and surging towards the ground. At that moment, I felt as if there was a huge monster lying on the edge of the swamp. It arched its back, raised the surface mud layer by layer, and rushed towards us at an indescribable speed. In just a blink of an eye, the thing rushed over and tried to launch a surprise attack on us from underground. What's going on? Linger and I were shocked. Our previous speculation was that this toad could only move in the swamp, but now we have retreated outside the swamp, and it can actually dig a tunnel to attack us. Lao Jiang reacted quickly and shouted, "Be alert." Chapter 276. Gu Weihan did not forget to explain. Don't forget, the land around here is always wet and connected to the underground river. Then, I saw the soil in front of me was arched into a small hill with a rumble. There was a salty and wet smell in the air, and the sound of digging the soil. That thing is coming. When the mound was still 2 or 3 meters away from us, Lao Jiang's pupil shrank, and he shouted, "Scatter!" In order to avoid being caught in one fell swoop, Linger, Gu Weihan and Lao Jiang retreated quickly in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north at the same time. The next second, the ground where we were standing was broken, and a huge black mouth emerged from the soil. If we hadn't dodged quickly, we would have fallen into its mouth. It was still that huge toad. The tumors on the toad's face were bigger than my fist, and its back was covered with those disgusting tumors, like a layer of dark armor. Seeing that we were not swallowed, the toad was angry and turned its red eyes to aim at me. It opened its mouth and instantly spurted out a billowing black poisonous mist from its mouth. I covered my nose and retreated. Gu Weihan immediately picked up the machine gun and fired a volley of bullets at the big toad. The bullets hit the toad's body with a bang and splashed dazzling sparks. But the strange thing was that the skin of the toad was like armor and could not be penetrated. Only the disgusting tumor was torn by the bullet, spurting out dark green liquid and emitting a foul smell. The toad was too lazy to dodge and rushed towards me like a walking venom bomb. "Principal Gu, stop!" Old Jiang shouted Gu Weihan's name, on the one hand to tell him not to do useless work and save some bullets, and on the other hand to worry that the toxins in the exploded tumor would be even worse. Seeing the toad approaching, I pulled out the dagger with all my strength and wanted to go forward to help. But after the last battle, the strength of my body had long been exhausted, Brother Jinglon, I do it. Seeing this scene, Linger immediately stopped in front of me. She patted her big bamboo basket and chanted ancient spells in her mouth, like a mysterious witch girl. In an instant, a group of yellow flying insects flew out of the bamboo basket and pounced on the ugly and terrifying big toad in the direction of her finger. The toad opened its big mouth and swallowed all the flying insects into the sun. Linger seemed to have expected this, but she still scolded him. You only know how to eat. Eat well, I will definitely eat you to death this time. The toad accepted all the flying poisonous insects, but as soon as those insects entered its body, they danced like firecrackers. 2 streams of yellow gas came out of the toad's nostrils, and its 2 blood-red eyeballs turned yellow little by little. It seemed to sense something was wrong, and suddenly its body shook, and it retracted its head into the soil again, digging into the swamp. Guihan didn't want to let it go, and started a new round of shooting after loading the bullets. But after a while, the big toad disappeared from our sight again. The second sneak attack also failed. We finally had time to catch our breath, but we didn't dare to relax our tense nerves for a moment, not to mention Linger and me. Even Lao Jiang was sweating. Now we can neither advance nor retreat. We need to be on guard against this thing coming under our feet from time to time. If this goes on for a long time, I am afraid that our spirit will collapse. But what should we do now? If we keep wasting time here, even if it doesn't attack us, we will die of hunger and thirst sooner or later. The image of myself turning into a corpse suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Could it be that the illusion I saw before is our final destination? Linger smiled calmly at this time, unlike her usual unruly attitude. Don't worry, I thought of it a long time ago. It turned out that the poisonous insect that Linger released just now was called a burst of smoke. The attack of a burst of smoke was not very strong. The reason why Bai Miao brought them out from the 10,000 mountains was that they could be used as signal insects to identify the identities of poison masters. Now, once the toad approaches us, the other bursts of smoke in Linger's big bamboo basket can sense the location of their companions and tell her the location. When did our Linger become so smart? Lao Jiang joked, trying to ease the heavy atmosphere. Linger glared at him fiercely. I'm protecting you. Not only are you ungrateful, but you dare to laugh at me. He was still so willful, as if the moment just now was just an illusion. While he was talking, the haunting big toad launched another attack. This time, in order to avoid being discovered by us, it even hid the sound of bubbles, and suddenly approached at a speed that was faster than lightning. But Linger was prepared, and her slender fingers quickly pointed to a place on the ground. There is movement there. Come, let me give you a taste of this great treasure. Guihan knew that the machine gun could not hurt the toad, so he took out a grenade from his backpack and threw it over. There was a loud bang, and the soil on the surface was blown up, dust was flying, and at the same time, a thick green liquid gushed out. It's just a pity that we didn't see the toad's body that was blown to pieces. But it should have been seriously injured. This time, the toad, the master of the soul-stirring pond, was completely enraged by us. Except for Lao Jiang, he had a mortal enemy with the 3 of us. Then Linger was in charge of the command. The toad was unwilling to launch several sneak attacks again, but they were all informed in advance by the signal bug, and none of them succeeded. But this beast also learned a lesson. Every time it sneaked halfway, it suddenly changed its route, so Guihan's grenade could not blow it up again. Now our confrontation is equivalent to a 50-50, and no one has the upper hand. Thinking that the toad had been frightened by us, Lao Jiang began to lead us to find the sun, and planned to leave Maihun Pond as soon as possible. The swamp environment was dark. At this time, it was dusk and the sky was dark. There was not even a morning star, and we could not tell the direction at all. We could only try to find a way out. Linger acted as a scout and paid attention to the movements of the toad. Now we had no time to fight with the toad. Every time we sensed the position of the toad, Linger asked Guihan to fire a few bullets to scare it away. After all this tossing, the toad seemed to be a little angry. In the past, it was only its turn to tease others, so how could it be the turn of others to play with it? The big toad roared like thunder in anger. The roar came from all directions, shaking the leaves on the trees to fall. Unfortunately, we still couldn't find the sunrise of Mahuntang. The sweat on Lao Jiang's forehead dripped more and more. Finally, he thought of me and asked me if there was any way to deal with it in the 36 tips for moving mountains and filling seas. I looked at the black sky and the gloomy forest. None of the tricks of stargazing, dragon hunting, and she watching were useful. A strange feeling came over me, and I suddenly said, "Have you noticed that there is no wind here?" Chapter 277. According to the 36 secrets of moving mountains and filling the sea, Wind is made of air. Flowing gas forms wind, and finding the eye of the wind will lead to the direction of exit. But the air here seems to be static. I know, it's the toad that did it. It affected the air of my hunt pond. The air here is dead, not alive. Linger didn't quite understand, but Gu Weihan understood it very well. After listening, he asked me, "What should we do now?" I looked at Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang replied with two sentences, "Either kill it or find the wind." The previous road is not feasible at all. The toad has become a spirit, and we are no match for it at all, so there is only the second road left. But the air here is dead, where can we find the wind? Lao Jiang's eyes were heavy, fixed on a few trees not far away. The air on the ground is dead, but the air above may not be. What do you mean? My eyes moved. Lao Jiang replied, "Try it. The higher the tree, the more likely it is that the air above is alive." Li Jingwan, can you climb trees? Now we have to find a tree that is tall enough. I have been curious since I was a child. I hang on trees to pick fruits almost every day. How could I not climb? After making up our minds, we started looking for trees. However, fate likes to play tricks on us. After we finally found a way to crack it, God closed the window for us again. I only heard a cry, and Linger's body was actually sliding down. Just now, she was pointing in the direction where the toad was chasing. She was not careful, and tripped over weeds. Then her right foot stepped into the edge of a swamp. The weirdest thing is that this swamp is different from the previous swamp. You can't get your feet out after you get stuck in it. It happened just in the last second, but in the next second, Linger's right foot was already wrapped in countless mud and sand. Under the mud and sand, there seemed to be countless hands holding her calf tightly, dragging her down with 1,000 pounds of force. Linger widened her eyes in fear, and then screamed at me with a tearing throat, "Brother Jing'an, save me. It's over, this girl is always scared." Lao Jiang slapped his thigh. I subconsciously rushed towards her, but what I never expected was that the swamp seemed to be alive. As Linger struggled, it actually swallowed her other foot. Her 2 feet were quickly submerged in the swamp, and the speed of her whole body sinking was very fast. If it weren't for the big bamboo basket behind her that provided strong buoyancy, I would have almost lost sight of her. At that moment, my heart was in my throat. I wanted to fly over and pull her up right now, but my speed was too slow, and I couldn't even keep up with the speed of the swamp. The slender shadow gradually disappeared from my sight. At that moment, I couldn't even hear Linger's cry for help. The one who reacted the fastest, and was the fastest in the whole team, was Lao Jiang. He turned into a residual shadow, and flew out at the first moment. At the critical moment, Lao Jiang grabbed Linger's little hand that was almost sinking. The air was filled with Lao Jiang's struggling instructions. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Don't be afraid. Take a deep breath with me. Hold my hand, don't let go. One after another, Lao Jiang's voice seemed like magic, calming the frightened Linger, and she stopped sinking. But now neither of them could move, and they became living targets in the eyes of the toad. Before Gu Weihan and I came to help, there was a whoosh in my ears, and the mud splashed more than 10 meters away. The next moment, I saw the red-eyed toad with terrible tumors all over its body jumped out, and its huge body was like a huge black cloud, covering the sky and the sun. Its target was Lao Jiang and Linger. This time it no longer played hide-and-seek, but kicked open its flippers and jumped directly towards them. Every jump could jump 2 or 3 meters. F***K. Since I met you, what kind of ghosts have I encountered? Having said that, Gu Weihan still pulled me to Lao Jiang and Linger at the fastest speed. While cursing, he held the machine gun in front of Lao Jiang and Linger. His finger tightened on the trigger, and there was a sound of bang bang bang. Gu Weihan poured a whole magazine of bullets into the toad. I also held the God Slayer in one hand, and the fishing knife in the other, guarding against the approach of the toad. The dense forest was full of the tearing sound of bullets cutting through the air. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The bullets were shot at the toad like raindrops, but in the end, they could only sink into the sea, and did not cause fatal damage to it. At most, they only damaged a lot of its tumors, that is, the poison sacs on the toad. I saw a lot of green liquid spurting out of those poison sacs, and for a while, the stench was overflowing. Although these bullets did not have much impact on the giant toad, they still managed to stop the toad's attack. Gu Weihan urged Lao Jiang to save people quickly. He only had one spare magazine left, and had no time to reload bullets. Lao Jiang was sweating profusely, and had used all his strength, but the suction of the swamp was too strong, and it was difficult for him to pull Linger out. "Principal Gu, you help the master, leave this to me." Although I knew that the edge of the god-slaying sword in my hand had been reduced in order to buy time, I had no time to care about my safety and rushed forward without hesitation. Linger, you must be safe. With this belief, I took the god-slaying sword in my hand and took the initiative to meet the toad as big as a hill. The day on its face was still there, and the red eyes reflected the bloodthirsty light. When it saw me, the raging anger was immediately replaced by unspeakable excitement. At this moment, the toad jumped up and froze above my head. The abyss was like a huge hole with no bottom. The stench almost made me faint. I knew that I was going to die this time, and would definitely end up like the flower fox. I even felt that I was about to enter the toad's digestive tract. The foul smell in its mouth was all I could feel. But between life and death, I chose death. Master, if I die, remember not to let Linger marry that beast Hamu. Also, don't accept any more disciples. I want you to remember me forever. At the last moment, I threw this resounding sentence to Lao Jiang with all my strength. This is my last words. At this moment, the two people I am most worried about, Master, Linger, you must be safe. The heat from the god-slaying dagger in my hand was like a fire-quenched needle piercing my palm. At this time, I laughed. I didn't know before, but when the moment of making a choice came, it turned out that I, Li Jinglan, could also die so calmly and generously. Maybe it's because my heart has long been infected by Baishui, Xiao, Doya, and the others? In the end, there were only 8 words left in my mind, which were engraved on the Qilin headquarters and deeply engraved in my heart: devote my life and death to the country, and go all out. I finally practiced this sentence with my own life. However, at this moment, a strange voice came. Eyes. At this time, I had no time to think about whose voice it was. I only knew that this voice seemed to remind me of something. Eyes. Looking at the behemoth in front of me, my mind was surging in just a few tenths of a second. Gu Weihan's bullets could not hit the monster's vital points, and even a powerful sword like Zhan Shen could not cause fatal damage to it. Could it be that its weakness was in its eyes, seeing that the toad was about to collide with me, or more precisely, to swallow me into its stomach? Its eyes were full of excitement for revenge and the desire for prey. Sorry, I, Li Jinglan, will never give up easily. I swung Zhan Shen again, knowing that I only had one chance to gamble. But I am willing to fight this one. With all I have, I will fight you. Chapter 278. At the last moment, I held a God-Slayer in my hand. When the toad just barely brushed past me, I suddenly flew up and inserted the God-Slayer into its left eye. Instantly, the giant toad let out a painful cry that resounded throughout the Maihan pond, and it felt like the ground was shaking. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out of its entire left eye. This time it was no longer a thick green liquid, but pink plasma. At that moment, my body seemed to be hit by a speeding train and fell heavily to the ground, but I couldn't help but feel happy. Because at this moment, the damn toad should have been furious, venting all its anger on me and taking revenge. But strangely, it didn't take the opportunity to attack me. It seemed to have sensed something, and was about to flee without a care in the world. Old Jiang had rescued Linger with the help of Gu Weihan, and he seemed to have figured out the trick. Without explaining anything, he hurriedly handed Linger to Gu Weihan for care, and then he flipped over like a gust of wind and landed lightly on the back of the toad. The toad realized something and struggled frantically, trying to get rid of the dangerous guy on its back. Unfortunately, old John's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the head of the toad. With a clang, the black knife was unsheathed, and the sharp blade pierced the toad's right eye mercilessly. The severe pain swept through the body, and the toad roared and rolled on the ground, while old Jiang dodged and landed steadily in midair. A trace of blood dripped into the soil along the blade of the black knife. That toad was not so lucky. It was almost completely crazy, howling to the sky, making a terrifying scream, and pink blood plasma gushed out of its eye sockets like a fountain. First it was pink, then red, and later there was even a strange golden color. The two eyes finally turned into 2 blood holes, gushing out blood. As the blood gushed, the toad's screams became smaller and smaller, and its struggling strength became weaker and weaker. Finally, with a bang, it fell to the ground. Is it dead? As the thing fell, I finally relaxed. It was as if all the strength in my body was taken away. I felt indescribably relieved. Lao Jiang and I watched the thing struggle for half an hour, and finally kicked its legs and slowly became silent. I couldn't help but sigh. The vitality of things that have become spirits is really tenacious. After looking in the direction of Linger and making sure she was okay, I smiled knowingly, patted Lao Jiang's shoulder and panted, "Master, how did you know that its weakness is in the eyes? If you had said it earlier, Wouldn't there be so many things? Strangely, Lao Zhang's voice came at the same time. Disciple, I didn't expect that you are getting smarter and smarter, and you are better than the master. After a few fights, you will know where its weakness is. As soon as the voice fell, the two of us looked at each other. What? Didn't you say it? Then who was the person who reminded me of the clue of the eyes just now? For a moment, my brain exploded with a bang. Lao Jiang and I looked at Gu Weihan and Yin Linger next to us. However, Yin Linger's little face was very embarrassed, and her body was covered with sticky sand. She was just scared directly. How could she have the time to see through the weakness of the toad? As for Gu Weihan, he has always advocated science. Besides bullets, he also has grenades. If he had known the fatal weakness of the toad earlier, he would have opened fire earlier. How could it be our turn? But Lao Jiang and I just heard a voice clearly. If it wasn't everyone present, who else could it be? When our master and apprentice were puzzled, Yin Linger and Gu Weihan said that they seemed to have heard a very thin male voice just now, and vaguely mentioned eyes. But the situation was too critical at the time, so we didn't think much about it at all, and thought it was an auditory hallucination. So all four of us heard it, but whose voice was it? Could it be that there is a master on this Wawu mountain who is giving us advice? Is it a reindeer man? No, they are mountain guards. For them, protecting Wawu mountain from foreign invasion is their mission from generation to generation. All those who offend the sacred mountain are their enemies. As invaders, how could they give us some advice? It would be great mercy if they didn't set a trap to kill us early. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Another team on the mountain suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, and my expression was stern. When I saw Lao Jiang, I noticed that his face became more and more solemn, and I immediately understood. Master, is that voice Lao Wu's? Is Lao Wu reminding us? Lao Jiang's expression became hesitant, and I knew that I guessed right. It's normal that we don't recognize Lao Wu's voice. But Lao Jiang, he had been with Lao Wu for so many days and nights. Even if Lao Wu turned into ashes, he would not make a mistake. Sure enough, with Lao Jiang's sigh, he was finally willing to tell me the truth. Yes, it was Lao Wu. Hearing this, I looked around vigilantly, but Lao Jiang shook his head and told me, "Don't look, he's not here." Then how did he? I was full of confusion. Lao Jiang explained. He just used a unique skill called sound transmission into secret. Sound transmission into secret, as the name suggests, is to transmit sound from a very far place to the ears of a specific target. It sounds like it's very powerful. I touched my ears and showed an incredible look. Unexpectedly, Gu Weihan and Yin Linger also became interested and came over. Uncle Jiang, this unique skill is so powerful, can you teach me, so that I can pass the message to my mother in the future? Yin Linger held her cheeks with both hands, blinking her big watery eyes, and was rare and cute. Gu Weihan also took out his notebook and stared at Lao Jiang. Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind, I also want to learn. My son in my own country misses me very much. Seeing that the two of them were about to push me away from Lao Jiang, I couldn't help but move my butt forward. Wait, I am the master's formal disciple, so you should teach me first. Unfortunately, Lao Jiang broke our fantasy. You two are talking as if I can do it. What, you can't? That Yin country. How can people do that? Aren't you two from the same school? The three of us expressed our dissatisfaction at the same time. Lao Jiang touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "The sound transmission is not as magical as you think, nor as simple as you think. This is a lost folk secret technique. The performer needs absolute mental strength, plus the push of internal breath, to transmit the sound far away. There are only a handful of people in the world who know this secret technique. My master is one of them. He can transmit the sound 1,000 meters away." Chapter 279. Although he wanted to pass on this secret technique, he always felt that Lao Wu and I were still young and our internal strength was not deep enough, so he never taught us until that time. Before setting off that time, he seemed to have a premonition that he would encounter an accident, so he wanted to pass this secret skill to Lao Wu and me. It was a pity that he only gave me one night, and I was usually careless, so I couldn't learn it no matter how hard I tried. On the contrary, Lao Wu was gifted and thoughtful. He mastered the trick of transmitting sound into secret after just one time. There was no one else on this mountain. Only Lao Wu could use the secret transmission of sound to teach us. So no matter how much Lao Jiang didn't want to believe it, the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Yin Linger pouted and couldn't figure it out. Didn't Lao Wu betray Qilin? He is mixed with He Miao. He must be an enemy. Why did he save us? Strange, strange. Could it be that he has always been thinking about his old relationship with you, master? My mind moved, and I couldn't help but interrupt. Looking at the road ahead, only the young master of Hey Meow wanted our lives, while the trap set by Lao Wu seemed to be just to deliberately hurt Lao Jiang and declare his existence. Let Lao Jiang understand how stupid the decision of choose one of the two was. However, Lao Jiang took a deep breath. His face was full of bitterness, but his tone was firm. No, I know his character too well. He has a clear distinction between love and hate, and he does things in an extreme way. He will protect the people he cares about even if he swears to die, but once he hates someone, he will definitely let the other person die in his own hands, and live a life worse than death. Ah? No way. Linger, and I felt a little sorry. Lao Jiang added with a dead heart. Yes, he wants to kill me personally, so before that, he won't let anything take my life. My life belongs to him. After hearing what Lao Jiang said, I felt so uncomfortable. They were so good before, and Lao Jiang saved Lao Wu from the darkness. For Lao Wu, he is his salvation, the light that makes him see the light of day again, his senior brother, and his only relative in the world. But now, the brothers of the past have to fight against each other. The photo I saw before appeared in front of my eyes. No matter how murderous and terrifying Lao Wu was in front of the enemy, he was always a big boy with a bright smile in front of Lao Jiang. Will he really be willing to kill Lao Jiang? I don't know why. Before the trip to Yinshu, I felt that Lao Wu was not a good person, but now on the Wawu Mountain, I have an indescribable feeling in my heart. I always feel that Lao Wu is not so determined to stand against us. If our previous trip to Wawu Mountain had a 30% success rate, then the success rate now may be increased to 50%. The friendship of the previous generation is incomprehensible to our generation. The deeper the hatred, the stronger the love. I believe that in the end, he will still give us a break. Seeing that Lao Jiang was fixed there, immersed in the edge of sadness and pain, I quickly changed the subject, shook the dagger in my hand and asked, Master, how should this god-slaying sword be used? Why is it always sometimes effective, and sometimes not? Lao Jiang's attention was finally temporarily diverted, and he raised his head to look at the dagger in my hand. I continued, so far, the only 2 times I can use it are in Sanqing village and just now. It seems that every time I am extremely angry and sad, and can't control my heart, it will light up. And once it emits purple light, its combat power will be amazing. The last time was the death of Zheng Sanpao, and this time it was the death of Hua Huli. It's impossible that every time I ask it for help, a companion will die, right? Lao Jiang seemed to think of something and sneered. Haha, killing the gods is not that simple. You mean? My eyes lit up. Lao Jiang was too lazy to talk nonsense with me, and went straight to the point. Do you want to know its true origin? Now I tell you. When I was in Dunhuang, I knew that killing the gods had more or less some connection with Niwa. But I don't know the inside story. Lao Jiang no longer concealed it this time. He told me, in fact, the God Slayer was once the most personal weapon of Niwa Xiaoxiao. In that era, there were many experts among the Qilin, but it was that woman who completed countless S+ level tasks that the Black Blade Qilin dared not touch with a God Slayer. It is no exaggeration to say that with this weapon in her hands, not to mention the evil ghosts in the ancient tomb, even the gods in the sky would dare to kill them. Speaking of this, looking at the rusty iron lump in my hand, Lao Jiang's eyes flashed a trace of admiration, and a trace of fear that we could not easily detect. Linger shuddered and asked in shock, Is the long-legged sister so powerful? Lao Jiang twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. Of course, how strong is Niwa Shishu's strength? I can't tell it with just my mouth, and it's not convenient to tell you. I looked at Linger, then at Lao Jiang and said, But if she is really invincible, she alone would have been enough in Dunhuang, right? Lao Jiang chuckled and replied, You don't know this. Niwa Shishia's strength has long surpassed the scope of mortals. That circle does not allow her to walk the world with all her strength. Otherwise, once she is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. That circle? Something suddenly occurred to me, and I remembered what Warner said when he left. It seems that Niwa Xiaoxiao and Monk Le came from the same place. Is it that circle? Without waiting for me to ask, Lao Jiang, who noticed that he had let the cat out of the bag, quickly changed the subject and said, Anyway, for some reason, Niwa Xiaoxiao made a decision that the entire Qilin could not understand when she was at her peak. Lao Jiang deliberately paused here, with a hint of suspense. While cleaning the mud and sand off her body, Linger asked anxiously, What decision? What decision? Uncle Jiang, please tell me quickly. Old Jiang looked at me again, and seeing that I couldn't help but urge him, he finally said with satisfaction, She decided not to use weapons anymore, and sealed 50% of her strength in the 5 weapons she has used over the years. These 5 weapons are slaying God, punishing immortals, killing demons, killing Buddhas, and subduing monsters. Hearing this, I thought, and said, does it mean that 10% of her strength is sealed in slaying God? Yes, that's right. Speaking of this, old Jiang began to hesitate again, and he continued to speak after Linger, and I urged him again and again. Since these weapons are so powerful, why don't people use them? I couldn't help but wonder, and asked, isn't there an old saying that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools? For a weapon that is only 1/10 of Nua's power, people who want it must be scrambling for it, right? Chapter 280. Lao Jiang nodded, then shook his head. Who wouldn't want Nua's little weapons? Not to mention that she has the strength to seal them. Even if she doesn't, the Black Blade Kirans will scramble for them. It's a pity that for some reason, no one can use these weapons. Just like you said at the beginning, it feels like a stunning weapon in the arsenal, but when it comes to the critical moment, it is found that it is so blunt that it is not even as good as a kitchen knife. So after suffering a big loss again and again, no one dared to pay attention to the god-slaying, and these peerless weapons that once amazed the world slowly sank into the Kiran's arsenal and were forgotten. Speaking of this, Lao Jiang couldn't help but look at me again, with a sour tone. I didn't expect that you would get it in the end. Li Jinglong, your strength is average, but your luck is first class. Hearing this, Lao Jiang seemed to have thought about the god-slaying before, but he didn't get anything good, so he was jealous of me as his apprentice. I smiled at first, and then I became proud. No one can use it. Then I can make it glow, isn't it good? Lao Jiang sighed from the bottom of his heart. More than good, I was shocked just now. You are the only one besides Niwa Xiao who can restore the old style of Zhanshin. If I didn't know that you were born in Leishan, I would suspect that you are also from that circle. This is the second time that Lao Jiang mentioned that circle. I was very curious and asked, circle? What is that circle? Lao Jiang covered his mouth after knowing it, wishing he could bite off his tongue, and said vaguely, anyway, don't ask, this is not something you can know at your level. But, don't say but. The more you know, the faster you die. Seeing that Lao Jiang was too tight-lipped, I could only temporarily give up this idea and ask another question. What about Feng Lao? Isn't Feng Lao a disciple of Nuwa Xiao? And his strength surpasses that of Black Blade Qilin, and he can't use the iron lump in my hand? Lao Jiang shook his head and denied. Strictly speaking, he is not a disciple of Nuwa Xiao. Without waiting for me to ask, Linger hurriedly said, then, what does that old man do? Lao Jiang explained to us. Strictly speaking, Feng Lao can only be regarded as a small follower behind Nuwa Xiao. Although, he is stronger than me, but he can't use the weapons that Nuwa Xiao left behind. By the way, when Nuwa Xiao sealed Zhanshin in Qilin's arsenal, she left a sentence, whoever can revive Zhanshin will be. Just when Lao Jiang was talking about the most critical moment, Linger suddenly cried out and shouted to me, my feet, oh my feet are numb, brother Jinglong, come and help me see what's wrong with my feet. Gu Weihan, who was originally eavesdropping on our conversation, was also interested in Nuwa Xiao, Feng Lao, and others in our day, and wanted to find out something, but was also attracted by Linger's cry of pain. I hurried to Linger's side, thinking that she could move just now. Why can't she do it now? When I took off Linger's shoes and helped her check her right foot, I found that the white and cute little foot was cold at the moment, without any temperature. Oops. I frowned and quickly checked Linger's other foot, and found that the condition of that foot was even worse. Her 2 feet had been stuck in the mud for too long, and the blood circulation was blocked. She temporarily lost consciousness, and there seemed to be a fracture at the ankle of her left foot. Linger was a person who was afraid of pain. She kept crying and called me with a little cry, Brother Jinglong, please think of a way quickly. Oh, it hurts so much. The pink face of a porcelain doll was wrinkled into a bun, which made people feel distressed. I held her feet in my hands, rubbed her feet little by little, and warmed her feet with the temperature of my palms. Unexpectedly, Linger reacted violently. Hey! We Miao women's feet cannot be touched by men. I deliberately frightened her, and said in a cold voice, if you don't want to touch it, then don't touch it. But if the dislocated part can't be connected, you can follow us all the way to the top of Wawu Mountain. Linger's mouth curled up even higher, but she had to lower her head, then be gentle, it hurts. I touched the fracture of her left foot, and before I could move, Linger began to cry and said that she had killed someone. I quickly raised my head and declared, I haven't done anything yet. Linger stopped crying, and said oh with a guilty conscience, and the tone was long. I couldn't help but laugh. Just as I was about to reach out my hand, I saw Linger was about to call again, And suddenly I had an idea and pointed to the distance and said, "Look, what is that?" "Butterfly. Such a beautiful butterfly." "Butterfly? Where? Where is it?" Linger turned her head. Her little face was as excited as a child, and she looked for the butterfly eagerly. At this critical moment, my hand quickly found the dislocation, and with a click, I straightened her dislocated bones. Linger screamed and stared at me with resentment. "Brother Jinglan, you lied to me. You..." She had prepared a lot of words to scold me, but in the end, she just said, "My foot is healed." Linger was so anxious that she wanted to stand up and stretch her muscles. I told her not to be anxious, and to take it slow so as not to hurt herself again. She grinned happily, and said sweetly and flatteringly, "Brother Jinglan, how come you know everything?" Seeing her rosy face, I couldn't help teasing her. When I was a kid, the dog at home was greedy and took bird eggs every day. I helped it to get its joints fixed. At first, Ling was so slow to nod and say "oh," but when she understood, she wanted to hit me. "You bastard, you called me a dog." Fortunately, I reacted quickly and ran away, because I found that Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan were studying the body of the big toad. When I walked over, I glanced in the direction of Linger. After making sure that she could stand up, I left with peace of mind. Gu Weihan was very cautious about this toad that had lived for an unknown period of time. He handed a pair of medical gloves to Lao Jiang. The two of them put on gloves on each hand, and then carefully turned the toad over. The poison sac on the back of this toad can leak venom. Just in case, it is better to be careful. Lao Jiang gently pulled out the black knife, and cut it down a little bit at the toad's straight white belly. Oh my god, he actually wants to dissect this monster. Chapter 281. The sharp blade cut a straight line along the toad's belly. This scene made me swallow my saliva. To be honest, this scene was too horrifying, and in my opinion, in ancient times, only people with deep hatred would dig up other people's graves and cut the others' bodies into pieces. Although this toad almost took our lives, it was already dead, so it shouldn't be that serious, not to mention that it was full of poison. Shouldn't the top priority be to leave this hell as soon as possible? But Lao Jiang was really doing what I thought. As if to verify my guess, he used his hands to peel off the fat layer of the toad, like an experienced forensic doctor. Instantly, a fishy smell that had accumulated for who knows how many years came to my face, like the smell of thousands of dead rats rotting in the gutter, which made me retch repeatedly, and Linger, who had just rushed over to join in the fun, almost vomited. Lao Jiang, however, looked normal, while Gu Weihan was taking notes, just like a good student. At this time, Lao Jiang had already peeled off 3 layers of skin, and with a pop, he tore the last bit of adhesion, and then slowly reached into the toad's belly with his gloved hand. The next scene was so Japanese that I couldn't bear to watch it, for fear that I would accidentally vomit the acid in my stomach. When I felt that it was almost done, I asked Lao Jiang, "Master, is it done?" It's done, it's done." After getting Lao Jiang's assurance, I turned my head, and found that Lao Jiang had actually taken out the intestines and organs stuck in the toad's belly one by one and sorted them out. Linger bent over and retched, cursing as she vomited. So disgusting, Uncle Jiang, you are so perverted." Looking at Linger's miserable appearance, I couldn't help but pat her back gently to help her calm down, and comforted her. "Aren't you still shouting for revenge? By the way, I remember that you seem to like eating Lao Yinjing's braised pork very much. The offal in it is made of this stuff." Hearing this, Linger raised her head in disbelief, staring at me with a pair of round eyes. "Brother Jinglan, if you can't speak, you can shut up. Woo woo woo, I will never eat braised pork again." Then, there was a burst of vomiting. I wanted to say something, but Gu Weihan, who was watching the fun, interrupted. "Li Jinglan, don't say anything, or the girl will come after you later." I knew the situation and shut up, but turned around to ask Lao Jiang what he was going to do, because I know Lao Jiang is a very purposeful person. Logically, what he should do now is to take us away from the Maihan pond, not to practice sword skills on a toad. Lao Jiang curled his lips slightly. "You will know later." I saw that his bloody hand was searching for something in the toad's body, digging around, as if he was looking for something. After about a quarter of an hour, he pulled out a small black ball from it. The small black ball was as big as a fist, and it was shiny black all over, like a priceless black pearl, emitting a bright luster under the moonlight. This thing is obviously a treasure. I became interested and stared at Lao Jiang without blinking. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lao Jiang pulled out a black knife and split the small black ball in a flash. A strange translucent, colorless and tasteless bead rolled out from it. My eyes widened in surprise. "This toad also has relics?" Old Jiang said. "What do you know?" This is its inner elixir. Inner elixir? Before I could digest this word, old Jiang took the initiative to explain. Generally speaking, the lifespan of each animal is limited, that is, their natural lifespan. When an animal lives beyond its natural lifespan, it will become a spirit, and this inner elixir will slowly condense in its stomach. You can understand that the inner elixir is the furnace for their cultivation. Hearing this, my eyes began to light up, but I heard old Jiang continue. These inner elixirs absorb nutrients in the body during the day and swallow the essence of the sun and the moon at night. The effects of the inner elixir of each thing that has become a spirit are different. For example, the inner elixir of this toad can spit out poisonous smoke. In other words, this inner elixir is the most poisonous part of the body of this spirit toad. Its poison may even be more poisonous than Linger's natal goo, because Linger's natal goo has not lived for hundreds of years. I swallowed the water and asked Lao Jiang, "What's the use of taking out the inner elixir?" Lao Jiang took out a box from his backpack, opened the box, carefully put the inner elixir of the toad into it, and said, "Keep it, it's a good thing anyway." I suddenly thought of something, and said with a bright look in my eyes, "Master, I beg you a favor, can you give me this inner elixir?" Hearing this, Lao Jiang frowned. "What do you want it for?" "It's a highly poisonous thing. If you touch it, you will die." I smiled mysteriously. Maybe it can be used later. While speaking, my eyes were fixed on the box, and I couldn't bear to leave it for a moment, as if it had become my possession. Lao Jiang looked me up and down, and said nothing more, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he seemed to understand my hidden meaning, and solemnly put the box containing the toad's inner elixir into my hand. Gu Weihan came over eagerly, saying that he also wanted it. Lao Jiang didn't give it to me, but patted my shoulder, and whispered in my ear, "Keep it well, I hope you don't need it." He and I are both smart people, some things are just enough. There is no need to let others know. In fact, the reason why I want this inner elixir is that I want to keep a killer move to fight the next strongest enemy. Wuxi would never expect that as the weakest Qilin member in the team, he would have a huge gift to give him. After doing these things, Lao Jiang urged us to leave as soon as possible. Without the toad's disturbance, the air in the woods finally returned to normal, and we once again felt the long-lost wind. The lingering smoke gradually dissipated, and we began to look for a way out. Soon, we found the oblique cross marks on several nearby tree trunks. Originally, Lao Jiang had no hope, and Linger secretly cursed Lao Wu. "This bad uncle is here to make trouble again, and wants to lead us into the ditch." I took the opposite attitude and thought that Lao Wu might be intentionally showing us the way. Strangely, Gu Weihan also stood on my side. Although Lao Jiang felt that Lao Wu wanted to harm him on the surface, he still said that he could give it a try after Gu Weihan, and I insisted again and again. After all, he also hoped in his heart that Lao Wu would stand on our side. Chapter 282. Unexpectedly, following these signs, we really walked out of the swamp in just over 10 minutes. A trace of surprise appeared in Lao Jiang's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain quietly, with an extremely complicated expression. In any case, we finally passed through all 3 forbidden death areas on Wawu Mountain. The lively and agile figure suddenly flashed before my eyes, and the angry voice also sounded in my ears. "Don't hit my head, you won't grow taller." With tears in my eyes, I buried the remaining watermelon jade pendant in my arms under a bunch of small flowers, and waved to it solemnly, "Flower Fox, goodbye." Then I left the misty place without looking back. When we saw the rising red sun on the horizon, we couldn't help but burst into tears. Especially, Gu Weihan sang English songs excitedly. The sky finally brightened. Under the brilliant light, we vaguely saw the main peak of Wawu Mountain standing in the distance of the mist. The green mountains are far away, and the water is misty. I just hope that the next journey will not be so exciting. After this, everyone's physical strength was almost exhausted. In order to prevent accidents, Lao Jiang asked everyone to stop and rest. We sat on the ground, no longer caring about face, and took out the remaining food and gobbled it up. Although we have been very frugal along the way, there is not much dry food and water left, especially water, which can only be sipped day by day to keep the lips moist. Linger's lips were chapped, and she weighed the water bag, wishing she could drink it all. She muttered with pale lips and asked, "Uncle Jiang, do we need to be so frugal? Didn't the village chief say that the water for the tile house comes from the sky, and we will see the flowing stream soon, so why not collect more?" Old Jiang frowned and reminded, "Don't forget, they are walking in front. If they poison the water, it's all that Wushi's fault. I hate him so much." Linger was so angry that her teeth chattered. Gu Weihan told everyone not to be pessimistic, And not to forget that he could use science to test the water quality, but just in case, it's better to save as much as possible. I couldn't help but chime in. Yeah, this is not the Dunhuang Desert after all. Will we really die of thirst guarding such a big mountain? If not, we can find some fruits to eat when the time comes. There is always a way out. I don't believe that everyone can't beat Wuxi and the others. After we rested for a while, we continued on our way. As we walked, I found that the road under my feet began to narrow, and the trees became fewer and fewer, replaced by rows of strange decorations. The reason why I say strange is that these decorations are not artificially carved. Instead, they were naturally dried deer heads. The long deer antlers and the eyes wide open like copper bells were like guards, staring at us with ill intentions. My heart tightened, and I immediately thought of the mysterious mountain guards. Could it be that we were approaching their territory? But this was not the most shocking thing. After the fog on both sides gradually dissipated, Lao Jiang pointed his head forward, and we actually saw a green bridge slowly appearing in front of us. It was a cable bridge woven with countless primitive vines. The vines as thick as arms were like powerful hands, grabbing each other and crisscrossing. The wind in the valley blew, and the bridge also shook, making a terrifying creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any time. The other side of the vine bridge was hazy, and I had no idea whether it would lead to heaven or hell. How do we get there? Linger covered her mouth, her face as pale as paper. I'm afraid of heights. I looked at Lao Jiang and asked for his advice. But Lao Jiang just smiled bitterly, and tightened the straps of his backpack. Yes, either all our efforts will be wasted or we will risk everything. We have no other choice. Get on the bridge. Lao Jiang said 2 words with a sullen face. He was the first to step onto the cable bridge, and drew out his black knife to be cautious. After confirming that there was no problem, he called me and Linger to follow, and finally Gu Weihan held a submachine gun to cover the rear. There was a 1,000-year-old vine on each side of the cable bridge, connecting one end to the other. I didn't know what kind it was. It hadn't decayed after so long, and it exuded a brown luster. I asked Lao Jiang, and he said that using vines to make a bridge was not shocking. In the Tibetan region of Medog, there is such a strange bridge. The whole bridge has no piers, no planks, and no nails. It is all woven by local Tibetans using white rattan grown in the primeval forest. Don't underestimate this kind of vine bridge. The older it is, the more reliable it is. As long as it is not overweight, it will never break, but even so, we are still scared, because every time we step out, it is swaying and extremely unstable. We can only hold the ancient rattan and grope forward. I don't know how high this bridge is. It makes me feel like I am walking on a tightrope above the clouds. I am so scared. Uncle Jiang, can you guarantee that it won't break while shaking? Linger was full of worry. Why do I feel like I am swinging on a swing? Lao Jiang reminded, you have to overcome not the bridge, but your own fear. Linger, if you are fearless, your strength is comparable to that of the Black Blade Kirin. What you fear will come true. As soon as Lao Jiang finished reminding her, Linger looked down desperately, as if she wanted to know how high the bridge was. As a result, she was almost scared to death when she saw it. I saw Linger screaming and collapsing on the cable bridge. The entire cable bridge shook violently because of her movements. If we hadn't held on to the vines tightly, we would have been collectively sent away by Linger's shout. What's the situation? Lao Jiang asked with concern. Linger burst into tears. My legs are weak. I can't walk anymore. Linger's ankle was injured just now. After all this, I guess she really can't get up. I pulled her to let her stand up again, but unexpectedly, Linger's face was full of tears. She sobbed and asked me, Brother Jing'an, carry me, woo-woo. Seeing her crying, my heart melted, and I wanted to nod immediately. In the end, I had to harden my heart and refuse Linger. It's not that I don't want to carry you, but it's impossible to carry people on this bridge. You know, this cable bridge is shaky, and the center of gravity is unstable. I need to hold the ancient vine to move forward. If I carry someone on my back, I can't hold my hands. If I'm not careful, I might throw Linger off the cliff. After all, the ancient vines on both sides can just reach my chest. If I carry someone on my back, Linger and her big bamboo basket will completely exceed the height of the ancient vines. I could only comfort Linger to stand up, but I encouraged her several times, and she tried several times, but her legs were too weak to stand up. In the end, I had no choice but to carry her forward. Gu Weihan followed closely behind us, so that if there was any problem, he could help us in time. Chapter 283. We moved forward tremblingly. Fortunately, this cable bridge was not as long as we imagined. After walking for about an instant's stick, we could gradually see the outline of the other side of the bridge. There seemed to be a cliff, all around, like a gloomy coffin that was about to be filled with people. I called Lao Jiang, "Master." Lao Jiang had obviously seen the situation on the other side a long time ago, but he did not ask us to stop. Instead, he continued to walk in front of us with a knife and an unwavering step. We finally got off the cable bridge carefully. After getting off the bridge, we found that there were high cliffs on both sides and shallow white lines across the mountain. Lao Jiang told us, "That is the plank road that was carved out by hammers one by one." At this moment, an ancient poem appeared in front of my eyes. There is a bird path in the west of Taibai Mountain, which can cross the top of a mountain. The ground collapsed, the mountains were destroyed, and the strong earth died, and then the ladders and stone planks were connected. This is from Li Bai's The Difficult Road to Shu. I didn't expect that the difficult living environment in the difficult road to Shu was actually real, and there were really people who could live in such a place. So, were these plank roads carved by the ancient Shu people? Or those generations of mysterious mountain keepers? This narrow plank road is like a white snowflake python entwined on Wawu Mountain, reaching the sky. There is no other way in front of us, but this road is too narrow, only the width of an adult male's foot. If we walk on it, we can only stick to the cliff and move forward step by step, and we can't even take a deep breath. No matter how reluctant Linger was, she had to get off me. Otherwise, if I carry her on my back, I will definitely fall down and be crushed to pieces after a few steps. "Uncle Jiang, can I not go to Wawu Mountain?" At this point, Linger has already backed out. Not to mention her, even I am a little afraid of the bird path in front of me. Old Jiang frowned, with a sad face, as if even he couldn't make up his mind. Unlike our anxiety, Gu Weihan was extremely excited, and his face was full of unprecedented excitement. Facing the narrow plank road and the towering cliffs, Gu Weihan actually exclaimed, "Amazing! Even God can't create the miracles of your Yin country. Sichuan Yu will astonish the world." I understand what he means. It means it's too magical and shocking. The sun has gradually risen, and the afterglow of the morning sun sprinkles on the plank road under our feet, like a road to hell. For a moment, we didn't know where to go. This was the first time I saw a real Sichuan plank road, or it would be more appropriate to describe it as a bird path. It was so incredibly narrow that perhaps only birds could fly over it safely. Of course, slender reptiles should also be no problem. I squinted my eyes and looked into the distance, but I saw the bird path circling over the clusters of peaks, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. The endless peaks leaning against the sky like swords, making people feel a biting cold. At this critical moment, Gu Weihan took out his notebook without paying attention to the danger under his feet. He sketched the bird path in front of him. He recited Li Bai's poem excitedly. "There is a bird path in the west of Taibai Mountain, which can cross the top of a mountain. Immortal Master, I never thought that the bird trail I have been looking for decades is not in Mount Ame, but here." Gu Weihan made all kinds of Sichuan-style quintessence, completely immersed in the great discovery in front of him, and did not realize that the crisis was quietly approaching. In sharp contrast to Gu Weihan's excitement was Linger, who had walked out of the Shirwan Mountains with countless bones alive, but trembled at the bird trail in Wawu Mountain in front of her. A dignified Miajiang princess, not afraid of the Shirwan Mountains, but was frightened by such a small trail. I deliberately teased Linger, trying to use provocation to arouse her desire to win. Unexpectedly, Linger didn't buy it at all. She pouted and replied, "There are bugs everywhere. They are all my friends. What should I be afraid of? And here? Humph, Uncle Jiang, you see, this narrow road doesn't even have a guardrail. If you step on it, the cutest little princess in Miajiang will die, and the most beautiful girl in Qilin will also be gone. Can you bear it?" Seeing that Lao Jiang's brows were getting deeper and deeper, Linger cried out and said, "My feet hurt, woo-woo. Or you stay here first, or retreat to a safe place, and I will come to find you after I finish the work." Lao Jiang pondered for a moment, and gave such an answer. Linger was so angry that her face turned red. She didn't expect Lao Jiang to be so determined, but now we have come to this point. The arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. There is no turning back. What's more, from the moment he stepped into Wawu Mountain, Lao Jiang may not have considered going back alive. This is Qilin's mission. It is also his destiny. Linger looked at Gu Weihan for help again. Gu Weihan, needless to say, has studied Sichuan culture for half his life. Climbing Wawu Mountain has always been his lifelong dream. If he goes back now, he will die with regrets. Linger looked at me at last, and my sight fell on the bird path. Thousands of years ago, what method did the ancients use to overcome the dangers of the mountains and carve out such a miraculous road? You know, there were no advanced tools at that time. How many people died here to open up this road? They have guarded Wawa Mountain for generations, guarding the Chingy god in their hearts, whether they are alive or dead. Thinking of this, I am not afraid of the bird path, but have a strong sense of awe. After making up our minds to go up the bird path, Lao Jiang asked us if we were ready. Then he pulled out the rope and continued to act as the vanguard of the death squad. The second candidate is Linger. After all, her ankle was injured. If something happened, Lao Jiang and I would be quick to pull her up in the first time. Gu Weihan still stayed at the end of the team. After discussing the order, Gu Weihan took out the mountaineering flying tiger claws from his bag. As an experienced man, he seemed to have anticipated the rock climbing situation. So he specially prepared the flying tiger claw before coming. This thing is imported from Germany, and is made of fine steel. As long as there is a gap in the cliff, the sharp claw can hook it firmly. With it, our chance of successfully crossing the bird trail can be said to have increased by 50%. Uncle with a big beard, you have been looking forward to this road on the mountain. Linga looked at the inexplicably excited Gu Weihan, with an incomprehensible expression on her face. Gu Weihan smiled embarrassedly. In your Yen country, it is better to be prepared. Chapter 284. We are finally about to take the first step. The leading Lao Jiang is the first to demonstrate the action. The moment his right foot stepped on the bird path, his 10 fingers quickly climbed up the protruding rock wall, and his left foot followed. Lao Jiang is very skilled, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he was very alert and fixed the flying tiger claw for us. At first, Lao Jiang did not let us follow him. Only after he tied a safety rope did he wave to us, "Follow us." Linger bit her lower lip tightly, and her pink lips turned white. She mustered up the courage to step onto the cableway, but her eyes could not help but look down. At that moment, I gently held her shoulders and blocked her sight. Don't look down, the more you look, the more scared you will be. But, Linger's pretty face wrinkled into a bun, and she slowly squeezed out a few words. I'm scared. I will always be there. Protect you. I gently held her hand back, trying to transfer my courage and strength to her. Under my constant persuasion, Linger gritted her teeth and regained her former pride. Who am I? I am the little princess of Miaojiang. Such a small path can't stop me. After that, Linger stepped onto the cliff. The plank road was like a narrow platform protruding from the mountain. As soon as Linger passed by, she grabbed a solid stone like Lao Jiang, and hurriedly followed with the other foot. Linger has a petite body. After she got on the bird path, she could walk normally. But whether out of fear or for safety, Linger still imitated Lao Jiang, holding the rope and moving forward little by little. Seeing that she was safe all the way, I breathed a sigh of relief, and soon set foot on the bird path. Next was Gu Weihan. After overcoming the fear, this bird path didn't seem as scary as I imagined. I was really curious about how high this bird path was, and I couldn't help but look down. I saw that my feet were covered by light clouds, but I could still glimpse the outline of the green mountains, dense forests, and even strange huge rocks. This road is very high, with such a magnificent view of the mountains, and it was followed by a sense of fear. What if I fall down? At the moment when this thought suddenly came to mind, a terrifying roar suddenly exploded in the valley. Ah! Ah! The roar was full of resentment and hatred, like a ghost tearing its neck with its nails, making a deep hiss. Although the sound came from the top of the mountain, it seemed to be right next to my ears. For a while, the whole cliff was filled with that sound. Our hearts and legs were numbed. It's that voice. It's that voice again. Lao Jiang and I shouted at the same time. Yes, this is the strange and unpredictable voice we heard by the stream before. It was this voice that awakened the wet corpses and filled them with infinite power. At the same time, questions once again appeared in our minds. What exactly is this voice? And what is it that is calling? Will we see it soon? At that moment, I even thought that maybe the voice came from hell. The top of Wawu Mountain is the hell on earth. There are ghosts, demons, and the king of hell who controls life and death. These continuous roars frightened me so much that my blood froze, and I could not stop shaking my hands and feet. At the same time, a group of startled wild geese in the valley flew over our heads and almost knocked me off the cliff. Seeing this, Lao Jiang firmly grasped my shoulders with 5 fingers and reminded me, "Don't panic, Jinglan, just pay attention to the road under your feet." He said that when climbing such a cliff trail, you must be calm and not be startled even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Otherwise, if you step on the air and fall down, you may not even have bones left. Originally, I was most afraid that Eilinger would fail, but I didn't expect that she seemed to be completely unaware of the terrifying roar, and she was concentrating on walking her own way, singing Miaojiang's songs. Could it be that her fear just now was fake? No, she has always been timid. She was distracting herself by doing this. As long as she sang, she wouldn't be afraid of heights. I immediately started to learn in the same way, reciting the Qingxinju that Master Feng taught us in the Dunhuang Desert, so as to completely isolate myself from the outside world. If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be startled by the collapse of the sky. No matter how many changes you make, you will be calm and at peace. As I recited it, I seemed to no longer be afraid. The spell penetrated into my heart and resisted the roar. The most powerful person in the team was Gu Weihan. He had strong experience in surviving in the wild, and even replaced Lao Jiang to perform the work of fixing the flying tiger claw. Swish! Swish! Every time he threw the flying tiger claw, it would be firmly dunked into the cracks of the rocks. So beautiful! We resisted the strange and terrifying cries, while avoiding the flock of birds. We walked on the edge of Wawu Mountain, like a trapeze artist. And below was a bottomless abyss. Gradually, the bird path became wider, first 1 meter, then 2 meters. When it was 3 or 4 meters, Gu Weihan suddenly raised his voice. Friends, go, go, go now! Then we launched the final sprint, and landed steadily from the rope of the flying tiger claw like dumplings. Principal Gu, your go is so fucking exciting. After landing, I couldn't help cursing. The whole process was like a life and death challenge. Eilinger patted her ears with her white and tender little hands, and a small insect the size of a fingernail, shining with silver light, came out. The insect jumped and returned to the big bamboo basket. Did you hear that terrible cry just now? It kept on calling? Oh my god, it's a good thing that Duda got into my ears, otherwise the living Linger would have fallen to the ground and become a dead Linger. Eilinger panted and stroked her throbbing heart in fear. It turned out that the silver bug was called Dudu, which could block her ears and block the horrible cry. Stingy guy, you don't even know to give me one. I deliberately joked to liven up the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Eilinger said aggrievedly, there are only a pair of Dudu. I give you one. Block your left ear, and the sound will still enter from the right ear. We continued to move forward, and I asked Lao Jiang if the sound was deliberately scaring us and wanted us to get into trouble. Lao Jiang shook his head. No, did you pay attention just now? The sound became more excited. Excited? I was surprised. Lao Jiang nodded. Yes, it is much more excited than before. It seems that it has noticed that we are getting closer. But what is that thing? Lao Jiang showed a rare fear on his face. I felt the primitive bloodthirstiness, wildness and invisible pressure from its excitement. This is something that has never been seen in zombies, blood demons and monsters I have encountered before. Perhaps, it is the most terrifying existence in Wawu Mountain and the object sealed by the Green God. Chapter 285. After walking the last bird path with a heavy heart, our vision suddenly became clear. What came into view was a green valley. This valley was like an inverted transparent bowl, covering the white clouds, the blue sky, and the lush trees, giving people a mysterious atmosphere. This place may have been unvisited for thousands of years. Everything is the original appearance of nature, and even the air is mixed with the fragrance of grass. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Lao Jiang issued an order to repair, and Eilinger immediately flew out like a happy little bird, because she found that there were strange yellow fruits growing on the surrounding trees. Brother Jinglan, Uncle Jiang, come and eat. So sour and sweet. Eilinger's eyes narrowed into 2 small crescents. You girl, you put it in your mouth without checking whether it is poisonous or not. I glared at her and said, do you think you can eat anything you want with your body that is immune to all poisons? Lao Jiang smiled and picked one and put it in his mouth. I remember when we were young, my 4th sister and I also ate this thing. Don't worry, this is the sour jujube fruit, a specialty of Sichuan and Shu. It is not poisonous. This is really a deserted place. We immediately ate the juicy fruit while enjoying the moment of tranquility. When everyone's tired body and mind were almost adjusted, it was time to hurry on. Eilinger was still fresh, sniffing here and there. I picked a wild flower and handed it to her. She was so happy that she kept calling Brother Jinglan, Brother Jinglan. At this moment, Eilinger's jumping footsteps suddenly stopped, and she covered her mouth. The flower in my hand fell to the ground silently. What's going on? I was keenly aware of something wrong. Eilinger slowly pointed forward. What is that? I never expected that such a beautiful valley would be completely bare in the middle, with no grass growing, and even the soil was strangely black, as if a stunning beauty had half her face covered with black birthmarks, and on the black soil, there were deep gullies. These gullies crisscrossed, as if someone had used a sharp knife to cut countless hideous and protruding wounds on the face of this beauty. It made people feel uncomfortable. Has there been a fire here? No. A fire would never burn only the middle of the valley, and it would never burn so many gullies 1 meter deep. I immediately told Lao Jiang about my first discovery and shouted, "Master, come and have a look, something is wrong with this place." When I turned around, Lao Jiang was standing in the distance with his hands behind his back, looking heavy-faced. He observed for about half a minute before coming over and saying, "It's more than just something wrong. I want to take back what I said before. There are people here. All the gullies in front were dug by that group of people. Half a meter wide and 1 meter deep, there are at least 70 or 80 such deep ditches. What are these used for?" I looked far away following Lao Jiang's instructions, and found that there were so many gullies hidden in this valley, cutting the originally beautiful paradise into pieces. Could it be a canal? I asked. We have received intelligence that a group of mysterious mountain guards have been guarding Wawu Mountain for generations. This is where they divert water for irrigation. No, they can just drink the stream water. There is no need to divert water for irrigation in such a place. Old Jiang denied it on the spot. Gu Weihan also touched the back of his head. What could it be? What it is, we will know after exploring it. Old Jiang smiled, and then 5 fingers quietly placed on the scabbard at his waist. I will go first, you follow. As soon as the voice fell, Old Jiang turned into a black shadow and pounced. I did not take the dagger, but followed directly. I don't know why, at this moment, I have a subconscious feeling that there are no terrifying beasts hidden in those deep pits, but the vital secrets about Wawu Mountain are buried. We came to the nearest deep ditch, and Old Jiang and I jumped in without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Gu Weihan also slid down on his buttocks. Only Yin Linger was watching from above. I subconsciously glared at Gu Weihan, but Gu Weihan didn't even look at me. He opened his toolbox and said, "Mr. Jiang is the Black Blade Kirin. I am a scientist who can test soil and identify cultural relics. The most troublesome thing here is actually you, a little kid." You? I couldn't say a word. Who would have thought that Gu Weihan had been with Old Jiang for so long that he actually learned Old Jiang's choking skills? The deep pit we were in was exactly 1 meter deep, just as Old Jiang had estimated, not a centimeter more or less. It's just that the soil in the pit is as black as the surface, as if it was burnt, and there are some messy fragments on the ground that have not been burned clean. Old Jiang is still Old Jiang. He just pinched a handful of soil with his hands, rubbed it between his fingers, and said flatly, "The soil has indeed been burned, but this fire has a history of at least thousands of years since it happened." Thousands of years? Oh my god, could it be that it was left by Kansong at that time? I couldn't help but scream. Gu Weihan was inexplicably excited. He began to dig the soil under his feet frantically, and he actually dug out a lot of unburned debris one after another. The debris included ivory, rhino horns, and even broken bronzes. One of the bronzes was vaguely engraved with a pattern of several birds rotating around the sun. It was obviously the totem of the ancient Shu kingdom. Gu Weihan's hands began to tremble with excitement. He immediately took out his notebook and wrote with shining eyes, "We have found the burial pit of the ancient Shu kingdom again. I will prove to the world that it really exists. I can't help but feel excited when I think that their king may be buried under my feet." Gu Weihan made several earth-shaking exclamations in a row. I slowly calmed down. No, this can't be a burial pit, and Kansong can't be buried here. My words made Gu Weihan pause. Old Jiang, who had been squatting on the ground and looking at the remains with a magnifying glass, turned around and cast an extremely admiring look at me. That look clearly told me to continue. Encouraged by Old Jiang, I made a bold guess. Although everyone knows that ivory and rhino horns were priceless in ancient times, they could only be specially supplied to the royal family as playthings during the Tang and Song dynasties. But during the period of the ancient Shu kingdom, Sichuan was densely forested, and many elephants and rhinos actually lived there. At that time, the ancient Shu people collected a lot of ivory and horns, but they were not used for playthings, but for something more noble, that is. Chapter 286. Sacrifice. This time, it was Lao Jiang who opened the day. He handed us several jade pieces he dug out from the black soil. We then discovered that each piece of jade was engraved with strange patterns, which looked a bit like words, but were different from all the words we had seen, not even like oracle bone inscriptions. Faced with our doubts, Lao Jiang explained, "This thing is called a jade zhang, which is a magical tool used by ancient people to sacrifice mountains and rivers. Why can the Shang dynasty use oracle bones for divination and sacrifice, But the ancient Shu kingdom cannot use a jade zhang for sacrifice. It's just that jade is precious, and it may be too wasteful to use it to record events, so they only record the most important events of each year on the jade zhang, and then burn them in flames, hoping that they can convey them to the heavens. Pray that the heavens can bless them to drive away bad luck. I couldn't help but think of the bone pits in the Sangsinghui altar. Could it be that a grand burning sacrifice was held here, to suppress something that even the green god feared? My pupils trembled, but I saw Gu Weihan's face was serious, and he slowly uttered a more thrilling sentence from his mouth. Friends, although I don't understand the patterns on the jade halberd, after all, I have studied Sichuan and Shu characters for decades, and I still understand a little bit. But the content on it is too incredible. What? Gu Weihan can understand these jade halberds? In our surprise and excitement, Gu Weihan has slowly read. The first piece, we defeated the invaders, and the sun will always protect the ancient Shu kingdom. The second piece, the witch whose head was chopped off spoke in the sun after 7 days. The third piece, it cast the most vicious curse on the ancient Shu kingdom. It also brought endless plagues. The fourth piece, dead people, people dying of diseases everywhere. The fifth piece, the green god made an important decision, leading us to cast a bronze sacred tree and a 3-star altar to seal it. The sixth piece, the seal failed, the green god decided to go to Wawu Mountain. Gu Weihan did not read any more after that, mostly some words praying for the blessing of the sun god. But we got a series of important clues. After defeating the Shang army, the ancient Shu kingdom fell into a curse similar to the plague. In the following years, Kansong has been trying to use the power of the gods to seal the curse and protect his people. When there was really no other way, Kansong sacrificed himself for the sake of the people, and completely sealed the witch's head on Wawu Mountain. I asked nervously, is the it mentioned in Yuzhong the thing that keeps making terrifying noises? Will the Liaoji here be the second seal to suppress the thing, just like the Qingyi temple halfway up the mountain? Very likely. Old Jiang raised his head solemnly, and looked at the mountaintop in the distance. At this time, Gu Weihan said, now the first and second seals have appeared, maybe the third and fourth. In that backward society at that time, how much manpower and material resources were needed? Were the ancient Shu people so afraid of the chopped off head? Suddenly, Yinlinger showed her head from above. Are you guys done? I'm a little scared being alone up there. At this time, the three of us in the pit were all sad. So many deep pits, so many seals, how scary is that thing? Perhaps, it is hundreds of times more terrifying than we imagined. Suddenly, Lao Jiang seemed to have thought of something. He jumped out of the deep pit with a few moves. Before leaving, he did not forget to snatch Gu Weihan's telescope. Hey, Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? This is robbery. After Lao Jiang left, only Gu Weihan and I were left in the pit. We stared at each other. In order to retaliate against Lao Jiang, Gu Weihan asked me to squat down and serve as a bench for him to climb up. He called it respecting teachers and respecting morality. I immediately refused. You are not my teacher. What kind of teacher should I respect? But I am younger than you. According to the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation of respecting the elderly and loving the young, I should step on you to climb up. I am a lifelong Chinese. A lifelong Chinese who has made contributions to you. Gu Weihan pointed to his big beard and said, but in terms of Japanese tongue skills, neither of us can beat the other. In the end, I saw that he had helped us so much along the way, so I reluctantly let him step on my shoulders to climb up. Fortunately, Gu Weihan was a kind man. He did not go to find Lao Jiang immediately, but reached out and pulled me up. When we came up, we found that only Yinlinger was standing by the pit, so we asked at the same time, where is my master? Where is Mr. Jiang? Yinlinger pointed behind her. We looked in the direction of her finger, and saw a black afterimage flying around. It was Lao Jiang. He held a black knife, and seemed to be looking for a high ground for easy observation. He inserted the black knife into the rock wall, and with a push of his right foot, his whole body jumped more than 2 meters high. Then he grabbed with his 10 fingers, and climbed up, like a nimble monkey. After a few whooshes, Lao Jiang had already climbed up the highest steep slope at the edge of the valley. What is Mr. Jiang doing? Gu Weihan didn't care about the telescope anymore. He just wanted to know what Lao Jiang was up to. I was shocked to see him like this. Lao Jiang first grabbed the telescope, and then took the commanding heights. Could it be that he wanted to take a good look at the valley? Are there other codes hidden in these crisscrossing sacrificial pits? As if to verify my guess, Lao Jiang stood on the steep slope, raised the telescope and looked down. The next moment, his face changed drastically. He called my name, threw a rope and asked me to come up. Li Jinglan, hurry up! Lao Jiang pulled me and Gu Weihan up one after another, leaving Linger alone at the bottom, which immediately aroused her dissatisfaction. She pouted her lips in anger, as cute as a pufferfish with thorns. But she herself didn't want to join in the fun. After all, whether jumping into a pit or climbing a mountain, both feet would have to exert a lot of strength, not to mention that the big bamboo basket behind her was really too heavy. Gu Weihan and I quickly came to Lao Jiang's side. Lao Jiang didn't explain and handed the telescope to us to look at it ourselves. Unexpectedly, Gu Weihan thought of the favor I had given him to step on his shoulders just now, and this time he took the initiative to let me go first. I raised the telescope and looked down at my feet, and I saw that the deep gullies actually formed a strange text. Yes, it was really text. Every stroke was extremely twisted, as if worms were entangled with each other. But I couldn't recognize what the words were. Gu Weihan took the telescope and said excitedly, "This is a pictograph, which means silkworm. It also means shoe." I immediately became curious. How can one word have two completely different meanings? Gu Weihan smiled slightly, hiding his merits and fame. How are they different? The ancient Shu kingdom was established by Kansong. He brought silkworms and silk to the people of those primitive tribes, so that they could have clothes to wear, dignity, and their own kingdom from then on. So in order to thank Kansong, the ancient Shu people named their country after the shape of the silkworm. And this is the origin of the ancient Shu kingdom. Chapter 287. After what Gu Weihan said, I became more and more curious about Kansong. If he is a ruthless overlord who rules the kingdom. In the sculpture, his eyes are full of no ambition, he just holds a peach blossom every day sad. If he is just an infatuated man. But he inspired the courage of the warriors, not only defeated the Shan army, but also sealed the terrible curse. What kind of person is he? I stood on the steep slope, looking at the huge Shu character with a lot of thoughts. Linger was anxious below and insisted on coming up to join in the fun. In desperation, Lao Jiang had to go down himself and carry the girl up with the basket. However, because it was too high, Lao Jiang almost lost his breath when he performed Qigong. Fortunately, I was quick to catch him. As soon as she came up, Linger shouted for a telescope. "What kind of good thing is it that has attracted the souls of both of you?" Gu Weihan was still copying the figures stroke by stroke. He kept mumbling various English words. Beautiful, amazing, stunning, and so on. Linger looked at Gu Weihan, then looked at me, and asked in confusion, "What does it mean? What happened to this foreigner? What happened to this foreigner?" I guess she spent too much time with Gu Weihan these 2 days, which made her speak some strange Sichuan dialect from time to time. I told her that those English words all meant surprise and shock, which made Linger even more puzzled. However, at this moment, Gu Weihan suddenly shouted, "Look there! There is a house there!" At some point, Gu Weihan climbed to the other side of the steep slope and observed with a telescope. We also carefully touched over, and saw that under the cover of layers of leaves, there was actually a cliff winding upwards. It was on that cliff that rows of round blue houses were built. From a distance, these small houses looked like blue mushrooms growing on stones. Can you imagine that scene? The hundreds of meters high rocks seemed like swords out of their sheaths, and the houses were hazy and undulating, surrounding and entrenched on the rocks, appearing and disappearing in the clouds. Am I dazzled? I rubbed my eyes, and I really couldn't believe what I saw. Linger nodded vigorously and replied, "Brother Jinglan, your eyes are not broken." Linger also saw it. It's really strange. In Jilin's files, I have seen many confidential documents about hanging coffins. But it was the first time I saw a house built on a cliff. The so-called hanging coffin, as the name suggests, is a coffin hanging on a cliff. The 2 most famous hanging coffins in China are the Longhu Mountain hanging coffin in Jiangxi, and the Ji people hanging coffin in Sichuan. Because the ethnic minorities in these 2 places follow a custom of never touching the ground when alive, and never touching the ground when dead. It means, if a child's feet touch the ground when he is just born, he will be unlucky for the rest of his life, and if the coffin of an old man dies, he will never be reborn. So when someone in the tribe dies, the tribesmen often go through untold hardships to hang the coffin on the cliff, and bury it, so that the soul can ascend to heaven. But if the dead person is on the cliff, just lie down. How to eat, drink, defecate and urinate on the cliff. Aren't you afraid that the house will collapse at night, and the whole family will fall down and be smashed to pieces? Linger was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Brother Jinglan, my legs were weak just walking on the bird path. How come there are people living on a cliff 100 meters high? Are they people or ghosts? At this time, Lao Jiang, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. If I am not mistaken, that should be the house of the mountain keeper. Do you remember the group of deer that followed us when we first entered the mountain? You mean, the owner of the deer lives there? I took a deep breath. That's right. According to the old hunter, except for him, the only people living on Wawa Mountain are the mysterious mountain guards. And they live on the top of the mountain. In other words, we are about to reach our destination. After listening to the conversation between me and Lao Jiang, Linger asked awkwardly, according to what you said, we should go to those small houses next, right? Linger is really smart. Lao Jiang suddenly took off his serious face, and smiled at Linger like a blooming old chrysanthemum. Linger was furious and sat on the ground. You bad uncle, you just bully me deliberately because the master is not here. Wait, and see how I complain when I get back. I say that you hooked up with dozens, oh no, hundreds of female vixens in the mountains, and see if the master doesn't peel your skin. Lao Jiang's smile suddenly froze, and I hurried forward to cover up. Isn't this to stop Wushi's conspiracy? If it wasn't a serious matter, I wouldn't want to climb the cliff again. Besides, aren't you curious about how they live every day? Where do those cute little deer live? How do they usually go up and down the mountain? Gu Weihan, who was eager to see the fun, also added fuel to the fire. I also want to know what kind of people have lived on Wawa Mountain for generations. Are they the gravekeepers of Kansong? Or the local ethnic minorities? Just as Gu Weihan and I were discussing the importance of this discovery, Linger stamped her feet in anger, and every word seemed to spill out from her teeth. Brother Jinglan. I was so scared that I immediately fell silent. She glared at Gu Weihan angrily again, and said with a fake smile, Uncle Bearded Man, your nose is completely healed, right? Upon hearing this warning, Gu Weihan quickly touched her nose and turned to flatter. The most beautiful little girl, little princess. Since there are people living there, there must be a secret safe passage to go up and down the mountain, don't worry. This is the issue that Linger is most concerned about. She really doesn't want to walk the bird path again. After comforting Linger, we can finally continue on the road. We didn't encounter any accidents on the rest of the way. And Gu Weihan was right. There was a shortcut that led directly to the house on the cliff. It was a winding stone staircase hidden in the low bushes, winding thinly on the cliff. From a distance, it looked like a ladder in the clouds. It should be used by the mountain guards to go up and down the mountain. There were thousands of stone steps, so dense that you could not see the end. On the right was a tall and majestic mountain, and on the left was a guardrail woven with vines. Seeing this, Linger shouted that she would not go any further, saying that her ankle hurt. I coaxed her with Lao Jiang for a long time, and promised to treat her to chicken legs for a month after returning, and she reluctantly agreed. But when we finished walking down the stone steps, the sky had quietly darkened. Chapter 288. What caught my eye was a tall wooden watchtower, which should be used by the mountain guards to observe the enemy, but at this moment, there was no sentry on the watchtower. There were fences under the watchtower, with leaves and fruits in the fences, which should be where deer were raised. But at this moment, there was no deer here either. What's going on? Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and keenly felt a hint of weirdness. Then we walked directly to the blue dome houses behind. This must be where the mountain guards live, because I saw that every household had a branch-like deer antler inlaid on the door, and some had various foods drying in front of the door. The last rays of the setting sun sprinkled down, making this place beautiful like a paradise. It's 7 o'clock in the evening now. Are they asleep? I asked Lao Jiang. Because I remember that the ancients generally had the habit of working at sunrise and resting at sunset. But Lao Jiang shook his head. Impossible. Even if they were asleep, there couldn't be no one on guard. If the enemy attacked, they would definitely kill us all. And didn't you notice? It's so quiet, not even the sound of snoring. I thought about it, and it was true. How could it be so quiet here? I had prepared a series of words to explain to the mountain guards that we are good people, and we are guarding the national treasures, but now I am a little confused by this series of abnormalities. When we were at the hunter's grave, the old hunter clearly reminded us that these mountain guards were extremely difficult to mess with. They have been guarding the holy mountain for generations, and will never let outsiders in. But now we are at their doorstep. Why is there no reaction at all? Also, since we left Maihan Pond, no deer have followed us. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I looked at Lao Jiang, who was also frowning, and his body couldn't help but show a defensive posture. Linger reacted slowly. She looked up at the moon, then at the row of round houses, and asked in confusion, "Don't people here light lamps?" Gu Weihan explained, "People living in the mountains have scarce resources, so how can they have so much oil to light lamps? I am familiar with Sichuan and Shu. You stand here and don't move. Let me communicate with them first." After that, he came to a house and knocked on the door. "Fellow villager, I am an explorer. I came to Wawa Mountain for an investigation. Can we stay for one night? Fellow villager, we are not bad people. But Gu Weihan knocked on 3 or 4 houses in a row, and there was no movement, not even the sound of human voices or footsteps. All we got in response was deathly silence. After that, Linger and I took turns knocking on the remaining dozens of houses. The dark night was filled with dull knocking sounds, but no one opened the door. Is there something wrong? Even Linger, who was slow to react, felt something was wrong at this moment. Lao Jiang pulled out half of the black knife from his waist and motioned us to follow him forward in the moonlight. Go straight to the largest house in the innermost part. If I guess correctly, that should be where their leader lived, or the ancestral hall where they worship for generations. After knocking politely, Lao Jiang made an attacking gesture in the dark. We both attacked together, one kicked the door open, and the other swung the knife to kill. The cold moonlight instantly penetrated into the house, and at the same time cast our long shadows. There's no one here either. Where have all these houses, people and deer gone? Linger's curious voice sounded. We tiptoed into the house and carefully checked. We found that the furnishings in the house were very simple, with only a wooden table, covered with a dotted deerskin blanket, and a feather pen on the blanket. On the walls on both sides, there were large straw raincoats and an exquisite white horn. When we saw the horn, we knew that this was where the leader of the mountain guards usually lived. Because in primitive ethnic groups like this, only the leader is qualified to wear the horn, which is used to command battles in times of crisis. But on the widest and widest wall left, there was a calligraphy, and every word in the calligraphy was written in a dragon flying and phoenix dancing style, which was indescribably hardy, unrestrained and elegant, and incompatible with the primitive environment here. Our eyes were attracted by the calligraphy. We all rushed over. What we never expected was that it was the name of the calligraphy, the difficult road to Shu. Don't the mountain keepers have no contact with the outside world? How do they know this ancient Tang dynasty poem? I said in amazement. That's not the point. Lao Jiang's voice came from behind. The point is their leader. Why did he hang the difficult road to Shu in the most conspicuous place? I read word by word in confusion. The difficult road to Shu is more difficult than climbing to the sky. Kansong and Yufu, how confused they were when they founded the country. For 48,000 years, there has been no human traffic with the Qin Pass. There is a bird path in the west of the Minjiang River, which can cross the roof of the tiled house. The earth collapsed and the mountains destroyed the land of Shu, and then the sky ladder and stone planks were connected. Above there is a high peak with 6 dragons circling the sun, and below there is a river that rushes against the waves. The yellow crane cannot fly over, and the monkeys want to cross, but are worried about climbing. Suddenly Lao Jiang said dissatisfiedly, Li Jinglan, did you read it wrong? What does it mean that there is a bird path in the west of the Minjiang River, which can cross the roof of the tile house? Lao Jiang thought I had misread the word, because the correct paragraph in the difficult road to Shu should be, west of Taibai there is a bird path that can cross the peak of a mountain. The ground collapsed, the mountains were crushed, and the strong earth died, and then the ladders and stone steps were connected. However, when he came over to check carefully, his pupils suddenly shrank a little. How could this be? In this calligraphy, Taibai was indeed changed to Minjiang, Amei was changed to Wawu, and Zhuangtu was also changed to Shutu. It was as if the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom paid the price of countless lives to dig out this Shu road that shocked the world and made ghosts cry. Crossing the Minjiang River, reaching the peak of Wawu Mountain, I only saw Lao Jiang's expression getting weirder and weirder, and the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. He took off the scroll, and used an extremely clever technique to quickly check the age of this calligraphy, with his 5 fingers flying. The final result was Tang Dynasty, and the last signature of the scroll surprised us even more. It was Li Bai's name, and a red private seal. The large and clear characters of Li Bai are reminding us that this is not tampered with by others, but the original work left by Li Bai. But why is the difficult road to Shu here different from the difficult road to Shu we know? Is it this calligraphy that deceives us, or is it history that deceives us? Chapter 289. Suddenly, Gu Weihan burst into a fierce laugh. He laughed louder and louder, until he even cried, which made our scalps numb. Uncle with the big beard, are you possessed? Principal Gu, please stop laughing. I'm scared to death by you before I'm scared to death by this deserted village in the middle of the night. Linger and I couldn't stand it anymore, so we couldn't help but stop him. At this time, Gu Weihan finally restrained his terrible laughter. He said with infinite sighs, your ancestors of Yin country have a saying, if you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. I feel this way now. I didn't expect that all the mysteries in the difficult road to Shu are on this Wawu mountain. After saying that, he pointed to a sentence in calligraphy. When will you return from your journey to the west? I'm afraid the road is too steep to climb. Now I was even more confused, and frowned and said, isn't there anything wrong with this sentence? It's exactly the same as the difficult road to Shu that I learned when I was in school. Not a single word has been changed. Gu Weihan smiled and said, no problem is the biggest problem. You should know that I have been obsessed with Sichuan culture all my life, and have traveled to almost every corner of Sichuan. When I first saw this poem, The Difficult Road to Shu, I was very surprised. Mount Amei is not in the west of Sichuan, but in the southwest. Why did Li Bai say that he was traveling to the west? Now I finally understand that The Difficult Road to Shu is not about Mount Amei at all. It is about Wawu Mountain from beginning to end. What a good sentence. There's a bird path in the west of Minjiang River, which can cross the top of Wawu. The ground collapsed and the mountains destroyed the Shu soil, and then the sky ladder and stone planks were connected. Isn't this the spectacular sight we have seen along the way? Linger understood at this time. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, pouting her pink lips and said, I know, this poem The Road to Shu is Difficult was originally written about Wawu Mountain, but it changed as people passed it on. No! Old Jiang Kairi, who had been silent just now, said, it's not that there is a problem with the spread, but the one in the market is not the real The Road to Shu is Difficult. The real The Road to Shu is Difficult has been hanging here for hundreds of years. Hearing this, I suddenly realized, and a picture emerged in my mind. When Li Bai was traveling in Sichuan and Shu, he accidentally climbed Wawu Mountain. Seeing the towering peaks and the dangerous bird path, he thought of the beautiful legend of the ancient Shu kingdom, and then he wrote a shocking, The Road to Shu is Difficult. But the mountain guard also discovered the intrusion of this uninvited guest. According to the rules, outsiders cannot take the secrets out, unless they die, but they were moved by this soul-stirring The Road to Shu is Difficult, so they were reluctant to kill Li Bai, so they hoped that he could keep the secret and not tell others that there was a tomb of Kansong in Wawu Mountain. But Li Bai was a great poet who wrote such a talented sentence. He could endure it for a while, but how could he endure it for a lifetime? But he was unwilling to break his oath. So he waved his hand and replaced all the key words in it, so that the burial place of Kansong was hidden, and such a famous sentence would not be shelved. This Li Bai actually let future generations read the wrong poem for hundreds of years. I was really amused and sad for a while. But I was not annoyed at all, but full of appreciation. Li Bai is not only a famous poet, but also an adventurer who has set foot in Kyushu. How can we not respect such a person who has spit out half of the prosperous Tang dynasty? Just as I was infinitely fascinated, I suddenly asked suspiciously, but there is another sentence in this difficult road to Shu. The rapids and waterfalls compete with each other, and the rocks on the cliffs are thundering in the valleys. It should be said that Li Bai saw an extremely spectacular waterfall. Extremely shocked. But so far, we have only seen a stream, and there is no waterfall at all. Gu Weihan explained, maybe the road we took is different from Li Bai's, so we didn't see that kind of particularly spectacular waterfall. But I remember a friend who also likes adventure said that he had climbed Mount Lu, but he didn't see the flying waterfall down 3,000 feet in Li Bai's poem, and there was only a very small waterfall, which was very disappointing. Tang dynasty poets seem to like to use exaggerated techniques to describe mountains and rivers. I nodded, indicating that Gu Weihan's words made sense. But what I never expected was that we actually saw the earth-shaking waterfall in Wawu Mountain, and it was still thousands of feet away. I couldn't help but wonder if Fei Lu Ji Xia San Qian Chi was also about the Wawu Mountain waterfall. Of course, this is all later. Because Li Bai's original work is too precious, Lao Jiang has always wanted to bring it back to Qilin. After all, its value is not inferior to any national treasure, and it may even cause a major earthquake in the archaeological community, but Gu Weihan and I both objected. Even Linger said, absolutely not. Lao Jiang was stunned for a moment, and then he understood our thoughts. Indeed, if this difficult road to Shu was introduced to the society, it would probably attract countless explorers and tomb robbers to set their sights on Wawu Mountain. This beautiful holy mountain, I am afraid, will never have peace from now on. I don't know how much blood and sin it will be stained with. If that happens, everyone present will be a sinner. So Lao Jiang could only hang the painting back to its original place with a wry smile, his eyes full of reluctance. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, I led the topic back to the initial discovery. Why have we been here for so long, but still haven't seen a single figure? Lao Jiang ordered us to search the entire big house, and not miss any clues. I found that there was a place to make fire and cook in the big house, as well as a bedroom for sleeping, But everything inside was normal. The bamboo chopsticks for eating were all there, and there were no signs of fighting. But where did they go? I don't know why. Since I entered the house, the creepy feeling in my heart has become stronger and stronger. Lao Jian also had this feeling. He asked me, Li Jinglan, do you feel that everything here is too clean? Lao Jian's words woke me up, and I finally realized that something was wrong. This place was too clean, even too clean. In theory, every mountain guard here has a tamed elk. They should have mud on their feet when they come back every day, and they sleep without cleaning up when they are tired. But there is not a single deer hair in the house, and there are no traces of footprints. Linger pouted, what's so strange about this? Who feeds deer in the house? They must be feeding them outside. You even carry a bamboo basket of worms with you. Seeing that Linger was about to complain again, I hurriedly explained, even if there is no hair, what about hair? People have hair. No matter men, women, young or old, they will lose a few hairs every day. This is closely related to the body's metabolism. Now Linger was speechless. Lao Jiang frowned and added, this place has obviously been cleaned by a master, and after the cleaning, no one came in again. Chapter 290. Lao Jiang took us to the outskirts of the big house again to look for clues. But to my disappointment, there was still no one breathing in the entire cliff house. It seemed that they all disappeared overnight. Lao Jiang did not give up and continued to let me look. He did not believe that the other party would not leave any traces. Finally, under the wooden table covered with deerskin, I found a red bloody handprint, which seemed to be left by 5 bloody fingers in a hurry. It was as if someone touched the bottom of the table before dying and left this mark with his life. After seeing this bloody handprint, we had a bold guess. The mountain guard is not gone, but dead. The murderer is likely to be Wuxi and Lao Wu's group. After all, in this mountain, besides us, there are only them. But didn't the old hunter say that the mountain guards are very strong? How could they be wiped out in such a short time? Linger was so angry that her eyes turned red. It's Wuxi again. Why does that guy like to kill so much? He killed many kind-hearted by Miaogu masters in Miaojiang. He is so bad. He is really bad wherever he goes. Thinking of the mountain guards, who have burned their lives and sacrificed their freedom for Wawu Mountain for generations. In such a difficult environment, they insisted on their mission and defended the ancient Shu kingdom, but ended up with such a fate. Gu Weian couldn't help but get angry. He pulled out the machine gun on his back and wanted to find Wuxi and the others to fight to the death. At this time, Lao Jiang, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Don't be so pessimistic. The mountain guards may not all be dead. It can even be said that their elite forces are not in the base camp. Otherwise, how could they be eliminated so easily by a few people? But, Master, didn't you say that Lao Wu is very strong? Wuxi is also a terrible monster. I hesitated and said. Old Jiang sneered. Think about it carefully. If Wuxi and his men really massacred the village, would they need to clean up the scene so cleanly? Are they afraid of being discovered by us, so they cleaned up the scene? Linger asked. I immediately realized, no, they are afraid of being discovered by the large group of mountain guards, and thus making enemies. Linger nodded as if she had realized something, and then I asked her if there were any insects that could track smells. Linger asked me what I was going to do. I explained. Wuxi and his men left in a hurry, and they definitely didn't have time to deal with the bodies. We have to try to find the bodies of the mountain guards, so that we can restore the truth. Linger pondered for a moment, and then released a black and white moth from the big bamboo basket. The body of the moth looked a bit like a spider, and the patterns on its body formed a black and white skull. In short, the first time I saw it, I couldn't help but take a step back. This is a ghost. It can track smells. Its nose is more sensitive than a dog's. Linger explained to us while releasing the scary moth. Then she dipped a drop of blood on her finger and let the moth smell it. The moth actually stretched out a long straw, swallowed all the blood of the dead, and then flapped its wings and flew forward. We also trotted after it, and finally caught up with the warehouse, where the mountain guard stored food. The warehouse was not large, and there were many sundries piled outside, so we didn't search it carefully at the time. I didn't expect the problem to be here. Lao Jiang coughed and glanced at the wooden door of the warehouse. He meant to let me open it, just as the door of the granary opened. A dark shadow flashed before my eyes, and I felt that several heavy objects were rushing straight towards my face. At that moment, I instinctively wanted to hide, but it was too late. All the heavy objects knocked me down with a bang, and my clothes were stained with an unpleasant smell. What? While struggling to get up, I couldn't help but curse Lao Jiang Peri. This guy who cheated his apprentice. No wonder he asked me to open the door. It turned out that he had realized that there was something wrong with the granary. However, at this time, I realized that the things that rolled out were actually 6 corpses. Each corpse was pale, without a trace of blood. There was even a corpse facing me at this moment, staring at me with his eyes that were not closed, looking at me with resentment. Bad luck. I subconsciously jumped back. When passing by Lao Jiang, he held me down. Lao Jiang held my shoulders tightly and forced me to look at the 6 bodies. They were all wearing blue cloth and a hat with feathers on their heads. Their dressing style was obviously that of an indigenous minority. All 6 dead were male, of varying ages. The youngest was no more than 13 years old, with immature features and a smile on his lips until his death. The others were slightly older, but only in their early 20s. They died so tragically. Linger covered her face, not knowing whether she was frightened or couldn't bear to look. There were 6 bodies, each with eyes wide open and an expression of unwillingness to close their eyes, as if they had seen an unbelievable scene before they died. What on earth did they experience? I was a little horrified by the 12 eyes, and I couldn't help but move my sight downwards, and found a particularly important place. These men were wearing a white scimitar on their waists. The scimitar scabbard was as white as snow, like a bright moon hanging on the waist. At that moment, I was shocked. If my guess is right, they are the mountain guards we have been looking for and waiting for a long time. The blue reindeer, the white knife hanging from the waist, everything is exactly the same as what the old hunter told us before. They are mountain guards. I suddenly broke out of the sun. When I looked at Lao Jiang and asked him what was going on, Lao Jiang couldn't help but sneer. Can't you see it? They were all killed just like the blue-clothed guide we met in Maihantongli. I swallowed the water and asked, is it Wuxi and the others? Are there others? Lao Jiang suppressed his anger and replied, and then ordered, move the bodies to a spacious place first. I want to check. Gu Weihan also came to help. When he saw the miner, he was also angry. Turtle, such a young child can be killed. It's simply the devil Satan. In Sichuan dialect, turtle means to curse. These mountain guards have well-developed muscles, so the bodies are also very heavy. I used all my strength to drag them out. When Gu Weihan and I were exhausted, we finally moved the 6 bodies outside. They lined up in a line in front of Lao Jiang. Chapter 291. Old Jiang's face showed no emotion. He put his hands behind his back, walked around the corpse and said, there are no wounds on the neck, and there are no signs of struggle on the hands and feet. He is a master. All of them were killed with one knife before they could react. When saying this, old Jiang frowned. I exclaimed, looked at the clean necks of several corpses, and asked in confusion, Master, shouldn't killing with one knife mean cutting the throat? This is what I read in the books. But they're knife wounds? While speaking, I looked at old Jiang. Old Jiang shook his head, and the light in his eyes became increasingly dim. You will know the answer if you take off the shirts of these 6 corpses. I didn't understand, but I still did what old Jiang said. I unbuttoned the blue coat of the nearest corpse, and then unbuttoned the coats of several others, and then found that each of them had a very thin wound on the left chest, which was really a knife wound. The strange thing is that when I measured the size of the wound with my fingers, I found an amazing fact. That is, the size of the murder weapon is exactly the same as the black knife worn by Lao Jiang. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but glance at Lao Jiang's waist. Lao Jiang seemed to have expected it, staring at the wound on the corpse with his eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking. When I told Lao Jiang about my discovery, he was not curious, but continued to let me check. I checked the corpse again, and then I made a more bizarre discovery, that is, the murderer's knife was clearly stabbed into the chest of the corpse, but there was almost no extra blood in the chest area. Blood was gushing out from behind the bodies, which caused the backs of the 6 blue coats to be bright red, as if they had been soaked in blood. But for some reason, despite the large amount of bleeding, they didn't smell bloody at all, but instead had a strange smell of disinfectant. I couldn't believe it, so I checked another one, and found that the features of the 6 bodies were almost exactly the same, without any difference. I was shocked at first, and then I glared at Lao Jiang. You found it a long time ago? Lao Jiang nodded. I started to ask, but what kind of killing technique is this? How could it be? Lao Jiang interrupted me and explained, if the murderer chooses to cut the throat with a knife, the victim will twitch for more than 10 seconds as a conditioned reflex before dying. Although these people in front of me are not masters, their physical fitness is not bad. They have time to fight back in these 10 seconds, but most of them died before they even pulled out the knife. Therefore, I am sure that the murderer's knife must have pierced the 4th rib of the left chest of the victim. In this case, they will stop breathing within a second. There is another advantage to doing this, that is, killing people without blood. The blood will only flow out from the back of the deceased, and will not splash on the murderer. Lao Jiang paused for a word. His voice was neither high nor low, and every word could fall accurately into my ears. Although he appeared calm on the surface, I realized something and asked, "Master, how do you know all this? It sounds like you are very familiar with this strange knife technique." Lao Jiang did not answer me directly, but raised his head, revealing his stubbled chin. He looked into the distance and sighed for a day. Then, he lit a Hardman cigarette for himself, and I don't know if he was talking to me or to himself. Of course I know, because this is your Uncle Wu's best way of killing. Do you know why there is no strong smell of blood on these corpses? Because he sprinkled begonia powder, which is a kind of powder that can remove the smell of blood. Sprinkling this powder, after killing people, is also his habit. By the way, he has mysophobia. There is a remembrance of Lao Wu in this voice, but more of an indescribable bitterness. Looking at Lao Jiang's appearance, we instantly understood a fact, that is, the group of mountain guards in front of us were killed by Lao Wu alone. No wonder we didn't smell the blood on these people. It turned out that a layer of powder was sprinkled on the corpse to cover up the bloody smell. But I still have a question. There are 6 people. Lao Wu is the best among the black knife unicorns. He can kill one with one knife. After killing the first one, he can at least pull out the knife of the remaining few people, but why is everyone's knife hanging on their waist? Why are they so frustrated and accept death in a muddle? If the mountain guards are such trash, they will not be able to successfully guard the peace of Wawu Mountain for thousands of years. I stared at Lao Jiang, and Lao Jiang finally took back the unspeakable melancholy. He suddenly stood up and walked straight to the corpse in front of him. "Master, have you found anything?" Lao Jiang seemed to have seen through everything a long time ago, but he pinched the chin of the first corpse and told me that the truth was here. This face happened to belong to that young boy. I couldn't bear to look at it, but I still suppressed my discomfort. Seeing that I was confused, Lao Jiang reminded me, "I show you his expression." "Expression?" I subconsciously said, "Isn't it just that he died with his eyes open?" Lao Jiang shook his head and guided me as patiently as possible. "Aren't you curious? Why did he die with his eyes open? Imagine if you were a warrior of the tribe and were fighting your enemy, you should be extremely angry at the time, right? Knowing that you can't win, you have to fight him to the death." Then Lao Jiang pointed to the remaining corpses. "But you see, there is no anger on the faces of all the corpses, but more confusion, shock, and disbelief. I noticed these before, but I didn't think deeply about them at all." Lao Jiang continued to guide. "What made them unbelievable? This is the key to their death." Lao Jiang's last sentence almost closed the coffin of the whole thing, but it also made me feel troubled. Linger was completely confused by the conversation between me and Lao Jiang. She looked at me, then at Lao Jiang, then approached the corpses, then retreated in fear, muttering, "How can you see so much in a few corpses? Why can't I understand anything? I'd better go play with insects." Gu Weihan didn't care to talk. He was frantically recording something in his notebook. I thought he was interested in scientific exploration before. Could it be that murder cases were also important materials for his records? I knew that there was no gain from relying on them, so I wanted Lao Jiang to speak more directly. However, at this moment, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the corpse's clothes. Blue clothes, wide sleeves and wide trousers. In an instant, sparks flew in my mind, and the figure of a Shui suddenly flashed before my eyes. Aren't the clothes these people wearing very similar to the poor Shui we met in Sanqing village before? Chapter 292. It's just that the clothes of these people are obviously much cleaner, while Shui's clothes are covered with mud and have countless holes. But the style is almost the same. When in Sanqing village, Shui seemed to be an important hostage that Wu Shi wanted to kidnap. Even this time, they only sent 3 masters to Wawu Mountain. Wu Shi, Qilin Lao Wu, and a mysterious old woman. But this time they brought Shui, a burden, with them for only one reason: Shui is too important to them. Thinking of this, I suddenly raised my head. "Master, I understand." Lao Jiang nodded and let me talk about it. I stood up suddenly and explained. The key to the problem lies in Shui. Wu Shi and his men brought Shui up the mountain, and Shui should be one of the mountain guards. When they saw their companions return, they were naturally unprepared. No, I even have a bold guess. That is, Shui's identity among the mountain guards is very important. Judging from his age, could he be the son of the mountain guard leader? Therefore, Wu Shi and his men deliberately kidnapped Shui as a hostage to lure the mountain guards into submission. But after they went up the mountain, after several small-scale battles, They found that the mountain guards were much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. So they did not force their way in, but pretended to be Ashue's friends, and went to the mountain guard's lair to investigate the situation. Speaking of this, I couldn't help but look at the 6 young bodies on the ground, and an inexplicable regret and sadness surged in my heart. These 6 young people should be the sentinels of the mountain guards. The reason why they were killed by Lao Wu in an instant was not because Lao Wu was invincible, but because they mistakenly thought that Ashue had taken his friends home. I couldn't help but think of such a picture. The young boys smiled happily, and waved their hands to celebrate when they saw Ashue, whom they hadn't seen for many years, but what greeted them was a ruthless butcher's knife. The teenager might have called Ashue brother naively, but as soon as he called out brother, he was stabbed in the chest by the black knife drawn by Ashue's companion behind him. Because of this, the boy's body still had a little smile on his face, but this smile was soon covered by a lot of shock, including the other 5 warriors, because they could not imagine that a child returning home would bring 2 demons. They were too young and had too little experience. They had never dealt with the outside world, and might not know that there was a word in the world called smiling but hiding a knife. Although it was sad and lamentable, this was the truth of this tragedy. What responded to me was Lao Zhang's applause. He said that as a member of Qilin, not only must you have great skills and amazing courage, but you must also have the ability to judge various emergencies, otherwise you will definitely not live long. In the past 2 years, I have been training your skills, light skills, and brains invisibly. You are worthy of being my disciple Jiang Donghu. Now you have received 3 of my true teachings. You should know that everyone in Qilin recognizes that I am the smartest person. At this time, Linger in the team spit heavily, shameless. She also deliberately made a vomiting expression, as if she was disgusted by Lao Jiang. In the past, I would also tease Lao Jiang a few words, but at this time I was not in that mood. Instead, I looked at Lao Jiang Turi and said, "There is another problem at the moment." Lao Jiang straightened his face. "You say." Since Ashue was once a member of the mountain guards, he should never leave Wawu Mountain. How could he be caught by Zhao Eru, Zheng Santhao, and those stupid tomb robbers? This question obviously stumped Lao Jiang, who was also puzzled and said vaguely, "Maybe they got lucky." Knowing that he couldn't fool me, Lao Jiang responded, "But there must be something else. We can't figure it out just by guessing now. When we meet Ashue, everything will be clear." But what I never expected was that when I met Ashue later, not only did everything not come to light, but it became even more confusing. After smoking half of the cigarette in his hand, Lao Jiang quietly placed the last half of the cigarette in front of the 6 corpses, and the curling smoke rose, as if he was offering a memorial. He shook his head, full of pain. Old five, why did you become like this? You can come to me if you have anything to say. These children are innocent." Hearing this, I also felt a little sympathetic. Who should be blamed for the once high-spirited Black Blade Kirin turning into such a murderous demon? Blame fate? Or blame the choice of Inshu? When we checked those cliff houses before, we knew that one house represented one household, and one household was a family. They were a couple with their own children, guarding the holy mountain of Wawu forever for that lofty mission. Now losing 6 people at once also means that the 6 originally happy families are broken. But their death was extremely tragic. I really don't know how their families will feel when they see the scene after they come back. Suddenly, I had a strong urge to collect their bodies. Lao Jiang seemed to understand my eyes, and took the initiative to say, "Their funeral customs are different from our Central Plains people. You bury them in peace, but it will harm them. Let their tribesmen collect these bodies after they come back. Then we will do nothing?" I said, a little unhappy. Lao Jiang shook his head. "No, before leaving, we should let them retain the dignity they deserve. After all, they are really respectable." Gu Weihan also raised his head from the notebook at this time. "Yes, they have persevered for a mission for a lifetime, from generation to generation, and their descendants are endless. It can be said that they are great. Although I don't understand these great principles, I also want to contribute." Linger also stood up appropriately. We smiled at each other, and all followed Lao Jiang to get busy. In fact, in my opinion, this group of mountain guards are very similar to Qilin. The only difference is that Qilin guards the entire Yin Kingdom, while they guard the ancient Shu Kingdom. We are essentially the same kind of people. If one day, I die in a foreign land because of Qilin's mission, I also hope that someone can wipe my scars and say goodbye decently. Everyone closed their eyes for the 6 corpses one by one, simply wiped off the blood on their bodies, and bowed to show our admiration. After that, we were ready to leave this place of right and wrong. According to Lao Zhang's speculation, Wuxi and his group should not leave here for too long. because the blood on the corpses has not completely coagulated, and there is still a little warmth. As long as we speed up, we will definitely catch up with them. Suddenly, Linger said at this time, "It's strange, there are so many houses here. Could it be that there are only 6 mountain guard brothers living here, and they were all snapped?" This sentence woke us up in an instant. Chapter 293. We were just analyzing the cause of death, but ignored where the other guards went. Old Jiang squinted his eyes, and looked at the granary where the bodies were hidden, his eyes dim and unclear. Obviously, when Wuxi and his men kidnapped Ah Shui and came to this place, a large number of guards should not be at home. They may be busy with some important festival. At that time, there were only 6 guards on duty, and they were killed when they happily welcomed Ah Shui home. Logically speaking, Lao Wu had no time to deal with the bodies after killing them, which was not in line with Lao Wu's character. He has mysophobia and is reluctant to touch the bodies after killing people, but he still hid all the bodies in the granary. Why is that? Hearing this, I suddenly realized and hurriedly said, as I said before, this is in order to wait for the other guards to come home, and then kill them in the same way. Lao Jiang nodded, and then continued my words. But this perfect plan seems to have a problem. The biggest possibility is that the remaining guards know that their nests have been invaded by the enemy. Lao Wu and his men searched this place for a while, but could not find any clues about Cancong's tomb, so they left. And if a large number of guards are as I expected, they should be chasing them now. Hearing this, I became more anxious and asked, "Can they find Lao Wu?" Lao Jiang smiled, but there was an unspeakable sadness in his smile. "If it is somewhere else, you may not be able to catch up even if you have wings. But don't forget, this is Wawu Mountain, and there are deer they raise everywhere." I don't know if he was worried about Lao Wu or the group of mountain guards, who were about to set off the sun. At this moment, Lao Jiang's ears suddenly moved, and he gestured to us, "Be careful, there are people outside." This sentence scared us, because no matter whether it was the mountain guards or Lao Wu and his group, it was not a good thing. For Wuxi and his group, they would definitely kill us as soon as possible. For the mountain guards, we are also invaders, and we can't wash ourselves clean even if we jump into the Yellow River. There are still 6 bright corpses around us. Lao Jiang drew out the black knife in a flash, and the sharp knife light reflected half of the room brightly, while Gu Weihan hurriedly loaded bullets into his gun. Seeing Gu Weihan's anxious look, I couldn't help but blame him. "Principal Gu, why didn't you pretend earlier or later, but now?" Gu Weihan was embarrassed. "Isn't this inexperienced?" "I forgot. As a result, when he said this, all the bullets in his hand fell to the ground. Gu Weihan was stunned for a moment, and Linger shouted to him anxiously, "Why are you standing there? Pick them up quickly." Gu Weihan, who reacted, lowered his waist, stuck out his butt, and picked up the bullets one by one. He looked so funny and slow. I couldn't help but sigh. What kind of rubbish teammates are these? Fortunately, Linger didn't let him down this time. She quickly took down the big bamboo basket and slapped it with one hand, ready to go. I could even hear the excited buzzing of the insects in the big bamboo basket. But at this moment, Lao Jiang stretched out a finger and made a hushing sound, signaling us to be patient. Then, he pushed open the door and walked out carefully. I followed Lao Jiang out, and when I saw the scene outside, my heart instantly fell to the ground, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Because the subtle footsteps just now were not made by humans, but by a clever little deer. The little deer was a very ordinary little elk, with soft black fur on its body. It stood in front of us, blinking its watery eyes and looking at us. Linger patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death, little darling, come here, sister will feed you delicious food." The little deer was indeed innocent and cute, but it didn't pay attention to Linger, and didn't look at the rest of us, but looked deeply in the direction of the house. The 2 erect ears fell down little by little, and I could even read a trace of sadness from its watery eyes. This is so strange. This is not an expression a deer can show at all. Could it be that it also knew what happened? I was afraid that the little deer would misunderstand us as the murderer who killed the mountain guard, so I hurriedly explained to it while speaking and gesturing. Unexpectedly, the little deer did not make any attacking movements towards us, but instead pricked up its ears again, raised its little hooves, and walked towards a cliff step by step. After walking a few steps, it actually looked back at us meaningfully, as if signaling us to follow. What's going on? Does it want to take us to its owner to be punished? But we are not stupid. We looked at each other, and all looked at Lao Jiang in confusion, meaning to ask Lao Jiang what to do. After thinking for a while, Lao Jiang said, "Follow it." I looked at the little deer, then at Lao Jiang, and couldn't help saying, The deer on this mountain are smart and bad. What if it traps us all? Lao Jiang shook his head, as if he believed that this cute little deer would not hurt us. He only said to me, follow it, and you can find its owner, and you can find Wuxi and the others. Then he took the lead and followed. Linger and I looked at each other, and then we quickened our pace to catch up with Lao Jiang. Gu Weihan also picked up all the bullets on the ground at this time, and hurriedly stepped forward. Where are we going? At this time, I really didn't want to pay attention to this pig teammate, but I had to explain. When we followed the deer, we found that it was walking along the fence on the edge of the cliff. We couldn't help wondering if it was going to lead us to a dead end. But as we walked, we found that there was a different world in this steep cliff. It was obviously a dead end, but there was another world at a turn. It reminded me of a saying, when you are surrounded by mountains and rivers, you may think there is no way out, but when you are in the dark, you will find another village. And only the deer, who have lived here for many years, know this world. Its hooves made a thumping sound when they stepped on the ground. The deer led us around the green mountains, and finally stopped in front of a cave. The deer looked behind it, and confirmed that we were all following it. Then it plunged into the cave. Gu Weihan subconsciously stopped and looked at Lao Jiang and said, Mr. Jiang, do you want to continue following? Is there any danger inside? Chapter 294. Lao Jiang didn't say anything, but answered everything with his own actions. He followed almost without stopping. Linger and I looked at each other and quickly followed. It was a cave full of green vines. Various vines intertwined in the cave, like a series of twisted green flying dragons, but the strange thing was that these vines were neatly arranged to make way for us. You know, vines are not so sensible, just because someone deliberately opened a passage. Someone walked here, and often walked. I came to the conclusion instantly. After a while, Lao Jiang suddenly stopped. He squatted down and pointed at a few messy footprints and said, see? These are the non-slip soles of modern people, not the straw shoes worn by the mountain guards. It's Wuxi and his group. In other words, Wuxi and his group had also entered this cave. And it was not long ago, following the place where Lao Jiang pointed, I looked carefully, and found a lot of footprints, and there were many footprints of straw shoes behind. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang with new eyes. The facts were exactly as he guessed. Wuxi and the others were running, and the mountain guards were chasing them. At this time, the deer's speed obviously increased, and it turned its head several times in the middle, as if to tell us, hurry up, don't fall behind. I don't know if it's because this deer looks harmless, or because we haven't stepped on any traps for so long, I subconsciously chose to believe it. And I don't know why, it should be getting darker and darker in the cave. But it's getting brighter and brighter here, as if there is still sunrise on the other side. We followed the deer for a few steps, and suddenly, we heard a rumbling sound from afar. The sound was so loud that it was like the giant spirit took up the axe of the sky and chopped it on the mountain peak, and the whole cave was shaking from side to side. Linger was so scared that she grabbed the corner of my clothes and said, Brother Jing'an, is there an earthquake? I heard that earthquakes often happen in Sichuan. I was also a little at a loss, because I could clearly feel that some soil on the top of the cave began to fall off, and strands fell on our heads, making us look dusty. Rumble, rumble, the loud noise came again, and the rumbling sound was continuous, and it was louder and louder, like thunder in the sky. But the strange thing was that the deer leading the way was not afraid at all, but used to it, as if this kind of thing often happened in the cave. Is there a giant on the other side of the cave? Or some prehistoric monster? How can it cause the whole cave to shake? Now I am a little suspicious of Xiaolu's intentions, but Lao Jiang has no intention of stopping, so we can only follow him. As we walked, the cave became brighter and brighter, and I could even clearly see the shape of the leaves of the vines above my head. Of course, I am more afraid that a poisonous snake will suddenly emerge from the dense vines. TSK, my heart is numb with disgust when I think about it. When we reached the end of the cave, we finally knew where the thunder came from. The scene in front of me completely shocked me. Oh my god, what just happened was not an earthquake, nor a giant monster, but the sound of a waterfall. Can you imagine it? It was a huge waterfall that I had never seen in my life. It was so earth-shattering that it stretched across all of us. This waterfall was probably thousands of meters high, and it was so majestic that it seemed as if the entire Milky Way had poured water onto the Huawu Mountain. It seems like the Milky Way is falling from the sky. It really is the Milky Way falling from the sky. For a moment, we lost all the words to describe it. Only Li Bai's poems could describe what we saw, and the sound of thunder and landslide just now was actually the sound of the water from the waterfall hitting the rocks. In front of the waterfall, we were as small as ants. Every time the water hit the cliff, It would raise more than 10 meters high white waves, splashing water droplets like jade and silver. The whole scene was majestic, like a galloping horse. Yinlinger opened her mouth wide enough to fit an egg, and Gu Weihan was intermittently incoherent again. God save me, is this really a waterfall? Isn't the world's highest waterfall Angel Falls in South America? Why do I feel that this undiscovered waterfall on Wawu Mountain is much higher and bigger than it? To be honest, I have seen too many incredible wonders in my life, but this is the first time I have seen such a thrilling waterfall wonder. We were all shocked, and when we were stunned and didn't know what to do, Lao Jiang suddenly pressed us down. He asked us to lie on the edge of the cliff and not move. Then he cautiously hushed. There is movement below. This time, Gu Weihan finally reacted quickly. He took out his telescope, but I snatched it away in the first time. I carefully looked down with the telescope, and indeed found a figure, and there was only one. Just more than 10 meters below the cliff where we were hiding, there were actually two groups of people confronting each other with swords drawn. One of the groups was obviously Wuxi and his group, and the other group was the mountain guards in blue clothes. Through the telescope, I could clearly see the appearance of Wuxi and his group. To be honest, except for Ashui, the rest of them basically only lived in the mouths of Yinlinger and Lao Jiang. Especially Wuxi, the little bastard. This was the first time I saw his true face. But Wuxi was wearing a Miao costume similar to Yinlinger's, but unlike Yinlinger's emerald green clothes, his overall color was gloomy black. The sleeves and trouser legs of the dress were very wide, and what was even more strange was that the corners were all embroidered with a wavy white line, which looked like white poisonous insects entrenched on his body from a distance. Although Wuxi didn't have the bells like Yinlinger, he had a shiny silver collar around his neck. Wuxi was a little older than Yinlinger, about the same age as me. I felt jealous, and tried to see Wuxi's face clearly. But because the distance was too far, even with the help of a telescope, I couldn't see his facial features clearly. The only thing that was certain was that Wuxi gave people a very gloomy feeling. He was a very thin young man, with an extremely thin back. He was carrying a square bamboo basket on his back that didn't match his body shape. In my impression, shouldn't this murderous young master of the Black Miao be like a demon, showing two sharp fangs? Chapter 295. But after seeing the real person, I found that Wuxi was not as bloody and scary as I imagined. On the contrary, he was so thin that he looked like he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Wuxi's wide sleeves and trousers were blown left and right by the wind, making him look even more pitiful. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Standing on Wuxi's left was a hunchbacked old woman with a hunched back. She looked to be in her 60s or 70s, and she was leaning on a cane. When we were in the fishing village, the village chief reminded us that there were a total of 4 people in Wuxi's team. One was a young man, with a gloomy expression carrying a bamboo basket, another was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and a beard, and the other was an elderly woman, who was dragging a poor man covered in wounds with a hemp rope. This old woman must be the one the village chief mentioned, but I don't know why. Looking at this old woman, I felt a sense of déjà vu, as if I had met her somewhere before. Yes, she should be the bright girl who invaded Lei Town. I don't know why she always dresses so old. I tried to move my eyes away from the old woman and found a middle-aged man with sharp eyes standing on Wuxi's right. He was dressed almost exactly like Lao Jiang, both wearing a straight black Zhongshan suit, but he was thinner and younger than Lao Jiang. The same clothes looked sloppy on Lao Jiang, but they looked solemn and dignified on him. When we were in Yinshu, Lao Wu pretended to be Du Wenbin and mixed in the archaeological team, and almost killed us by surprise. At this moment, he was holding his own face. Although it was not very clear, it was still difficult to hide the outline of a handsome man. The most important thing was that Lao Wu also had a black knife in his hand, which was exactly the same as Lao Zhang's. The black knife was now on the neck of a young man in blue. The young man was trembling, with tears and snot all over his face. Wasn't he the poor Ashui we met before? It can be seen that Lao Wu should be threatening Ashui's life at this moment to warn the group of mountain guards, who surrounded them not to act rashly. Lao Wu and his group were blocked in the middle. Around them, there were 3 layers of mountain guards inside and outside. A rough count showed that there were at least 50 or 60 of them. All of these mountain guards were dressed in blue clothes and wore blue scarves on their heads. The white scimitars on everyone's waists were all unsheathed, staring at Wu Shi and the others with a covetous look. It seemed that as long as the leader gave an order, they would immediately rush up and cut the invaders into pieces. At the same time, in the forest behind these mountain guards, there were countless pairs of smart eyes roaming, like bright little light bulbs, and like the bright stars in the sky. If I guessed correctly, These eyes should be the deer domesticated by the mountain guards. In other words, Wu Shi and his men were not only surrounded by the brave and fearless mountain guards, but also by the deer all over the mountains. Seeing this picture, everyone on the cliff had their own thoughts. Beside me, Linger kept sneering, gnashing her teeth, and wishing she could swallow Wu Shi into her stomach. She cursed while laughing. Hee, little grandson, you are so proud, you have capsized in the gutter, right? You even want me to be your concubine. Now wait to be thrown into the waterfall to feed the sharks. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, and then I was speechless. Does this Linger have any common sense? How can there be sharks in the waterfall? They can only be found in the sea. But I guess Linger was too angry, and felt that only by letting the shark eat Wu Shi could she relieve her hatred. Lao Jiang has always been the backbone of the team, but when he saw Lao Wu with his own eyes, or more precisely, when he saw Lao Wu standing next to Wu Shi with his own eyes, Lao Jiang fell silent. The expression on his face became extremely complicated, with pity, anger, and unbearable guilt. I'm afraid that if it were me, I wouldn't want my good brothers who had fought side by side to meet in this way today, right? What's more, half of the reason for this situation was Lao Jiang himself. Relatively speaking, Gu Weihan was an outsider, and he kept watching the show and admiring the two groups below. I was actually a little relieved. From a selfish point of view, I really hope that the mountain guards can quickly cut the Gordian knot and kill those bastards in Wuxi. In this way, we can get the treasure smoothly, go home happily, and get rid of a few enemies. This deal is really profitable. As for Shui, let him sacrifice himself. I will burn incense for him on this day next year. However, I waited for a long time, and the expected scene did not appear. The two groups seemed to be frozen there. Lao Wu continued to threaten the mountain guards with Shui, and the mountain guards still surrounded them, and did not dare to move forward. After such a long stalemate, I was worried that Lao Wu's knife hand would be sore. Could this be the plan of the mountain guards? When Lao Wu's hands get tired, suddenly they attack in groups? Of course it's impossible. The only reason is that the mountain guards think too highly of Shui, so they dare not take any action. In this way, our previous guess about Shui's identity is correct. Shui's status in Wawu Mountain must be very important. As if to verify my guess, Lao Wu became impatient. He moved the black knife closer to Shui's neck, and blood immediately gushed out of Shui's neck. Under Lao Wu's coercion, the mountain guards reluctantly retreated more than 10 meters away. Yo. Suddenly, at this moment, hundreds of deer in the forest suddenly became agitated. They raised their heads and made long calls. This sudden movement not only shocked Wuxi's group, but also scared us on the cliff. Lao Jiang explained, Yo deer call, eating wild wormwood, this is the sound of deer calling. The voices of the group of deer became louder and louder, and their emotions became more and more high-pitched, as if they were welcoming something. Gu Weihan suddenly became somewhat inexplicably happy. He seemed to be able to understand the communication between animals. After a moment, he chuckled, I never thought that I could see the Deer King. Deer King? I was a little surprised. I have heard of the Wolf King, but this is the first time I have heard of the term Deer King. Gu Weihan rolled his eyes at me, as if he was looking at a poor student, and explained, Young man, you have to know that animals living in groups have their own leaders, and deer certainly have deer kings. You will see it with your own eyes later. Be careful, the Deer King is approaching. After saying this, Gu Weihan stopped explaining and grabbed the telescope to observe the forest carefully. Chapter 296. Although I didn't have the telescope, I still saw the shocking scene clearly. How to describe everything in front of me? I saw a golden, extremely tall elk suddenly jumped out of the forest. That deer was definitely the largest deer I had ever seen, 3 or 4 times as big as the fawn we had seen before. Its 4 hooves were extremely agile, its fur was as smooth as silk, and its tree branch-like antlers on its head were also very beautiful. From a distance, it galloped over like a golden lightning. No, there was actually a person sitting on its back. It was a middle-aged man in blue clothes with long hair. He carried an exquisite longbow behind him. The whole person had an unconcealable charm. I snatched Gu Weihan's telescope and stretched my neck to get closer. The middle-aged man had sparse stubble on his face, a high-nosed bridge like a tall mountain, and deep eye sockets like the deep sea. The broad back and long hair interweave 2 completely different temperaments of wildness and calmness in one person. He also has 3 different colors of camouflage painted on his face. Yellow, green, black, just like a mixed-race Central Asian. It was the first time I was impressed by the handsomeness of the uncle, and I couldn't help but be stunned. But when I moved my eyes down and found the white horn worn on his waist, I couldn't help but be shocked. Other mountain guards have white scimitars, and he has a horn. Other mountain guards have ordinary deer, and his is the deer king. Could he be the leader of the mountain guards? It seems that there is no suspense from this temperament. At this moment, as if to verify my guess, the mountain guards on both sides shouted excitedly. It's Chief Akuo. Here comes Chief Akuo. Chief Akuo seems to have a very high prestige. When all the mountain guards saw him coming, they all spontaneously made way for him. Chief Akuo rode on the deer king, galloping and galloping, full of heroic spirit. When he saw Wuxi and the others in front of him, Chief Akuo's speed did not slow down at all. The deer king under his crotch jumped up directly and flew 2 or 3 meters high, just like a meteor leaping over the crowd. In midair, Chief Akuo took out 3 arrows from the quiver on his waist, then bent the bow, put the arrows on, and aimed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows flew out at the same time, breaking through the wind. When Chief Akuo landed at the front of the crowd, the 3 arrows had all hit, nailing Lao Wu, Wuxi, and the old woman's feet without any difference. What a strong archery skill! Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but admire it secretly. Because shooting arrows on horseback is a difficult action, not to mention riding on a deer. Especially this is a series of arrows, 3 arrows fired at the same time. Although it was nailed under the feet of several people, I knew very well that if Chief Akuo wanted to kill them, those people would have died hand in hand. But because Ashui was still in the hands of Lao Wu, he had to restrain himself. Chief Akuo's action was obviously a warning to Wuxi and others not to try to challenge his bottom line. I clearly saw that the feathers at the tails of the 3 arrows stuck in the ground were still buzzing, which shows the power of archery. Chief Akuo's voice came. Let Ashui go, 1 life for 1 life, I will spare one of you. Otherwise, you will all become sacrifices to the sun god. Chief Akuo said, pointing his finger to the distance. It turned out that there was a bronze statue standing beside the waterfall. The sound of the waterfall just now was too loud, and the waves were so high that we automatically ignored the environment around the waterfall. At this time, seeing Chief Akuo's actions, I realized that there was a pool of water about the size of 2 football fields under the waterfall. The curling smoke was floating on the water surface, as if it was covered by a layer of misty water vapor. There were steep cliffs on both sides of the pool, and the water pool was surrounded by water-red peach trees. At this time, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and the petals were scattered down, just like a pink rain under the waterfall. And in the position facing the pool, there stood an ancient statue. The statue was nearly 2 meters high and made of pure copper. It looked like a muscular, naked giant. The giant looked pious and held his hands up to the sky. Holding a round plate, it seemed to be dedicated to the waterfall. When I saw the disc, my body trembled involuntarily, and my hand subconsciously touched my backpack, because the disc was so similar to the sunbird ring I made. Brother Jinglan, look, that uncle riding a deer is so handsome. Faced with such a charming, majestic, and wild uncle, Einlinger couldn't help but touch her girlish heart, but soon she complained in frustration. That handsome uncle is so good at archery. Tell me, why didn't he shoot Wuxi's grandson to death with 1 arrow? Einlinger held her face with both hands and looked at me, her eyes sparkling and beautiful. I was stunned for a moment, then coughed a few times to recover myself, and explained, because Lao Wu has a hostage, those mountain guards seem to be very nervous about a Shui. A Shui's identity must be very important, and he should be the successor of the clan leader. That handsome uncle is also the clan leader, so a Shui is very likely his son. Wuxi and Lao Wu kidnapped his son, so he naturally didn't dare to force it. Einlinger scratched her head, her big eyes full of confusion. How is it possible? Such a wise and powerful leader gave birth to a poor guy who is afraid of everyone he sees. And they don't look alike at all. To be honest, I was also a little embarrassed, because when I recalled every bit in Sanqing village, it seemed that all of them were scenes of a Shui being bullied. First, he was beaten and scolded by Zhao Eru died, and then he was beaten up by Zheng Sanpao. After finally arriving in Sanqing village, he was taught a lesson by Lu Dana, and finally locked in a cage like a dog. To be honest, I have never seen such an unlucky child in history. What's more infuriating is that if it were someone else, they would have been unable to bear it long ago, but Ah Shui was just like a ninja turtle, submissive all the way, and never even thought of the word resistance. At this moment, Ah Shui was like a little chicken in Lao Wu's hands, spineless and cowardly, crying and wailing, not even as good as a woman who was powerless. From top to bottom, from head to toe, he had nothing to do with this group of mountain guards with a noble mission, so I thought before that at most, he would be sacrificed and everyone would be happy. When I thought of Ah Shui, I felt inexplicably angry and quickly changed the subject. We continued to observe with telescopes, and found that Wuxi and Lao Wu were not frightened by the 3 sharp arrows of the Akuo tribe leader, but the knife in Lao Wu's hand shrank a few millimeters. Chapter 297. Ashui's neck was bleeding profusely, and he was so scared that he screamed and cried. I didn't know what dialect he was speaking. We just want to get what we want. After getting it, I will naturally let him go. Old Five looked straight at Chief Akuo, without any intention of retreating. At this time, the hunchbacked old woman also laughed sinisterly. He, we have done enough homework this time. Do you think that you can't find out your bottom by hiding in Wawu Mountain for generations? You are wrong. Its hands are everywhere in Yin country. We have already investigated your relationship with this poor little creature. Make your own choice. Do you want to completely cut off the bloodline of your ancient Yi people, or do you want to defend this place that has long been meaningless to you? This is the second time I heard the word it. In a trance, the other party's shadow also slowly overlapped with the blind old woman in Lei Town. No, she has never been an old woman. She is not blind either. I clearly remember that when I shot an arrow at her with a longbow, the arrowhead brushed past her face and took off a wrinkled human skin mask. Under the old human skin was a cold and beautiful girl's face. Her skin was very white, with a small nose, peach eyes, and an oval face that was extremely beautiful. Even if she was wearing shabby clothes and a gray wig, it was difficult to hide her stunning beauty. Who exactly is this organization? Why did this evil woman plot to go to Wawu Mountain? While I was thinking, I heard the cold voice of Chief Akuo from the bottom of the cliff. Are you crazy? Do you really not know what is locked in this waterfall? Something is locked in the waterfall. Could it be the owner of the roar we heard along the way? I was so curious that I wanted to jump off the cliff to ask Chief Akuo for clarification, but I heard his wild and hoarse voice continue. You should have destroyed the first 2 seals. There is only the last seal left. I don't know if you are too brave, or you don't know the horror of that thing. I tell you, if we really let that thing out, we will die, you will die, and even the entire Sichuan and Shu will be extinct. The last sentence was filled with Chief Akuo's anger that was difficult to hide. He thought that the people of Wuxi were ignorant, but he didn't expect that Lao Wu would reply calmly. Don't worry about it. Since we can come, we can also go back. Lao Wu didn't take the words of Chief Akuo to heart at all, which made Chief Akuo suppress his anger and spit out 2 words, arrogant. The conversation between the 2 groups of people under the cliff contained too much information. Clues were thrown in front of us one by one as if they were free, and then exploded in our minds. At this moment, not to mention that I was stunned, even Lao Jiang beside me had a small lock on his brow. Linger was confused and kept muttering, Uncle Shui, hurry up and kill that little bastard of Wuxi, Uncle Shui, come on. Don't worry about the poor Ah Shui. Sure enough, not only I looked down on Ah Shui, Linger also thought Ah Shui was too cowardly. But at this moment, I couldn't help but focus on the old woman. It was obvious that the ad mentioned by the old woman was the mysterious organization that had been secretly against Qilin since the invasion of Lei Town. Everyone in that organization seemed to wear a scorpion earring. But what I never expected was that its intelligence network was even far beyond Qilin. You know, the people in Wawu Mountain are very secretive and secluded. They can even investigate the background of this group of people in Wawu Mountain clearly. It's not just terrifying, it's incredible, but the strange thing is, how can this scorpion organization be mixed with Wuxi, and what about Lao Wu? But now we can basically understand that the goal of Wuxi and his group is very clear this time. This time, Heimyo and the organization have joined forces, and it seems that they are going to take something from Kangkong's tomb. Once this thing is taken away, the sealed devil will be released, and then it will surely lead to an unprecedented catastrophe. All this is really terrifying when you think about it carefully. I tried to swallow my saliva for a day, adjusted my mood, and quietly nudged Lao Jiang with my elbow. Master, since Wuxi and the others have destroyed the 2 seals, why is that thing still imprisoned in the waterfall? Also, the terrifying screams we have been hearing before are coming from this waterfall, right? Lao Jiang seemed to be still immersed in the new clues he just heard, and couldn't come out for a while. He said to himself, why is Lao Wu mixed with the people of that organization? Lao Wu, what happened to you? I pulled Lao Jiang's clothes, pulled him back from his speculation about Lao Wu, and asked my question again. Lao Jiang nodded first, then stared at the majestic waterfall in front of him and said, yes, the sound we heard should be made by that thing, but it seems that the thing cannot come out for the time being, because there is a 3rd seal here. I hurriedly asked Lao Jiang, where is the 3rd seal? Lao Jiang looked ahead and said faintly, it's far away in the sky and in front of us. Linger came over, full of curiosity. What seal? I don't understand. Gu Weihan was in a mood of inquiry, so he asked Lao Jiang to explain it more clearly. Lao Jiang slowly explained. In fact, this waterfall itself is an extremely powerful feng shui formation. In feng shui, mountains are the bones of the earth, and water is the source of life. Mountains and water together condense the spiritual energy that nourishes all things. Any feng shui is closely related to breath, and it can even be said that it is the breath that brews the world. Therefore, the spiritual energy is very rich in places with both mountains and water, and the waterfall in front of us perfectly utilizes the mountains and water to the extreme. In addition, you can see that this waterfall faces north, and the north belongs to water. The peach blossom forest is in the east, and the east belongs to wood. The bronze statue stands in the west, and the west belongs to gold. This mountain faces south, and there is endless sunlight shining directly down, and the south belongs to fire. As Lao Jiang said, he pointed to the corresponding position and finally concluded, this third seal should be the 5 elements sealing technique that the ancient Shu people studied and figured out countless times. They almost used the strongest 5 elements on this Wawu mountain to prevent the thing that made the cry from escaping from the cage forever. Chapter 298. While talking, Lao Jiang also expressed his heartfelt emotion. The wisdom of the ancients is really amazing, and have you seen it? This waterfall on Wawu mountain is very big, but it is not just one waterfall, it is actually composed of 6 waterfalls. If Lao Jiang hadn't said it, we wouldn't have noticed it. After saying it, Linger and I really figured it out. Even Gu Weihan shouted loudly, yes, you see, there are 6 big waterfalls, but they flowed down the same cliff. But the 6 waterfalls are like the inverted Milky Way, rushing down one by one, interweaving into a magnificent picture scroll. Seeing that Gu Weihan's voice was too loud, Lao Jiang quickly hushed. The enemy is still down there. What are you doing? You are making a fuss, and still claiming to be a senior explorer. Gu Weihan also knew that he was wrong, and immediately shrank behind us like a quail, muttering, it's so spectacular. Unlike the rapid progress here, the situation down there is obviously not optimistic, and the two sides seem to have not reached an agreement. Although a Shui's life is in the hands of Lao Wu, Chief Akua is unwilling to give in at all. He is riding on the tall deer king, and leading his own people to push Lao Wu Wuxi and others into a corner step by step. Soon, they were pushed to the edge of the pool. This is your last chance. Chief Akua slowly said, otherwise, the brave warriors of Wawu Mountain would rather sacrifice the life of the heir to destroy you. Then don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, at this moment, Lao Wu, who was in a weak position, uttered a strange sneer. Seeing this, Lao Jiang almost couldn't help but jump out. No! Lao Wu is going to do something bad. He even stood up excitedly, completely ignoring the danger of being exposed. Seeing this, I hurriedly pulled Lao Jiang back, but saw that his eyes were still staring at the cliff. What happened to Master? Is there an accident? I asked. Lao Jiang was worried and answered nervously. The group of mountain guards fell into the trap, and Lao Wu was deliberately delaying time from beginning to end. The third seal must be lost. Hearing this, Linger came over curiously, with an unhappy face. Uncle Jiang, don't boost others' ambitions, and destroy your own prestige. They are all wrapped up now. What else can you do? Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang had a serious face. He shook his head and said, I watched Lao Wu grow up, and I know what he does every day. When he shows this kind of evil smile, his opponent will definitely suffer. As if to verify Lao Jiang's words, I clearly saw that the peach trees that were originally blooming by the pond suddenly had all their petals fall down, leaving only bare branches and trunks. Even the trunks of the peach trees were turning black and withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. These peach trees seemed to have a terrible infectious disease. One by one, and all died quickly in just over 10 seconds. The peach forest that was originally full of poetry and painting turned into a dead land, and the twisted and blackened bodies were like dying old people, whose lives had come to an end. Seeing this scene, I was shocked. What's going on? What's going on? Linger's eyes widened instantly, and her body leaned forward, as if she couldn't believe the scene in front of her, and then she reacted and said, I know, it was that bad guy poisoned it. The bad guy was naturally Wuxi. Linger told us, the peach tree was infected with the Black Death poison, which is one of the top 3 poisons of the Black Miao. It can cut off the vitality of all living things. When used on animals, it can quickly dehydrate the organs of animals and turn them into mummies. When used on plants, it only takes a moment to turn a forest into a desert. During the time I followed my mother, I saw this kind of poison. At that time, my mother dissected the body of a white Miao Gu master who died in battle, and found that his internal organs had all turned into hard black fibers. As Linger said, not only the peach tree, but also the weeds and wild flowers below turned black and died. But this Black Death poison is extremely precious. It can only be produced by the 9-life poison scorpion, Wux's life definition Gu. When I heard the name, I couldn't help but be stunned. 9-life poison scorpion? Could it be that this scorpion has 9 lives? It is Wux's life definition Gu. Does Wuxi have 9 lives? Linger wiped my forehead with her fingers and said, "What are you thinking? How can something have 9 lives? The 9-life poison scorpion is called this name because it survived after fighting with 9 extremely sinister and poisonous scorpions. It has 9 lives, so it is called the 9-life poison scorpion. On January 1st of each year, a drop of liquid toxin will be discharged from the tail of this 9-life poison scorpion. This poison is the Black Death poison. If a person is infected, black spots will grow on his body one after another, just like the spots after death, until they are all covered in every corner of the body. It is extremely terrifying, so it is also called Black Shura. According to Linger, the 9-life poison scorpion can only produce 1 drop of Black Death poison per year. Such a large peach forest requires a lot of Black Death poison, at least 10 drops, which means that Heimyo had already set his sights on Wawu Mountain more than 10 years ago. At this time, Linger was angry again. I didn't expect that Wuxi, the idiot, actually brought this thing. He must have poured the venom into the soil of the peach forest, and the toxin entered the roots of the peach trees, causing them to rot. It's a pity for this beautiful peach forest. It's not just a pity for the peach blossoms. Didn't the little girl say that there is no antidote for this poison? It is estimated that the insects in the soil are also dead, destroying the entire ecological chain. Gu Weihan was very angry, and wanted to go down and kill Wuxi right now. After all, he is also a famous entomologist. I also think that Wuxi is too cruel and ruthless. He leaves no room for maneuver. I can't help but sigh. You Miaojiang people are really perverted. Linger immediately corrected him seriously and said seriously, "This has nothing to do with us white Miao people. This is the poison of the black Miao people. We white Miao people raise cute little babies. Right, little guys." While speaking, Linger glanced at her big bamboo basket, and the bamboo basket immediately responded with a buzzing sound. I was too lazy to argue with Linger, and I was focused on the situation below the cliff. Fortunately, Chief Akio was not a simple person. When he saw the peach tree withering, he realized the crisis and gave up rescuing Ashui. He took out the white horn from his waist and blew it. The horn made a humming sound, like the tragic prelude of a warrior. This should be the signal for the mountain guards to attack. Chapter 299. Dozens of elite mountain guards rushed over aggressively, waving their scimitars and slashing at Lao Wu and others. Chief Akio also bent his bow and drew his arrow, ready to shoot an arrow through his throat at any time. But it was too late. "Catch it!" Lao Wu shouted and pushed the poor Ashui towards the old woman. The next moment, Lao Wu leaped up, like a black eagle soaring into the sky, and the black knife drew a sharp arc in the air, cutting off both hands of the bronze giant statue not far away. With a bang, the sun bird ring held in the giant's hand fell. The mountain guards who saw this scene shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Ancestors!" At the same time, they couldn't control their tears and shouted angrily, "Kill them, they must be killed today." The peach blossoms withered, the sun bird ring fell, and the wood and gold in the 5-element seal had been broken one after another. It was not until this moment that I finally understood why Lao Jiang said that Lao Wu was deliberately delaying time. If the Black Blade Qilin also has a level distinction, Lao Wu is definitely far superior to Lao Jiang, Hilangsu, Shen Xiaoyu and others, because his IQ is almost demonic. The time Lao Wu wants to delay is when the noon sun has completely dissipated. At this time, dark clouds have been vaguely floating on the top of Wawu Mountain. Invisibly, the fire has also been broken. Roar! I only heard a thunderous roar coming from under my feet, an indescribable scream filled with excitement and joy. It seemed that it was just a little bit away from seeing the light of day again. That thing again! Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. Only it could make such a terrifying roar. At this time, the excited roar echoed throughout the valley, almost deafening my ears. What's more terrifying is that it even overwhelmed the roar of the waterfall. Lao Jiang and I have been to the tomb many times. As an experienced person, I immediately thought that there should be a huge underground space hidden in the waterfall. The sound must have been constantly expanding in the space to spread so far. It's coming out. It's really going to be liberated. Wu Shi, you are responsible for holding them back. This is Lao Wu talking. No problem. Wu Shi nodded indifferently with a thin face, carrying a square bamboo basket on his back, and standing in front of many mountain guards in black clothes. The next second, Lao Wu took the old woman and a shui and rushed to the waterfall in a hurry. In addition to the existing mountain and water spirit, the wood, gold, and fire in the 5 element seal have been broken one after another, which also implies that this seal formation that has been passed down for thousands of years is about to collapse. Will that thing come out? Why did Lao Wu and the others jump into the waterfall? At this time, my mind was full of questions, and my heart was even more anxious and uneasy. Then I heard Lao Jiang slap his thigh and said worriedly, "It's over. This waterfall of 6 dragons returning to the sun is likely to become 6 snakes entering the dark." 6 snakes entering the dark? What does it mean? I frowned. Things seemed to be more complicated than I thought. Gu Weihan interrupted. There is a high mark of 6 dragons returning to the sun. Isn't this a line from Li Bai's The Road to Shu? Mr. Jiang, could it be that Li Bai has also seen these 6 waterfalls? Aren't the 6 waterfalls in front of us just like 6 water dragons, crushing the golden light of the sun and rushing to the sky? I didn't expect that there were so many real scenes in the poems of the difficult road to Shu. Li Bai is really amazing. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang shook his head. I don't know whether Li Bai really saw the waterfall here, but one thing I can be sure of is that the waterfall here is made with the help of the feng shui formation of 6 dragons returning to the sun. Seeing that we were puzzled, Lao Jiang continued to explain. 6 dragons returning to the sun actually refers to an ancient myth of Yin state. At that time, the sun god was called Shiha. It carried the sun on 6 dragons, and patrolled back and forth in the sky every day, from Fusang to Yuchuan, circling back and forth, shining on all things in the world. The ancients believed that this formed alternation of day and night. I have heard of this myth. When I was investigating the ancient Shu kingdom before, I found it in the archives. Lao Jiang continued. The ancient Shu people regarded the sun as their highest belief. In addition, these 6 waterfalls just correspond to the 6 dragons returning to the sun. It is indeed the best sealed place given by God. But, at this point, Lao Jiang sighed for a long time. Once the 6 dragons returning to the sun are broken, it will become 6 snakes entering the netherworld. Remember the black python blocking the sun we saw before? At that time, Linger wanted to drink the mountain spring water, but Lao Jiang didn't let her drink it because the water quality of the mountain spring water that fell was black, forming the ominous sign of black scales blocking the sun. When the black scales blocked the sun, the spring was still just a python, still under control. But now this snake has skipped the step of turning into a dragon, and wants to ascend to heaven and become a dragon in one step. But it can't resist fate. So it turned into a snake, carrying the 9 nether demonic aura, and trying to sweep across the entire Wawu mountain. In ancient Yin state, snake means the king of poisonous snakes. If I'm not mistaken, the waterfall will turn black next, and even flow backwards. Although Gu Weihan didn't quite understand Lao Jiang's mysterious explanation of feng shui, he still subconsciously denied it. How is it possible? This is completely against science. The waterfall turned black and flowed backwards. Don't be ridiculous. I knew since I was born that water flows to lower places. Now this society is about science. Gu Weihan added later. Lao Jiang looked at his watch, and his tone was unquestionable and decisive. 1 minute later, you will shut up with your science. Gu Weihan was dumbfounded, and couldn't say a word to refute. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, told them to stop arguing, and urged them to look at the situation below. Over there, Lao Wu and the blind old woman had already jumped into the pool, and they did not forget to pull the hostage, Ah Shui, to the waterfall. As for Wu Shi, he took off his square bamboo basket in a gloomy manner. As soon as he opened the bamboo basket, a large group of black insects instantly gushed out of it. These insects rushed out one after another, just like a black tornado covering all directions of Wu Shi. They even formed a skull face in the air, opening a dark giant sun towards the group of mountain guards, who were attacking. Soon, I heard the screams of the group of mountain guards. The black insects were like nails firmly nailed to the skin of the group of mountain guards, and some even bit directly at the eyeballs of the mountain guards. It seems that for these insects, everything can be eaten and any part can be attacked. Chapter 300. Black bugs stuck to the mountain guards, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of them. They screamed miserably, which made people feel unbearable pain. Some people even used the white scimitar to cut out their own flesh and blood in order to get rid of the bugs. Ha ha ha. Wu Shi laughed out loud when he saw this scene. as if he saw everything in the world surrendering to his feet. What a devil! Wuxi seemed to live just to kill people, and killing could bring him such great pleasure. Those poor mountain guards were so miserable that we couldn't bear to watch any more. At this time, Linger also became hesitant. She couldn't bear to see the miserable state of those people. She bit her lower lip with her white teeth and murmured to herself, "Should I save them? If I don't save them, they will be poisoned and disabled in the future." Hearing Linger's words, I also felt sympathetic. They live in the mountains. If they lose their limbs, it is equivalent to losing their ability to live. How can they walk, hunt, and survive? How can they protect Wawu Mountain? But if I save them, it will also mean that our complete exposure. Lao Jiang closed his eyes, and suddenly opened them, with unprecedented determination in his eyes. Save! Must save! Then he looked at Linger. Linger, you are so far away, can you let the poisonous insect go? Linger, with tears in her eyes, smiled and nodded. Yes. The next moment, I saw Linger shaking the thin silk bell in her hand, and a crisp sound came from her hand. She even sang the beautiful ballads of Miaojiang, and a group of clean green insects flew out of the big bamboo basket. They flew straight down the cliff, toward the group of injured mountain guards. If Wux's poisonous insects are the devils that devour all living things, then Linger's poisonous insects are the saints that nourish all things. A green spring breeze swept over in an instant, and they formed an indestructible wall in front of the mountain guards, blocking the insects that Wuxi continued to release outside the wall. Other green insects spontaneously took on the rescue mission in the back, pulling out the black poisonous insects that were still stuck on the mountain guards. I could even feel that the green insects were lying on the wounded son of the mountain guards to suck the venom. This is the struggle between the black meow and the white meow, and also a game of destruction and survival. Not bad, it's getting more and more interesting. Wuxi raised the corners of his lips and smiled. And Chief Akio also looked at our hiding place in the direction where the insects flew, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Linger was still releasing insects continuously, and Wuxi saw that his poisonous insects didn't gain much advantage. On the other side, Lao Wu and others were almost swimming to the destination. He seemed to think that his mission of covering the rear had been successfully completed. So he grabbed a square bamboo basket and jumped into the pool. Wuxi didn't miss it at all, and didn't even look back at the black insects that were still fighting for him alone. Those black insects that were still fighting were regarded as abandoned pawns. I couldn't help but frown in disgust when I saw this scene. This is the difference between him and Linger. One treats the poisonous insects as tools, and the other treats the poisonous insects as partners. Wuxi is not only cruel to his enemies, but also cruel to his own people. 1 minute, it's up. As Lao Jiang's voice sounded, I looked at the waterfall, and saw that at this moment, a gust of evil wind suddenly rose from the originally calm pool of water. What's more terrifying is that the wind actually pushed against the waterfall that was rushing down. It made the water change direction. The waterfall was flowing backwards. This scene almost destroyed my worldview that I had built for 20 years, and the water of the waterfall was really turning black little by little. I could even feel that the thing sealed in the waterfall was absorbing the evil spirit on the sun and restoring its broken body. At this time, the shape of a huge palace gate suddenly emerged in the backward waterfall, and Lao Wu and others who swam over were sucked in by the sun the moment they jumped over. Wuxi, who swam over behind, and even the several mountain guards who chased after them despite their injuries, were also swallowed up one after another. The door of Kangkong's tomb is open. Lao Jiang's voice sounded faintly in my ears. I was shocked at first, then I asked with wide eyes, "Is that really Kangkong's tomb?" Lao Jiang didn't answer me. I asked again, "What should we do now? Should we go in too?" Lao Jiang still didn't speak. Gu Weihan was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He shook Lao Jiang's body with his hands, as if he couldn't wait to enter the ancient tomb. At this time, I started to complain again. Should we go down? If we go down now, will the group of mountain guards think we are Wux's accomplices and chop us into pieces on the spot? Gu Weihan replied, "No, didn't our little girl just save them?" Swoosh! Just as the two of us were talking, suddenly a sharp arrow shot from the bottom of the cliff and nailed firmly on the boulder behind me. The tail of the arrow was buzzing. Such power was obviously the work of the Akio tribe leader. I looked down tentatively, and soon saw Chief Akio riding the deer, right below our hiding place. Just when I wanted to retreat, I saw Chief Akio, with long hair, raised his head, and he shouted in our direction, "Friends who have come from afar, why don't you want to show up?" The voice of this handsome uncle was full of frankness and sincerity, and it seemed that he would not do anything to us. Seeing that everyone had been completely exposed, I immediately stood up and wanted to explain. After all, judging from the appearance of Chief Akuo, he did not have much hostility towards us, otherwise, he would not have approached us one by one. His words and deeds showed his greatest sincerity. In addition, the most important point is that if Chief Akuo really wanted to kill me, the arrow just now would have pierced my throat, and it would not have been nailed on the boulder only 1 meter away from me. Hello, Chief Akuo, we are not in the same group with those bad guys just now, we came to Wawu Mountain to stop them. I stood at the edge of the cliff and confronted Chief Akuo, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. By the way, I still have the sunbird ring as evidence. As I said this, I reached into my backpack, trying to take out the sunbird ring. As a result, I reached for the wrong thing, and what I took out was the pistol on the top of the backpack, which was the one that Go Wei Han had specially prepared for me in the black market before. When I saw the black pistol, my heart trembled, and I threw it out in a hurry. Damn it, no, it's not this one. Chapter 301. Then I continued to take out the next thing. Maybe I was too nervous, so I took out the golden mask again. Damn it, I made a mistake again. I put the golden mask back, and continued to take out the innermost part of the backpack. I explained awkwardly, I really have the sun god bird ring, which is too low. Chief Akuo, please wait a moment. Strangely, Chief Akuo was not angry because of my offense. Instead, his eyes softened after seeing the golden mask. But he waved his hand casually, no need. I know that you are not in the same group with them, otherwise you would not have saved our warriors just now. When he said that, a big stone in my heart fell to the ground, and I asked hurriedly, then can we go down now? Of course, I swear in the name of the green god that I and my tribe will never hurt you in the slightest. After getting the promise, we looked at each other, tied the rope in the bag to the edge of the cliff, and slid down along the rope. Linger, who is afraid of heights, went down with me in my arms again this time. When I came to the head of the Akuo tribe, I saw his appearance more and more clearly. He really looked like a mixed-race person, with a bit of the outline of a man from Central Asia. After the reunion, Linger, the nymphomaniac, immediately smiled at the head of the Akuo tribe and asked sweetly, "Can I call you Uncle Akuo? I released the bugs to save your people just now." Hearing Linger's words, the head of the Akuo tribe was startled at first, and then smiled and said, "Of course, little girl, or call me by my full name, Akuo Musei. I am the 96th chief of the ancient E people, responsible for protecting the holy mountain tile house." Chief Akuo bowed humbly, put his hand on his left shoulder, and introduced himself. Linger humbly nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Akuo Musei. By the way, your men were bitten by black-lipped ants, which are a group of poisonous ants with wings. They have stingers in their mouths. Every time they sting someone, it's like using a nail to nail the other person's heart. Although Lulu has protected them, you have to let them soak the bitten parts in clear mountain spring water for 24 hours after they go back. If the water turns black, you have to keep changing the water, otherwise they may rot and become disabled for life, and their hearts will never recover." Chief Akuo looked at Linger in shock, as if he didn't understand why such a little girl knew so much. But he didn't ask too much, but answered frankly, "Thank you, my friend." Then, Chief Akuo glanced at us. "Then, can I trust you next?" Lao Jiang and Go Wei Han answered first, and shouted in unison, "Of course." Chief Akuo didn't waste time talking to us, he said directly to us, "You just saw that the group of people have entered the forbidden area of the ancient Shu kingdom. If they really let that thing out, the consequences will be disastrous. I must go in and stop them, even if I have to sacrifice my life." Every word of Chief Akuo was so resolute. At this time, looking at his face closely, I found that he had a high nose bridge and deep eye sockets, especially the charm of a middle-aged man, and the 3 yellow, green and black camouflage painted on his left face also looked particularly charming. But the strange thing is, why doesn't his face look like a Yin countryman? At that time, I was very curious about the appearance of Chief Akuo, but I didn't dare to ask. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to tell us on the way back, and we knew that Chief Akuo was not a mixed race, but the real appearance of the ancient Shu people. We will naturally stop them. Lao Jiang stretched out his hand without hesitation. I also stretched out my right hand and looked at Chief Akuo firmly. "If you believe us, we are willing to go in with you and take risks together." "Me too." Linger smiled sweetly. Go Wei Han also stretched out his hand. "Add me." We held our hands together and smashed them hard. Then Chief Akuo raised his head, looked up at the sun in the sky, slowly stretched out his 5 fingers, as if holding a beam of light, and then came to the center of each of our eyebrows, made a gesture, and said silently, The sun god will protect us. Next, we followed Chief Akio to the waterfall without hesitation. Chief Akio did not bring all the chiefs with him, but only selected 3 or 4 young men from the tribe. Amon, Ada, Ahu, Azan, follow me. This journey is a life-threatening one, but the flame of hope must continue to burn. Chief Akio touched the 3 camouflage stripes on his face and said, "Those mountain guards were reluctant to stay where they were, and were still unwilling to leave. They wanted to live and die with Chief Akio, and advance and retreat together. Protecting the tile house is the mission of every ancient people." They all looked determined and took a step forward together, ready to die. Chief Akio just turned back and glanced at them with his deep blue eyes. "Some people go back to treat the wounds, and some stay here to meet us. This is the order given by the chief to you." There were still mountain guards who wanted to fight, and Chief Akio added heavily, "Remember, the duty of a brave man is to obey. Do you want to challenge my authority? Then come up and challenge me and kill me." I don't know why Chief Akio said such harsh words. Is this the rule of the ancient people? If you don't obey the chief, you must prove that you are stronger, so that you have the right to speak. What I know is that because of Chief Akio's words, no one dared to object. He made some emergency arrangements and sent people to send the injured companions back, leaving only 7 or 8 people to meet them next to the waterfall. Then, we jumped into the pool one by one, and after a few plops, we all entered the water. I wonder if it's the evil spirit that Lao Jiang Rizhong mentioned. The originally clear and transparent pool of water, like emerald, has now turned dark black, as if someone poured bottles of ink into it, so thick that it can't be dissolved. And what's even more strange is that I, who have always been good at swimming, always feel a resistance pushing me back, slowing me down. Is it because of the impact of the water flow? I don't have time to think about it, because at this moment, there is a greater discomfort in my body that I can't ignore. I didn't feel much when I was on the shore just now, but now I'm in the water, close to this waterfall, and the loud sound of the water knife splitting the rocks is almost deafening my ears. It's not an ordinary wave sound, but a rumble rumble rumble, like a series of thunders hitting me accurately. It hurts. I feel that my internal organs have been hit, especially my ears, and the eardrums seem to be torn open and smashed. "Woo! Brother Jinglan, save me." Suddenly, Elinger screamed in my ears. She seemed to have choked on water. She called for help and shouted incoherently, "It hurts. Gulp gulp gulp. My ears hurt. Gulp gulp gulp." Chapter 302. She spoke intermittently, and I don't know how many days she had been drinking water. When I looked over, Elinger raised her hands high, and kept flopping up and down in the pool, choking for several days. I wanted to swim over, but the resistance in the water seemed to be against me and kept deliberately obstructing me. I struggled a few times and almost drowned. At this time, Lao Jiang noticed something, and he turned back from the front and warned, "Jinglan, don't worry about anything for the time being, you can't manage it." But I was a little worried about Elinger, but Lao Jiang asked me to rush into the waterfall with him at the same time, and success or failure depended on this one move. You know, Lao Jiang has always been a daughter slave. Compared with me, Elinger is more like his personal apprentice. This time, he just ignored Elinger. I felt it was unlikely in my heart. I can only say that Lao Jiang and I are a little busy now. After all, this waterfall flowing upside down is too scary. It just hangs over the heads of all of us, rolling us up one by one. An inexplicable fear rose in my heart. Will such an abnormal waterfall suddenly return to normal? And once it falls again, the weight of 10,000 tons will surely kill us all at the bottom of the pool, without even a chance to breathe. At this time, Gu Weihan at the end of the team also exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this anti-scientific waterfall going to kill me? Newton's first law is invalid here, gurgle gurgle." Gu Weihan, who was not concentrating on swimming, was also choked by water for several days. The dark waterfall gave us a gloomy feeling. The waterfall formed a bunch of water splashes, like a skeleton swirling around me. I am afraid of everything here, but I am more afraid that something will happen to Elinger. At this critical moment, the chief of the Akio tribe actually moved. I only knew that their tribe was a brave land in the mountains, but I never expected that his ability to swim was extraordinary. I saw his perfect body rising and falling in the waves, rolling freely like a smart silver fish, and soon approached Elinger and grabbed her. Elinger's head finally emerged from the water normally, and the chief of the Akio tribe carried her, and the big bamboo basket, and swam forward. Seeing this scene, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but I didn't notice that a black wave crashed down on my head. At this critical moment, a pair of strong hands pulled me 2 or 3 meters away. This person was the chief of the Akio tribe. His speed was so fast that after saving Yinlinger, he could also help me. Old Jiang, who was charging at the front, shook his head repeatedly, his tone full of disappointment for me. You little brat still want to save people? You've helped a lot if you take care of your own life. No wonder old Jiang told me not to worry about Yinlinger just now. If I swam into the range of the Black Surge, the two of us would probably become a pair of dead mandarin ducks. Now I can only protect myself, and I am far from being able to save people. Chief Akio held Yinlinger in one hand and held my back with the other, and swam forward with the two of us. You know, there is huge resistance in the water, and he also brought us two burdens, but what I didn't expect was that under this situation, the distance between Chief Akio and old Jiang was actually being shortened little by little. He is so good at swimming that he is like a fish born in Wawa Mountain. Yinlinger and I saved some effort, but Gu Weihan behind us was so anxious that his eyes turned red, and he frantically splashed the water. Hey, 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 there's me, big brother. Look at your appearance. We were one family 500 years ago. But Chief Akio ignored him, but gave the people behind him a look, and immediately two elite mountain guards swam towards Gu Weihan. After a while, several mountain guards and Gu Weihan joined us. We were getting closer and closer to the black waterfall, but the water resistance began to decrease. The water with a black aura was pushing us forward little by little. At this time, a strange feeling rose from the bottom of my heart. In the waterfall in front of us, the water flow actually formed a door again. The door had no shape, only the water waves in front formed ripples, like a giant whirlpool, spinning wildly. The weirdest thing is that the vortex is formed by transparent water flow, which is completely different from the black waterfall. The water flow even reflects a layer of golden sunlight, like a rising sun in the water, shining. Just now, Wu Shi and the others were sucked into the sun gate. Now we almost don't need to swim by ourselves. The water flow automatically pushes us forward. When I was 2 or 3 meters away from the water gate, I felt that my limbs were completely out of control. A strong suction came from the vortex, like a pair of invisible ghost hands, entangled my limbs, and dragged me into the water gate without explanation. The clear waves washed over my body, and the dazzling golden light stung my eyes so much that I couldn't open them at all. I just felt a force that swallowed the sky and the earth squeezing my body, like a pair of giant hands holding me in their palms. But gradually, I felt that I was suddenly thrown up high, as if I was launched into the sky by a huge slingshot. My body began to lose weight, but after a while, it began to fall rapidly again. This feeling was too exciting, up and down, and finally I felt a sharp pain all over my body, as if my whole body was forcibly stuffed into a 2 or 3 meter thick water wall, and my lungs were squeezed and I couldn't breathe. Fortunately, this pain was only a momentary thing. When the pain disappeared, the golden light that blocked my sight also dissipated. I fell into the waterfall, but strangely, the ground was not soft soil, but hard floor. I fell into it with my butt, which made me dizzy. When I reacted, I looked for Lao Jiang and the others. Others were not much better off. Except for Lao Jiang and Chief Akio, who were agile and landed in a half-squatting position. Yinlinger and Gu Weihan were groaning louder and louder. My ears hurt, my chest hurts, my butt hurts, everything hurts. My God, I'm not dead. What happened just now? Not only them, but even the so-called elite mountain guards fell, but because of the presence of the chief, none of them made embarrassing cries of pain. Chapter 303. The most miserable person among all people is Yinlinger. She is afraid of pain, and she is carrying a big bamboo basket on her back. She is spinning like a top, and she keeps shouting pain, pain, pain. I rushed forward and hugged Yinlinger to prevent her from being hurt again. Yinlinger finally stopped shaking. Her porcelain doll face was distorted out of shape. Her beautiful almond eyes turned into cross-eyed. She looked at me, swaying her body, and couldn't focus. Hey, why are there two Jinglan brothers? This look is so naive and silly. There is no way. Although Yinlinger is a very powerful Miajianggu master, she has little real combat experience. Even though she entered Qilin earlier than me, her ability to respond is much worse than mine. After I straightened Yinlinger, I gritted my teeth and took the initiative to carry her on my back to prevent her from falling again if she loses balance. I didn't forget that the little girl's ankle was injured. The environment behind the waterfall was extremely dark, with only a faint light coming in, and everything was unclear. More importantly, the feet were wet and slippery, as if covered with moss. But the space here is very large. Even if 8 or 9 of us stood in a row holding hands, we could still move freely. At this time, Lao Jiang took out a cold firework from his backpack and threw it hard into the distance. In an instant, a green light lit up in the darkness. Hurry up and see where this is, and how to get to the road ahead. The brightness of this thing can only last for a few minutes. Lao Jiang shouted hurriedly. We didn't dare to waste time and looked forward quickly, but with the light of the cold firework, we found something incredible. That is, this cave behind the waterfall was actually dug out by hand with a chisel. This scene shocked us. You know, since ancient times, there have been very few people who built tombs behind waterfalls, because this is an extremely large project. How do ordinary people shuttle back and forth in a huge waterfall every day? You know, we only came in once, and were injured one after another. However, with only a hammer and a chisel, how long would it take to dig such a huge hole? But there are many white marks left on the stone walls on both sides, telling us that this cave is indeed made by humans. Although its surface is not smooth and looks bumpy, it was already a miracle of the ancient Shu kingdom at that time. Gu Weian even believes that the difficulty here is roughly the same as that of building the Great Wall in the Qin dynasty. Because although the Great Wall is huge, it is on the ground after all, while this cave was smashed out behind the giant waterfall. The difficulty, manpower, and technology at that time were really unimaginable. The road under our feet was paved with white stone bricks piece by piece. From a distance, the road led straight ahead. The dark and gloomy front was like a dark abyss, very long, with no end in sight. Shit! Did they hollow out this mountain? Gui Han was shocked again. This mysterious oriental country has completely overturned my lifelong cognition. What good things are there that I haven't seen? Hearing Gui Han's words, there was a hint of excitement about exploring the mysterious unknown. According to my previous experience of going to tombs with Lao Jiang, the larger the tomb, the less advantages there are. Some are basically killing machines and bloodthirsty zombies. Of course, I didn't say it to avoid hitting Gu Weian. After all, such a cute foreign old man is rare. At this time, I didn't expect that the chief of the Akuo tribe suddenly opened the day, as if to prepare us mentally. He explained, in order to seal that thing, our ancestors came from Sangsingui to Wawu Mountain and built 3 seals here. We mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to open up plank roads, hollow out the mountain, and build bronze sacred trees, just to prevent that thing from coming out forever. For this, we paid a huge price. Our ancient people have a ballad that has been passed down from generation to generation. It tells this story. I don't know how many brave warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom fell from the cliff, and I don't know how many brave warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom were swept away by the rapids of the waterfall. But this is not the biggest sacrifice we have made. At this point, the chief of the Akuo tribe paused, and a tear suddenly flashed in the eyes of this powerful and majestic man. This made me curious. What is the greatest sacrifice? Chief Akuo took a deep breath and then continued. When the 3 seals were completed, our king walked into this cave and never came out again. From then on, the greatest king of the ancient Shu kingdom, Kansong, fell. Hearing this, I was struck by lightning. What? Didn't the ancient book say that after Kansong died, the ancient Shu kingdom put him in a stone coffin and buried him in Wawu Mountain? He actually built this mausoleum for himself when he was alive, and he could never leave? And then went in to wait for death? Chief Akuo answered firmly. No, he sealed that thing forever with his own life. It is his spirit that infects us, so that we continue to protect this beautiful holy mountain from generation to generation. You outsiders will never understand how important it is to live and work in peace and contentment in the eyes of the ancient Shu people. We don't want war, nor do we want intrigue and deception. We just want to live happily in this paradise, and we can give everything to survive. Chief Akuo's words solved a mystery in my heart, because in the vast history books of 5,000 years, there are indeed very few records about the ancient Shu kingdom. They never actively invaded other countries, nor were they willing to have excessive exchanges with the outside world. They will always live in Sichuan and Shu. If Lao Jiang and I hadn't really seen the Sangsingui altar and really came to Wawu Mountain, we wouldn't believe that the ancient Shu kingdom really existed. But what exactly is that thing that requires Kansong to seal it with his own life, and use the power of a mountain to suppress it? Just then, a voice on my back interrupted my thoughts. Linger, who was lying on my back, seemed particularly interested in Chief Akuo. Her sweet voice sounded a little coquettishly. Uncle Akuo, can I ask you a question? Chief Akuo was very straightforward and smiled and replied, as long as it does not involve the secrets of the tribe, you can ask anything. Halfway through the words, he changed his words and said, but since you are friends of the ancient people who are worthy of life and death, there is no secret between us. It can be seen that people who grow up in the mountains are purer and more honest than those in the rivers and lakes. Although they have not received much culture, they understand the value of treating people with sincerity. Chapter 304. Seeing this, Linger was no longer reserved. She asked directly why there were 3 different camouflage patterns on the face of Chief Akuo, but not on others. Chief Akuo smiled and told her that these 3 camouflage patterns were the symbol of the chief, and each color had a huge meaning behind it. As the chief, he shouldered a heavier burden than ordinary men and women. The top one was yellow, symbolizing the sun. It was the sun god who gave the ancient people light and allowed everything to grow. The second color was green, symbolizing the Chingy god. It was the Chingy god who taught them to raise silkworms and farming, giving them the dignity of being human. The third color was black, which represented Wawu Mountain. This was the mission of the ancient people, and they had guarded this sacred mountain for generations, never leaving. Chief Akuo's face was wild and deep, and his eyes were full of determination. Especially when he talked about the beliefs of his own nation, he looked particularly charming. After asking about the camouflage, Linger huddled in my back and whispered, "This place is so dark, Uncle Akuo, have you been here before?" In fact, this is what I wanted to ask, and I couldn't help but ask, "Yes, Chief Akuo, can you lead the way for us?" Akuo smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, my friends, I disappoint you. I admit that every corner of Wawu Mountain is in my heart, but I have never set foot here." Hearing this, we were all a little discouraged, and Chief Akuo continued, "Our ancestors once told us that a demon that shook the world was locked in a cave behind a waterfall, and we should never be curious or ask about it, because that cave is not only a place to imprison demons, but also the tomb of the green god. There are countless mechanisms hidden inside, as well as holy insects bred by the sun. If it weren't for chasing those guys, who didn't know how to live or die, I would never bring you in. Demons, tombs, mechanisms, holy insects." I chewed on the words of Chief Akuo over and over again, and kept repeating a few key words. I suddenly understood that the next road would definitely not be easy to walk, and everyone must be careful. We didn't expect Chief Akuo to have any hope, but he told us again, "Friends, although I haven't been here, I still know how to get here. Because every chief will pass on a secret to the next chief before he dies, and that is the route map in the waterfall." This Chief Akuo really likes to breathe heavily. At the beginning, he said it as if there was no hope, but now he said something like this. Linger and I were all shocked, and Lao Jiang couldn't help but tell him not to keep us in suspense and lead the way. The Akuo chief's lips slightly raised. "It's still early, we just came in, just keep going forward." As he said, this cave is like a tunnel dug in the mountain. We walked forward carefully for more than 10 minutes, but it was still dark. Lao Jiang was going to throw another cold firework to illuminate everyone, but at this moment, Akuo chief suddenly stopped him. "Friend, although I don't know what your thing is, you should still use it sparingly." Then, Akuo chief actually looked at me and said, "We're here. My little brother, walk 30 steps to your west and feel if there is a groove dug in the mountain wall in front of you." I walked and counted silently in my mind, 1, 2, 3, 27, 28, 29. When I counted to 30, I reached out and touched the wall, and I really touched a concave space. "Is there a torch in there?" The voice of the chieftain Akuo continued to sound. Everything was just as he expected. There were really a few torches in the space. I took out all the torches as he said, lit them, and gave them to the chieftain Akuo. The chieftain Akuo gave us 2, and let us distribute them ourselves. He also kept 2 for himself, and shared them with several other mountain guards. Linger was stunned and asked stupidly, "Uncle Akuo, are you a god? How do you know that there is a torch in that place? The location is so accurate, can you tell fortunes?" The chieftain Akuo shook his head and explained, "In fact, every 50 years, the chieftains of the ancient people would go into the cave to check the seal. This is where they usually store torches. So that's it. Anyway, with the illumination of the torch, our speed was obviously much faster. Lao Jiang and I walked at the front of the team. As we walked, suddenly, I saw a terrible thing. My heart suddenly tightened, and the torch in my hand almost fell to the ground. At the front of the cave, there was a gloomy green ghost face, staring at me with ill intentions. The face was very huge, about 4 or 5 meters high, with a huge nose rising from the ground, and a big mouth extending to both sides. The 2 eyes burst out a faint green light, which was indescribably cold and weird. "Come on, kid, why don't you move?" Noticing my abnormality, Lao Jiang suddenly turned his head and looked at me. I pointed at the huge human face in front of me, and my heart was trembling. That sealed monster, I saw it. He wants to eat us." Lao Jiang looked at me, then looked ahead, holding a torch, and went to investigate at close range, and finally laughed sarcastically. "What courage! There is no monster, it is clearly a huge bronze mask of the ancient Shu kingdom." At this time, Chief Akuo also followed. He patted my shoulder and comforted me. This is a sculpture of our ancestors. It will bless you. I took a closer look, and it was really an enlarged version of the ancient Shu Kingdom mask. However, at this moment, a hysterical scream suddenly came from under our feet. It seemed to come from the bottom of each of our hearts, shaking our souls. Roar! 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 Another monster-like scream came from the top of my head, as if the sharp claws of a beast tore my head and tore us apart. The cave began to shake violently, just like an earthquake, shaking us left and right, and the ground was unstable. As the voice roared, I felt it became more and more terrifying. Its roar seemed to have a physical shape, and its sharp claws with white nails drilled straight into my ears, piercing my eardrums, trying to pull my blood and nerves out of the ear canal bit by bit. Fear, trembling, all the emotions that make people shrink arise spontaneously. That voice is forcing me to kneel down and surrender to it, willing to offer my life and even my soul. My knees almost bent, but I didn't want to admit defeat. Only the burning between my eyebrows allowed me to barely maintain the last bit of consciousness. In my mind, the Qingxin daily secret that Feng Lao taught me when I was in Dunhuang emerged. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not fall. No matter how many changes there are, the spirit is happy and the breath is calm. But it was useless. The sound made my teeth chatter, and I stammered and couldn't read it at all. I immediately shouted, "Een Linger, Bugs, quickly release your Bugs." Een Linger's crying voice came from behind. "It's over, they are scared, and they are all shaking in the bamboo baskets and dare not come out." Chapter 305. However, Een Linger was still making her final struggle. She kept slapping the big bamboo basket behind her and shouting, "Green, green, green, do you not recognize your mother? I will not feed you the star sea anymore." Emotional cards and threats were used, but it was useless. This voice was so terrible. The more I listened, the more terrible it felt. I even felt that another person was occupying my body. I even had a terrible thought in my mind. I want to kill everyone around me, including Een Linger and Lao Jiang. At this time, I was possessed by evil spirits, and there was only one thought in my body: blood. I want blood. Blue veins popped out of my forehead one after another, and the joints of my fingers were also crackling. I tried to suppress the thoughts in my heart, but it was too difficult. "Brother Jinglan, you are so hot. Do you have a fever? Linger will blow for you." Fortunately, Een Linger noticed my abnormality. She first touched my forehead with her little hand, and then blew air on the back of my neck with her mouth. It's hard to describe the feeling, itchy, and a little cool. I can even clearly smell the pleasant scent of Een Linger, a bit like the scent of camellia. This strange feeling actually suppressed the bloodthirsty impulse in my body, but the mountain guards behind me were not so good. The group of mountain guards seemed to be disturbed by the roar deep in the cave, and they couldn't control themselves and drew out the scimitars at their waists. "Chief Akuo, help me, I can't control myself." There is a voice instigating. "Let me kill you." One of the mountain guards pulled out the white scimitar in pain. He held the handle of the knife with both hands, and the direction of the knife tip was pointed at Chief Akuo for a while, and then at himself. "I'm sorry, Chief Akuo, I can't do it anymore." Another guard's voice sounded. Not to mention the two of them, all 5 guards had lost control. All they heard was a cracking sound from their bones, and the next moment, their bodies stood up straight. Can you imagine that scene? Originally they were your companions, but now their eyes all rolled out, and they began to walk on tiptoe, with their limbs stiff, as if they were possessed by a ghost. In the darkness, they maintained such a terrifying posture, holding knives, and approached us step by step. The scene was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Hey, we're on our own." Gu Weihan threatened them with a gun to retreat, but he didn't dare to shoot. Seeing that the warning was fruitless, he could only run away with his head in his hands. But the guards seemed to be possessed by ghosts, and they chased Gu Weihan, who was closest to them, and stabbed him with knives without mercy. Chief Akuo flew up and knocked down the 2 most aggressive guards, pinning them to the ground. At the same time, I saw the blue veins on Chief Akuo's neck exposed, and it was obvious that he had exhausted his strength and could not hold on for long. After all, these 2 guards were mighty and tall, all elite warriors. There were 3 other guards chasing Gu Weihan. Poor Gu Weihan was old and had to race with young people. What should I do? "Master, can you think of a way?" I called Lao Jiang, and saw that he had already walked back from the darkness in front. Lao Jiang's eyes moved, and he rushed here, shouting in a vigorous and masculine way, "Everyone retreat, I do it." A wisp of white smoke rose in the darkness. It turned out that he had lit a Hardman cigarette at the corner of his mouth and was smoking it in the sun. I always disliked his smoking, but I didn't blame him this time, because I always felt that he seemed to be using this cigarette to calm his emotions, or even to be holding back a big move. Sure enough, when the cigarette was about to burn out, Lao Jiang moved. His face was full of solemnity, his eyes were shining, and a strong aura burst out from his body. This time, he and the black Zhongshan suit on his body seemed particularly well matched, as if he had turned into a black unicorn that could cut off the sins between heaven and earth. But he bent down, holding the scabbard of the black knife with one hand, and rushed forward quickly, like an ancient knight, killing one person in 10 steps and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Is he crazy? We couldn't avoid him, but he went to the roaring devil's voice desperately. Roar! Another wave of devilish sound came, like a raging wave hitting our heads. I covered my ears in pain, and really didn't want to endure the pain just now again. Lao Jiang's speed did not slow down, and the black knife in his hand was unsheathed with an unstoppable momentum. The sharp blade even pierced me so hard that I could hardly blink. At that moment, I had an illusion that he was not pulling out a knife, but thousands of knives. Countless knife shadows reflected the cold light, gathered into a thunderous force, and splashed forward. Obviously, the roar had no shape, but the strange thing was that Lao Jiang's black knife seemed to have hit a substantial object, and the devilish sound was forcibly split in two, and the sound was reduced by more than 10 decibels. This is simply a duel of voices. I was so stunned that my ears didn't even hurt. Oh my god, is this still the mercenary and wretched old Jiang? Is this still the old Jiang who, when bad things happen, the apprentice takes over, and when good things happen, the peaches are picked? This is exactly the master I want in my dreams. Master, be careful! I shouted like a lackey, thinking that when I can make him happy, I must pester him to teach me this trick. Later, I found an opportunity to ask Lao Jiang, and he told me that this knife was actually the unique skill of Black Knife Kirin, and also the famous knife skill of Jiang Donghu, Meteor Slash. At the moment of drawing the knife, he poured all his internal force into the black knife, making all the metal molecules on the black knife resonate in the same band at the same time, so the sound came before the knife. Back then, his master once shocked 6 tomb robbers with the sound of Meteor Slash, causing them to bleed from all 7 orifices and fall to the ground dead. So, I have always underestimated Lao Jiang's strength, and his performance has refreshed my horizons again and again. After swinging this Meteor Slash, Lao Jiang landed breathlessly, with sweat beads as big as soybeans on his forehead, as if this move of creating the world had consumed all his internal force. Then he used the knife to cut a day in his palm, and blood instantly overflowed on the blade. Then, Lao Jiang dipped his own blood and wrote a strange symbol on the ground. It was a twisted S with a dot trapped in the middle. I had never seen this symbol before. It felt like a spell from folklore, or a sophisticated sealing technique. Chapter 306. In short, it is shocking that after writing this symbol, the Mad Mountain Guards all became quiet. The 2 mountain guards that Chief Akio had pressed down with all his strength suddenly closed their eyes and stopped struggling. The 3 mountain guards who were chasing Gu Weihan fell straight to the ground with their necks tilted, just like an electrical appliance that suddenly ran out of power. The scimitars they were waving in their hands also fell to the ground, making a clanging sound. At this time, Chief Akio was already sweating profusely. He lay on the ground with his chest heaving violently, but he did not forget to thank Lao Jiang. Those who can come to Wawu Mountain are really masters. Thank you for saving the lives of my brothers. Lao Jiang waved his hand. It's just a piece of cake. Then he came over with a fairy-like demeanor, and pierced a silver needle behind the heads of the mountain guards, who were hit, and twisted them carefully with his 5 fingers. When the needles were pulled out, the needles turned into a strange black color. There was even a faint black air lingering around. This scene made the Akio tribe leader stunned. Lao Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, the evil spirit has been pulled out, and your brother will wake up soon. As soon as the voice fell, the mountain guards made noises one after another, opened their eyes after a while, and then coughed loudly. It's really amazing. The Akio tribe leader couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang with more respect. When the mountain guards learned that it was Lao Jiang who saved them, they all made gestures of thanks, thanking Lao Jiang for saving their lives. After listening to their introduction, I learned that the 5 mountain guards were named Amon, Ada, Amu, Ahu and Azan. Amon and Ada look a bit like a Central Plains people. They were the 2 who chased Gu Weihan just now. Amu, Ahu, and Azan look a bit exotic, with dark skin. One looks a bit silly with a chubby head, one is thin and has bright eyes, and the last one has bulging muscles all over his upper body, and he looks really brave and good at fighting. They are all the strongest warriors among the ancient people, and the most loyal friends of Chief Akuo. The meteor slash just now by Lao Jiang forced back the terrifying roar, and our ears finally became quiet, and we could finally breathe for a day. However, at this moment, I suddenly heard a very subtle sound coming from the front. Click! I looked curiously, and found that the sound came from the huge bronze mask of the ancient Shu kingdom. Not good. Bronze mask. Chief Akuo also heard the sound. He raised a torch to shine on the mask, and we all raised torches. When we all looked over, we found that after the destruction of the demonic sound just now, countless shocking cracks appeared on this huge mask. These tiny cracks covered the bronze mask like countless spider webs, leaving it scarred. Crack. The cracking sound continued. Our hearts were lifted instantly, and Chief Akuo hurriedly took 2 steps forward. The power of that thing is recovering rapidly. We must not let it succeed. To be honest, this was the first time I saw panic and fear on Chief Akuo's face after entering the waterfall. The situation seems to be getting worse and worse. Clatter, clatter. A huge bronze mask fell to the ground with a weak roar, and the green bronze giant face was broken into pieces in front of us and completely disintegrated. We have to go in quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Chief Akuo was no longer as calm as before. He held a torch and took the lead. Seeing Chief Akuo's hurried appearance, we also picked up our feet to keep up with his pace. When passing by the bronze mask, I couldn't help but glance at it. The awe and majesty it gave me before was gone, replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness and compassion. Did you feel it too? Don't worry, we will protect the ancient Shu kingdom. We continued to move forward, and after following Chief Akuo around the bronze mask sculpture and turning another corner, I gradually felt that the road in the mountain became narrower. More importantly, the front is no longer dark, but there is a faint light shining over. Why is there light here? I was puzzled. Linger said cleverly, Brother Jinglan, it must be the night shining pearl in this tomb. If it was just a night shining pearl, would I not know it? I shrugged. Linger replied righteously, What do you mean? Are you mocking the cutest little princess in Niaojiang? Hey, I can recite it. I interrupted Linger at the right time, fearing that she would pull up that long self-introduction again. Lao Jiang didn't want to joke with us, and reminded us to be careful. It might not be that simple ahead. We continued to walk forward along the passage, and this time the road turned into an upward staircase, all paved with stones, with potholes and unevenness, which was the trace of corrosion by water vapor. From time to time, a few drops of water would roll down from the top of our heads, sometimes hitting us, sometimes falling on the ground, making a clattering sound. Of course, these are not the most terrifying things. The most terrifying thing is that there are white skeletons hanging on both sides of the stone steps. The black vines are like dry hands holding these skeletons, as if they are executing a hanging. Linger was very scared, and her whole head was buried in my neck, not daring to look at it. To be honest, I didn't dare to look directly at the skeletons, because they had different expressions. Some seemed to be staring at us, some seemed to ask us for help, and some seemed to be in extreme pain, with 2 empty eye holes shooting murderous anger. With a click, I felt like my feet stepped on something fragile, dry and brittle. I looked down and saw that it was a skull. Damn it, it actually. A swear word was on the tip of my tongue, and in order not to scare Linger, I held it back. Lao Jiang told me not to make such a fuss. He told me that some of the skeletons hanging on the wall had fallen to the ground and broken because of the sound just now. At this moment, I felt like I had entered a sea of skeletons. There were skeletons on my head, on both sides, and under my feet. There were at least 500 or 600 densely packed skeletons. To be more precise, it was like accidentally entering the underworld. Imagine what it would feel like to have so many black eyes looking at you. I just felt a chill rising up along the soles of my feet, and my whole head was chilly. Do you ancient Shu kingdom also like to bury living people like the Shang dynasty? I looked at the Akuo tribe leader and asked. In response, Akuo tribe leader also shook his head in confusion. No, we have never had this custom. Chapter 307. Old Jiang started to complain at this time. Little bastard, don't you understand yet? These skeletons are all invaders who were eliminated, that is, the Shang dynasty king's army that attacked the ancient Shu kingdom, and the witch's subordinates. They enjoyed the same treatment as the imprisoned thing, and were sealed in this cave for hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of years, without seeing the sun. Old Jiang's words made me suddenly enlightened, but I don't know why, I always feel that these skeletons seem to be alive. They are waiting for us all the time, so that we can become one of them. My spine instantly became numb, and my scalp was about to explode. At this moment, Linger suddenly pointed to a place with an extremely serious expression. "Look! There is something shining with gold." Her words instantly attracted our attention, but when all of us looked over, we saw nothing. Linger stamped her feet anxiously. "You are too slow, the little golden thing seems to have entered the skull." We looked at the skull again, but unfortunately, we found nothing except 2 gloomy eye sockets. The more I looked, the more nervous I felt, and I couldn't help asking Linger which skull it was. Linger quickly pointed it out to us. "Quick, it ran over there again." But looking in the direction of the finger, I still didn't see anything golden, but Linger had already started analyzing. "Do you think this is a little golden bug?" We didn't see it, so how could we know what it was? But I have great faith in Linger's powerful perception ability as a Miajianggu master. As long as she gets serious, there will definitely be something. Lao Jiang and Gu Weihan asked Linger if she was dazzled or was she playing a prank on purpose. Linger's tone was very firm. "I really saw it. I didn't lie to you or joke." "Uncle Lao Jiang, don't you believe me?" Seeing that Linger was wronged, Lao Jiang said quickly, "Of course I believe you, but this place is really weird. To prevent any accidents, it's better for us to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible." The others nodded. At that time, we didn't know how important Linger's discovery was, and everyone chose to ignore it. It was not until later that I realized that everything Linger said was true, but it was too late. As we continued to move forward, Lao Jiang asked Chief Akuo, "Do you know where we will lead to next? Is it the tomb of Kansong?" Chief Akuo thought for a while, and replied, "No, if I remember correctly, according to the route map, the next place should be the Temple of the Sun." Temple of the Sun? This name really surprised me, and I couldn't help but ask curiously. The customs here are really strange. You build houses on cliffs and move temples into caves. We found the bodies of several mountain guards, who died before, and we didn't know whether we should bury them. Chief Akuo's answer was simply shocking. He nodded. "Well, it's right not to bury them. The bodies here are generally placed in the Minjiang River for water burial." Hearing this, Gu Weihan behind him couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Good, very good. You really don't follow the usual way in every custom." Chapter 308. Chief Akuo really thought that Gu Weihan was praising him, and he chuckled, and then explained to us in detail. The reason why there is a temple in the tomb of the Green God is that according to the legend of the ancient Shu kingdom, the Green God is not a human, but a god in the sky. The temple was built in his tomb, so that he could step on the temple to return to the heaven and continue to protect all things on earth. I had learned about the Green God at the altar in Sanqing village before, but the origin of the Green God has always been a mystery. Is he really a god? Why did the ancient Shu people regard him as a god? And where did he come from? After walking in the dark for a long time, my eyes felt uncomfortable. Just when I suggested taking a break, Chief Akuo suddenly stopped. His high and steady voice sounded at the front of the team. "Friends, we are here. Is the Temple of the Sun in front?" I opened my eyes wide with curiosity, and I was stunned all of a sudden. It was a huge shock from the bottom of my heart. Because in front of us, there is a golden underground space. 8 thick and round stone pillars rise from the ground, standing on all sides of a magnificent palace. It is like 8 huge hands holding up the entire Temple of the Sun. Each of the 7 or 8 meter high stone pillars, which can be hugged by 3 people, has a huge human face carved on it, which is the shape of an ancient Shu warrior wearing a bronze mask. These 8 ancient Shu warriors stand majestically, forming a particularly large circle, which is the shape of the sun. A red sun rises slowly, emitting 1,000-foot light. Shock, the incomparable shock, like a flood, hits my heart, making me stare at the magnificent scene in front of me without blinking. This is the legendary Temple of the Sun. It is so magnificent, so sacred and solemn, we dare not set foot, or even look directly at it. The architectural style of this Temple of the Sun is different from the architectural styles of all dynasties I have seen before. It is different from any palace or temple. The whole temple is built of white stones, except for the red sun at the top. The shape of the sun seems to be made of gold, as big as a wheel. At this moment, it strangely emits dazzling brilliance, gorgeous and dazzling. The golden light falls on the whole temple, as if the sun is shining here. I don't know why, the architectural style of this Temple of the Sun is a bit similar to ancient Egypt or ancient Rome, full of exotic style. In fact, I was very surprised. This is obviously an underground space, but it is as bright as day. Even our bodies are covered with a layer of gold. Under the red sun, a man with fluttering clothes stood. It was the statue of the Green God. This statue was not exquisitely carved, and it could even be said to be a bit rough, but it resonated strongly in my heart. He was dressed in a green robe, the corners of his clothes were lifted by the wind, and his long hair was also blown by the wind, revealing an indescribable unrestrained and uninhibited. It was obviously a statue, but it made me feel that at this moment, there was really a gust of wind around. The stone statue had no face painted, and the facial features were blank. If the craftsman was lazy and disdained to depict details, then why did the green god hold a mask in his left hand, and a peach branch in his right hand? Chapter 309. My memory was instantly pulled back to the scene that emerged in my mind when I put on the golden mask. At that time, I seemed to have traveled to the distant ancient Shu kingdom, and saw how Kansong led the people to defeat the invaders. Later, they forged the bronze sacred tree and built the Sangsingwi altar. In the end, only the stunningly talented and handsome man was left, feeling sad under a peach blossom forest. Turning around, 1,000 years have passed. Not only me, but everyone present seemed to have this feeling. We stood at the sun setting of the Temple of the Sun, and everyone stared blankly at this magnificent miracle, feeling that a sacred light filled their hearts, and the dirt on their bodies was washed away. Chief Akio even led several mountain guards to kneel on the ground, facing the green-clothed god, with a face full of piety. They held the golden light in their hands, and painted their faces, whispering silently, "The green god blesses the ancient Shu kingdom for thousands of years." A white staircase leads to the temple. With full curiosity, we followed the stairs and stepped into this 1,000-year-old temple. But we found that the temple was empty. There was nothing except those stone pillars and statues. "No, look, there are reliefs on the wall." Gu Weihan pointed to the left with his sharp eyes, and saw reliefs on both sides of the wall, some of which were painted with colorful mineral dyes. We quickly looked through and found that there were 6 reliefs in total. In the first relief, a group of strong men were smelting bronze in a very high furnace, and forging beautiful handicrafts with bronze. The second relief is a group of women holding waist drums, and performing some mysterious rituals by dancing. The third relief is a group of natives wearing animal skins, who are happily building houses in the forest, with elephants and rhinos behind them. When I saw the fourth mural, I couldn't help but cast my eyes on Chief Akio, because the fourth mural was a group of blue-clothed weirdos riding deer, who seemed to have also fled here. "Is this you?" Chief Akio smiled and nodded. "It was my ancestors. They were inspired by the green god, and since then, they have vowed to join the ancient Shu kingdom." When we saw the last 2 murals, Lao Jiang and I had some subtle looks in our eyes, especially Gu Weihan, who wanted to dig out his eyeballs, and use them as bubbles to step on. He said confidently, "How is it possible? How could such a thing happen in the world? If this is true, a lot of history will be overturned. I have studied Sichuan and Shu knowledge for so many years. What does it mean?" It's no wonder that Gu Weihan reacted strongly, because all this is too unbelievable. Can you believe it? The fifth relief depicts a group of foreigners in strange clothes. Their dressing style is completely different from that of the Central Plains. They also look very strange, with long heads, oval faces, and tall and thin bodies. The women's hair is all black and wavy, while most men are bald. They came from the south, and landed on an ark. In the distance, there are vague buildings of their hometown, which are the pyramids. These people who came from afar are actually ancient Egyptians. We are also shocked by the 6th picture, which shows a group of foreigners with majestic figures, high noses, and deep eye sockets. Those people were drawing on the ground with sticks, and they were having a heated discussion with each other. They seemed to be designing something crucial. And what they drew was actually the initial prototype of the Temple of the Sun. Gu Weihan spoke confidently in American English, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. This relief, which has been sealed for thousands of years, tells us that everything is true. All of them are real scenes. The contents recorded in each relief are real history. All of us looked at Chief Akio at the same time. Chief Akio smiled, and helped us to solve the truth of this history. Chief Akio pointed to the first relief and told us, "These ancestors, who smelted bronze, were refugees from the Xia dynasty. When the Xia dynasty was destroyed by the Shang dynasty, they also became fugitives who were hunted down. They lived a life of wandering and eating in the open air every day. It was the Qingyi god who saved them, and brought them all the way to the Minjiang River. The ancestors in the second relief were refugees of the Chang people. They are performing the earliest Qingqiang sacrifice. Because their homes were occupied by the Shang dynasty, women and children were also treated as sacrifices. The ancestors in the third relief are the Ran people. They are the earliest owners of this land, and they also established the earliest ancient Shu kingdom. The fourth relief is my ancestor, the people. They are the best friends of deer, and the best guards of the Qingyi god." Hearing this, Linger on my back raised her hand, But Uncle Akio, you don't look like the people above, but you look like the people in the 6th painting. In fact, this sentence was a little offensive to Chief Akio, but he was not angry, but continued with what he had just said. The 5th and 6th paintings show the ancient Egyptians and Sumerians respectively. They used to have proud ancient civilizations like Yin State, but their countries fell one after another, and eventually exiled here. In this paradise of green mountains and clear waters, there are local natives and foreigners who have been exiled here. No matter what their identities were in the past, as long as they stay here, they will always be brothers and sisters. They will also be forever protected by the Green God and can live and work in peace. I am an ancient but it cannot be ruled out that my ancestors also have blood from other countries flowing in their bodies. But from the moment those people settled here, from the moment the ancient Shu state was established, from the moment Kansong became the Green God, all the people on this mural are ancient Shu people. Yes, the Yin state nation will always be great and tolerant. The collision between countries does not necessarily have to be a battle. It can also be culture. The collision between nations does not necessarily mean fighting. It can also be integration. You and I join hands to build a homeland together. This is the diversity of Yin country civilization. The chieftain of Akio in front of us talked freely. He was so tall, full of wildness and strength, like a strong war horse. But his conversation was so elegant, full of wisdom and foresight. Such a leader, let alone in this secluded mountain, must be an important figure even in the Central Plains. Although we just met the chieftain of Akio, we were unconsciously impressed by his personality charm. Chapter 310. Chief Akio continued, "Do you know now? The Sumerians brought advanced mathematics to the ancient Shu kingdom. The ancient Egyptians brought the technology of refining gold to the ancient Shu kingdom. The Xia dynasty brought beautiful bronzes to the ancient Shu kingdom. The Chang people brought sacrifices and dances to the ancient Shu kingdom. And we brought a steady stream of warriors to the ancient Shu kingdom. Such a fertile land is developing at an incredible speed. But what was unexpected was that its culture and progress finally provoked the most powerful Shang dynasty king's teacher in the world at that time. We all thought of the jade pieces found in the burning pit. For unknown reasons, Wu led the Shang dynasty's royal army to invade the ancient Shu kingdom from afar. At this moment, Gu Weihan suddenly slapped his head, then laughed up to the sky. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening, haha. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Perhaps this is the sentence that best expresses his mood at the moment, but I suddenly felt a chill on my back, and I couldn't help shrinking my neck and said, "I say, Principal Gu, why do you always say this sentence recently? It's unlucky." Gu Weihan snorted disdainfully. "You idiot, you don't understand. This is a natural release of emotions." After that, he looked at the 6th release again with a face full of longing, and even stretched out his hand to touch the figures on the wall through the air. "Do you know? When I was researching the history of the ancient Shu kingdom at West China University, some students had dug up many seashells near Sanqing village. As far as I know, there is no such shell in Sichuan and Shu. This shell from 3,000 to 5,000 years ago is a product of the Indian Ocean. At that time, I was very curious. Why would the ancient Shu have things from the Indian Ocean? Now I understand everything." At this point, Gu Weihan couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears, and his voice couldn't help but choke, and he could even say that he was gritting his teeth. Those white people with tinted glasses. Those old stubborn people in the European archaeological community. They never acknowledged the 5,000 years of Yin state, and they never knew what the ancient Yin state meant to the world. But now it's different. When I go back, I will let my papers appear in Washington, London, Paris. Tell them that the Republic of China, the diversity of ethnic groups, has existed since 5,000 years ago. Their civilization not only originated from the Yellow River, but also from the Yangtze River. The Qingyi God in the Yangtze River basin even accepted the wanderers from various foreign countries and ethnic groups in that era with a benevolent heart, and everyone jointly established a new country, the ancient Shu kingdom. And the ancient Shu kingdom, is the entire Sichuan, the brightest star in the past 5,000 years, and even the whole world. Gu Weihan said such words with tears in his eyes. He was so passionate and so vigorous. The face of the Lifeng people that I originally hated gradually became amiable. After hearing what Gu Weihan said, no one in the team laughed at him this time, but fell into deep thought. Only Yinlinger, because she didn't understand our communication. After getting off my back, she pouted and walked out of the temple alone to play with insects. Looking at Gu Weihan's beard-covered face, and thinking of his usual funny behavior, I have always been confused. How could such a person get along with the serious and old-fashioned Xian Wanli? Now I finally know that the reason why Xian Wanli can become good friends with him is because they are truly the same kind of people. In the eyes of people like them, there are no national boundaries, no selfishness, only the archaeological progress of all mankind. They are truly worthy of the word archaeologist, this sir. The chief of the Akio tribe opened his eyes at this time, staring at Gu Weihan with a pair of deep eyes, without any waves. Although I don't know what you mean by London and Paris, but are you planning to tell the story of the ancient Shu kingdom to the world just now? The words of the chief of the Akio tribe immediately made my heart skip a beat, for fear that he would have a conflict with Gu Weihan. After all, the mission of this group of mountain keepers for generations seems to be to prevent the secrets of the ancient Shu kingdom from being leaked. Even the great poet Li Bai came here, and had to revise his masterpiece before he could leave safely. I couldn't help but worry about Gu Weihan's life, and quickly reached out, and secretly pulled his pants from behind. It implies that you should not talk nonsense in other people's territory, so as not to be killed. However, Gu Weihan shook my hand away, and didn't appreciate my kindness at all. Facing the unfriendly eyes of the Akio tribe leader, he straightened his collar and said, "Yes, I want to tell the whole world." At this moment, Gu Weihan's pupils reflected a bright light, and his eyes were extremely serious, not afraid of the pressure of the Akio tribe leader at all. Gu Weihan pointed at the relief on the wall, and said loudly, "This lost kingdom should not be unknown, and sleep for 1,000 years. I hope the whole world will know you, know Qingyi God, and know the existence of Yin Kingdom because of it. This is not inconsistent with your mission. Isn't Qingyi God's dream to make the whole world full of peach blossoms, without war, without exile, and become a paradise?" Although there is nothing wrong with Gu Weihan's words, Lao Jiang and I are really worried about this guy. He is really bold. No matter what he thinks in his heart, facing this group of fierce mountain guards, he should at least hide these thoughts, right? It's like their responsibility is to protect this place from the outside world, but you insist on going against them and provoking them in person. The face of the Akio tribe leader was uncertain, and Lao Jiang and I were both nervous, thinking about how to suppress the other party's anger. Because at this moment, I even saw that Chief Akio's hand was on the bow, an arrow on his back. The elite mountain guards behind him also looked at the white scimitar on his waist with a bad look on their faces. They were afraid that they would kill Gu Weihan with a random knife as long as Chief Akio gave an order. However, Gu Weihan had no intention of apologizing. He just held his head high and was fearless. The two confronted each other for a full minute. Suddenly, Chief Akio smiled and took his hand back from the bow and arrow. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Friend, I admit that you are very courageous, and I also admit that your words touched me." "What do you mean?" Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. At this time, one of the brave warriors named Zhan said, "Chief, the rules of our ancestors cannot be easily broken." Chapter 311. Unexpectedly, Chief Akio responded, "Aren't rules meant to be broken? Many of the rules set thousands of years ago are now outdated. In short, I am willing to believe these friends. They came to Wawu Mountain without fear of hardship, and entered the cave with me without fear of life and death. I believe they have the same lofty faith as me." Hearing this, we were all excited. It must be said that Chief Akio is too charismatic. If I were a woman, I would have already bowed down to his blue clothes. Gu Weihan was also a little unbelievable. He widened his eyes in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I can violate the ancestral precepts once. If everyone can come back alive this time, I will allow you to do what you just said," Chief Akio said calmly. To be honest, at that time, these words seemed to us more like a gamble between two people than a promise. But I didn't expect that in the end, we really came back alive. Gu Weihan also really put the discovery of the ancient Shu kingdom in front of the whole world for the first time, and he was famous for this. The later generations have only one sentence to evaluate the ancient Shu kingdom: sleeping for 3,000 years, and the world knows it when it wakes up. At this time, Lao Jiang suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Chief Akio, do you know where the green god Canzone came from?" His eyes fell on the stone statue of a man with fluttering clothes. This is the statue of the green god, but no matter in history or unofficial history, there has never been a detailed record of him. To be honest, I don't know either. Chief Akio smiled bitterly honestly. The existence of the green god has always been a mystery. We only know that he suddenly brought a group of exiled people to Minjiang and brought many things that can be called miracles there, including beautiful bronzes, gorgeous silk, and many profound knowledge. But he never said where he came from, or where he was going. He didn't even tell our ancestors what his name was, or how old he was. Lao Jiang's eyes widened in surprise. He was the founding king of your ancient Shu kingdom, and you don't even know his name? Isn't he called Canzone? You also worship him as the green god. Chief Akio nodded. That's right, Because he likes to wear green clothes and is as legendary as a god, we call him the Green God. And because he taught the people of the ancient Shu kingdom to grow mulberry trees and raise silkworms, we call him Kansong. Speaking of this, Chief Akuo suddenly thought of something. Since you have been to our house, you should have seen that a great poet named Li Bai visited this place during the Tang dynasty and left a poem for Wawu Mountain. It says, Kansong and Yufu, the founding of the country is so confused, you have been 48,000 years old, and there is no communication with Qin Sai. The 48,000 years old is what my ancestor told Li Bai. Because we don't know the age of Qingyi God, we think he has endless years, so we call him alive. 48,000 years old. Listening to Chief Akuo's words, Lao Jiang, Gu Weihan and I were all shocked. I really didn't expect that so many historical mysteries would be solved in one day today. Lao Jiang and I laughed dumbly. Qingyi God, who are you? The most important thing now is to speed up and get to Qingyi God's tomb before Wuxi and others. Lao Jiang directly asked Chief Akuo about the next route, and Chief Akuo didn't hide it from us. Just as he said, since we are friends, there is no secret between us. Chief Akuo squatted down neatly, stretched out a finger, and drew on the dust on the ground. It was a road map. It was also the top secret passed down from generation to generation by the ancient Yi people. At this moment, he told all of us with his actions, and expressed his trust in us as much as possible. Chief Akuo first drew a huge waterfall, followed by a long cave, and then a huge temple. There seemed to be a maze-like space behind, and a mirror pattern. And at the very end, he drew a cross. The meaning is self-evident. This is where the body of the Green God is stored, and it is also the place where the monster is sealed. After the drawing was finished, Chief Akuo told us, although we have a route map, we still have to be careful, because we may encounter many traps next, and even be blocked by the holy insects guarding the tomb. But you have to know that these are not to prevent people from outside from entering, but to prevent things from coming out. His words made us sweat coldly. Is there really such a thing? After being beheaded and sealed, can it be resurrected after thousands of years? Is that thing a human, a demon, or a ghost? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted our thinking. Brother Jinglan, Uncle Jiang, come quickly. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw Linger pointing her finger at a tall stone pillar. She seemed to have made some surprising discoveries. Linger shouted and told us that when she was playing just now, she actually found some strange things engraved on the stone pillars here. Lao Jiang and I hurried forward, and saw that in addition to a huge face of a warrior from the ancient Shu kingdom carved on these stone pillars, there were also some dense small patterns. These patterns were one by one, and looked like cracks from a distance, so they didn't attract our attention at first. Lao Jiang took out a magnifying glass, and found that these dense patterns looked like an ancient text that we had never seen before. Each character had a long stroke, like a neatly arranged insect, and there were some strange pictures interspersed in these characters, as if describing a group of insects attacking a prisoner tied to a stone pillar. Lao Jiang, holding a magnifying glass, squinted his eyes, and said word by word, Li Jinglan, did you see it? The insects got into the prisoner's body from his nasal cavity, ear canal, eyes, and all the holes in his body. Is this the torture of the ancient Shu kingdom? The capital punishment implemented by insects? I guessed. Lao Jiang shook his head. No, there are people dancing next to them. This seems to be an ancient sacrifice to purify the enemy's mind. Use insects to purify? Isn't this too scary? I really suspect that Lao Jiang is scaring himself. Unexpectedly, Chief Akuo suddenly came over in agitation. After seeing these words, his face suddenly changed, and he said nervously, These are all curses. Stay away quickly, otherwise we will die the same way as him. Chapter 312. Oh! Old Jiang frowned, wondering what he was thinking of. Gu Weihan curiously reached out to touch the pattern on the stone pillar, but old Jiang quickly stopped him and warned in a low voice, Don't touch these stone pillars. But despite that, old Jiang drew out his black knife and slowly got closer and closer. I immediately understood. Where is the real curse in this world? There must be something wrong with these stone pillars. Old Jiang carefully knocked on the pillar with the scabbard of the black knife, as if listening to the echo. After hearing the echo, not to mention old Jiang, even I knew that these huge stone pillars were 100% problematic. Because a solid stone pillar weighing tons, like this should make a very dull sound after being knocked. But it was a little crisp, and even had a little echo. What does this mean? First of all, these pillars are all hollow. And they are hollowed out from top to bottom, and something is placed inside. I immediately looked at Lao Jiang. Master, what should we do? There seems to be something in here. Lao Jiang reacted quickly and ordered directly, "Pack up your bags and leave immediately. Go to the next place. These pillars have mechanisms." Then, he swept his eyes over everyone. "Everyone listen. From now on, no one can touch anything in this hall without my permission." Lao Jiang's face was gloomy, like a dark cloud crawling on his cheek. Hearing him say this, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and no one dared to disobey. Chief Akio knew that the most important thing now was to leave this temple quickly. He immediately lit a torch and prepared to take us through the hall and into the tomb passage hidden behind. However, just as we were about to set off, suddenly, a whoosh sound came from the darkness. That was the sound of arrows tearing through the air. "Get down quickly, someone is shooting arrows." Chief Akio was the first to react, and he threw himself on Gu Weihan in front of him. As a top archer, Chief Akio almost formed a subconscious conditioned reflex to this sound. Lao Jiang was not far behind. He held me and Linger in each hand and shrank behind the stone pillar. I thought there would be a new round of arrow attacks next, and these arrows were either shot by Wuxi and others, or from the chain mechanism in the temple. However, we waited for a long time, and no new arrows were shot. The only arrow that was shot was the one that just came. The problem is that the arrow's accuracy was not very good, and it did not hit anyone in the team. It just nailed the face of the ancient Shu warrior carved on the stone pillar. After this arrow, there was no other movement in the darkness in the distance. I couldn't help but laugh. Haha, this archery is too bad, it can't even sneak attack. By the light of the Sun Temple, we can see that the arrow nailed to the stone pillar is obviously a modern crossbow arrow. The arrow body is very short, and the arrowhead is very hard. In the ancient Shu kingdom, this kind of arrow could not be made, so it was 100% shot by Wu Shi and his group. Wu Shi only used poisonous insects every time he attacked, and the weapon of the beautiful girl disguised as an old woman in Lei Town was also a whip, so only Lao Wu was left. I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang and said, "Master, it seems that Lao Wu's swordsmanship is not bad. How can this arrow be shot far away?" Lao Jiang said to himself, "It's impossible unless..." Not good. His face changed from doubt to surprise, and finally to fear. I only heard Lao Jiang roar. His target was originally these stone pillars. This arrow was not meant to shoot us, but to trigger the mechanism on the stone pillars. No way. I was a little scared and swallowed my water. But Lao Jiang's crow's mouth was extremely accurate. We only heard the continuous sound of the mechanism of bang bang bang. On the 8 stone pillars, the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom, who had closed their eyes, suddenly opened their eyelids, revealing a pair of dark eye holes, like the abyss. And at this moment, their mouths opened at the same time, and the angle aimed at the ground. Then we saw a terrifying scene that we will never forget in this life. I saw round insects spit out from the mouth of the statue, still golden yellow, densely packed like a tide, rushing to the ground, making a clattering sound. At that moment, I felt as if they were crawling on my skin, making me tremble from head to toe, and my whole body was covered with goosebumps. Swish, swish, this is the sound of the surging tide of insects. It was as if they were beating my skull in a very rhythmic manner. Each of these insects was only the size of a baby's fist, but there were so many of them. The mouths were like bottomless pits, spitting out continuously. In just a few seconds, hundreds of golden strange insects had been spit out. Let me tell you, Linger was excited at this time. Not only was she not afraid, but she seemed to have cleared herself of an unjust accusation. The little golden insect, that's what I saw before. But I saw only one before. Did it bring all its relatives here? Looking at Linger's carefree look, I wanted to bite her. It's not just relatives, it's called all the ancestors here. Unlike Linger and I, Chief Akio uttered 4 thrilling words. Sacred Mausoleum Guardian Insects. Lao Jiang, Gu Weihan and I didn't know what these insects were called, nor did we know how aggressive they were, and what their weaknesses were. Without intelligence, we didn't dare to confront them head-on, and could only retreat around the temple. The golden insect tide followed us rustlingly, and the backs of these insects were shining with golden light, as if they were wearing a round golden armor. This was the first time I saw a golden insect. Although it was called the Sacred Mausoleum Guardian Insect, I knew that these things were not mascots at all after just running around with us. Because I just saw with my own eyes that they followed us up a white staircase, and the surface of the originally flawless white staircase became riddled with holes, with large and small black holes. Some of the holes even looked like they were burnt, and were still emitting clear smoke. These insects are corrosive, I shouted. There are about 100 golden beetles chasing us at this moment, and new insects are being spit out from the stone pillars one after another. I guess these insects have been dormant in the pillars for thousands of years, so most of them are still in a daze after being spit out. They were dozing off in a daze. Otherwise, they would come from all directions, and we would definitely die before we succeed, and the heroes would always be in tears. Oh my god, how could there be golden strange insects in this world? Chapter 313. These bugs have many small feet, and when they crawl on the stone floor, they make a rustling sound, like rain. Sometimes, they make a rustling sound, as if someone is rubbing the ground with a brush. At this time, it is already unavoidable. Because I found that everyone finally got rid of the tide of bugs, and when I turned around, another group of bugs came from the other side of the road. We are now in a state of being attacked from both sides, that is, we are actually surrounded by a group of bugs. What should I do? This time, the person who asked was Lao Jiang. I cursed directly, "You are the Black Knife Karen, and you ask me what to do?" Suddenly, I looked around and had an idea, and took out the flying claw hook from my backpack. I swung my arm, swung the fine steel flying claw with a whirring sound, and then threw it over my head with all my strength. The flying claw hook flew out 4 or 5 meters, and hung on the beam of the temple. Then I pulled the rope hard, and the claw of the flying claw hook firmly grasped the beam. After I pulled the rope hard to make sure it was okay, I let everyone use the rope to swing to the beam for shelter. Chief Akio and others have been walking in the mountains for many years, so it was no problem. With the help of the rope, they sprinted and landed steadily in a safe area. Next was Gu Weihan, and then Lao Jiang. Linger was weak, and the backpack was heavy. After a sprint, she couldn't swing up. "My aunt, can you hurry up? I don't want to die with you in this place, and become a dinner for a group of insects." Linger gritted her teeth and almost used all her strength, but she was afraid of heights, and she was carrying such a big bamboo basket on her back. She screamed in the air like a weight, and it was spinning funny. There was really no other way, so I could only take the risk and swing up with Linger. I hugged Linger's waist tightly, holding the rope tightly with my hands, and rushed with all my strength before the army of insects arrived. 1, 2, 3, try hard. As soon as the voice fell, I successfully swung out with Linger in my arms. "Brother Jing'an, we succeeded." Linger's excited voice rang in my ears. However, her happiness did not last for half a minute, and was replaced by a scream. Because I obviously overestimated the quality of the rope, it was not enough to support the weight of both of us. That's right, the rope broke. I heard 2 loud bangs, and Linger and I, the 2 unlucky guys, all fell to the ground. I didn't have time to rub my burning buttocks. I was so nervous that I pulled out the god-slaying dagger, but it looked extremely ridiculous in front of the pile of golden monster insects that surged like a tide. Linger summoned the poisonous insects in the big bamboo basket, and a group of green poisonous insects immediately formed a strong barrier around us. "Lulu, protect Mom's safety." Linger cheered for the group of green poisonous insects, but this was obviously not a foolproof method. After the golden beetles arrived, they began to crawl towards us densely. The air defense net formed by the green poisonous insects could not have no gaps. In addition, Lulu was no match for these golden beetles. Although there were only more than 10 golden beetles crawling over, the outer layer of Lulu had been burned into green smoke by them, and all died on the spot. Linger couldn't help crying when she saw this scene. "Mom is sorry for you." Linger clearly called these poisonous insects her friends before. How come they were upgraded to mothers? But I couldn't care less about bickering with Linger at this moment, because I found something strange. When the golden beetle touches the target, some golden liquid will be secreted from the bottom of its belly, and it is these liquids that are corrosive. The pattern on the stone pillar suddenly flashed in my mind, and a group of insects drilled into the prisoner's body. Lao Jiang said that it was an ancient sacrifice, and the chief priest of the ancient Shu kingdom was using insects to purify the enemy. No wonder, these things are like the sun, burning people to the point where even the bones are gone. Isn't that purification? I shouted at Gu Weihan, who was lying on the beam and shivering at this time. "Principal Gu, aren't you an insect expert? Don't you know what this is?" Gu Weihan looked at the insects on the ground. His face was distorted beyond recognition, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "You are close, describe their appearance to me in detail." I opened the sun quickly and threw out the characteristics of these insects. The appearance is golden, 8 legs, 2 antennae under the head, and the abdomen can secrete golden liquid, which is corrosive. Gu Weihan said to himself, "Could it be it?" I shouted, "Don't worry about it, just say it." Gu Weihan answered in a nutshell, "It is said that on the Qingcheng mountain in Sichuan, there lives a kind of golden insect called. This thing is naturally coated with a layer of real gold. It is said that the plants growing in this generation in Qincheng Mountain absorb trace amounts of gold in the soil. After the golden worms ate these plants, they decompose the gold in their bodies. Some experts, who are looking for mineral veins, will judge based on this, that the place where the golden worms appear is the location of the gold mine. Local villagers once caught a few live golden bugs, burned them into ashes, and then took the ashes to smelt them, and they really extracted real gold. Of course, I have never seen such a thing, let alone how to deal with them. This is equivalent to saying nothing. But smelting gold is their natural enemy fire? A flash of inspiration flashed through my mind, and I quickly grabbed this life-saving straw. I shouted at the beam in a hurry, "Quick, give me a torch." Gu Weihan, who was holding the torch, was stunned at first, and finally threw it down at my urging. But because the distance was too high, when the torch landed, the flame on it was basically extinguished. What's more tragic is that Gu Weihan's arm strength is limited, and he can't throw it that far. I could only watch the torch lying a few meters away from me. Little by little, it finally went out. Fortunately, at this time I caught a detail, that is, the surrounding golden beetles really walked around the torch. In other words, my guess was right. Can you throw it right? Seeing the last bit of flame extinguished, I couldn't help but vent my anger on Gu Weihan. Gu Weihan spread his hands helplessly. "Sorry, my little baby." The chieftain Akuo beside him straightened up and asked sharply, "Little brother, do you want to use fire to disperse these holy insects guarding the mausoleum?" I nodded and answered loudly, "Yes, they are afraid of fire. There has never been a leader standing at the top in nature. The 5 elements are always mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, and the nemesis of gold is fire." The chieftain Akuo smiled at me. "I understand." Then he asked the mountain guard next to him to bring the torch closer. I thought he was relying on his natural power to throw the torch over. Unexpectedly, he suddenly took out 3 arrows, bent his bow, and lit the arrowheads on the torch. Then, with a few whoosh, 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 he shot 3 consecutive arrows around Linger and me. Chapter 314. At this moment, I realized that the function of each arrow in the quiver on the waist of Chief Akuo seemed to be different. 1/3 of the arrows were golden, and the arrowheads were as sharp as wolf teeth. They should be used to shoot enemies. 1/3 of the arrows were green, and the arrowheads were tied with bamboo tubes as thick as little fingers. They should be similar to the signal arrows used in the rivers and lakes. As the saying goes, one arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet. The last part of the arrows was red, and these arrows seemed to have a special coating. As long as they were ignited, they would turn into rockets when shot out. These 3 rockets were scattered around me and Linger in a triangular shape, and instantly formed a defense circle around us. The next moment, the flames rose up along the rockets, and they jumped out more than half a meter high. The flames spit out their tongues arrogantly at the group of insects. For a moment, the flames flew, and even our faces were reflected red. Fire is the nemesis of all things and can burn everything. Under the red flames, not only were the poisonous insects released by Linger burned back into the big bamboo basket, but even the group of golden beetles that had just attacked fearlessly were no longer able to keep up. The golden beetles were so frightened by the slightest touch of the flames that their antennae trembled, and they fled in all directions. "You guys have come to this day. Haha, you deserve it." Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smile, secretly sighing that I have been in the Qilin industry for many years, and my IQ is really getting higher and higher. "Linger, do you think I am awesome?" I turned my head to look at Linger, eager for some praise, and at the same time secretly wondered why Linger seemed to be dumb, and didn't say a word from just now until now. However, when I turned around, I found that Linger was sitting on the ground, holding a large bamboo basket in one hand and reaching into her sack with the other hand, grabbing handfuls of candy and stuffing them into her mouth. Her originally cute and lively face also became cold and unfamiliar little by little. At the same time, a strong murderous aura emanated from her body. I bit my back teeth, and my heart was full of worry. Has the matter developed to this point? We have found the weakness of these strange insects, so there is no need to release the golden silkworm goo, right? Hearing what I said, Linger's hand eating candy suddenly paused, and then said coldly, "Everything is not as simple as you think." "What?" I was surprised. At this moment, Lao Zhang's voice suddenly came from above my head. "Little bastard, be careful." I asked him what to be careful of. Lao Zhang shouted at me, "Fire, fire, fire." While shouting, he pointed to my side. I looked in the direction of his hand, and then I realized that the triangular fire net that had just spread around us had burned out. Just when the last trace of flames went out, the golden beetles that retreated to the edge of the temple began to stir again. This time their attack might be even more crazy. I immediately looked up and called to Chief Akuo. Chief Akuo, shoot a few more arrows. Chief Akuo reached out and touched the quiver, and only 2 red arrows came out, as if there were only these 2 arrows left in the quiver. Without waiting for my urging, he swooshed 2 more arrows and shot them at the periphery of the temple, temporarily using this weak flame to force the restless golden beetles back a step. Those golden beetles were like a golden wave. When they saw that we had a fire, they began to recede. When the flames died, they continued to rise. This was obviously a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Moreover, Chief Akuo had no more rockets. Was he going to throw down the remaining torches? That would only be a drop in the bucket. The situation became more and more urgent. Seeing Ian linger with a bulging mouth, my heart was tightened again. The worst thing was that this group of beetles seemed to have a certain IQ. When they saw that the flames around us were extinguished, several vanguards deliberately tried several times. When they approached us, they found that no more rockets were fired, so they called their friends to launch a new round of attacks on us. The strange noise of clattering rang in my ears again, like a sharp and long nail scratching my eardrum, making me itch all over. At this time, I was completely at a loss. I looked at Linger and then at the beam. I wished I could grow a pair of wings and fly up with Linger. At the critical moment, Lao Jiang suddenly stood up from the beam. He put one hand on the handle of the black knife, his eyes were stern, and he raised his hand to Gu Weihan beside him. "Lend me your wine pot." Gu Weihan was stunned. "What do you want the wine pot for? You are still addicted to alcohol, but below." Before he finished speaking, Lao Jiang had already snatched the metal wine pot from his waist, then spread his arms, and fell down, like a black eagle. Lao Jiang landed steadily in front of me. With the sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring out of the sheath, Lao Jiang's resounding voice was sent to the beam. "He is always my apprentice." The mirror-like blade reflected Lao Jiang's arrogant face. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a unicorn ready to go, with a solemn murderous aura all over his body, which added a little chill to the black knife. "Master, get out of the way. You are no match for these things." Although I usually have a bad impression of Lao Jiang, this sentence is more or less my true feelings. I said, "You are always my apprentice." Lao Jiang turned around and smiled faintly, and the tall and majestic shadow completely blocked me and Ian Linger behind him. And just in front of him, hundreds of golden beetles were rushing towards us. Seeing that scene, I was so scared that I closed my eyes immediately. Because in my heart, I knew clearly that no matter how powerful Lao Jiang's swordsmanship was, he was still immortal. He could kill 1, 2, or even 10 golden beetles. But the rest, as long as they were touched a little bit, they will be riddled with holes in an instant, and die miserably one after another. The patterns on the stone pillars instantly emerged in my mind, the fate of those prisoners who were purified by the holy insects guarding the mausoleum, the suffering of the world, the torture of thousands of punishments. Thinking of this, no matter how scared I was, I couldn't help but squint my eyes, expecting a miracle to happen. Unexpectedly, the miracle actually came. With a bang, Lao Jiang used his right thumb to push open the lid of the wine pot, then raised his neck, and a gulp of sound came out of his throat. His Adam's apple kept rolling, and in almost the blink of an eye, he drank the whole pot of strong liquor. Chapter 315. The voice of Gu Weihan cursing came from the beam. "You old fool. You actually drank all my wine in one day. Vodka is not drunk like this. You have to taste it day by day." Old Jiang ignored Gu Weihan at all, and even spared him a glance. Because at this moment, Old Jiang only had eyes for the overwhelming group of golden beetles. When they were still 3 meters away, Old Jiang finally moved. He raised his head, and wiped the corner of his mouth hard. "Good wine." It was so late, and he still had the mind to taste the wine? Could he be? Just when I suddenly realized it, Old Jiang had already made a thunderous move, and held the black knife across his chest. At the same time, Old Jiang opened his mouth, and sprayed out countless transparent liquids. It was the strong liquor he had just swallowed, and now all of them were accurately sprayed on the sharp blade of the black knife. The next moment, Lao Jiang slashed the blade deeply into the hard ground. With a strong friction, a ball of golden flame ignited from the tip of the blade and flowed towards the blade. The whole black knife was burning in an instant. I clearly saw that the black knife in Lao Jiang's hand turned into a fire knife. The group of golden beetles also happened to come to Lao Jiang's feet. As Lao Jiang's figure turned and roared on the ground, he used a move to sweep away thousands of troops towards the group of golden beetles like a tide. Just one knife, like coming from the sky. I firmly believe that no insect can escape this knife, and no enemy can survive under this knife, because when this knife full of flame swept out, Only the style of this knife was left in the whole darkness. Countless hot and red sparks instantly jumped on the body of the group of golden beetles, making a whoosh sound, and I could even clearly smell the unique fragrance of insects being burned. I got excited all of a sudden, pointing at the group of insects and shouting excitedly, "Burn them to death, yes, burn them to death." Then, Lao Jiang swept out 7 or 8 times in a row like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. One knife was as fast as another, so fast that even his whole body was wrapped in countless sparks, and turned into the sun in the universe. I clapped my hands with joy, and gradually, I finally understood the magic of Lao Jiang's knife. He first sprayed the flammable high-proof liquor on the knife, and then ignited the alcohol by the principle of friction fire. And the special knife technique he was currently performing could make the fire knife burn more and more vigorously during the waving process, allowing the alcohol molecules to have the most complete contact with oxygen. In the end, the straight flames extending from the half-meter-long black knife in his hand were actually 1 or 2 meters long. Like a fire dragon from hell, it roared in the darkness. Later, my hands were sore from clapping that I could no longer cheer for Lao Jiang. At this moment, there were already densely packed insect corpses lying in front of us. All the golden beetles that attacked this time were also wiped out by Lao Jiang. Even if there were more than 10 left, it would not be a big deal, because they were completely scared away by the fire knife and stumbled to the place where they came out, that is, the stone pillars with their mouths wide open. I was afraid that if I was a few seconds late, it would become a barbecue feast. "It's so beautiful." While I was praising, I flattered Lao Jiang, "Master, you must teach me this trick when I go back. From now on, I will carry a pot of wine every day, and I will slap anyone who is unhappy with me with a fire knife." Lao Jiang forced a laugh, with a hint of doting in his eyes. "You're the only one who can say it." I chuckled and was about to continue to flatter him. However, at this moment, I suddenly found that Lao Jiang's body was shaky, as if he couldn't stand steadily. With a bang, half of his knees fell to the ground. "Master!" I hurriedly reached out to help him, but I couldn't help Lao Jiang up immediately. At this time, he was sweating all over, one hand was supporting his body, and the other hand was on my shoulder. He couldn't say a word, and he was panting heavily. It turned out that although the scene just now was earth-shattering, it had consumed all of Lao Jiang's internal strength. Now he is probably at the end of his strength. Even an ordinary mountain guard could kill him. "Master, just lean on the side and have a good rest." Fortunately, the insects have retreated. As I said this, I carried Lao Jiang on my back and leaned on the steps at the edge of the temple. Gu Weihan and Chief Akio were also very worried. They jumped down to check Lao Jiang's injuries. After a long time, Lao Jiang finally spoke, but his voice was so weak that it was almost like a mosquito's hum. "Li, Jing, Lan, unbutton the button on my left chest pocket. There is a white pill inside. Feed it to me." Seeing his weak appearance, I didn't dare to delay and reached out to touch it. It was a pill wrapped in tin foil. The whole pill was as red as blood and exuded a strong musky smell. Other than that, there was no other way. But from what Lao Jiang said, this pill should be used by Black Blade Qilin to heal injuries. After I fed Lao Jiang the candy, his pale face showed some color. On the other side, Linger was still sitting there eating candy. I immediately shouted, "Linger, stop eating, the battle is over. Girls will be too fat to walk if they eat too much candy." But strangely, Linger did not stop, and her whole body was tense, as if the crisis had not been resolved. Not only her, but also Gu Weihan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Gu Weihan was staring at the group of golden beetles fleeing back without blinking, and the smile he had just shown was retracted, replaced by a deeper frown. I hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Was there any new situation? Gu Weihan said to himself, "No. Something is wrong. I know insects too well. They are not fleeing back, but asking for help." Reinforcement? The word just came out of my mouth, and the next moment, something incredible happened. But after seeing the golden beetles crawling back into the pillars in a panic, not long after, I heard the 8 pillars surrounding the temple began to tremble violently. Walala, walala. It was as if a heavy rain had fallen on the whole temple. The sounds came one after another, filling our eardrums. The next moment, we saw that the faces of the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom on the 8 pillars all burst open, and 8 larger golden insects gushed out of the pillars, pouring out like a flood. The reason why the word pour is used is that the insects that came out this time were not hundreds of them, but tens of thousands of them. They were like the huge waterfall of Wawu Mountain, sweeping towards us. 10,000 horses galloping, unstoppable. In just a blink of an eye, there was no white place on the ground around us, and it all turned into a golden ocean. Chapter 316. This scene made everyone present terrified. Old Jiang struggled to pick up the black knife on the ground, but found that his fingers were so stiff that he couldn't even hold the knife. He could only laugh resignedly. I didn't expect that I, Jiang Donghu, who has been all over the world, would die here today. Say something unlucky, run away quickly. I knew that this was not the time to be a hero, and the only solution was to run away. After exchanging glances with Gu Weihan, one of them carried old Jiang, and the other held Linger, and planned to escape to the distant tomb passage. Chief Akuo and the other mountain guards were very loyal to help us cover our retreat. This ghost place is absolutely impossible to stay in. I hope that the next tomb passage will have access controls such as Dragon Breaking Stone or Jack Gate, so we can close the door immediately after escaping. No matter whether we can get out or not, we must get through this level first. I immediately told them to run straight in one direction, and asked the chieftain of the Akuo tribe behind me while running, "Does your route map say there is a door in the tomb ahead?" Header Akuo used a torch to sweep the group of golden beetles chasing after him, and said loudly, "Father did not tell me this, he only told me that this place cannot be visited." I cursed my bad luck inwardly, and we stumbled into the dark and damp tomb passage. After entering, I was so confused that I fumbled for the mechanism on the blue bricks on both sides. If it were in the past, I would definitely not want there to be gates in the tomb passage, because these doors are designed for tomb robbers, weighing more than 1,000 pounds. Once they are put down, it is difficult to blow them open even with explosives. But this is our only hope. At present, Lao Jiang is running out of energy, and I am the only backbone of the team. I must live up to everyone, but no matter how hard I try, I can't find any mechanism. Looking at the golden ocean that is getting closer and closer, my fingers are almost bleeding on the bricks. At this time, Linger behind me said hoarsely, "Brother Jing'an, let me do it." "No! I won't allow it!" I yelled. "Lao Jiang is already like this. I will never allow you to get into trouble again." Because I vaguely remember that every time Linger used the golden silkworm goo, she would fall seriously ill, or even be in critical condition. And I even feel that even her golden silkworm goo can't deal with so many golden beetles. In the end, she will die of exhaustion. There is a way, there must be a way. I muttered to myself, and at the same time, my hands groped harder on the tomb wall. As a result, because the tomb passage was too humid and I was too anxious, I slipped and the things in my backpack were scattered all over the floor. I hurried to pick up things, because there was a sunbird ring and a golden mask here, which were all national treasures we wanted to take back. Even if all of us died here today and turned into bones, the people of Qilin would find this place in the future and take over our treasures home. However, at this moment, I suddenly felt a burning sensation on my forehead, as if something was drilling out. My brain became more and more confused, and I was shaky. It was as if I was hit by a bullet. The long-lost three-eyed Li Jinglan in the dream appeared again. He smiled strangely and said something in my ear. "Wear it." What to wear? Put on a golden mask. That voice was so familiar, and yet so strange. I could not recognize it, but I found that I could not resist it. For some reason, I put the golden mask I touched on my face. After putting on this mask, I found something extremely strange, that is, I was not in the tomb passage. Linger and Lao Jiang beside me were all gone, and even the group of golden beetles chasing me were no longer there. At this moment, my eyes can see peach trees one after another, and the wind brings the fragrance of peach blossoms, refreshing. This is a colorful peach blossom forest, with the call of cuckoos, gurgling streams, falling flowers, warm sunshine, and gentle light. Everything is so beautiful. Pink peach blossom petals fall on my shoulders and my palms. At this moment, there is no fear in my heart, no powerless despair, only a peaceful and peaceful heart. I wanted to find the figures of Lao Jiang and the others, but I found a stranger sitting in the center of the peach blossom forest. The other person was dressed in a green dress, with long hair loose, not tied or tied. Like a piece of fine silk, blowing in the wind. More importantly, there was a white silkworm lying on his shoulder, as big as a palm, sleeping docilely on his shoulder. The stream reflected the man's face, like a god descending to the world. What a strange and beautiful man this is. His face is as clear as a sculpture, with distinct features, smiling lips, and talking eyes, all of which are shining with glass-like light. Then at this moment, he raised his head, looked at me, and said a shocking sentence. "My name is Kan Song, and I have been waiting for you here for 3,000 years. Why are you waiting for me?" I suddenly became terrified. Kan Song looked at me, neither sad nor happy, neither angry nor happy, because only you can keep these beautiful peach blossoms blooming. This made me even more confused. Am I not just an ordinary person? What can I do? But at this moment, my mind suddenly started buzzing again, I had a splitting headache, and my vision began to blur. When my eyes finally could see clearly again, I found that my surroundings had changed again. There were many scenes that could only be seen by traveling to the ancient Shu kingdom. It was a long green river. Many men, women, old and young stood on a simple bamboo raft. The young man in the front was Kansong in green clothes. This long river seemed to be the Minjiang River. This picture should be the scene when Kansong took the exiles of the Xia dynasty to Sichuan and Shu for the first time to find a place to settle down. After Kansong led this group of people ashore, they continued to move forward through the vast forest. As a result, a ferocious tiger was dormant in the grass. It waved its claws and fangs, bringing a gust of fishy wind to attack Kansong, but it was shot by an arrow. The owner of the arrow was a girl wearing animal skins, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a heroic look. The girl made a face at Kansong, and then gestured, "My name is Tao Hua, I just saved you." Kansong did not thank him, but asked in confusion, "It is a life, why did you kill it?" Tao Hua answered as a matter of course, "But it wants to eat you, we ran people can't watch it die without saving it, you are really a fool." Kansong seemed to understand. Then Tao Hua brought Kansong and the group of exiled people to her own tribe. That was the earliest ancient Shu kingdom, and also the earliest owner of Sichuan and Shu. The enthusiasm and kindness of the ancient Shu people deeply moved the exiled people. They were also tired of the wandering life, and finally decided not to leave, and lived and died here. The ancient Shu people arranged food and accommodation for them. They began to teach the ancient Shu people how to collect copper and forge beautiful bronze wares. Under the integration of the two sides, this most primitive tribe began to progress rapidly. Chapter 317. Originally their weapons were made of wild animal bones or stones, but now they have bronze swords and bronze spears. Originally they used pottery to drink water and wine, but now they have bronze wine jars, and can even use bronze tripods to cook prey in the forest. The first thing Kansong did when he arrived at their tribe was to spread some green seeds around the tribe. Those seeds seemed to be infused with the power of God, and soon took root and sprouted, growing vigorously, and finally grew into mulberry trees. The big white silkworm on Kankong's shoulder jumped onto the mulberry tree, and soon began to give birth. After that, Kansong began to teach everyone how to pick mulberry trees and raise silkworms, how to weave clothes with silk. Everyone worshipped Kansong as a god, but because this young man never revealed his name, they called him Chingy God. Dressed in Chingy, the god of all things, every morning, the strong men began to open the furnace to smelt copper. Every noon, the women began to feed the silkworms. Everyone is working for a better life and making a living on their own. Kansong, lazily leaning in the peach blossom forest, looked at this beautiful scene. "Hey! I caught you, being lazy again." Tao Hua picked up a pool of clear stream water, as if playing a prank, and splashed it on Kansong. "I shot a wild rabbit for you today. By the way, knowing that you don't eat meat, I also picked some sour dates from the mountain for you." Tao Hua came over with a smile, waiting for Kansong to tell him the story that he hadn't finished yesterday. Gradually, this backward tribe had the prototype of a country, which was the ancient Shu kingdom later. Peach blossoms were blooming all over the mountains, and the refugees were living a peaceful and happy life. Kansong planned to leave. He decided to drift to the next place. His life was originally homeless. But the ancient Shu people were unwilling. In order to keep Kansong, the tribal leader even said that he would give up his throne. He gave Kansong the scepter of the sky, which symbolized the king. Kansong said that he had no desire for power and wealth. He was just a wanderer, and the world was his home. Tao Hua also came forward to keep him, asking him if he didn't like this place. Or was there anything he had to do? As long as he put on the three-color camouflage on his face, he would be the eternal citizen of the ancient Shu kingdom. Kansong shook his head. If he didn't like it here, he wouldn't agree to let the refugees settle here. As for going to other places, there was nothing to do. It's just that from the beginning to now, there has always been a voice in his heart, and that voice told him that only by continuing to go on can he find what he has been looking for. Tao Hua asked naively, "What are you looking for? Can I help you find it?" "You can't help me, because even I don't know what I'm looking for. I just know that only when I find it, I will stop wandering and settle down completely." Kankong's answer made Tao Hua even more confused, but she knew that Kansong didn't belong here, and she couldn't keep Kansong. Then let this strange man continue to go far away. However, what was unexpected was that just when Kansong was about to leave, an army from the north crossed the mountains and invaded the ancient Shu kingdom. That army was the elite royal division of the Shang dynasty, led by the leader of the witch, Shenren. The ancient Shu kingdom, which had never fought a war, was no match for them at all. For a time, the war broke out, the peach blossoms all over the mountains were scattered, stained with mottled blood, and under the peach trees were corpses that were originally full of laughter. Blood, death, and fire turned this paradise into a purgatory on earth. When Kansong, who was on the raft, saw the raging fire on the top of the mountain, he chose to come back, but he saw those people he had helped, as well as Tao Hua, who were captured one by one and tied to wooden stakes. The leader was a man wrapped in black clothes. He ordered the soldiers to torture Tao Hua and others severely. Tao Hua and others would rather die than surrender. Their skin and flesh were whipped to a bloody mess, and the red-hot bronze was branded on their faces, chests, and abdomens. You won't tell me, right? Then we won't have sex forever. The witch waved her hand coldly, and a soldier grabbed Tao Hua's chin with a sharp knife and cut off her tongue. Kansong wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by the silkworm on his shoulder. Tao Hua, with her mouth full of blood, seemed to feel something. She looked towards a patch of grass, but saw the green-clothed man she cared deeply about. Tao Hua smiled at Kansong first, and then shook her head vigorously, signaling him not to come out. The leading witch started to ask again, "Where is that green-clothed man? My patience is limited, and soon the second person's tongue will leave her body." It turned out that the witch's target was Kansong. Everyone on the rack was silent. They would not betray Kankong's whereabouts, but they were greeted with a new round of punishment. The soldiers cut off their flesh one by one, blood gushed out, and pain climbed onto everyone's face. But no one gave in, they gritted their teeth. This time, Kansong could not bear it no matter what. At this moment, a group of natives dressed as ancient Shu people suddenly rushed out from all directions, and they fought with these powerful invaders. While the leading witch was protected by the local soldiers beside him and left, Kansong also rushed up and untied the rope on the rack. Tao Hua was dying at this time. She could not say a word. She could only gesture and ask Kansong why he came back. "Hurry. Leave. Away. Those people are coming for you." The originally heroic and beautiful Tao Hua is now covered in blood, and her breath is weak, like a pottery doll that will break at any time. Kansong was very puzzled. He asked Tao Hua, "Why don't you tell them my whereabouts, so that you can survive?" Tao Hua reached out and stroked Kankong's handsome cheek, gesturing the gestures used when the two of them did not communicate for the first time. "Because we will never betray our friends." "Friends?" Kansong murmured these two words, and the dying Tao Hua was still urging Kansong to leave. The tribal leader had been killed, and now there was only a pile of scattered sand. This beautiful paradise had perished. But this time, Kansong refused. "This is the first time I have such a strong desire to stay in one place. The voice in my heart told me that I don't have to go on." Kansong said every word clearly. Then he grabbed Tao Hua's 3 bloody fingers and solemnly wiped 3 blood marks on his face. This is exactly the ancient Shu kingdom's entry ceremony that he has always refused, but from today on, the Qingyi god is an ancient Shu. Tao Hua in his arms was surprised at first, and then smiled. She hugged Kankong's face affectionately, looking pious and extremely serious. "My king, please protect this place. It's just that Tao Hua will never hear your unfinished story again." After making this last gesture, Tao Hua's hand dropped heavily, but a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 318. At that time, the powerful Shang dynasty army had invaded 2/3 of the territory of the ancient Shu kingdom, and the entire ancient Shu kingdom could be destroyed at any time. Even other ethnic groups living here were persecuted. The witch's daily order only had 4 words: kill them all. The final decisive battle was at sunset. All the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom, and all the people of Sichuan and Shu were forced under that cliff, with no way out. They were already discouraged, but unwilling to surrender, and decided to commit suicide collectively. However, at this moment, a large green flag suddenly rose on the top of the high mountain. It was the king's flag. On the flag was embroidered a flying sun bird, emitting a 1,000-foot light. That was the original belief of the ancient Shu kingdom. And the one who raised the flag was not the old leader, who had already died. It was Kansong, who looked down on the world and returned. Looking at the people under his feet, Kansong said like a god, "Today, I command you under the king's flag to fight to the death and draw your swords to the enemy. After the bloody battle, I, Kansong, will be crowned king and become the first king of the ancient Shu kingdom. I swear to burn my life to protect this land and leave a paradise for my descendants to live and work in peace and contentment." The people below who were originally afraid and terrified first calmed down, and then burst into tears. They shouted wildly, Long live the Qingyi god. Long live the ancient Shu kingdom. Long live my king. Long live my king. The remaining leaders also solemnly put their right hands on their chests, looked at the sun in the sky, and swore devoutly. Today, I, the Yi people, swear here to join the ancient Shu kingdom, swear to be my king, and fight to the death. Today, I, the Chang people, swear here to join the ancient Shu kingdom, swear to be my king, and fight to the death. Today, I, the Ran people, swear here to join the ancient Shu kingdom, swear to be my king, and fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. At this moment, Kansong finally found what he had been pursuing all his life, that is, responsibility, and he will stay here forever. Looking at those pairs of eager eyes, Kansong put on a golden mask and raised a golden scepter in full view of the public. This is a symbol of identity and power. It is also the king's responsibility. The great ancient Shu kingdom was officially established on this day. Under the leadership of Kansong, all the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom wore bronze vertical-eyed masks symbolizing courage and rushed towards the enemy fearlessly. They even summoned elks in the forest, elephants on the plains, tigers in the mountains, and eagles in the sky. At this moment, all people and beasts, all of them sacrificed their lives for this beautiful Sichuanshu land. For freedom, for my king, fight to the end. The Shang dynasty's royal army, which had been victorious in every battle, was defeated on this day. Thousands of people were killed, and the hillside was dyed red with blood. After the war, Kansong sat under a peach tree, holding a peach blossom, feeling sad. He wanted to tell the peach blossom that he would not leave, and that he had finally found what he had been looking for, but unfortunately, the peach blossom could no longer hear him. It was at this time that the head of the witch leader, who was beheaded by Kansong himself, was hung on the bonfire celebration. 7 days later, Kairi actually spoke. He cursed this peach blossom spring with a grim smile. Soon, this place will be shrouded in black terror. I will always watch you bury yourself in the lust, destroy the city and the country, and only the last person will be left. I don't know if I was in a dream or in a fantasy, I was just curious. Why could that head speak? I tried to walk over and touch it, but I found that the face under the veil was not an ordinary human face, but an extremely hideous evil ghost. There were densely tattooed spells on his face and body, and I instinctively trembled with fear at a glance, and the chill rose from the soles of my feet to the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, the head moved, and he suddenly opened his white teeth and flew towards me. Ah! I screamed and woke up from the dream, but found that Lao Jiang and Yin Linger were all guarding me, all looking at me strangely. I asked them what happened, and then I found out that the golden beetle had retreated. I was curious and couldn't help asking, "How are you so powerful? How did you fight that thing off?" As a result, everyone looked at me like a monster. It was you who saved everyone. What? Under my repeated questioning, Lao Jiang finally explained. At that time, after I put on the golden mask, I looked extremely strange. I ignored anyone's call, and walked towards the swarm of insects in full view of everyone. Then I shouted in a voice that didn't belong to me, "The green god is here, you retreat." With a wave of my hand, the swarm of insects actually shrank back into the stone pillar, and I collapsed to the ground as if I was possessed by a ghost. At this moment, Gu Weihan also echoed beside him. "You are still spitting white bubbles, like you have epilepsy." Linger also shouted loudly, Yes, Brother Jinglan is like a little goldfish, spitting a lot of white bubbles." A few words made me more confused. I wiped my mouth, wondering if I really turned into a little goldfish as Linger said, or if she was deliberately joking with Gu Weihan. Unexpectedly, Linger immediately shouted, "Brother Jinglan is destroying the evidence." I was a little embarrassed by what she said, and my right hand did feel a touch of moisture, and my face suddenly became embarrassed. Fortunately, Lao Jiang is a serious person. He noticed something was wrong, so he immediately asked me about the specific situation just now. I touched the back of my head in confusion and answered hesitantly, Just now I had a very strange dream." Dream? Lao Jiang was surprised at first, and then asked me excitedly if I still remembered the scene in the dream. Although it was a dream, everything just now was like a movie. I remember every scene, every character, and even every detail clearly. I nodded, and told everyone everything from the man in green that I met in the peach forest, from Kansong who went down the river, leading the exiled people he met on the way, to settle in the ancient Shu kingdom. Then everyone planted mulberry trees, and raised silkworms, and cast bronze ware. Then Kansong chose to continue wandering. Then the Shang dynasty army invaded, and the war burned down this peach blossom spring. There were people who died tragically everywhere, The beautiful and colorful peach blossoms were stained red with blood, the bronze ware was knocked down, the mulberry fields were burned, and there were only crying, shouting, and despair in the flames. Everyone had no way to retreat, and lost the hope of living. Until the king's flag was raised on the top of the mountain, that was the call of the blue god. He was willing to lead the ancient Shu people to fight until the last moment of his life. He vowed to protect this paradise, and promised not to leave. Kansong was also crowned king at this time. Chapter 319. All ethnic groups here were willing to submit to him. Under the leadership of Kansong, they marched forward courageously, confronted the Shang dynasty's royal division with their own courage, and paved a path of flowers for their descendants with their own lives. The ancient Shu people fought bravely, and they were fearless, and finally drove the invaders out of Sichuan and Shu. And they successfully killed the leader of the witch, Shunren. When I heard that the witch's head was hung high, but he spoke after 7 days, and issued the most vicious curse to this paradise, I found that everyone present had a very subtle expression. Lao Jiang frowned, and his eyes were mixed with deep worry. Gu Weihan was very surprised and looked at me with his eyes wide open, as if he had heard a heart-wrenching heroic story. The most deadly chief, Akuo, looked at me with a different look, and actually looked at me with that kind of pious eyes, looking at God. It was as if he was not looking at me, but at the green god. Many mountain guards could not hold back and whispered, "Isn't this the green god song passed down by our ancestors? How do you know so many details? As descendants of the ancient Shu kingdom, even we don't know as much as you do." They looked at Chief Akuo, and Chief Akuo looked at me. After a moment of silence, his eyes changed again, with an inexplicable joy on his lips. "Could it be that the green god has waited for 3,000 years just to wait for you?" This made us even more confused, and I asked Chief Akuo what he meant. Chief Akuo just looked at me deeply and said nothing. I looked at Lao Jiang again, trying to pry something out of him, but I saw that Lao Jiang's face was still full of worries, as if he had great concerns. "Master, why are you so depressed?" Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang never stopped talking. He looked at me deeply and said, "Li Jing'an, have you forgotten how this mask came into our hands?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, hitting my heart with a bang. My memory suddenly went back to Guanghan County. Yes, this mask was not obtained by us in a normal way, but before, this golden mask was a bronze mask. It was first unearthed in Sanqing village, and was accidentally excavated by Gu Weihan's assistant Lin Liangyu. But with the death of Lin Liangyu, the bronze mask disappeared strangely. Several forces could not find it after digging 3 feet in the ground, but it appeared in our sight inexplicably. It was also given to me as a gift by a guy whose appearance no one could remember. From that day on, this bronze mask faded away the mottled rust and restored its original appearance, the golden mask. And it was on that day that I put on the golden mask uncontrollably in front of the mirror, and from then on I would often see various scenes from the ancient Shu kingdom. It seems that after I put on this mask, a strange telepathy will occur, and I will transform into Kansong, witnessing everything that happened in the ancient Shu kingdom. Tell me, why would that person give you such a big treasure? Lao Jiang's eyes were fixed on me. I felt uneasy even without him saying it. The other party didn't even want to reveal his identity and appearance. He was probably not a friend. If he was not a friend, how could he be willing to give away such a national treasure, unless he had other motives? As I thought about it, I suddenly had a more terrifying guess in my mind. Could it be that the other party knew that I would have a telepathy with the golden mask, so he deliberately gave the mask to me? The final goal is to make us become his chess pieces for tomb exploration. More importantly, this person does not seem to belong to any of the forces of Haimyu or Qilin. Is there a fourth force that is also eyeing Wawu Mountain? The situation became more and more complicated, and the last bit of smile on my face faded, replaced by deep fear. I am afraid that my series of actions that risk my life will eventually make wedding clothes for others. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder and said, "Don't think about it, the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge head. No matter what the final goal of that person is, since the mask was given to us, it is ours, you just keep it." This seems to mean that no matter what the other party intends to do, we at least got a mask for free, and we will never give it back. Lao Jiang is really as rogue as ever. Gu Weihan asked Lao Jiang, "Mr. Jiang, do we still need to move forward?" I am also concerned about this question. Lao Wu and his team are ahead of us. I am afraid they have been lurking in the dark waiting for us to take the bait. I don't know how many traps they have set up in front of us. Thinking of this, my heart can't help but pounding. The crossbow arrow just now almost wiped out our entire army. This Uncle Wu is really too insidious. Before, I thought he and Lao Jiang still had feelings for each other, But now it seems that Lao Zhang's guess is more reliable. The reason why Lao Wu wanted to help us in Mahuntang was that he couldn't bear to see Lao Jiang die in the hands of others. He wanted to kill this treacherous senior brother with his own hands. Lao Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Obviously, after Lao Wu and his team arrived at the Temple of the Sun, they guessed the existence of the golden beetle from the cursed words on the pillars, so they did not continue to go deep into the tomb, but hid in the dark, which is probably the tomb passage we are in now. After we are all here, he will shoot the fatal arrow that triggers the mechanism, and then retreat calmly. Hearing this, I sighed for a day. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a big worry for Qilin, because he knows everything about Qilin too well. At this time, Linger was talking about something else, and her voice was raised a few degrees. By the way, weren't there a few mountain guards chasing these bad guys from behind? Why haven't I heard their voices since I came in? Chief Akuo sighed for a day, smiled bitterly at Lao Jiang, and then replied, Ashen and the others may have gone to accompany the Green God first. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and this was the inevitable result we could expect. It was not until later that we discovered that the end of these mountain guards was even more terrifying than we had imagined. Lao Jiang didn't waste any words and told us to set off after we rested. This time, he rarely asked me to take out the revolver in my backpack and put it in the most convenient position, just in case. At the same time, Lao Jiang quietly adjusted the team's formation. This time we formed an arrow shape. He and Chief Akuo were the vanguards. One of them had a sharp black knife and was good at close attack, and the other was a master of archery and was good at long-range attack, so they could just take care of each other. Chapter 320. Following closely behind were Linger and I, as well as Gu Weihan, who was carrying a machine gun. The three of us stood in a row, with Linger sandwiched between us. Next came the mountain guards, who were more numerous and could be responsible for the rear guard. Before setting off, Lao Jiang repeatedly warned everyone not to touch anything in the tomb passage, let alone leave the team. Everyone followed the torches, and could only walk on the bricks that he and Chief Akuo had stepped on. As we walked, I found that this was a square tomb passage, with neatly arranged bluestone bricks underfoot, and the top of the tomb was dark and difficult to see clearly. From time to time, there were 1 or 2 small puddles in the tomb passage, which were deposited groundwater. However, there was a long burning lamp set up every 2 meters or so. The long burning lamps here were very simple, and far less luxurious than the bronze lamps in Inshu. The wicks are soaked in a brown oil and placed in round pottery jars, on which are painted the totem of the ancient Shu kingdom, the sun bird. The sun bird flaps its wings and brings light, which seems to imply that it brought light to the ancient Shu kingdom. Gu Weihan was very curious. There have been eternal lights so long ago. I can't believe it. Chief Akuo pointed to the wick and said, This is the oil squeezed from a specialty called luminous tea on the hillside of Wawu Mountain. It is usually used for sacrifices in the tribe. After it is lit, it will have a refreshing fragrance. Luminous tea often grows on both sides of the mountain road. It can light the way home for people in the mountains late at night, so it is named luminous tea. I saw these tea lights densely packed into the distance, like an endless dragon. Chief Akuo lit a lamp with a torch. The connected wicks were like human hands, transmitting light to each other. In just a blink of an eye, they were all lit and led to the distance. The pale yellow candlelight was scattered in the tomb passage. Although it was not as bright as the sun, it could barely illuminate the road under our feet. In the distance, there was still a tomb passage built with blue bricks. It was 2 or 3 meters wide and high, like a military tunnel. We moved forward cautiously, fearing any sneak attacks. Fortunately, there was no more danger along the way. When we finally reached the end of the tomb passage, we all gasped. Because right under our feet, a huge maze rose from the ground. As far as the eye could see, this maze covered an extremely wide area, with a radius of at least thousands of meters. And because the tomb passage we were in was relatively high, we could clearly see the situation of the entire maze. There were actually densely packed bronze sacred trees there, each of which was 3 or 4 meters tall, emitting a green luster all over its body, just like the legendary iron tree, standing there for 1,000 years. They were arranged one after another, very neatly, with a distance of about 2 meters between each tree, and they were arranged in a dotted pattern, forming a huge bronze forest. Thousands of years later, these bronze sacred trees were covered with green copper rust, like green lumps, germs, and tumors, in short, indescribably weird. Logically speaking, such a scene should be very sacred and spectacular. For some reason, when I saw this forest formed by bronze sacred trees, I felt a sense of horror coldness, and terror, because there is no life in this bronze forest hidden deep in the cave. They are artificially made, but they are no longer what they originally looked like. The bronze trees are like a huge magic circle, and the twisted trunks have become ghost claws with strange shapes, struggling to pounce on us. I even have a feeling that the bronze sacred trees in this forest are alive. Every bronze tree in it is a monster that has been hungry for thousands of years. They will kill and gnaw us as prey. Gu Weihan is really a competent adventurer. Regardless of the dark environment here, he immediately took out paper and pen and drew the scenes in front of him one by one. Lao Jiang on the side took out his pocket spy camera calmly, pointed at everything in front of him, and pressed the shutter. This was his first time taking photos in Wawu Mountain. Seeing this, Gu Weihan was stunned, and the pen in his hand fell down. When he realized what was happening, he screamed like a pig, "Mr. Jiang, you are so mean. You didn't tell me about this good thing." I don't know how many pens I wasted and how many times I stared at him along the way. As he spoke, Gu Weihan felt sad and even wanted to wipe away tears. Unexpectedly, old Jiang curled his lips and replied shamelessly, "You didn't ask me either." Well, Gu Weihan really didn't ask. Gu Weihan stared at old Jiang, and he couldn't scold him or beat him. He could only regret why he didn't say a word at the beginning. Seeing that Gu Weihan was still regretting here, Lao Jiang had already started to act. He tied a rope at the end of the tomb passage, and then slid down as a demonstration. Chief Akio also moved very fast, and fell into the underground maze. And of course, I had to continue to hold Linger, the burden, and go down together. After all of us landed, this piece of bronze sacred tree became more intuitive. Just now, it was a feeling to see it from a distance, but now it is a different scene to see it from a close distance. Before, I guessed that the bronze sacred trees here were 3 or 4 meters high, which was simply an illusion caused by the visual gap. When I came here, I realized that each of the sacred trees here was 6 or 7 meters high, with huge trunks and thick branches, like bronze giants standing beside us and waving at us. For a while, I had some giant phobia. This also made me wonder, what exactly did the ancient Shu kingdom want to build so many bronze sacred trees for? I subconsciously cast my eyes on Chief Akio, only to see that Chief Akio was stunned. Looking at these bronze sacred trees, tears flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, Chief Akio murmured, "My father once told me that the ancient Shu kingdom was building bronze sacred trees day and night, because they firmly believed that one day, the sun bird would come to this place and land on the branches of the bronze sacred trees. Many people have waited for it all their lives, but have never waited for it. I didn't expect that the forest of bronze sacred trees actually exists." Hearing this, I couldn't help asking, "Has anyone in your ancient Shu kingdom seen the sun bird?" He shook his head, "No." I laughed and said, "Isn't that just a myth? For something that only exists in myths, waiting day and night, is this faith?" Chapter 321. Chief Akio looked at the bronze forest ahead, his eyes revealing a firm determination. He said in a resounding voice, "I firmly believe that the sun bird has always been there, it just changed its way to protect us." Perhaps because he thought that this bronze forest was built by the ancient Shu people, Chief Akio was not afraid, but stepped into it with big strides. We followed him into the bronze forest. Lao Jiang was very cautious. He reminded everyone not to fall behind when walking inside, and be careful not to get lost. Say be careful not to get lost, in fact, it is hinting at 3 points. Be careful of the mechanism, be careful of the monster, be careful of the ambush. Lao Jiang quickly came to Chief Akio. He intended to protect Chief Akio. The two of them continued to lead the way for us. They always kept a safe distance of 3 to 5 meters from us. Suddenly, Lao Jiang stopped and waved his hand behind him. "Li Jinglan, come and have a look." I quickly quickened my pace, but I didn't expect that Lao Jiang asked me to see a charred corpse. The corpse was right under their feet, with twisted limbs. From the material that had not been completely burned on the corpse, it should be wearing the blue clothes of the ancient E people. If I guessed correctly, this person was one of the first mountain guards to follow into the waterfall. But why was he burned to death? There were cold bronze sacred trees everywhere, let alone fire. There was no light. But the corpse in front of me had small black scars on the exposed skin, and his limbs were almost burnt. His calves and forearms were burned to reveal the bones inside. Especially the face, the gums were burned out in the mouth area. It looked really scary. Is it fire? No, it seems to be a very corrosive strong acid. Looking at the corpse in front of me, I must say, the traces of fire and strong acid corrosion are different. Every time I look at the corpse, I feel a tingling scalp, as if I have been burned. Soon, an idea flashed through my mind. I looked at Lao Jiang in surprise. Could there be a golden beetle here too? Lao Jiang nodded, indicating that his guess was the same. I was even more puzzled. But doesn't the golden beetle only guard the Temple of the Sun? Lao Jiang's brain was obviously faster than mine, and he immediately restored the scene. Have you ever thought that the mountain guards who chased into the waterfall were not dead at first, but were captured alive? The reason why the other party chose to capture them alive was to use them as bait to test the various mechanisms in this tomb to reduce their own casualties. It is obvious that this is the work of Lao Wu again. He has used this trick before. In Lao Jiang's leisurely voice, we learned, it turns out that he, Lao Wu and He Lanxue, the three of them, had once visited a large tomb in Shanxi together. It was a tomb of the Buddha Mother. Tomb robbers had visited it before, and even camped nearby to discuss how to dig a hole. Lao Wu was very smart. After he knew that the Buddha Mother tomb had 36 hidden traps, he deliberately captured a team of tomb robbers alive to lure out the corpse King Qi and Makui inside, and then, while talking, Lao Jiang's eyes dimmed, as if every time he recalled the experience of living and dying together with Lao Wu, the pain in his heart would deepen a little. These evil people, our ancient people will never let them go. The voice of Chief Akuo brought Lao Jiang back to reality from his memories. Head of Akuo slammed the ground with his fist, gnashed his teeth, and covered the dead man's face with his headscarf, singing the sad ancient mourning song. At this time, my biggest concern is, are there still a large number of golden beetles hidden in this bronze forest? Lao Jiang said that according to his guess, when we were trapped in the Temple of the Sun just now, Lao Wu and Wu Shi used several mountain guards to lead out the golden beetles guarding the bronze sacred tree, and then found a safe way to escape. The more I think about it, the greater the possibility. These guys are simply smart. Just when I was about to turn back to remind Linger to be careful, Lao Jiang's face suddenly turned cold, and he drew out the black knife from his waist. I suddenly stepped back 3 steps, and saw his blade suddenly nailed to the charred corpse on the ground. Chief Akuo asked Lao Jiang what he was doing with some dissatisfaction. But when Lao Jiang pulled back his black knife, he found a thumb-sized golden beetle stuck under the tip of the knife. It turned out that the golden beetle had been hiding on the corpse, and had not left. After seeing someone coming, it had been waiting for an opportunity to attack. The target just now happened to be me, who was turning around and leaving. If Lao Jiang hadn't discovered it quickly, I'm afraid a big hole would have been burned on my foot. I was about to say thank you to Lao Jiang, but Lao Jiang frowned seriously. How many times have I told you that the more dangerous the place, the more you can't take it lightly? It's good that the master is here now, but what should you do if you are alone in the future? After that, he sheathed the black knife, his eyes stern. Old 5, and the others must not have gone far. Let's chase them. When he heard that he could take revenge, Chief Akuo stood up with a bang, led a few mountain guards to quickly follow Lao Jiang's pace. I followed closely with Linger and others, and gradually, we went deep into the forest cast by the bronze sacred tree. Walking inside was another feeling, surrounded by tall and cool bronze sacred trees. The unique cold and solemn feeling of bronze were surrounded from all directions, making me feel goosebumps all over my body. The sound of footsteps echoed in my ears, as if we were trapped in the world of bronze. This place made me feel indescribably weird, always feeling that someone was staring at us in this bronze forest, and their eyes were everywhere. While running, I even felt that the bronze sacred trees were alive, and they were desperately retreating, as if there was something terrible in front of them. Gradually, the familiar rustling sound suddenly rang out around us, as if someone was pouring beans on our heads one by one. It was like a hailstorm, and hailstones the size of a baby's fist were hitting us one after another. I looked around in horror, and saw that on the bronze sacred tree beside me, golden beetles emerged one after another like bamboo shoots after rain. I didn't know where the round bugs crawled out from, densely packed, like a tide, covering the originally dark bronze sacred tree with brilliant gold. They fell one by one and rushed towards us. For a moment, it seemed that there was a golden ocean surging on the ground. Chapter 322. There are far more golden beetles here than in the Temple of the Sun. Everything is golden, giving me goosebumps. I know. The bronze sacred trees around are also hollow, and they are full of these mausoleum guarding holy insects. I shouted as I ran. After a while, more than 10 bronze ancient trees around turned golden, and the golden beetles on the ground surrounded us in an endless stream. Lao Jiang patted my shoulder. My dear disciple, I rely on you. Rely on me? I haven't recovered yet. Lao Jiang glared at me like an idiot and said angrily, "Wear a mask." I reacted immediately, took out the golden mask from my backpack, and raised it high to the group of golden beetles. In order to avoid being invisible to the golden beetles in the other direction, I circled around openly again. This time I saw with my own eyes that the golden beetles, which were as numerous as the tide and as lethal as the demons, all stopped in their tracks in an instant. They had a deep, deep reverence for the golden mask. Seeing this mask was like seeing the master who had been away for 1,000 years, and they waved their tentacles one by one. They staggered towards the hand that held up the mask and knelt. Yes, they were kneeling. Then they retreated in an orderly manner and retracted into the bronze sacred tree. This scene happened so quickly, in just 1 minute, that I thought I was dreaming. Guigan looked at the bronze mask with green eyes, and his eyes were almost wet. This is really a treasure. After dealing with the golden beetles, we were ready to speed up and leave this bronze forest as soon as possible. Since there were no lights here, it was quite dark, so Chief Akio asked several of his men to hold torches on both sides to light the way for us. These giant bronze trees were gloomy, and their branches seemed to be ready to attack us at any time. The light of the fire shone on each of our faces, which always gave me a sense of foreboding. "When can we get out of this forest?" I asked. A mountain guard holding a torch looked over with a smile. "It's coming soon, my friend. I can see the front." At this time, Guwehan's stomach gurgled, and he touched his beard awkwardly. "Sorry for walking for so long, I'm a little hungry." Linger also echoed. "Linger is hungry too." The mountain guard was very friendly to us and showed us his white teeth. "After we go back, I will ask my wife to make tea cakes for you, golden and crispy, with a fragrant aroma. This is a specialty of our ancient people from generation to generation, and you can't eat it outside." "It sounds delicious." Linger, the little greedy bug, couldn't help but shed tears and shouted. I couldn't help laughing next to me, saying that after I go out, I will also try this tea cake that I can't eat outside. As I laughed, I suddenly widened my eyes and stretched out my hand to remind him, but it was too late. Because from my angle, I could clearly see a flash of cold light behind the bronze sacred tree next to the mountain guard. That was the reflection of the torch on the blade. "Be careful." My roar had already rushed out of my throat, but unfortunately the knife was too fast, so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Just as the mountain guard looked at me in confusion, a black shadow flashed by, and his mouth was instantly covered by a big hand, and then he was dragged behind the bronze tree. The huge bronze tree completely blocked him and the black shadow. I couldn't see anything, and only heard a puff sound in my ears. That was the sound of a knife piercing flesh and blood. Lao Jiang and Chief Akio obviously heard it, and just when I rushed over desperately, they drew their weapons at a faster speed. However, we only found the body of the mountain guard behind the bronze tree, and the black shadow disappeared. "Clan? Chief?" The mountain guard leaned helplessly under the bronze sacred tree. His limbs kept twitching. A deep wound cut across his neck, and red blood flowed out of the wound. He tried his best to cover the wound with both hands, but the blood still gushed out through his fingers. Chief Akio shouted, "Ada." Then he rushed forward in distress. The mountain guard opened his mouth to say something, but more blood spurted out of his mouth, and he stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Looking at his companion struggling in pain, Chief Akio gently closed his eyes. The mountain guard's body finally stopped twitching. Chief Akio held him and gently comforted him. "The Sun Bird will take you to the ancient Shu Kingdom, and I will continue to complete our mission." When the mountain guard's hand completely dropped, I knew that he had left. At this moment, Lao Jiang suddenly pulled out the black knife, as if he had noticed something. However, before he could get close, a shadow appeared from behind another bronze sacred tree. The man was wearing a black Shongshan suit, and his dress was almost exactly the same as Lao Jiang, but his facial features were younger, and only stubble grew under his jaw. His whole body exuded a dignified evil spirit, and the black knife in his hand was dripping blood bit by bit. This person was Lao Wu. "There is so much blood." Lao Wu frowned in disgust, and then wiped the blood on the knife with a blue headscarf. The blue headscarf was torn off the head of the mountain guard, who had just died. "Lao Wu, you shouldn't hurt innocent people. Come to me if you have anything." Lao Jiang shouted at him angrily. Lao Wu twitched his mouth indifferently, as if a life was just an ant to be crushed to death in his eyes. With a whoosh, a long arrow wrapped in anger was shot out with thunderous killing intent. It was a pity that Lao Wu had been prepared for it, and dodged it with a flash. The arrow was nailed on the bronze sacred tree, and the tail of the arrow trembled violently for a long time. Lao Wu unexpectedly glanced at Chief Akio, who seemed to admire his archery skills. After laying Ada's body flat, Chief Akio suddenly stood up. "I will kill you with my own hands to avenge Ada." This was the first time I saw Chief Akio furious. but Lao Wu didn't take him seriously. Instead, he hooked his finger in the direction of Lao Jiang. You come. How dare you? Instantly, Lao Jiang's aura was released, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, exuding black rage. He rushed towards Lao Wu with a sharp blade, and then disappeared into the darkness. I was worried that Lao Wu was going to plot again, so I couldn't help but shout anxiously, Master, be careful. He did it on purpose. He knew that your strength had not recovered yet. But in the darkness, only Lao Jiang's two words came out loudly. It's okay. Chapter 323. The next moment, countless sparks lit up around the cold bronze sacred tree. In a flash, I saw two black figures fighting each other. Crackling, crackling, the sound of close combat came to my ears. From time to time, dazzling light flashed in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu had fought several rounds in a row, but I saw that the two sides, one holding a knife in the right hand and the other holding a knife in the left hand, collided again. Lao Wu turned around and slashed, swinging the knife towards Lao Jiang's head. Lao Jiang held the black knife horizontally and used a strong iron bridge to block Lao Wu back. Unexpectedly, Lao Wu turned his wrist, and a black knife actually spun a circle of light in his palm, cut towards Lao Jiang's lower abdomen. This Lao Wu obviously wanted to kill Lao Jiang, and my previous guess was wrong. Fortunately, Lao Jiang was very good at Qigong. He seemed to have predicted Lao Wu's move long ago. He turned around and came behind Lao Wu. As he landed steadily, the black knife stabbed straight out, aiming at Lao Wu's calf. Lao Wu turned around and raised the knife from bottom to top. At the moment of lifting Lao Jiang's black knife, the knife swung towards Lao Jiang's neck without slowing down. I was really worried about Lao Jiang, but I didn't expect that although Lao Jiang's strength had not recovered, his actual combat experience was really strong. He kept turning his wrist to block Lao Wu's fast and fierce knife. The two of them went back and forth. You retreated and I advanced, and neither of them gave in. This was also the first time I witnessed a duel between two black knife unicorns with my own eyes. This is the real knife method. This is the naked killing skill. The knife was used to kill people since it was invented. Although Lao Wu failed to hurt Lao Jiang also failed to gain any advantage from Lao Wu. Gradually, I caught a glimpse of something bad. After several tentative fights, Lao Wu was still calm, but Lao Jiang was already panting. But Lao Wu deliberately mocked, Jiang Donghu, you are indeed a tiger, but unfortunately you are too old. The blade reflected his ferocious face, which was indescribably weird. Lao Jiang was extremely distressed, and tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Lao Wu, how could you become like this? Have you forgotten the past? I, the fourth sister, and you, we used to be the proudest successors of Qilin. Why did you? Before Lao Jiang finished speaking, Lao Wu interrupted him sinisterly. The past has disappeared, and that grasshopper is my best answer to you. Remember how dark the sky of Yinshu is, how much I hate you. Then the two sides collided again. But they were getting farther and farther away, and it was not clear in the darkness. Can Uncle Jiang win? Linger came to my side at some point. I shook my head, saying that I didn't know, but I believed in Master, and he would definitely be sure if he could chase them out. But I don't know why I always have a particularly bad premonition, feeling that Lao Wu just exposed himself on purpose in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Fortunately, before Lao Jiang left, he asked Chief Akuo to stay where he was to protect our safety. However, at this moment, there was a sudden movement in front of us. Hiss, hiss, as if countless lizards were crawling slowly on the ground. But it was too dark, and we couldn't see clearly what it was. In the shadows, I could only see a humanoid object, crawling towards us with its limbs on the ground and twisting. There was a rotten smell in the air. The torches in the team had just been extinguished by Lao Wu. At this point, I couldn't care less. Adhering to the principle that things should be used, I immediately untied the backpack that Lao Jiang had just thrown to me. I quickly took out a cold firework from it and threw it out. However, the next scene made me dumbfounded. I saw a green monster covered with poisonous sores and mucus crawling towards us not far away from us. No, he can no longer be called a human. His body was like a balloon that was blown up. His skin bulged several times. His two eyes were extremely blood red, and the exposed skin was green and shiny. Chief Akuo was shocked. He pointed at the belt of the monster on the ground and said, that is Ashen's belt. After realizing something, the pain was instantly replaced by anger. Why did they turn Ashen into this? What did they do to Ashen? At this time, Linger clenched her teeth and unconsciously tightened my arm. This is a Du man. Wuxi is coming. Wuxi? Hearing this name, I immediately became alert. Linger continued, Wuxi turned this mountain guard uncle into a goo to attack us. Looking at the lizard-like monster crawling on the ground, I felt indescribable sadness in my heart. He was originally a human, a person who could walk upright like us, but now he has become like this. Before I opened my mouth, Chief Akio was eager to try and asked Linger how to deal with Wuxi. He wanted to avenge his own people. Linger didn't answer. Her pretty face was tense. Her eyes were no longer as happy and lively as before, but cold. She had a baby face, but was covered with a layer of frost that would not melt for thousands of years. It was as if the goo god in the Miaojiang legend had come to the world again. Linger untied the big bamboo basket on her back, and with a bang, she smashed it in front of herself. This time, I felt like she had suddenly grown into an adult and stood in front of us like that. You step back. This is a contest between him and me, and also a contest between the white meow and the black meow. Her voice was very soft, but every word was very clear. I don't want any of you to be hurt, because you are all my best friends. Linger slapped the big bamboo basket and shouted, Circle, the first wave of attack is up to you. A group of red and black insects crawled out of the big bamboo basket in rows, like red-hot magma, flowing towards the goo man in front. The goo man crawled faster and faster, but the dense goo insects had completely wrapped his limbs, like super glue, making him unable to move. At the same time, the sound of the bells in Linger's hand stopped, and she began to sing, 10,000 mountains, 10,000 poisonous goo, listen to my command, attack. The next moment, I saw the goo insects called circles, divided into two waves. The first wave continued to solidify the goo man's limbs. The second wave drilled into the goo man's mouth. Gu Weihan didn't understand, and thought something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted, Girl, your insects have been eaten. No hurry. Linger pinched her hands, and the thin silk bells on her wrists rustled, like a beautiful song slowly flowing out of her hands. Chapter 324. The circle seemed to resonate with the song, and after a while, the goo man's mouth opened again. The red and black worms crawled out, and at the same time, long green worms were pulled out from the goo man's pus oozing and black wounds. The long worms looked like bamboo leaves, and their green bodies fell out of the goo man's body like fruits. They seemed to be very afraid of Linger's spell. As soon as they left the goo man's body, they struggled to run, but were surrounded by red and black worms. After a while, they turned into a pool of green water. Linger won this round. I thought the worm controlling the goo man was dead, and everything was over. However, what I didn't expect was that at this moment, the goo man lying on the ground seemed to be greatly stimulated, and suddenly changed from lying on all fours to walking upright. He let out a huge roar, and I could even see a black smoke coming out of his mouth. The next moment, the swarms of circles around him were shaken and flew away. The goo man's hands were like tiger claws, struggling to pounce on us. At this time, Linger frowned, his eyes became more serious, and Kairi said, It is indeed the style of Wuxi, there is a goo in the goo. I asked Linger what she meant. Linger simply explained. In addition to the corpse worms planted in the body of this mountain guard uncle, a flower mantis was also planted on the heart. The insect that looked like a bamboo leaf just now should be corpse worms. But what is a flower mantis? Just when I was wondering, the goo man told me everything with his actions. At this moment, he stood up like a person, but his knees were bent, and his twisted hands were hooked up, and the waiting posture was like a hunting mantis. Obviously, the flower mantis is now controlling his brain nerves. Linger slapped the bamboo basket and said, Return. The circle that had just been released immediately returned to the bamboo basket. At the same time, Linger turned to look at me and said, Brother Jinglan, shoot and break his heart. I glanced at Chief Akio and wanted to ask for his opinion, but I heard Linger continue to shout, I don't want to spend too much energy on him. The real opponent hasn't come out yet. What's more, he's dead. The last sentence completely dispelled my concerns. The person in front of me was no longer a person, but a corpse, a body that was planted with goo to deal with us. I immediately raised the revolver, but when I saw that face, I still felt a little reluctant, and my head unconsciously turned away a few points. With a bang, the bullet shot through the goo man in front of me, hitting his body and making blood and flesh fly. But I didn't expect that the recoil of this revolver was so strong that it deflected upwards a few points when it fired, and only made a bloody hole above his heart. Keep going, Linger said coldly. At this time, the chief of the Akio tribe behind him said, Little brother, let me do it. He pulled out a golden arrow from the quiver, kissed the position of the arrowhead, and said with light in his eyes, Blue God, please give me strength. The next moment, the arrow flew out with a whoosh as if it had wings. The arrow was actually shot out in a spiral in the air. The goo man seemed to be extremely afraid of the golden arrow and stretched out his hand to block it. But the golden arrow pierced his palm and hit his heart accurately. The spiral arrow continued to move, crushing his entire heart and the meat next to it. Even when the arrow hit the goo man's body, I saw a beam of golden light rising. Could it be that this was really the blessing of the power of faith? The goo man had just been shot by me, and his walking speed had slowed down significantly. With this arrow, he suddenly lost the ability to attack, and fell to the ground wailing helplessly. In the darkness behind him, a round of mocking applause rang out. "Sister Linger, you have finally grown up, and it's time for you to become my bride." "Is this person Wu Shi?" The other party walked out of the darkness while laughing coldly. He also carried a bamboo basket behind him, but his bamboo basket was obviously 3 or 4 times smaller than Linger's, and it was rectangular. The man was thin, wearing a strange black cloth outside, and a silver collar around his neck. He had long hair, bangs on his forehead, and a thin long braid under his right ear. This person is none other than Wuxi, the young master of the Black Meow. To be honest, objectively speaking, this Wuxi is not ugly, and can even be considered a handsome man, but he looks gloomy, and his eyes are as cold as a venomous snake, and the whole person has the feeling of a sickly boy. But thinking of what he did, I wish I could take off his head and use it as a urinal. I know Linger's talent. When she heard Wuxi's words, she was unhappy on the spot. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, pointing at the bloody goo man on the ground and said, "Bah, who is your bride? He is your bride. You two bad, ugly and poisonous things, hurry up to the bridal chamber. Be careful not to miss the auspicious time." I thought Wu Shi would be angry, but he just shook his finger calmly. "I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to be more beautiful. You are 10,000 times more beautiful than the most beautiful girl in our Hey Meow." He looked at Linger, and his greedy eyes seemed to want to strip Linger naked, which really made me angry. Linger was also uncomfortable with being stared at, and she crossed her waist and cursed, "You Hey Meow are ugly and bad old witches. You are black in your heart, black in your body, and black everywhere, even blacker than black grapes." Wu Shi retracted his naked gaze, and said, "Your mouth is getting more and more poisonous." Suddenly, his face turned cold and said, "The husband is the leader of the wife. How can you talk to your future husband?" This kid changed his face in an instant, and he looked righteous, as if Linger was really his concubine who was bullied by him. Seeing Wu Shi's arrogant look, I was also very angry and started to curse. What a bastard who can only poison, what a master in front of me. Then, I quietly touched my sleeve and raised my revolver at lightning speed. This shot will first avenge Miss Chinger. Miss Chinger is the daughter of the village chief of the small fishing village beside Yanu Lake. After Wu Shi saw her beauty, she tarnished her innocence and finally committed suicide. I fired this shot very tricky, and even I just kept watching Wu Shi talking, just to touch the gun hidden in my sleeve and catch him off guard. Let Wu Shi know that no matter how powerful the Miajianggu master is, he can't beat the era of hot weapons. Chapter 325. But Wu Shi's speed obviously exceeded my expectations. He not only knew how to use poison, but also had good martial arts skills. He just flashed and hid behind a bronze sacred tree. Damn it! The deafening sound of the gunshots echoed in the bronze forest in this underground maze. But it was just empty. Not even a corner of Wu Shi's clothes was hurt. At the same time, Linger started. Her hands were like weaving flower ropes, pinching the seal quickly, and she kept muttering, "Mao Mao to the left, Lulu to the right, help mom kill the bad guy, and go back to feed you Xingxinghai." Countless insects rushed out of the big bamboo basket again, densely packed like a rope, surrounding the bronze sacred tree on the ground. A group of soft and sticky caterpillars seemed to have made an overwhelming net, trapping Wu Shi in it. The green flying insects were baring their fangs and claws like bombers, attacking from the air with a buzzing sound, and were determined to hit Wu Shi without any resistance. However, they were in vain. At this time, there was no one behind the bronze sacred tree, and Wu Shi was gone. "Sister Linger, I'm here." Wu Shi's voice came from behind another bronze sacred tree. He leaned against the bronze tree in boredom, looking leisurely, and obviously didn't take Linger seriously at all. Linger was furious and immediately issued a new order, commanding Mao Mao and Lulu's 2 groups of poisonous insects to attack from land and air. But a scene that surprised me happened. The 2 groups of poisonous insects all stopped 1 meter away from Wu Shi, as if time had stopped, and they all stood still. Wu Shi, who was too lazy to move even leaning against the bronze tree, suddenly stretched. He smiled grimly and waved his hand, and the 2 groups of poisonous insects all turned into black smoke and fell to the ground. I could even hear a series of crisp tearing sounds. Those poisonous insects wanted to go back to their mother, but they could never move. At this time, Linger's eyes were red, as if she was suppressing her anger. Even this time, she didn't even cry, and the expression on her face became 3 points colder. Lend me 3 points of spirit, inject it into the body of the insect, the moth will fly all over the sky, and the poison will descend from the heart. 3 groups of poisonous insects of different colors flew out of the big bamboo basket again, brown, earthy, and purple, but they all had a pair of transparent wings, as thin as cicada wings. I watched Linger control these 3 waves of goo worms to attack Wuxi again, but surprisingly, I also caught a small action of Linger. She was taking candy from her day bag again. I understood that Linger was using these consecutive waves of goo worms to buy time for herself. Her real purpose was to summon her own goo and fight Wuxi to the death. Wuxi was much stronger than me. I didn't know goo or poison, so I couldn't help her at all in this regard. The only thing I could do was to help her by even 1 second of precious time, so I didn't care about anything, and the bullets of the pistol whizzed towards Wuxi's direction, and I didn't even bother to aim. What if this casual gun technique hits? Although I am not from the ancient Shu country, I still silently recited the name of the green god in my heart, sharpening my gun before the battle, hoping that he can give me strength. Wuxi was forced to dodge repeatedly because of my tricks, and he couldn't escape in time. After all, he is also a mortal body, and 1 bullet hitting the right place can send him to death. The bullets in the revolver were all used up, so I took out new bullets from my backpack and replaced them. Seeing that Wuxi was about to emerge from behind the bronze sacred tree again, I quickly shouted, "Chief Akuo, draw your bow and arrow, help me shoot that little guy, and never give him a moment to breathe." Chief Akuo had long wanted to avenge his people, but just when his arrow was about to be shot, a weak call came from afar, "Uncle, save me." "Ashui? Are you Ashui?" Chief Akuo stopped his action immediately. He turned his head in shock, and even the mountain guards drew their swords and looked in the direction of the voice. "I am Ashui. They beat me, scold me, and bully me every day. It hurts so much. Woo, uncle, save me." Listening to Ashui's pitiful voice, I knew that he was probably beaten again. This unlucky guy really has no peace of mind. The next moment, I saw an old woman with silver hair, walking slowly towards me with a cane in one hand and a rope in the other. The end of the rope was tied to the unfortunate poor Ashui, who was crying bitterly. Except for her eyes, this old woman was dressed exactly like the blind old woman I met in Lasian before. Save me, woo woo." Ashui cried with snot and tears, and the mud and blood on her body were mixed together, looking very pitiful. The old woman tightened the rope in her hand, she smiled, and the wrinkles on her face were like old tree bark, shaking constantly, and a hoarse voice came, "Little guy, accept your fate. Even the Jade Emperor can't save you." At this moment, she suddenly saw me, and a familiar murderous look immediately appeared in her eyes. "Li Jinglan, enemies often meet on a narrow road. Today, we will avenge our last revenge. I guarantee that your fate will be worse than that of this little guy." Sure enough, she was the bright and beautiful girl who was shot by my arrow in Lei Town last time. I was about to ask something, and the old woman shouted sternly, "Taste my whip." This time, her voice was no longer hoarse and withered, but restored to the delicate and pleasant voice of her youth. As her wrist moved, the cane she was leaning on flew straight over. In midair, the cane actually split in two, revealing a shiny whip. I was fine, but Ashui was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He held his head and cried, "Whip, whip! Uncle, they are going to whip me again. Stop it, what do you want?" Chief Akuo took back the bow and arrow completely, his face full of helplessness and anger. At this moment, the old woman was no longer hunched over. She glared at me fiercely, as if she was unwilling, and finally turned her eyes to Chief Akuo. "Want to save him? Follow me." After that, she turned around and took Ashui and jumped to the bronze sacred tree behind. But before leaving, a girl's crisp voice came from the air. "Li Jinglan, remember my name, Mingwei Yi. I will seek revenge on you again." Hearing this, I roughly understood that this Mingwei Yi was definitely the girl who was shot by me in Lei Town. But now that he finally met me, he didn't bother to seek revenge on me. Could it be that? Just when I wanted to stop Chief Akuo, he had already picked up the quiver on his waist and chased after him quickly, and the mountain guards followed closely behind. Looking at their backs as they went away, I was more certain that Mingwei was using a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. She was definitely doing it on purpose, using Ashui to drive Chief Akuo and others away. The purpose was to divide us and defeat us one by one. Chapter 326. Principal Gu, follow me closely, don't get lost. Realizing this, I quickly called Gu Weihan. Gu Weihan came behind me with a machine gun and asked me what happened to the old woman just now. Why did she speak like an old woman and a little girl at the same time, like a lark? By the way, do you two know each other? No, if you know each other, why did she tell you her name only now? Gu Weihan had 100,000 questions, and kept asking questions. I didn't have time to explain in detail, so I could only correct him reluctantly. I can't say we know each other, but we have had a lot of grudges. What I care about most at this moment is Linger, who has already sacrificed the golden silkworm Gu. A slender figure stood straight in front of us. She is no longer the little girl who acts like a spoiled child, and she can also hold up the sky by herself. Ling exuded a murderous aura that kept strangers away. Her eyes had become double pupils. More importantly, at this moment, a golden insect was lying on her shoulder. When Gu Weihan saw that the insect was golden, he was anxious. Why is there another golden beetle? The little girl was attacked? We have to help her quickly. No, that's Linger's natal insect, the golden silkworm insect. I stopped Gu Weihan, who was about to rush out. If we go up now, not only will we not be able to help Linger, but we will only cause trouble for her. After all, Gu Weihan is an entomologist. He has heard of the golden silkworm insect, but he always thought it was a legendary insect that did not exist in reality. I shook my head. No, the golden silkworm insect really exists. Back then, in the Yinshi Royal Mausoleum, I had personally witnessed the power of the golden silkworm Gu. It devoured the greedy creatures and bought us time. Although the golden silkworm Gu and the golden beetle are similar in color, they are completely different. The golden beetle has gold in its body, so its body is golden. They are highly corrosive, and can burn all living things that come close to it with acidic liquid. But the golden silkworm Gu is different. Its golden color radiates from the inside out. That layer of golden light can even give Linger a golden body, as if Guanyin has descended to the world. Wuxi looked at Linger calmly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, making him look evil and cunning. Sister Linger, this is the first time I have seen your baby. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me. Although this was a compliment, it was obvious that he didn't take Linger seriously. You must know that the golden silkworm Gu is the supreme among Gu, and Wuxi is a master of playing Gu. Not only was he not afraid, he even laughed, which made Linger even more angry. You can look down on me, but you can't look down on the golden silkworm. Linger suddenly dug her legs into the ground, holding a huge bamboo basket, and began to bend down and sprint at an incredible speed, and soon came to Wuxi. Wuxi did not dodge, but just patted the square bamboo basket behind him calmly, and a group of black flying insects rushed out instantly. Seeing Wushi's confident look, I couldn't help but sweat for Linger, fearing that she would fall into the opponent's trick. Linger quickly pinched the seal with both hands, and her hands turned faster and faster, and the bell on her wrist became louder and louder. She hummed an ancient ballad. Poisonous snakes, eels, red centipedes, toads, and scorpions are packed together, big green caterpillars are placed in the palm, and mantises need to wait until the Dragon Boat Festival. The most poisonous creature is the golden silkworm, which is invisible and colorless and difficult to guard against. Being poisoned is like being bitten by thousands of insects. Sister, you can't escape death. The next moment, a wave of purple insects surged out from behind Linger and smashed towards Wuxi like a flying purple ocean. And in that ocean, the most eye-catching thing was the golden light. Linger wanted to take advantage of Wuxi's weakness of underestimating the enemy and kill him with one blow. Wuxi was still in that careless look, and kept provoking Linger with dirty words in his mouth. Even his body was deliberately entangled with Linger to prevent me and Gu Weihan from shooting cold guns in the distance. This battle was extremely exciting. It was simply a peak duel between two Gu masters. The two sides fought hard. Just when I was expecting the golden silkworm Gu to sneak attack Wuxi's back with the cover of the group of purple flying insects. Wuxi was like a monkey, carrying a square. The bamboo basket climbed up the bronze sacred tree, and then he pointed the bamboo basket downward, revealing a smile that everything was under control. In the darkness, I saw 2 orange-yellow spots of light appear in the black bamboo basket, followed by 9 green tails swaying. 9-tailed scorpion, come out. With a fanatical shout from Wuxi, a black scorpion with 9 tails flew out of the bamboo basket and pounced on the golden silkworm Gu. It turned out that Wuxi did it on purpose. He just wanted to attract the golden silkworm Gu to attack him, and then summon his own natal Gu to compete with it. As Wuxi expected, when the 2 Gu worms saw each other, they seemed to have met their lifelong enemies and collided with each other in an instant. The golden silkworm Gu frantically flapped its golden wings, and the nine-tailed scorpion also had 4 red wings, and they fought fiercely in the air. Gu Weihan was stunned. Oh my god, insects can actually fight in the air, golden silkworms, nine-tailed scorpions. This is the first time I have seen it. Is it a mutation? I didn't have time to pay attention to him. My eyes were fixed on Linger's thin body. At this moment, she was stuffing handfuls of sugar into her mouth, as if she was forcibly replenishing her physical strength. The situation was not optimistic. I looked at Wuxi again, but I didn't expect that Wuxi, who had been strategizing, couldn't laugh at this moment. His face became more and more gloomy, his body became more and more tense, and his thin figure was swaying in the air. It seems that this Wuxi is not as powerful as everyone imagined. Just when I was proud, suddenly, the golden silkworm Gu found a perfect opportunity and bit off one of the tails of the nine-tailed scorpion. Do you know how poisonous this thing is? I dare not imagine that after the broken tail fell to the ground, it instantly dyed the ground black. Wuxi's face changed drastically, and he quickly recited the daily formula to recall his treasure. Then he stared at us fiercely. Linger, I underestimated you. Originally, the golden silkworm Gu wanted to pursue the victory, but the other 8 tails of the nine-tailed scorpion instantly entangled together and slapped the golden silkworm Gu hard. Seeing this, Linger was distressed and recalled the golden silkworm Gu, but her face was obviously much better, and she snorted arrogantly. The defeated general is very angry. Wuxi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After the nine-tailed scorpion returned to the cage, he pointed at Linger and said angrily, Linger, I will tie you back to Heimu to get married, and I will love you well at that time. Then, he carried the square bamboo basket back and left angrily. Chapter 327. As the saying goes, hit the dog when it is down. I followed the principle of taking advantage of his weakness, and wanted to rush up with Gu Weihan to collect the heads. Linger waved at us, don't chase. I asked her why. Linger asked me back, did he go far? I stood on tiptoe, stretched my neck to look forward, and then nodded. It seems that he has left this bronze forest. Hearing this, Linger breathed a sigh of relief. I was about to praise Linger for being so amazing just now, but at this moment, Linger suddenly vomited a lot of blood with a wow sound. The blood was all black, as if she was poisoned. And half of the black blood was vomited on me, but I didn't dislike it. I was full of concern for Linger. I saw her body tilted, like a kite with a broken string, and fell into my arms, saying weakly, it's good that you're gone. Her voice was intermittent, as if every word required great strength. Just now I was, pretending, Brother Jinglan, Linger is useless. This made me confused. Wasn't Wuxi driven away by her? Why did she say that? After a long pause, Linger continued, although the golden silkworm Gu is the supreme among Gu, my ability is not as good as Wuxi. In the battle just now, I won on the surface, but he actually won. Only then did I see that half of the body of the golden silkworm that had just been showing off its might began to gradually turn black, and then it slowly drilled back into Linger's body from her mouth. No way, did Wuxi win just now? I wanted to ask Linger something, but she had already fainted. I didn't know how the battle between Lao Jiang and Chief Akio was going. We dared to stay where we were, and didn't dare to leave for fear that they couldn't find us. I held Linger, feeling uneasy. Gu Weihan was holding the flower machine and guarding us. Now we were almost all old, weak, sick, and disabled. About 10 minutes later, Chief Akio came back. He and the mountain guards were not injured, but they did not succeed in bringing back Ashui. Seeing the seriously injured and unconscious Linger, Chief Akio asked us what happened with concern. I didn't answer, but asked him about the situation there first. Chief Akio shook his head and looked very depressed. It turned out that he and Minjiwai didn't fight at all. The other party was unwilling to fight and kept threatening him with Ashui. Chief Akio realized that the other party was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so he planned to return first, and Minjiwai also took the opportunity to drag Ashui away. I sighed, it was just as I thought. As we were talking, Lao Jiang actually came back. His black knife was already in the sheath. He looked fine, but there was a shocking wound on his arm. Master, are you injured? After I put Linger away, I took the initiative to step forward to show concern. Lao Jiang waved his hand indifferently. It's not a big deal, it's just a minor injury. It was called a minor injury, but it was just to reassure us. The wound was bloody, and the flesh of the forearm turned outward. Just looking at it made me feel painful. I took out the bandage from the marching bag, carefully applied medicine to Lao Jiang, and bandaged the wound. During this process, I also inquired about Lao Jiang's situation. According to him, he and Lao Wu fought for more than 50 rounds, Neither of them could beat the other, and finally they both retreated. But when I asked him about Lao Wu's injury, Lao Jiang turned his head away, looking as if he didn't want to talk to me. Judging from the situation, he was the only one injured. In other words, Lao Wu won. Lao Jiang changed the subject and asked Linger what happened, so I told him exactly what happened here. After all, he was the one who made the decisions in the whole team. At this moment, I suddenly thought of something and looked at Chief Akuo. Oh, that poor guy. No, Ashui just called you uncle. It turns out that he is your nephew. I thought he was your son. After saying that, he whispered softly, no wonder, you are so brave and heroic, but Ashui is timid and cowardly, and your appearance and personality are not alike at all. Chief Akuo smiled. In fact, my brother is also very brave. Ashui's personality is more like his mother. His mother is the girl my brother saved when he was traveling. After the two fell in love, they returned to the tile house together. Mountain. When Ashui was born, my sister-in-law died of dystocia. My brother has always loved Ashui very much. People in our tribe also spoil him, and let him grow up happily and safely. People who have not experienced the wind and rain are like this, simple and kind without any schemes, but also without the ability to protect themselves. Hearing this, I was shocked. Traveling? You people in Wawu Mountain can actually go out? Chief Akuo nodded, indicating that of course, otherwise how could he understand what we say, and how could he communicate with us in modern language? If it were the ancient people, everyone would have no way to communicate. Chief Akuo told us, every chief needs to go out of Wawu Mountain for trials, firstly to prevent being out of touch with society for too long, and those who go out will bring us clothes, salt, iron, and other necessities, as well as modern culture. Secondly, it is mainly to let the people in the mountains go out to see the world and experience some conspiracies and tricks, so that if someone enters Wawu Mountain to do something illegal, we will not be helpless. This time, Ashui, as the successor of the next generation of chiefs, was taken out for trials by several uncles with good skills, but he never thought that he would fall into the hands of bad people in the end. Thinking of Ashui's weak and crying appearance, I dared to offend him. To be fair, Ashui is really not suitable to be the chief. Why don't you give birth to an heir, Chief Akuo? To be honest, I really don't have any offspring. Maybe it's because of my health, so this position really needs to be. Before Chief Akuo finished speaking, a mountain keeper named Ajan next to him said, you are not because of your health. It's obviously because you value the words of the deceased Chief De Jiang too much. You want to pass the position of chief to his son Ashui, but Ashui doesn't. Chief Akuo scolded Ajan with a cold face, and Ajan shut up. But another mountain keeper was unhappy and whispered, at the beginning, the position of Chief De Jiang was also given to him by you, the younger brother. You can't just hand over the fate of our entire ancient people to such a useless guy just because he is the older brother and saved you. It seems that Ashui's becoming the next chief is not very convincing. Chapter 328. The so-called Dajiang tribe leader should be the elder brother of Akuo tribe leader, and Ashui is Dajiang's son. I also think Ashui is not suitable to be the tribe leader. Just when I was about to give a speech, I found that Linger in my arms moved. Her lips moved and she murmured the word thirst. I quickly helped her up and gave her some water. Linger, wake up, are you okay? As I called her, Linger finally opened her eyes. She weakly called me Brother Jinglan and looked very tired. My heart finally settled down. I touched her head and said, it's good that you are fine, you should rest for a while. Gu Weihan twitched his mouth, touched his nose and said, Li Jinglan, do you have a problem with your brain? You wake up the little girl and let her sleep again. I glared at Gu Weihan and told him not to talk, but I couldn't help but worry in my heart. I looked at Lao Jiang and said, Wu Shi should be the most powerful one in the team over there. His way is too evil. Even if Linger sacrificed her own life Gu and fought so hard, she couldn't cause him any harm. If we encounter him again, we may be in danger. You know, Linger defeated Greedy once, but now she was defeated by Wu Shi. I didn't expect that the golden silkworm Gu would have an opponent. After hearing what I said, Linger swallowed her saliva and said slowly, in fact, the reason why I can't defeat Wu Shi is mainly because our childhood experiences are completely different. Although I brought back the golden silkworm Gu from the Shirwan Mountains alive, Wu Shi's nine-tailed poisonous scorpion is also a visitor from the underworld. Visitors from the netherworld? This is the first time I have heard this term. Not only me, but even Lao Jiang rarely expressed his confusion. We immediately asked Linger what a visitor from the netherworld means. Linger tried hard to sit up, but she had no strength. I hurried to help her. With my support, she finally sat up, and she sat straight and upright, which was rare. Linger turned her wrist and summoned a group of silver-white worms, and then silently recited the ancient Miaojiang daily formula, allowing these poisonous insects to remove the scars on her body. After recovering almost completely, Linger's pale little face finally regained a hint of redness. The lips gradually became bloody. After she recovered, she finally explained to us. After we got engaged, my mother was worried that I would be bullied by Wuxi in the future, so she told me many secrets about Wuxi, including the 3 kinds of poisonous insects that Wuxi often used. The 3 most common poisonous insects he usually used are killer bees, black fire ants, and flower mantises. The ones that attacked the uncles guarding the mountain outside the waterfall before were black fire ants, which were full of toxins, and would tear the skin and flesh when touched. And the flower mantis is the thing that just controlled the corpse. It can kill people with a borrowed knife, and make the dead resurrect. As for the remaining killer bees, at this point, a trace of hatred flashed in Linger's eyes. She said, "Killer bees are the most powerful and the most difficult to resist among the 3 kinds of poisonous insects, because they carry not poisonous poison, but bee poison, which has caused us, the Bai Miao poison masters, a lot of suffering. Of course, this is not the most terrifying. The most terrifying existence of Wuxi has always been the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion hidden in his bamboo basket." The last 4 words were almost spoken by Linger with gritted teeth, one word at a time. I asked her, "Is the 9-tailed scorpion the visitor from the netherworld?" Linger nodded, and she seemed to want to popularize science for us. She looked at me and said, "Brother Jingwan, don't be impatient. If you want to know what a visitor from the netherworld is, you have to know the types of poisonous insects. In fact, there are only 3 types of poisonous insects in the world. The first type is artificially made poisonous insects. For example, in Miaojiang, we put toads, snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and other poisonous creatures into a clay pot, and let them kill each other to see who is the most powerful. The one that survives in the end is the poisonous insect. These are also the insects that you usually see most easily." Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, either in Miaojiang or dealing with Miaojiang. Otherwise, many people will never see these insects in their lifetime, right? Gu Weihan's eyes lit up, and he touched his red nose and asked, "Little girl, the one that bit my nose before was the first type, right? What about the second type?" Linger first confirmed Gu Weihan's statement, and then continued, "As for the second type of poisonous insects, they are not artificially made, but are bred by the spiritual energy of nature. The place of their birth is unknown, and the time of bread is also unknown. Some even take thousands of years to form an egg." Speaking of this, Linger gave an example. For example, my golden silkworm poisonous insect is the poisonous king bred by the 10,000 mountains. It is the supreme among poisonous insects, and also the most powerful insect in the mountains. What about the third type? Is it the visitor from the underworld? I looked at Lao Jiang and asked quickly. Linger said, "In addition to the above 2 types, there is a third type. This kind of insect is condensed from the dead air and resentment of the world. They live by eating the dead air emitted by corpses and absorbing the resentment of countless wronged souls. This kind of insect is called the visitor from the underworld." Thinking of the 9-tailed scorpion released by Wuxi, the terrifying aura all over its body, it definitely belongs to the third type. So, the 9-tailed scorpion released by the young man just now is the visitor from the underworld? Gu Weihan took a pen and made a simple record. Linger turned her head away angrily. "What, little brother? He is clearly an ugly freak and a stinky toad." Yes, an ugly freak and a stinky toad. I followed Linger's words and asked her, "How did Wuxi get such a vicious thing?" Linger curled her lips in disdain. The golden silkworm Gu spontaneously recognized me as its master, but his 9-tailed scorpion was not tamed by his own ability. According to my mother, it was extremely difficult to get this 9-tailed scorpion Hangyu. It was found by Wuxi's father, Heimiaogu King, who pried a hanging coffin from a coffin mountain in Guizhou for more than 1,000 days. Speaking of this, Linger's face showed a rare seriousness and solemnity. The body of the 9-tailed scorpion contains the dead air of hell and absorbs the strange poisons in the world. It is also a rare strange insect that can compete with the golden silkworm Gu. "So, Linger, you are much better than Wuxi," I said. Linger shook her head. "Maybe I am a little better than him in talent? But only a little bit, but our later experiences are completely different." It turned out that although Linger survived and brought the golden silkworm Gu out of the Shirwan Mountains, she began to have a high fever after coming out, and all kinds of red rashes appeared all over her body, and yellow pus flowed out. She was in a coma for several days. Chapter 329. Thinking that she had lost several children in succession before this. The White Miao Gu King said to himself that if Linger could survive this, he would never force her to make Gu again. She is the White Miao Gu King and also a mother. For the White Miao, she has sacrificed 8 children. This time she wants to be a mother. Under the devout prayers of the entire Miao region, on the 7th day, Linger broke out in a sweat, the rash subsided, and the high fever was relieved. That night, Linger woke up slowly. Afterwards, the White Miao Gu King did as she promised, and did not force Linger. As an only child, my mother will never be so cruel to me again. But it's different for Wuxi. His experiences since childhood make me wonder if he was picked up, or maybe his mother cheated on his father, and he was abused on purpose. Although I brought back the golden silkworm Gu, without my mother's oppression, I was playful and basically looked for delicious food every day, while Wuxi was under the hands of his father, the Black Miao Gu King, and was constantly undergoing a hellish trial. Can you imagine? 3-year-old Wuxi was put into a room full of spiders and scorpions. In the jar, he was allowed to develop a tacit understanding with the poisonous insects. When he was 5 years old, he was allowed to go to the forest alone to find various poisons, and make poisons himself. In short, Wuxi's father did not treat him with the slightest bit of favor because of Wuxi's identity. Instead, he was more demanding of him, so his current strength is a level stronger than mine. Speaking of this, Linger sighed for a long time. It's my fault. Why was I so playful before? You know, my starting point was higher than his. Miao Jiang called me a little genius. Alas! I touched Linger's head and comforted her. Children should have a wonderful childhood. If your childhood experience was the same as Wu Shi's, you would not be the beloved Linger of Qilin now, but a replica of Wu Shi. Do you want to be that kind of person? Hearing what I said, Linger immediately shook her head like a rattle. I don't want to. I smiled and wiped her pink little nose, with eyes full of pampering. That's it. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little worried, and my brows couldn't help but frown. Linger, according to what you said, Wu Shi is so powerful, doesn't he have anything to fear? Linger's eyes lit up at this time, and she returned to her usual arrogant look. Of course, he is most afraid of my mother. Every time my mother appears, the whole Heimyo is scared to death. Of course, that includes Wu Shi. Before I could ask anything, Gu Weian squeezed over. Obviously, in addition to adventure, his interest in insects is the greatest. Gu Weian asked Linger about her mother directly, asking her if her mother had more insects, and many of them were unknown species. Linger saw Gu Weihan's malicious eyes and snorted, "Don't try to get my mother. She is the Gu King of our by Miao generation. She has more insects than me, and they are more poisonous than mine. If you want to save your nose, put away those little thoughts as soon as possible." Lao Jiang obviously knew something about Miujiang. He told me that Linger's mother's name was Yuka. Not only was she extremely talented, she also practiced the law's sacred object of Miaojiang, 5 Poison Heart Sutra, and was called Miaojiang Saint. Linger also raised her little pink nose. My mother is so powerful. She can manipulate poisons with one hand. No one in the world can match her. Hearing Linger say this, I couldn't help but get curious. Does your mother have a natal Gu? Of course, the Gu in my mother's body is a bamboo leaf green snake. Linger raised her chin proudly. I exclaimed in surprise. Bamboo leaf green snake? Is it the kind of bamboo leaf green snake I know? In theory, Linger's natal Gu is the golden silkworm Gu, and her mother's should be more powerful. Linger explained, "You don't understand. My mother's bamboo leaf green snake looks like an inconspicuous little snake with the thickness of a finger, but its toxicity is the highest in Miujiang. Legend has it that wherever the bamboo leaf green snake crawls, all the grass and trees wither. If there is one in a place, other poisonous creatures within 10 miles will be terrified." As she spoke, Linger's eyes dimmed. It's a pity that my mother can only stay in the holy cave Kilidong for her whole life because of the rules of Miujiang, and Aunt Shu can't come out with her, otherwise she would have beaten Wuxi and his son to a pulp. I don't know what rules trapped Linger's mother in Kilidong. What I'm more curious about at this moment is whether Linger is calling the bamboo leaf green aunt. Linger wiped her nose and replied, "I have a good relationship with my aunt. She brought me up when I was a child. In the summer, I would take a nap with my aunt's cold body as my pillow. Every time my mother beat me and scolded me, it was my aunt who crawled out to plead for me." Just then, Linger slapped the back of her head and said suddenly, "I almost forgot that I have a little secret that I haven't told you. When I left Miaojiang before, my aunt specially asked me to bring her daughter out to see the world. After that, she patted the big bamboo basket and shouted with a smile, 'Little bamboo, come and say hello to all the brothers and sisters. Oh no, uncles and aunts.' The next moment, a poisonous snake with green scales all over its body and blood-red tongue emerged half of its head from the big bamboo basket. Its appearance can actually be called beautiful, with the green color of bamboo leaves, burnt yellow tail, scarlet eyes, and beautiful color matching. Moreover, its snake head is relatively large, triangular, and its neck is very thin, with a clear distinction between the head and neck. There are also pieces of tiny scales on the top of the head, flashing a strange luster in the dark. Under the command of Eilinger, the little green snake nodded gently, as if it was really saying hello to us, and then it immediately got back into the big bamboo basket as if it was shy. This scene made me feel very complicated. I have always been afraid of snakes. I think they are covered with dense scales and have 2 fangs, which makes me feel scared and disgusted. This is the first time I have seen such a well-behaved and obedient venomous snake. As I thought about it, a bizarre idea gradually took shape in my mind. I seem to have found a way to deal with Wuxi. I immediately asked Eilinger, "Is Wuxi very afraid of your Aunt Ju?" Eilinger snorted, "That's a must. Because where Aunt Ju is, my mother will definitely be within 100 steps." Hearing this, I had a rough idea in my heart, so I cast a malicious look at Eilinger's big bamboo basket and asked with a smile, "Since Zaya Zuzi was born by Aunt Ju, he should look very similar to her, right?" Chapter 330. Eilinger understood what I meant instantly and waved her hands repeatedly. No, Aunt Ju has a very cold personality and is only nice to Linger. Xiao Xu's personality is too silly, and he can't help being shy when he sees anyone. They are not alike at all. I interrupted Eilinger and asked her, "Just tell me, do the 2 bamboo green snakes look alike?" Eilinger nodded. "If we only look at their appearance, they are exactly the same, not to mention alike." Then I looked at Gu Weihan. "Professor Gu, since you are a zoologist and an entomologist, do you have any way to make a harmless snake aggressive in a short period of time? To prevent Gu Weihan from misunderstanding." I added, "Of course, I didn't ask it to bite anyone to death, I just bared my teeth and pretended." Gu Weihan wiped his beard and nodded. "This is true. I just happened to have a bottle of thyroid hormone left over from last time in my backpack. After injecting it into the animal, it can basically achieve the effect you want. But you idiot, what do you want this thing for?" I didn't explain, but told him to do as I told him later. What kind of person is Lao Jiang? It's better to say that he is scheming than to say that he is quick-witted. When he heard this, he immediately understood my little tricks. "Li Jinglan, do you want to?" I smiled slightly and nodded. "Master, I found a way to deal with Wu Shi." Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang shook his head before I could say anything. "No, your little tricks can fool outsiders, but they can't fool experts at all." I put my index finger on my lips and shushed him to shut up. Then I asked, "Master, have you heard of the story of Tianji's horse racing?" Lao Jiang said that of course he had heard of it. This story comes from records of the Grand Historian. It is said that there was a great general named Tianji in Qi State who often competed with King Wei of Qi in horse racing. Before the game, both sides placed bets. Each game had 3 rounds, and the winner was the one who won more than 2 rounds. However, Tianji always lost to King Wei of Qi in every game. Because the quality of Tianji's 3 horses was a little worse than that of King Wei of Qi's corresponding horses. At this time, his friend Sun Bin offered a clever plan. He divided Tianji's 3 horses into 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. In the first round, he proposed that Tianji send out lower-grade horses to fight against King Wei of Qi's upper-grade horses. In the second round, he sent out upper-grade horses to fight against King Wei of Qi's middle-grade horses, and in the last round, he used middle-grade horses to fight against King Wei of Qi's lower-grade horses. In the first round, he lost. In the second round, he won. In the third round, he also won. Adhering to the principle of best of 3 games, it was Tianji who won the bet this time. The Sun Bin who gave Tianji advice was a famous military strategist in the Warring States period and a descendant of the god of war Sun Wu. Sun Wu left behind a book called The Art of War, and Sun Bin also left behind a set of The Art of War for future generations. After hearing this story, Gu Weihan gave a thumbs up. "Good. Very good. The wisdom of your ancients is really amazing." Eilinger pouted. "We don't have horses. At most we only have deer outside." Chief Akua asked pointedly, "Is there any similarity between this horse racing story and our current situation?" Seeing that everyone was somewhat puzzled, I said straight to the point. "There are 3 masters over there, namely Wuxi, Lao Wu, and Minjiwai. And we can just use the strategy of Tianji's horse racing to defeat them." Chief Akua still didn't quite understand, so I directly proposed my own plan. First of all, in the first round, I wanted to let Chief Akio fight Minjiwai. Chief Akio, with your strength, you should be able to take her down 100%, right? Chief Akio answered sharply. Of course there is no problem, but Ashui is still in her hands. The other mountain guard said with firm eyes. And we can help you get Ashui back. In this first round, let's fight side by side. They smashed their fists together heavily, as if to swear their determination. Then I looked at Lao Jiang. Master, it's your turn in the second round. You will fight Lao Wu. Do you have a chance of winning? Even if you can't win, it's okay if both sides tie. Try not to lose to him. Lao Jiang didn't answer me directly, which made me feel uneasy. After all, Lao Wu had the upper hand in the previous fight. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang pondered for a few seconds, took out a cigarette, crushed the cigarette butt and said, "No, I can beat him." I thought I heard it wrong, and couldn't help but raise my voice. What? But just now. Lao Jiang made a gesture to stop him, and then said lightly, "In fact, there is one thing he has never known. Although we are from the same school and learned the same swordsmanship, the master taught me one more move." Old Wu was picked up by Lao Jiang. Although the master was very sympathetic to Lao Wu's life experience, he was also very afraid of his character. Old Five is too gloomy and ruthless. He likes to do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Master hopes that I, as his elder brother, can always suppress his arrogance, pull him back when he goes the wrong way, and even teach him a lesson. Therefore, he secretly taught me an extra move, and this extra move is also the most exquisite one in the entire sword technique. Speaking of this, Lao Jiang's tone began to become firm. If this move is suddenly used in a life and death duel, Old Five will definitely not be able to react. Hearing this, the stone hanging in my heart finally fell to the ground. What Lao Jiang said is right. Sometimes knowing a person too well has disadvantages. That is, once the other party becomes something you don't understand, you will feel strange, afraid, and even die in the hands of the other party. But at this time, Lao Jiang looked at Yin Linger. With Linger's current state, can she be Wushi's opponent? While speaking, Lao Jiang cast his eyes on me again. Li Jinglan, I know your little abacus. Do you want to use this little snake to pretend to be the White Niaogu King to intimidate Wuxi? But he is not a fool. Even if he will be scared away for a while, he will still find something strange. Who will fight at that time? Who can fight? I can't take risks with Linger. My four-sister will not forgive me, and even the entire Miao area will blame Qilin. I smiled and pointed my hand at myself. Of course, I won't gamble with Linger, because Wushi's opponent is me. You? Lao Jiang's eyes widened, and even Yin Linger behind him almost fell to the ground, with her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. Lao Jiang sneered. When did my apprentice become fearless of death?